Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Handsome guy's brain storage place. Beautiful brain storage place. In addition, I want to open Gundam for Yugu and put it here. East Daxia Sea. This is the weakest part of the ocean. Kurosawa walked towards the port with a smile on his face. There was a good harvest of fish today. Rimuru and the boss lady will definitely be very happy when they see me carrying so many fish back. Thinking of that healing smile, Kurosawa felt warm in his heart. But Rimuru has really grown up. Kurosawa vaguely remembered the amazing elasticity of the feedback from his palms, and couldn't help but blush. Damn it! What was I thinking? That was the daughter of his great benefactor Kurosawa. When he was living on this island before, if it weren't for Rimuru and the landlady, he would have starved to death on the streets. Kurosawa had nothing to offer in return, so he had no choice but to agree with him. Yes, that's it, that's right. Kurosawa secretly made up his mind that in order to prolong his happy life in the future, he would simply do 200 more push-ups tonight. It has been 2 months since Kurosawa traveled through time. After he first figured out that this was a pirate world full of monsters, he originally wanted to continue to mess around, but Rimuru and the landlady were surprisingly kind to him. As an outstanding young man who has perfectly inherited the ideological education and moral conscience of the flower growers, even without a system, he, Kurosawa, must also protect him with all his strength. Developed 8-pack ABS and shark lines in 2 months. The holy body of a congenitally thin man is so terrifying. Isn't that guy damn Kurosawa? Why does he please the girls so much? That's right. He just has an extremely handsome face, a slightly scalloped face, his legs are a bit long, and he has a very good figure. A pretty boy like this would be so scared that he wets his pants when he meets a pirate and then gets stabbed to death. Haha, that's right. I don't know what the use is of exercising every day. When Lao Zi eats a devil fruit one day, he will become famous all over the world. Do you still need to exercise? Exercise, exercise like shit. Ha 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 ha. A sound came from behind, and several skinny men were leaning on each other, looking at Kurosawa with extremely disdainful eyes. Kurosawa was too lazy to pay attention to them. Eating a devil fruit makes you invincible? How stupid! When they spend all Bailey in the tavern, Kurosawa will teach them in minutes that they are not allowed to enter the tavern with the left foot first, and idiots and dogs are not allowed in. Kurosawa ignored him and several people screamed enthusiastically. Just this kind of stuff has mesmerized the daughter of the tavern proprietress. I think a man like this can only pretend to be a facade. If a real crisis comes, I'm afraid he won't be the first to run away. Let me tell you, Rimuru still needs to be protected by you, boss. On the seaside under the golden sunset, the port that used to be bustling with people now reveals an eerie silence. Peng, peng. It's a gunshot. Kurosawa's expression changed wildly. There was a strange ship parked at the port, with a flag with a black skull hanging on it. No. It's a pirate. We need to inform Rimuru and the others to evacuate immediately. Feeling something bad, Kurosawa was about to run away, but he caught a glimpse of a dark gun barrel protruding from the corner, and quickly dodged sideways. Pang! Blood spattered, and Kurosawa felt a heartbreaking pain in his left arm, and fell heavily to the ground. This kid actually avoided the heart position. But it's all in vain. Ha ha ha. The boss is really foresight. He asked us to block here to prevent anyone from leaking the information. After controlling the armed forces at the port, the people on this island will not be at our mercy. Several pirates walked out from the side holding muskets with cruel smiles on their faces. Damn it! Go tell the boss lady to run away. The pirates are coming. Kurosawa, who fell to the ground, ignored the pain and screamed at the people holding each other's arms. However, those people had long been frightened out of their wits. It's pirates. Why are these guys here? Run! I don't want to die. MD, how dare you push Lao Zi? The few people who had been extremely arrogant before suddenly fled in all directions, but no one headed towards the town. Seeing this scene, Kurosawa was filled with rage. Weren't you bragging just now? Now the pirates are really here and running faster than the last. Pang! Bang bang bang! Several gunshots were fired in succession, and those who ran farther died first. GG! Kill all the men, and the women he he he. The grinning pirate slowly approached Kurosawa. I'll leave him to you, let's go find the boss. Boy, remember, it's me, Koski, who takes your life. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Kurosawa's eyes suddenly froze. Relying on the powerful core strength of his hard-earned 8-pack ABS, he jumped up from the ground. He used his feet as scissors to snatch the gun away, and then quickly stood up and made a beautiful strike. The uppercut knocked Koski to the ground. Kurosawa quickly picked up the gun, stood up and shot a headshot. Bang! A gunshot. The red and white objects were splattered with blood. Kurosawa was not affected. Instead, he looked coldly and raised his hand to point the black muzzle at the leaving pirates. Hoo-ho! Pressing down the severe pain in my left arm, peng! Another shot hit one of the pirates in the head. Damn untouchable! Brothers FK him! Several pirates came to their senses and shouted about attacking, but they immediately ran to both sides to find cover. Kurosawa took the opportunity to flip into a nearby room, gasping for air and thinking about the next countermeasures in his mind. Bang bang bang! The frightened and angry pirates fired wildly at the house, regardless of whether it was useful or not, until at a certain moment, the gunshots stopped. Out of bullets. That's it now. After noticing this, Kurosawa suddenly stuck his head out, raised his gun and was about to shoot. However, the next moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared, and his thick palm directly grasped the barrel of his gun. Under Kurosawa's horrified gaze, the barrel of the gun was crushed to pieces. Monster! Normal people can't crush a musket with one hand even if they train hard. Absolutely invincible. Looking at Kurosawa's horrified eyes, Carrie was very satisfied. The latter could observe that Kurosawa's body had undergone certain training and his physical fitness was much stronger than that of his subordinates. Exercise is good, but Carrie doesn't like it, so he just smiled and said, "You're just a lowly poor man. Even hard work can't bridge the gap between you and me. A waste will always be a waste." Kurosawa was about to retreat, but Carrie punched him directly in the chest. Boom! Following a dull sound, Kurosawa's eyes instantly darkened, and his consciousness quickly blurred. As expected of Boss Callie, this punch directly opened a hole in this man's chest. Pfft! Carrie withdrew his arm expressionlessly, threw Kurosawa to the ground, and at the same time stepped on the latter's neck. Last hitting is an excellent quality of every pirate. After doing this, Carrie smiled with satisfaction. After more than 2 years of pirate experience, he judged that there would be no strong people on this island. Even young and middle-aged men only account for a small part. In other words, on this island, he, Callie, is the strongest. Ding! The host's strong dissatisfaction has been detected, and the system has been activated. Reward the newbie with a gift pack. Repairing host's body. The real voice in his mind made Kurosawa realize that this was not a fantasy before his death. Ding! The host's body has been successfully repaired. The host's current situation has been detected, and the host's first life choice has been started. Life choice 1, join the villain camp. Having experienced death, you choose to go completely dark and decide to completely destroy this ugly world and make all living beings feel pain. Reward, King of Curses, LV1. Life choice 2, join the Marine camp. Having been destroyed and killed by pirates, you hate the pirates deeply and decide to personally carry out the so-called justice. My justice is justice. Kill the pirates and get the bounty value. Reward, heaven-defying 6 eyes, LV1. Life choice 3, join the pirate camp. Shocked by the evil deeds of pirates, your mentality is distorted. You decide to fight violence with violence and implement the absolute blackness of human nature. Kill Marine and civilians will gain sin points. Reward, dark fruit, LV1. What no one knows is that at this moment, on the sea far away from the island, a huge dog-headed warship is approaching quickly, with the Justice flag flying on it. Chapter 2. Looking at the system panel, Kurosawa fell into thinking. The villain camp. Let's not talk about whether he can abandon the 9-year compulsory education and become a cold and ruthless killing machine. The boss's wife's kindness alone will not make him pass this test. If you join the pirate camp, not only will civilians not be allowed to kill indiscriminately, but there will also be many guys in the Marines that he recognizes. And most importantly, he has to be hunted down by Marine every day. It's annoying to think about it, and the reward is a secret fruit. This fruit is not necessary for him at present. According to the later plot, the version is updated and iterated, and the dark fruit is no longer the first choice for T0. After checking the introduction of heaven-defying 6 eyes, it is indeed similar to Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, but the function is more heaven-defying, and after upgrade, it is equivalent to 6 eyes infinite potential Pro Max, Blue Sky. In this case, I choose to join the Marine camp. Ding! Congratulations to host for making the choice. Heaven-defying 6 eyes, LV1, has been distributed. As the sound of the system fell, Hazel suddenly felt his eyes cool. Even if he closed his eyes, information from nearly 100 meters around him was flooding into his brain in an instant. The texture of the board, the gravel on the ground, and the movement of wind and grass are all under your control. At the same time, a mysterious force grew in Kurosawa's body. It's mantra. It's composed of a lot of negative emotions, representing the power of the dark side, and the moves performed with mantra as the main energy are collectively called mantras, also called spells. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully making a life choice for the first time. Reward, Spell Reversal King, LV1. Kurosawa opened his eyes, his blue pupils flashed, he opened his palms, and under the power of the curse, a ball of blue and white light danced in his palms, erupting with an astonishing suction force. Kanja has learned the art of reversal. You are truly worthy of me. It has been detected that there is a gift package for newbies. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding. A newbie gift package has been successfully opened for host, and the physical skills, LV1, and the technical skills, LV1, have been distributed. Feeling the surge of power in his body, if he faced that guy again, Kurosawa was confident that he would be able to beat him into a humanoid shape even if he only relied on his physical body. Explanation of the technique. Just one stroke with one hand, whoa! The flying slash full of magical power pierced the air and directly chopped off a corner of the house. Sunyo's moves are indeed good. The corners of Kurosawa's mouth curled up. The ferocious blood hole on his chest had disappeared, and his well-defined 8-pack ABS were exposed under the tattered clothes. The next second, Kurosawa disappeared from the spot. Heaven-defying 6 eyes, LV1, no consumption when turned on, the total amount of mana power is greatly increased, you can use short-distance fast movement, floating, precise mana control, the waste of mana power is greatly reduced, and you can get 360 small range perception with no blind spots. Enhanced version of Liuyan. Skill comments, no mana consumption is true heaven-defying. Wait for me BD. Report to Lieutenant General Garp that the island ahead is suspected to be invaded by pirates. Dare to disturb my territory? Which pirates are so bold? It just so happens that my fists are a little itchy today. Garp was eating the senbei in his hand enthusiastically. Hearing this, he immediately became unhappy and flew directly to the island on the moonwalk. All my savings over the years are here, Please spare my life. This is all the food I have. How can I live like this, old man? No, please let my daughter go. She is only 8 years old. The town was in chaos, with fires everywhere, the sounds of broken bottles and screams mixed together, and the previously peaceful residents had now fallen into purgatory. This is a true portrayal of the world being invaded by pirates. Pang! A pirate kicked the table over to the ground, his eyes swept over the two women in front of him wantonly, and finally stopped somewhere and laughed. Jaja! Boss Carrie, these ladies are not only beautiful, but they also run such a tavern. Looking at the people approaching, Liluya protected her daughter behind her with a solemn face. The leader of the pirates, named Carrie, is so incredibly fast that he took care of the tavern's security guards in no time. I just don't know what's going on with Kurosawa. If he goes to the port, I'm afraid. Liluya, who felt desolate in her heart, had already prepared for the worst and would never let herself and her daughter fall into the hands of these people, even if she died. You bastards! What did you do to brother Kurosawa? Rimuru behind him had tears in his eyes. Although he was very scared, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, Rimuru's actions aroused the ferocity of several pirates. Their eyes glowed with evil, and they licked their lips and said, "Oh, that Kurosawa, as long as you obey us, he will be fine." Rimuru's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Of course it's true, I never lie. Really? Hee, of course. Sister, wait, brother will come over and tell you. The pirate's white skin was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. Just as he knelt down and prepared to lift his hand, a cold touch touched his forehead. Pang! After killing one person, the blood stained Rimuru's clothes red. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, she pointed the gun at Carrie. This little girl can still pretend to be weak and resist. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Carrie's face. You damn devils! When brother Kurosawa dies, I will let you bury him with him. Her mother once told her that this distance is impossible for most people to avoid. Rimuru was about to pull the trigger. In the next second, Carrie's figure burst out with astonishing speed. He knocked the short gun away with one palm, then grabbed Rimuru's throat and picked it up. Even if you have a gun, you can't beat him. There was despair in Rimuru's eyes. Rimuru! Liluya also panicked and beat Carrie's body desperately, but the latter did not move at all, and gradually tightened her grip. Carrie stared at the pretty face that was getting pale, with a cruel smile on his face. He just liked this feeling. Watching the weak die in front of him without any resistance made him intoxicated. Boom, dash dash. Several figures crashed into the house with an explosion, and the golden light of the setting sun fell immediately. A tall and thin figure floated in the air. From the neck to the body, there was still blood that had not dried up, especially the large piece of tatters on the chest of the clothes. Eye-catching. The black-haired boy reveals a mouthful of white fang. Hey, long time no see. Kurosawa. Liluya was surprised to see the visitor. Kurosawa, brother. Rimuru's darkened eyes gradually regained their brightness. Looking at Kurosawa with a smile on his face, Carrie's pupils suddenly tightened. Isn't this guy the same guy just now? He remembered clearly that he had disemboweled him and crushed his neck to pieces a few minutes ago. Carrie couldn't help but wonder, are you, a human or a ghost? Who knows, right? Kurosawa swung his hand and smashed the corpse of a pirate into the crowd. The technique turns to king. Under the unnoticed corpse's clothes, a surge of blue-white light erupted with an astonishing suction force, directly rolling a group of pirates together, smashing through several tables and chairs, and embedding them in the corner. Kali's eyes flashed when he saw this. What is that blue-white light that just flashed? Is it a devil fruit ability? After being briefly surprised, Carrie, who had been practicing for more than 2 years, pretended to be calm and confident and spoke. Haha, even ordinary devil fruit users are no match for me. Devil fruit. Kurosawa's lips curled up in a mocking arc, and he immediately stretched out a finger with a sneer, BD, I'll give you 1 second to let go. Haha. What an arrogant brat, remember, you are the challenger. As soon as he finished speaking, Carrie felt a flash of coldness. His right arm instantly lost consciousness and blood surged like a fountain. Ah! How dare you, kid! My hands are squeaking. Before Carrie could react, a big hand pressed on his face, and the curses in his mouth turned into moans of pain. He was shocked again, this kid was so fast. Kurosawa's lips turned into a smile. After the heaven-defying 6 eyes were strengthened, using the magic technique to reverse Kang's gravity and move at high speed was far more useful than he imagined. So, have you prepared your last words? Waste. Ugh BD. Carrie was furious and wanted to swing his left arm towards Kurosawa, but how could Kurosawa give him such a chance? As the spell power surged, blue-white light lit up in Kurosawa's palm, and the huge suction force directly caused Carrie's face to become distorted and bloody. At the same time, Kurosawa raised his arms high, and Carrie's head was firmly fixed in Kurosawa's hands as if it was attracted by a magnet, and was then slammed to the floor. Boom! There was a dull loud noise, a blow full of magical power, and Kurosawa's current physical strength. It is estimated that Kali's brain has been shaken by him. Sure enough, the system prompts sounded in Kurosawa's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 1,700,000 Baileys and obtaining its corresponding bounty of 1,700 points. Do I need to spend bounty points to upgrade skills? Ding! It is detected that the host has unfinished check-ins today, do you want to proceed now? Boy, did you do all this? A voice came. Chapter 3. Boy, did you do all this? A bold voice came from the sky. Kurosawa was a little surprised, could there be any fish that slipped through the net? The figure gradually became clearer. Before he could see it clearly, Kurosawa had already sensed clearly through the powerful heaven-defying 6 eyes. The strength of the person seemed not to be underestimated. We'll talk about punching in later. But Kurosawa was surprised to find that the old man jumping up and down in the sky seemed familiar. Isn't this Marine hero Garp? Why is he here? Oh? Boy, you actually know me. Garp smiled heartily and fell to the ground, staring straight at Kurosawa. There were dozens of pirate corpses found along the way, and most of them were armed with guns. Judging from the current situation, it seems that the kid in front of me solved them all by himself. If this is the case, then Garp would not want to miss such a talent. Brother Kurosawa. Cough cough. Great, you're fine. The excited Rimuru coughed a few times and ran towards Kurosawa, but maybe she was too tight just now, and the girl fell to the ground before taking 2 steps. Kurosawa, who has a range of 360 degrees with no blind spots, noticed it and teleported to support Rimuru. Rimuru also fell into his arms. Kurosawa, who had just finished hammering someone, now felt a slight tremor in his heart when he came into contact with this strange softness. Holding the sleeping Rimuru in his arms, Kurosawa couldn't help but sigh. He has grown up again. Kurosawa, it's great that you're okay. Thank you so much just now. I don't even know how to repay you. Tears filled Lilyuya's eyes. If Kurosawa hadn't arrived in time just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's okay, boss lady, please show me your kindness, I never found a chance to repay you for taking me in. Kurosawa turned to Lilyuya and smiled softly. The boy's smile was so warm and pure in Lilyuya's eyes. She looked a little dazed, and then she realized that Kurosawa's eyes were as blue as the sky and the ocean, making people fall into it. This scene in Garp's eyes shocked him. The speed that this kid just burst out with. Even the shaves used by some major generals in this unit are not as good as this. What is going on with this kid? And looking at the situation, this kid must have solved this gang of pirates. No, we have to find a way to get him into Marine quickly. He has killed so many pirates by himself, and at such a young age, although he does not yet have the monster-level performance of Aokiji and Akainu, I believe that with systematic training, it will not be a big problem to become a lieutenant general level figure in the future. After all, not everyone can become a general level being who can kill an island or destroy a country by one person. That requires extremely terrifying talents. The lieutenant general level is already an extremely powerful existence on this sea. Not long after, Adjutant Bogart arrived and began to deal with the aftermath of the battlefield. Ah, haha. What's your name, kid? Garp's mind was spinning rapidly. He thought for a long time, then scratched his head in embarrassment and said. Kurosawa felt a little funny when he saw Garp looking like this. Mr. Garp, my name is Kurosawa. How old are you this year? 18. Is there a marriage? Ahaha, boy, I'm surprised by your bones and your talent. Nowadays, the sea is full of pirates, and it's the time when Marine is looking for people. Garp said with a serious face. This was already the best thing he could say after exhausting his lifelong learning. While the two were chatting awkwardly, Bogart came to the side and said. Lieutenant General Garp. The battlefield has been inventoried. These pirates are the Carrie pirates who have been active in the past 2 years. Captain Carrie has a bounty of 17 million Baileys. After saying that, Bogart looked Kurosawa up and down, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Is there another little monster coming out of the East Daxia Sea? Bailey, with a bounty of 1,700,000, before entering the Grand Line, could already be said to be the overlord level existence causing trouble in the East Daxia Sea. And such a pirate was actually solved by this kid alone, and it seemed that his clothes were only torn, but he still cleared the level without any injuries. No wonder even Mr. Garp is interested in recruiting. Most of the deaths of these pirates were caused by impacts and severe internal injuries. Garp's eyes lit up slightly after hearing Bogart's words. He was hit and suffered serious internal injuries. So isn't it his favorite boxing and kicking technique? Back then, he relied on a pair of domineering iron fists to build his reputation as a Marine hero. Although he himself doesn't care about this title, this kid likes boxing just like me. The young man has a bright future. Thinking of this, Garp's eyes turned brighter when he looked at Kurosawa. But... Bogart said and looked at Kurosawa with a sharp gaze. Captain Carrie's right arm was cut off. Judging from the wound, it was just cut by a sharp sword energy. Garp picked his nostrils when he heard this. As a Grand Master of Taijutsu, he obviously had no interest in kendo at all. Yes, I cut it. Kurosawa admitted calmly. When Bogart heard this, he immediately became interested and his tone became eager to try. I can see that the wound is quite smooth and smooth. I guess your swordsmanship has reached the level of a swordsman. Kurosawa hesitated slightly. He really didn't know whether this was true or not. Probably, I don't know exactly what it means to be a swordsman. Haha, stop talking nonsense. My hands are itchy today. Do you want to spar with me? Garp on the side couldn't hold it anymore and was ready to see Kurosawa's strength with his own eyes and give him pointers during the battle. In this way, he also had an excuse to lure Kurosawa into Marine. Those little monsters in the past were all unruly, but they would become more docile after a good beating. Well, Laozi is such a FG genius, I have thought of such a clever way. Garp is gearing up, and the more he thinks about it, the more he feels that this method is feasible. If he had known this, what would he be saying? It's a waste of brain cells. If he just goes up and starts doing it, it will be over. Oh no, he probably has no brain cells. If Garp's inner thoughts were heard by Bogart on the side, he would definitely get a blank stare. Are you sure you haven't beaten away all the geniuses? When people enter Marine intact, you carry them out with 2 poles. Isn't this inappropriate? People who don't know better think Marines are some vicious devils. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp, with pleasure. Kurosawa grinned when he heard this. He also wanted to know how big the gap was between him and the top experts in this sea. Ding! It is detected that the host has received a challenge from a top powerhouse for the first time. Reward: Born Fighter, LV1. Natural Fighter, LV1, perfectly combine and use abilities not higher than this skill level in battle, and use low-level skills to get a 50% bonus. Skill comments: in the same situation, whoever dares to say is invincible will be invincible. Chapter 4. This skill, doesn't it directly increase his combat ability? Interesting, I gradually understand everything. Boy, in this battle, if you can touch anything other than my hands, I will lose. Good. The two stand on opposite sides. Boy, don't you know how to swordsmanship? Where is your sword? Garp is a little confused. Is this guy afraid of hurting me? If you are afraid of hurting me, it only means that the senbei I have eaten all these years has been in vain. Just try your best, young man. Garp spoke confidently. Bogart also nodded in agreement. Garp possesses the best weapon color in this sea. Even the swordsman's slashes can't hurt him even a hair. No need, Mr. Garp. Kurosawa smiled slightly. It wasn't that he was pretending not to take it, but that he really didn't. Boy, this is your choice. Boom, dash. Garp spread his legs, and as soon as he stood there, there was invisible pressure rushing towards him. Is this the pressure of playing at the top of the game? Interesting. Kurosawa's eyes were serious, he held out his hand seals and spoke plausibly. Phase, Dusk, Eye of Wisdom. After the spell has been completely chanted and sealed, the most complete power will be released, which is commonly known as the skill forward swing. When Garp was sparring with a young brat like Kurosawa, he would naturally not interrupt his spell casting. Thanks to this, Kurosawa also has the opportunity to test the maximum power of his current AO. As the full version of the curse was chanted, Kurosawa's hair danced wildly in the wind, and huge spell power surged around instantly, quickly condensing into a ball the size of a basketball between Garp and Garp. And it's still growing slowly. What kind of move is this? Garp grinned, with anticipation in his eyes. As the blue energy ball expanded, cracks began to appear on the ground. The surface of the soil cracked and floated, and nearby wooden boards and stones were sucked into it, and then were torn to pieces by the terrifying suction force. Bogart's figure in the distance began to become unstable, with a look of wonder in his eyes. This suction force even pulled me faintly. Is it some kind of devil fruit ability? What's going on? Why did Kurosawa and Marine get into a fight? Lilyua, who was attracted by the movement, said anxiously. Bogart hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, miss, Mr. Garp is discussing with Kurosawa, and he will know how to measure it." Hiss. Other lieutenant generals may have a good sense of proportion, but it's really hard to say with Garp. Don't worry, miss, Kurosawa's life safety will be guaranteed. Lilyua. Kakaka. The ever-increasing green on the field finally reached a certain critical value, and the blue and white sphere containing huge magical power suddenly blasted towards Garp. Spell Reversal King. Maximum output. Haha, well done. Fistbone one blow. Facing Kurosawa's menacing attack, Garp laughed and punched D. Boom, dash dash. Energy fluctuations spread out, and King, who had absorbed all the power of Garp's punch, exploded with a tremor, and a violent wind swept across the field in an instant. In the smoke and dust, ordinary marine soldiers may not be able to see what is going on. But Bogart, who has the domineering attitude of seeing and hearing, could tell that Kurosawa took advantage of the moment Garp attacked Ong and quickly moved into the air, so fast that he almost couldn't catch him. Good boy. The power of this move is even more terrifying than cannon fire. Wait, is this? Bogart, who was feeling emotional, suddenly paused and exclaimed. No sword style! Kurosawa made a swipe with one hand in mid-air, and a 2-meter-long slash full of magical power roared out. This is the most powerful technique he can unleash in such a short period of time. Seeing this, Bogart narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but hold the knife on his waist with his palm. What a fierce flying slash! Even if I want to take it, I have to resist it with all my strength. The cold light quickly expanded in Garp's eyes, but he didn't panic at all. He stretched out his big hand and held the slash in his hand, buzzing continuously. Haha, hand knife. Boy, you are very good. But, you still need to practice. As Garp finished speaking, the next moment, the sharp slash was crushed by him. It is indeed a top-notch armed color and domineering. Kurosawa felt a little emotional in his heart, but this was also within his expectation. It's over, kid. Come FK me Marine. Garp looked at Kurosawa in midair and grinned, and at the same time put on a swinging stance. It's indeed about to end. Kurosawa has never practiced moonwalk in midair, so he can't use his strength to dodge. And facing Mr. Garp's iron fist, few people can withstand a punch. Bogart spoke out, bringing the discussion to an end. The fact is, as Bogart said, Kurosawa's body fell from mid-air, and Garp punched him. Seeing that Kurosawa was about to receive Garp's iron fist of instruction, to everyone's surprise, Kurosawa's figure, which was in mid-air, suddenly disappeared at this moment. Behind Mr. Garp, Bogart was shocked. Black sparks burst. This is the black flash from Kurosawa. Black flash, when the difference between punching and mobilizing the magic power impact is within 0.000001 seconds, the space distortion can be produced, and its power is on average 2.5 times the usual power. This is what we usually call the European Emperor's crit. Behind Garp, Kurosawa was fully focused, his eyes as sharp as lightning. The spell was reversed, blue and white light condensed in his palm, and the huge surging mantra also gathered the spell solution that was formed in an instant. Plus black flash. These three sets of skills, which are extremely difficult to achieve, were integrated into this attack at the same time. His penetrating blue eyes told Kurosawa. This blow can do it. Lieutenant General Garp is losing. Seeing this situation, the Marine soldiers watching the battle couldn't help but have this idea in their minds. Bogart's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't think Garp was going to lose. The reason is very simple. Based on his understanding of Garp's strength, even if the water is released, Kurosawa will not be able to touch it. On the field, a look of shock appeared on Garp's face. In fact, he had already noticed the moment Kurosawa ducked behind him. Kurosawa's speed was indeed astonishing, but what really shocked Garp was. It came from the terrifying power contained in Kurosawa's strike. What a good boy, you can actually do this. Such a talent cannot run away under his nose. It seems that he has to be a little more serious. The confident smile on Garp's face is still there, and his physical skills that have been refined to the peak of the sea are revealed at this moment. Even in this very short period of time, he was confident that he could turn around and block Kurosawa's attack with one punch. However, the next moment, Garp's smile froze on his face. Garp was shocked to find that his body was attracted by an inexplicable force, preventing him from returning to defense. What's going on? That's it. Under Bogart's surprised gaze, Kang, who had been knocked away by Garp's punch on the field, regrouped at some point and unleashed an astonishing suction force. Caught off guard, Garp was pulled by this suction force. Even though he was so powerful, he had no time to mobilize more strength to block Kurosawa's punch. He only had time to shout. Boy! Where are you going to fight? That is to say. It was Kurosawa who won. Chapter 5. Full of Kang's terrifying gravitational pull and techniques and solutions for slashing that rival those of a swordsman, coupled with the blessing of Black Flash. Kurosawa's blow hit Garp firmly on the waist. At the same time, Ao, who had regrouped on the field, suddenly exploded at this moment. Boom, dash dash. Violent smoke and dust are everywhere. What a good boy, your talent in combat is so high. Mr. Garp, who is caught between two attacks, will definitely receive the most violent blow in an instant. Bogart clenched his fists, his eyes unstintingly showing his admiration for Kurosawa. This guy's fighting skills are perfect even from me. No. That black lightning was entangled just now. Could that be it? Bogart stared at the battlefield covered in smoke and dust with a horrified expression. After commenting on Kurosawa's combat qualities, he finally recalled that unusual black light. As the adjutant of Marine hero Garp, how could he not know the top use of Conqueror's domineering force? Conqueror's entanglement. Could it be that this kid has already mastered such top-notch combat skills at such a young age? Lilyuya's eyes widened, and then she smiled. Although she couldn't understand it, judging by Bogart's tone, Kurosawa must have accomplished something remarkable just now. She is very happy. Lieutenant General Garp. The Marine soldiers watching the battle couldn't help but exclaimed. The battle just now caused quite a stir. Did Lieutenant General Garp really lose to this kid? The turbulent wind brought up the smoke and dust, which gradually dispersed after a while, revealing the figures of two of them. Kurosawa's fist was imprinted on Garp's waist. Boy! You really know how to pick a place to hit. Garp had a smile on his face, showing no sign of pain from being attacked. Seeing this, Kurosawa sighed secretly in his heart, is it really? That feeling like a mountain. The six blue eyes can observe the layer of flowing energy that protects the surface of Garp's body. The strength of the defense is so amazing that it is simply unimaginable. The strength of this armed color domineering force, at least, cannot be broken by his current LV1 skills. Bogart's eyes flashed as he watched the entire competition, but unfortunately, that was probably not Conqueror's entangled attack. Because he didn't feel the oppressive feeling unique to Conqueror's domineering release. But it can force Garp to have no time to dodge, so he uses his armed color and domineering force to resist the attack. Among Marines, there are not many strong men who can do it. Although there is a premise that Garp is careless. But when facing the top powerhouse, he can still face danger without fear and has clear fighting ideas. This is enough to show that this boy named Kurosawa has an unlimited future, and he might become a general. As expected of a Marine hero, I'm just tickling him with this attack. Kurosawa chuckled softly and retracted his fist. Ha ha ha, you kid still behaves well after winning. But I really like you more and more. Garp laughed and patted Kurosawa's shoulder. If he hadn't armed his domineering body in time just now, he might have lost his waist. Ba bang bang! The terrifying strange power came one after another. If it hadn't been for the physical blessing of Taijutsu, LV1. Kurosawa really couldn't guarantee whether he would vomit blood. Damn it! This Garp really doesn't act lightly or harshly. It seems that not having a head-on confrontation with Garp just now was quite the right decision. By the way, kid, what was that black attack you just made? Garp said curiously. Bogart couldn't help but turn forward slightly, he was also very curious. That's probably a derivative use of my devil fruit ability. Kurosawa bared his teeth and said, since everyone thinks this is a devil fruit, they can just throw the pot on it. Ha ha ha, it's a good attack method. Fortunately, I have practiced my waist. Otherwise, you would have succeeded. Ba bang bang! The more Garp slapped him, the harder he got. This guy's physical fitness is also pretty good. He was slapped on the shoulders so many times and he didn't vomit blood. It can perfectly display its own characteristics in battle, with amazing speed, sharp slashes, and the devil fruit that seems to have great potential. Truly a rare genius. This time, no matter what, he must be abducted into Marine. The Warring States period would have been shocked to find out that such a genius could be picked up for nothing on a trip back to the East Daxia Sea. I have recruited such a potential stock to Marine, and when the time comes, I will definitely make the old stingy man from the Warring States period bleed a lot. This time, at least I need 2 boxes of the specialty senbei. No. I want 3 boxes. Immediately after thinking this, Garp laughed happily and said, "Boy, because you killed so many pirates, then you can only join the Marine." Bogart's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why did he have to join Marine after killing so many pirates? Is there any necessary causal relationship between the two? Kurosawa is joining Marine. Lilyuya was a little surprised, with a flash of disappointment on her face. That's great, Mr. Garp, I'll join Marine. Kurosawa smiled and said, he was worried that he had nowhere to go, but he didn't expect that he would be sent to his door. And hanging out with Garp is quite respected even in Marine headquarters. After all, Garp is a Marine hero with an excellent reputation that even the celestial dragons don't look down upon. Hey? Do you really agree? Bogart frowned. Hearing Kurosawa's agreement, Garp was cheerful and became more convinced of his idea. If you encounter any geniuses again in the future, you can give them all a beating and you will be able to take them under your wing. But Mr. Garp, I have a small condition. Kurosawa looked at Lilyuya in the distance and continued, Lilyuya and Rimuru are my benefactors, so I hope that after I join Marine, I can ensure their safety. Upon hearing this condition, Bogart relaxed his brows and looked at Kurosawa, his admiration getting stronger. Haha, that's no problem. Send them directly to our headquarters, Marine Fando. There is no safer place on the sea than there. Garp readily agreed. As for the power to arrange such a thing, it's not like Warring States can easily get it done with just one phone call. And this request is reasonable and reasonable. A super genius like Kurosawa naturally enjoys extremely high preferential treatment. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp. Kurosawa smiled. Lilyuya and Rimuru didn't have any objections about moving. The tavern was destroyed and it was not safe to stay any longer. Kurosawa joined Marine and they moved to Marineland so they could meet more easily in the future. Soon, the huge dog-headed warship set sail. Your current position is Marine Sergeant, but I believe you will be able to shine in Marine soon. Swordless style is really rare. But if you have a famous sword that is good enough, the power of the slashing will be even more amazing. Bogart shook the sword at his waist and said. Kurosawa looked at it, and through the heaven-defying 6 eyes, he saw that Bogart's sword was indeed not ordinary. It seems that the people at Garp are treated well. The same sword leads to the same destination. Bogart's words are true. And speaking of which, since the natural fighter, LV1, can perfectly integrate and use skills, maybe he can also integrate the swordsmanship and techniques and interpretations of this world. If it really succeeds, its power will definitely increase dramatically. The slash that cuts off the world. Maybe, at least I haven't found a suitable famous sword yet. Kurosawa responded. I'll help you find it. A simple sentence represents Bogart's high hopes and recognition for the young man in front of him. I will remember this kindness first. The more he looked at the young man in front of him, the stronger the curiosity in Bogart's eyes. But I'm curious, how do you train your swordsmanship and physical skills? While speaking, Garp also looked at Kurosawa with some expectancy. In this small island where there are no strong people, is it possible to be self-taught? Some people want to know the answer to this question. Lilyuya and Rimuru had already woken up, staring at Kurosawa with their beautiful eyes. In particular, Rimuru pretended to be angry and hugged Lilyua's arm. Brother Kurosawa is so powerful, but he still hides it from us. And facing the gazes of everyone, Kurosawa smiled slightly. Since everyone is so curious, it seems that they can't do it without a serious explanation. Actually all this. It was as if there were invisible eyes watching, also waiting for Kurosawa's answer. Kurosawa raised the corners of his mouth. It all depends on my persistence and hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurosawa started doing push UPS on the spot. Today's check-in progress, standard push UPS, 1/100. Under the gaze of everyone, Kurosawa moved very rhythmically. Push UPS +1, push UPS +1, push UPS +1. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully completing today's check-in. Reward, Conqueror's Dominance, LV4. The reward has been distributed, please check it carefully. He didn't expect BA Mao to be so simple and crude. Looking at the skill introduction, Kurosawa couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Conqueror's Haki, LV4, extraordinary power of the heart, a terrifying increase in Haki reserves, the ability to perform Conqueror's entanglement to deal substantial damage, and the spread range can reach 3,000 meters. Skill comments, not kneeling before the king is the original sin. Chapter 6. Conqueror's Entanglement. The secret of domineering power that only a very few strong people know. And I know that there are very few people who can actually possess it and can display it. This wave of check-in rewards. Kurosawa smiled. Gradually he became enlightened. Everyone looked at Kurosawa doing push UPS and suddenly laughed, a little confused. Especially all the marine soldiers looked at each other. One of them shook his shoulders. Are you going to become a sergeant now? I joined Marine and practiced for 3 years before I became a seaman apprentice. Speaking of which, I just killed so many pirates and had a high-intensity sparring session with Lieutenant General Garp. Is there any physical training? Besides, this guy can still laugh while exercising. Could this be the key to becoming a strong man? Push UPS are really the secret to his becoming stronger. Can you beat Lieutenant General Garp just by doing push UPS? Is it true? Instructor, I want to do push UPS too. I want an instructor too. A wave of exercise craze triggered by Kurosawa quickly swept across this dog-headed warship. Garp laughed at this, he was so happy. Bala, bala, bala. As soon as the sun lounger was set up, the coconut juice was poured, and the sunglasses were put on, Garp immediately started eating senbei leisurely. Bala 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 baga. Copy you. Where did you go, UBD? As soon as I answered the call, I heard an angry shout coming from the other end, obviously very angry. Marine round hat, black framed round glasses, and a mustache on his lips. There is no doubt that the person on the other end of the phone is the current Marine Fleet Admiral, Buddha's Warring States period. Ahahaha. Warring States, please don't be impatient. Garp was used to facing Sengoku's angry scoldings. He calmly pinched his nostrils and then said, when I return to the East Daxia Sea this time, I will have a great harvest. Oh? You also had a good harvest? Don't tell me it's the special clam senbei from the East Daxia Sea. Ahaha, it's really a good harvest. A pirate with a bounty of 17 million Baileys was killed. After a brief silence, far away in the Marine Fleet Admiral office in Marineland, Sengoku held the table with one hand and slowly brought the phone bug to his mouth. UBD, did you eat senbei and ruin your brain? You are showing off to me the 1,700 W Bailey's pirate. Jean Kuaki raised a cross on his wrist. However, Garp had obviously expected Sengoku's anger. He had already pictured Sengoku's angry appearance in his mind, but he laughed even louder. UBD, it's okay. I'm dead. I've been busy all day. Ahahaha. In the Warring States period, I really had a great harvest. Seeing that Sengoku was about to hang up the phone, Garp quickly stopped the tears from laughing, and then said seriously. I pulled a little monster into the marine this time. The 18-year-old Wudeo sword master, does Bogart also recognize him? Yes, there is also the mysterious devil fruit with great potential. It moves at an astonishing speed than the major generals in our headquarters, and its physical skills are also amazing. The point is, this kid competed with me, and he won. What? He beat you? Warring States was really shocked this time. He didn't know enough about Garp. Being able to defeat Garp in a sparring match, even if it means being thrown into the sea, is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Warring States readily agreed. Ha ha ha, well done Garp, it's not a problem for such a person to make such a small request. Ahaha, then you have to prepare 3 boxes of my specialty senbei. Hello? Why is the signal so stuck? Garp, I hung up in advance. Baga. Garp stared at the hung-up phone blankly, and then looked at Bogart with wide eyes. Bogart looked away. Just kidding, how can he, a young adjutant, say that he is not Marine Fleet Admiral? At least he has to be promoted to Lieutenant General. On deck. Kurosawa brought up the system panel. Character, Kurosawa, human race. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki, LV4, Heaven-defying 6 Eyes, LV1, Jutsu Shunran Kang, LV1, Jutsu Ji, LV1, Physical Technique, LV1, Natural Fighter, LV1. Identity, Sergeant Marine. Bounty value, 1,700 points. Prestige level, LV1. Even your righteous dog is disgusted. Forward. So, what can I say? Kurosawa glanced at each skill. The bounty value consumed as the skill level increases is also quite exaggerated, and the bounty value consumed for upgrading some skills is also different. It only takes 1,500 bounty points to upgrade physical skills to LV2, while heaven-defying 6 Eyes requires 3,000 points. The consumption of other skills is not low either. With Conqueror's entanglement at his core, Kurosawa prefers to prioritize upgrading the heaven-defying 6 Eyes compared to other skills. The world today is not peaceful. I believe that enough reward value will be accumulated soon. Regarding obtaining the bounty value, Kurosawa does have an idea. That is to transfer to the bounty department in Marine. By then, the pirate bounty will not be decided by him at will. Isn't it enough to get the bounty value just by having a hand? It's just that Garp will definitely not agree now. After all, it is not a combat department. Malinfando, School Officer Training Camp. It's really exciting. Kurosawa looked at the Marine soldiers sweating freely on the training ground and sighed. I can't help but recall Bogart's instructions to me before leaving. You have just joined Marine and you still don't understand many of the rules. Here you can quickly integrate into Marine. Many people have doubts about you killing the pirate with a bounty of 1,700,000 Baileys, but you must remember that you have to be low-key in your life. If you are too strong, it will be easy to break. But Garp added, if you feel too frustrated, just stop being a human being. Thinking of the two of them, Kurosawa smiled slightly. College Officer Training Camp, here I come. In the stands, there was a tall man with a thick beard and a yellow leopard dot shirt. It is none other than the current Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Huo Xiaoshan. Huo Xiaoshan glanced at the person coming. This guy is the genius Bogart mentioned to me, with the appearance of a general. His appearance is quite extraordinary, but his physique is still a bit thin. Sergeant Kurosawa, come and report. No one answered. Don't you know, kid? Before you officially join the school officer training camp, you have to pass our test. Oh. Kurosawa became interested after hearing this. Things didn't seem as boring as he imagined. It's rumored that your kid singled out a pirate worth 17 million Baileys. If you really have that kind of strength, you pick 5 of us, and they will take turns one-on-one with you. Only if you win 3 or get our approval can you join. Otherwise, just get out. The school officer training camp does not cultivate trash who cheats on food and drinks. Huo Xiaoshan didn't stop him, but looked at Kurosawa with interest. If this young talent that Garp is optimistic about is scared away like this, it means that Kurosawa is just a man of this level. Ding! The current situation of the host has been detected, and the life choice has been opened for the host. Life choice 1, faced with the provocation of the Marines, you choose to swallow your anger, refuse to compete and admit that you are not your opponent. After all, being courteous to your seniors is a good virtue. Reward, a righteous beating from Garp. Life choice 2, faced with the Marine soldiers who look down on you, you choose to fight head-on and win without hurting anyone, fully establishing a bright image of a righteous Marine. Reward, Kendo, LV1. Life choice 3, faced with doubts, you choose to speak your mind and strike hard, knocking everyone to the ground and crushing their pride. Reward, spell reversal H, LV1. Hey! This system really understands me. But then again, the culture of flower growers has a long history, so isn't martial ethics a virtue? Kurosawa smiled. What is that brat talking to himself over there? A Marine soldier said arrogantly, you must be scared. Then go back and forth from wherever you are. We don't welcome waste here. Haha, so what are you still doing here? Kurosawa turned his head. The man was instantly angered by Kurosawa's words. What did you say? Oh, you misunderstood, I'm not targeting you. Haha, you know what I mean. The red color on the man's face slowly receded. Kurosawa curled his lips and continued, I mean, everyone here is rubbish. Chapter 7. What did you say? You little recruiter, how dare you humiliate me? I see you are really impatient. Do you dare to say what you just said again? Facing the angry crowd, Kurosawa continued calmly, many people questioned, many people laughed at it. But I don't need anyone's approval. Everyone here is rubbish. Huo Shaoshan in the stands couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Did this kid just scold him? It's so cruel. The person who can be favored by Mr. Garp is really not an easy person. Seeing this, you are really arrogant, just let me come and meet you. A person walked out of the training camp. This person had dark skin and a physique that even in the pirate world looked extremely strong. Miguel, he is recognized as one of the top 5 in the current school officer training camp. In less than a year after joining the camp, he has already mastered the razor and iron, and is determined to become a Marine general. But remember, you, Kurosawa, are the challenger. Miguel looked at Kurosawa coldly, full of confidence in his own strength. Kurosawa shook his head. Miguel sneered, what? Are you scared? Ha ha ha, this is so embarrassing. As expected of Miguel, this guy is just a soft-footed shrimp who only knows how to exaggerate. Kurosawa stretched out a finger and grinned. I mean, I'll hit you all. The atmosphere froze for a brief moment, and the faces of everyone in the training camp instantly turned red. MD can't stand it anymore. This guy is so arrogant. He never took us seriously from the beginning to the end. Miguel, please teach him how to respect veterans. Huo Shaoshan's face in the stands also darkened. This Kurosawa was indeed a little too arrogant. With so many people coming together, even a pirate who can kill 1,700,000 Baileys will still be drowned by the human sea tactics. Boy, you will pay for your arrogance. Miguel's face was extremely gloomy, his head sank slightly, and the muscles in his feet suddenly exerted force. Shave! With a crashing sound, Miguel's figure disappeared directly from the spot, and then flickered on the field. Seeing this scene, Huo Shaoshan in the stands puffed out smoke. Miguel's shave is much better than before. The threats faced by Marine today are not small. Seeing capable people thrive, Huo Shaoshan feels a little relieved. Ha ha ha, you can't find the answer. Beat him, Miguel. Let this kid know what it means to be a man of heaven and earth. Miguel on the field was also observing Kurosawa while using his shave. He did not look down upon Kurosawa as much as he seemed. Those who can be specially approved to enter the school officer training camp must be outstanding. It's just, so far, Kurosawa is still in the same posture as before, motionless, with flaws all over his body. Could it be that I am worrying too much? This guy can't catch my movements at all? Kurosawa doesn't know Miguel's thoughts. Kurosawa just thought what Miguel was doing was stupid. Is it interesting to jump around? It was just a waste of energy, just to show off? Under the perception of six eyes, Miguel's shave was extremely slow and not threatening at all. Finally, after some flashes, Miguel decided not to be patient anymore and took the initiative. The strong figure suddenly shot up like a cannonball, and when it reappeared, it was less than 2 meters behind Kurosawa. Just when Miguel was about to punch, a scene that frightened him happened. I saw Kurosawa turning his head at some point, and Miguel's eyes happened to meet those blue eyes. How is that possible? How is it impossible? Kurosawa said softly. Miguel's expression changed. Could this guy still hear my voice? Good. Kurosawa's whisper made Miguel's expression change wildly, and he immediately exclaimed. You, iron. Seeing Kurosawa's punch, Miguel felt like he was facing a formidable enemy and hurriedly used the iron block with all his strength. Boom. A dull sound came, Kurosawa's fist touched Miguel's chest, and the latter's iron block deformed directly. Mixed with Kang's punch, how could a piece of iron of this magnitude be able to block it? The terrifying power swept through his body, and Miguel felt his eyes go dark and lost consciousness. Of course it's a guess. Kurosawa chuckled. Of course he couldn't hear Miguel's inner thoughts, but he could make a general judgment. Looking at Miguel lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth, the field fell into dead silence, and Huo Shaoshan's eyes in the stands were also glazed over. Next, do you want to be beaten down by me one by one, or together? Kurosawa's whispers echoed on the training ground, and in this scorching air, his strength seemed so elusive. What a joke! Even Miguel was knocked down by this guy with one punch? Could it be that Miguel was careless? This is the only way to explain it. Drop. A drop of sweat dripped from a soldier's chin. A hole. Don't be afraid, everyone. Come together. Kill this BD. After a long silence, someone finally took the lead in the charge. A satisfied smile appeared on Kurosawa's face. A few minutes later, looking at hundreds of bodies scattered on the ground, Huo Shaoshan forgot that he was still holding a cigarette until he almost burned his mouth. Ah! Hiss! This kid actually picked the entire training camp by himself? I'll be a good boy. Huo Shaoshan looked at Kurosawa in disbelief, but saw the latter slowly turning his head to look at him. After meeting Kurosawa's gaze, Huo Shaoshan's facial muscles trembled unconsciously. Why do you feel like this guy wants to kill him too? The next moment, Huo Shaoshan saw Kurosawa smiling gently at him. Together? Senior Huo Shaoshan. Fleet Admiral Office. Crack, click, click, click. Crisp sounds continued to come out, occasionally mixed with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I don't know Kaka. How is that boy Kurosawa doing with Huo Shaoshan? Kaka. But speaking of the Warring States period, can't you really give this senbei a little more? Click. Hei Sengoku sat on the chair and held his forehead, looking helplessly at Garp. The latter was putting the specialty senbei into his mouth without any concern for his image. The crumbs fell all over him, even on the ground. How could he still look like a marine hero? You don't have to worry too much about this, Huo Shaoshan is better than you at teaching others. Sengoku rubbed his head. Ha ha ha, that's true. Presumably, the kid must have become one with them by now. Chapter 8. In the school officer training camp, fierce collisions were heard from time to time, which attracted many people to watch. Boom, dash dash. It seems Bogart's words about you being the winner in the competition with Lieutenant General Garp are true. Huo Shaoshan fell back to where he was, his expression became much more serious. It's a pity that your physical fitness is still lacking, boy. After being bombarded several times, Huo Xiaoshan has discovered. Even though Kurosawa's performance was very strong, his strength was much worse. Are you ready to wake up? Kid. What's coming next will be very painful. Huo Xiaoshan was gearing up, and there were a lot of onlookers. In order not to lose face, he was already preparing to do something serious. It's only right that I give this to you, General Yamanaka. Haha, use your full strength, young man. I'll give you 3 moves first. Huo Xiaoshan waved his hand and said boldly. What a joke, with so many people watching, if he, a Marine Lieutenant General, hits a recruiter first and takes the initiative, will he still be able to work around in the future? Kurosawa smiled. Then I won't be polite. Don't blame me for hurting Mr. Lieutenant General. Haha, I couldn't have asked for it. Huo Xiaoshan couldn't help but tremble when he saw the kid's smile, but his momentum was not weak at all. The news of the battle has attracted many people. The deeds of the officer training camp led by General Yamanaka, a recruit who started a fire by himself, have gradually spread in the military camp. At this time, a graceful figure walked in the military camp. Her beautiful appearance attracted many people to turn their heads frequently. Next to her was a man with a slightly wretched figure. After receiving this news, Jun's lips curled up slightly. It's been a long time since it's been this lively. Let's go and see who the sailors are who are making a big fuss in the training camp. Okay Jun, I will listen to you, but speaking of Jun, are you really? Jiaji nodded, remembering the speaking skills he just learned a few days ago, and took the opportunity to express his feelings. Shut up! Jun directly interrupted Cake's chatter and walked away. Jiaji, who was used to being rejected, was not discouraged and followed suit. In the training camp, wanton spells danced wildly, blowing Kurosawa's hair into a mess. As the complete mantra was chanted and the seals were formed, 3 basketball-sized cannonballs suddenly blasted towards Huashao Mountain, flying sand and rocks wherever they passed, with a terrifying momentum. Is this your devil fruit ability? Huo Xiaoshan's gaze was sharp, and he straightened up his horse and said with a grin, it's only to this level, but it's not enough, kid. Let you see, a real man never dodges. Huo Xiaoshan moved the iron block and prepared to carry it directly. Everyone onlookers exclaimed. Fire Yamanaka is preparing to take this move. Can you do it? The next second. Bang! King was directly caught by Huo Xiaoshan's hands. Under the huge gravitational pull, even the ground began to crack, and sand and gravel continued to sweep in. However, Huo Xiaoshan inside it still has a relaxed expression, which shows how powerful he is. Is this the iron that burned General Yamanaka? It's too strong. This move will not pose a threat to Yamanaka at all. But if he can do this, this recruit is already very capable. But what is this recruit's ability? It looks quite powerful. Yes. We can faintly feel the suction coming from the blue ball even though we are standing so far away. At this time, Jun and Cake arrived, just in time to see the scene of the burning mountain facing Ao. This ability is quite interesting. Looking at the dancing blue ball of light, Jun's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Isn't it just the ability of the devil fruit? It's still much inferior to what I used to have. And the power gained from the devil fruit has its weaknesses after all. Seeing Jun actually praising another man in person, Kaji was a little displeased, but at the same time he didn't forget to take the opportunity to brag about himself. Jun simply ignored Cake and continued watching. On the field, Huo Xiaoshan felt the power of the maximum output king at close range, and then grinned. Boy, with this little strength. Before he finished speaking, the smile on Huo Xiaoshan's face froze. In the reflection of his pupils, scarlet light shone, and the aura coming from it even made him feel intense heart palpitations. A spell greater than Kang's power arose around Kurosawa, and he also began to chant Chi-He's spell. Phase, jackfruit, pillar of light. The dazzling red and white light swirled and intertwined on the black-haired boy's fingertips, and finally condensed into a red ball of light that was only the size of a marble. The domineering and powerful men onlookers stared intently at the red ball of light at Kurosawa's fingertips. Under the perception of Jianwen's haki, they more or less felt something strange from this red ball of light. The power of this move. I'm afraid it's not easy. Jun's beautiful eyes stared at the red ball of light, and she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This kid's moves. What are you pretending to be? Jiaji was also shocked in his heart, but he still said harshly. In addition to facing this move directly, Jun and Cake, who are the most domineering, should be the ones on the field who are most aware of the power of this red ball of light. This move isn't worth doing forcefully. The big one is coming, fire Yamanaka. A real man never dodges. Kurosawa smiled. Spell reversal H. Even the minimum output of the jutsu reversal he is twice as powerful as the maximum output of the jutsu reversal Ong. What's more, Kurosawa is on full fire now. The red light flourished, and Huo Shaoshan, who was a little dazed, finally came to his senses. Although it is said that a real man never dodges, there is another saying that a good man will never suffer the immediate consequences. He should be a hero if he burns the mountains. Just as he was about to avoid it, at this moment, Kang's suction force suddenly increased sharply, pulling Huo Shaoshan into direct rotation at high speed. Oops! This guy has a backup plan. Huo Shaoshan's face changed wildly. Compared to Kang, his speed is extremely astonishing. Even at normal times, Huo Shaoshan would not be easy to dodge, not to mention Kang's strong suction to restrain him. At this moment, he had no choice but to turn his armed domineering energy to the extreme. Under the attention of everyone, the red ball of light came instantly. The next moment, dazzling white light shone across the entire venue, followed by violent roars and howling whines. Everyone's mouth gradually became O-shaped. Boom, dash dash. Violent roars resounded throughout Malinfando. In a high-rise building where the conditions of the training camp can be observed somewhere in Marine Fando. A tall figure wearing sunglasses and yellow stripes was staring at the duel in the training camp, making a magnetic voice. Oh, it's really scary. The next moment, the yellow-striped figure turned into light particles and disappeared. What's going on? Enemy attack. Did the pirates attack us? Are you kidding? This is Marine Vondo. Marine headquarters. Do pirates dare to fight? Ports, training camps. Marine soldiers in various areas were shocked after hearing this unusual explosion. Malinfando, who has always been peaceful, experienced a rare commotion today. Residential area behind. Ryua and Rimuru had just finished decorating their new house when they heard a loud noise coming from the front. Rimuru frowned and looked worried. Why is there such a violent explosion here? I don't know what happened to brother Kurosawa. Don't worry, my daughter, this is the Marine headquarters. Kurosawa will definitely be safe training here. Ryua comforted her, but somehow she always felt that the movement was related to Kurosawa. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. After hearing the explosion, Warring States stood up suddenly, frowning and looking at the direction of the school officer training camp. What are these guys doing? Haha, Sengoku, why are you so excited? Those boys are here now, so you don't need to worry about anything. Garp happily stuffed a large handful of senbei into his mouth. Warring States frowned. This is not an ordinary explosion, at least ordinary cannonballs can't do it. By the way, the Kurosawa you mentioned should be in that direction now according to the time. He couldn't have done it, right? Garp paused after hearing this and turned to look at Senguo, whose face gradually turned dark. Ah, Sengoku, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, I'm leaving first. Listening to the laughter that came from far away, Warring States finally stroked his forehead helplessly. Are all the guys brought by Garp so noisy? Training camp. This is heaven-defying. What kind of recruit can beat up a Marine Lieutenant General? Chapter 9. Hoo. As the dazzling red light dissipated and the howling wind gradually subsided, the onlookers Marine opened their eyes wide and looked. I saw that a huge crater had appeared where the explosion had just occurred, and dust and smoke continued to rise. All Marines turned their attention to the black-haired boy on the field, their eyes full of disbelief. Holy shit! Are you sure this guy is a recruit? The power of this move! It may not even be comparable to that of a warship cannon. Be confident and eliminate the possibility. By the way, Yamanaka will be fine after the fire. This explosion is too scary. Yamanaka will not hide from the fire. I can only comment on this and say that he is indeed a real man. He is a role model for our generation to learn from. Clatter. A white fist hit the sailor's head, and Jun scolded, "What a man! Are you still studying? Anyone with any brains should know how to avoid the enemy's ultimate move." "Who hit me? It's Lieutenant General Jun." The sailor's face instantly turned red when he saw the person coming. "Lieutenant General Jun is here." When everyone heard the sound, they all saluted. "Is she Jun, the rumored most beautiful woman in Marine? It's really extraordinary when I see her today." Jun glanced at all the sailors with his beautiful eyes, and said in a serious voice, "Don't you understand how to avoid his sharp edges? The burning of General Yamanaka today will be your negative teaching material. Remember it. Remember. Lieutenant General Jun." All the sailors said in unison, "There is no way, Jun's justice is too convincing." Only then did Jun become slightly satisfied. His eyes turned to Kurosawa and his voice softened as he said, "Are you the Marine recruit that has been rumored so much today?" Kurosawa then turned around and looked. A pink military robe, and that huge justice. Isn't this the candidate General Jun? Then the wretched dwarf next to her is a plus. Kurosawa smiled slightly. Lieutenant General Jun. Lieutenant General Cake. Kurosawa's turning back instantly shocked everyone. Wow, how come this recruit is so handsome? Indeed. Even when I was 18 years old, I was still slightly inferior to him. Amidst the whispers of the sailors, Jun also saw Kurosawa's appearance clearly, his pupils shrank inconspicuously, and his voice became softer unconsciously. "You have mastered this kind of strength at such a young age. The future is really promising." "Haha." Kurosawa responded with a smile. Hearing Jun's praise of Kurosawa, Kaji's face turned dark. Originally, he was a little curious about this powerful marine, but now his favorability has dropped directly to negative points. And how come this boy is so tall and handsome? BD. Cake, whose face was a little distorted, couldn't help but said in a strange tone, "That's it, Jun, where is it?" With this little strength, Cake, was much stronger than this back then. "Oh? I remember when you first joined Marine, you were chased and beaten, right?" Jun responded unceremoniously. "Nonsense. I was preparing to practice moonwalk." Jiaji's dark history was revealed, his cheeks gradually became hot, and he hurriedly defended himself. Would Lieutenant General Jiaji also be chased and beaten back then? I really didn't expect that Lieutenant General Jiaji would have such a past. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiaji suddenly felt a little unable to sit still, and immediately said, "Recruit, what's the matter with you? You made such a big noise when you just came here. You are very courageous. Look how much you've destroyed this place. You've also injured so many of your comrades." Kurosawa looked at the embarrassed Jiaji and said calmly, "They asked for it. How dare you talk back?" Jiaji gradually became angry when he saw that Kurosawa still dared to show off his authority. He glanced at Kurosawa's military rank and said unceremoniously, "I'm just a sergeant. What do you know about contradicting your superior? What are the consequences? Enough with the extra tricks. Don't you know the rules of the training camp yet? What else can you say if others win based on their strength? Jun yelled at Cake, who faced Jun and wanted to say something but finally kept his mouth shut. Kurosawa was amused when he saw the deflated Cake, but he didn't expect that Jun would stand up to defend him. But in the face of Kaji's aggressiveness, Kurosawa didn't want to give in any longer. And he has been so high profile today, why should he give in now? Impossible. He agreed, but the system didn't agree either. If the worst is possible, stop pretending and show your cards. Paired with Conqueror's entanglement, it'll be a blast with him. He was just an alternate general, and after 2 years he was replaced by Fujitora and Green Bull. Such a guy is not worthy of bowing his head. But saying this directly seems to have hurt Jun by mistake. After all, someone else just spoke for him. I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Jiaji. I like to speak with my strength, unlike a certain dwarf lieutenant general who only talks about it. The scene fell into silence for a while. Everyone looked at Kurosawa, never expecting that he would dare to say that Jiaji was a dwarf to his face. It's okay to say things like this behind your back. You're just a recruit, but you're really brave to slap them in the face in front of them. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Lieutenant General Jiaji also has things that I admire. Kurosawa smiled. When everyone heard this, they were eager to relax. It seemed that this recruit was not as arrogant as they thought. However, Kurosawa continued. After all, I can't be shameless and follow others after being rejected hundreds of times. I really admire your perseverance. It's worth learning from everyone. Hiss. There was only the sound of gasps on the field, and everyone looked at Kurosawa as if they were looking at a monster. Is it really okay for you to poke a lieutenant general in his sore spot like this? After hearing this, Jun was also stunned and looked at Kurosawa in disbelief. This handsome little guy has such a vicious tongue when he talks. Is he really not afraid of being beaten? Or does he still have any confidence? And he didn't just join Marine, how did he know these things? Has he already collected all the information about Marine? Unconsciously, Kurosawa's ability has risen to a new level in Jun's heart. Kakaka. Jiaji's fists clenched and his face turned completely gloomy. How dare you slander him like this in front of Jun? If he tries harder and doesn't give this kid some eye drops, then he won't have any dignity at all in Marine in the future. Boy, are you challenging me? Do you think that if you win Huashaishan, you can walk sideways in Marine? A cold light flashed through the gaps in Jiaji's narrowed eyes, and an invisible pressure quietly filled the air. Even the people watching the show felt something was wrong. Lieutenant General Jiaji is really angry. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Kurosawa's mind. Ding! Host's performance as he just joined Marine has been recognized by the system. Reward, Reversal Technique, LV1. Oh, and there is this reward. Not bad. A smile appeared on Kurosawa's face. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone. Crazy. This kid is really crazy. You can still laugh in the face of Lieutenant General Kaji's wrath. This kid is really not afraid of going out on his own. Ding! The host's behavior is detected to be too charming, the reward reversal spell level is upgraded to LV2. Reversal Technique, LV2, consumes a large amount of mana to quickly restore one's own injuries, and can regenerate severed limbs. The more severe the injury, the slower the recovery. Skill comments, the little holy grail that consumes mana and restores blood. Seeing this, after a brief moment of astonishment, Kurosawa smiled even more on his face. Seeing the smile on Kurosawa's face getting brighter, Cake's sword could no longer suppress it. Haha, the boy has talent. Chapter 10. Oh, the young people nowadays are really scary. A magnetic voice sounded, accompanied by the flashing of golden light particles, and a tall figure wearing yellow stripes came to the scene. General Porosalino. Everyone shouted. You are the quickest at joining in the fun. A figure in red came over and looked at Kurosawa with a critical look on his face. That's nonsense. You're not slow at eating melon either. Kurosawa was not used to it and went back directly. What nonsense are you talking about? I came here as soon as possible to prevent a vicious incident from happening. This is the duty of a general. Sakaski said righteously. Kurosawa, yo you really do your duty. General Sakaski is here too. Everyone looked at the visitor in surprise. Allah, today's training camp is really lively. It's this little brother, right? Oh, it's our first time meeting you. Kurosawa followed the sound and saw a tall figure walking slowly, wearing a white suit and a blue shirt. It's General Kuzan. Oh my god, are all three generals here today? Seeing the three generals arriving, Jiaji suddenly felt a little embarrassed. With these three high-ranking officials here, it would be hard for him to teach Kurosawa a lesson in person. Hey, Sakaski snorted coldly and glanced around the crowd. No one dared to look at him. Then he looked at the soldiers lying on the ground in the training camp and said in a stern voice, "Where is the instructor of the training camp here?" After hearing this, everyone realized that they seemed to have overlooked something. Cough cough cough. I'm here. Hiss. Amidst the dust and smoke, there was a sound. Hua Shaishan bared his teeth and shook the dust off his body. He didn't know whether he should say something or not. You guys have been discussing this for a long time, and now you think of me? He, the instructor, is the most unnecessary thing. By the way, why is this brat so aggressive? If he hadn't used his armored haki to protect his whole body in time, he might have been torn apart by now. Holding back the pain in his body, Huo Shaoshan walked towards the crowd. Everyone looked towards Huashao Mountain. At this time, Hua Shaoshan was in disgrace. Half of his originally thick black beard was burned off. The clothes on his stomach were torn with a big hole, exposing his belly. His pants barely covered the area that needed to be mosaic, and his shoes were so rotten that his toes were exposed. It can be said that nothing is good from top to bottom. Pfft. Finally, someone took the lead and couldn't hold it any longer. Seeing this, Huo Shaoshan was a little confused. Why are you laughing? Report instructor, we have received professional training and generally do not laugh. Unless you can't help it. Pfft. At this time, someone else came over, namely Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Stirs. After seeing the appearance of the burning mountain, several lieutenant generals laughed mercilessly and loudly. Ha 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 ha. Hua Shaoshan, you have today too. I wonder why these little brats keep running here during their break. It turns out there is such a good show to watch. Haha, there is such a big movement. If I had known what to say, I would have come over earlier to take a look. A smile is a smile, and the strong people present all know it. Huo Shaoshan's armed domineering strength is not low. But judging from the situation in Hua Shaoshan, it is really scary for him to be able to severely injure Lieutenant General Marine at such a young age. Sakaski's face twitched, and after suppressing his smile, he finally said, Huo Shaoshan, report what happened. Hearing this, Huo Shaoshan glanced at Kurosawa beside him and saw that his body was clean and not even stained with dust. Huo Shaoshan couldn't help but blush. Then he told the story of what happened, and he also deliberately raised his voice to emphasize that he was afraid of hurting Kurosawa, so he was too loud during the sparring session. So in order to better guide the students, I am not really invincible. Okay, go heal your wounds quickly, it won't be embarrassing. Huo Shaoshan still wanted to defend himself, but Sakaski raised his hand and told him to leave. Because he really couldn't hold it in any longer, and I was afraid that if he laughed later, the persona he had worked so hard to maintain for so many years at Marine would be completely destroyed. Huo Shaoshan didn't insist anymore and turned around to leave. He was seriously injured. If he was hit a few more times, he might really be sent away. Hey, are you tired of pretending? Kurosawa on the side came close to Sakaski's ear and said in a teasing tone. Sakaski's mouth twitched, but he just glared at Kurosawa. Then he said to Kurosawa, "It's a good thing to have strength, but today you damaged the training ground, and the repair costs will be deducted from your salary. Oh, you have to be punished even during training. It's really unkind." Ignoring the hermaphrodites beside him, Sakaski left directly. Kurosawa looked at Kurosawa. "Young sailor, come on, get promoted and get a raise as soon as possible, otherwise the stingy old man's salary won't even cover the maintenance fee." In Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku sneezed violently. "Which BD is trying to yin and yang me? The sunshine is really nice today. Since the training ground was destroyed, I'll get off work early." Hearing this, Jun couldn't help but make a cross on his forehead. "Does the destruction of the training ground have anything to do with you getting off work? You're not training here. Also, could you please be more careful about your behavior in front of the soldiers? As a Marine General, it's okay if you can't lead by example. You change your approach every day and think about what's going on after get off work." As if he sensed something was wrong, before Jun could curse, Kurosawa turned into particles of golden light and disappeared. Seeing this, Jun was speechless, but since everyone had left, there was no point in scolding anymore. Besides, there is such a handsome young sailor here today. He was much more handsome than the cowherds she saw in Huai Street, and in terms of temperament, there was no one who could compare with him. "Allah, they're all gone." Kuzan touched the back of his head, then walked over and patted Kurosawa's shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, little brother. You don't need to pay attention to what the guy in red just said. If you really want to pay compensation then." Kuzan paused. "The one in yellow will pay, don't worry. By the way, you must not make Jun, that is, the beautiful sister in pink in front of you angry, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." After saying that, Kuzan walked away, then paused and thought of something. "By the way, you guys keep training, come on. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now, everyone." "Yes. General Kuzan." Jun then withdrew his murderous gaze from Kuzan, and finally found someone who looked a bit like a marine general. Then he turned around and shouted to everyone, "What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and train? Look at this person." Jun then remembered that she still didn't know the name of the powerful recruit in front of her. His behavior and appearance really aroused her curiosity. "By the way, what's your name?" A gust of fragrant wind hit his nostrils, but the justice in Kurosawa's heart was as solid as a rock, and he remained unmoved by it. "Sir, my name is Kurosawa." "Ahem, look at Kurosawa. He defeated instructor as soon as he joined, and look at you guys still playing here. Why don't you hurry up and train?" Jun then turned around and dismissed everyone. At the same time, he secretly wrote down Kurosawa's name in his heart and made sure to get all his information when he went back. "It's all. Jun can pat her chest and guarantee that her actions are definitely for Marine's safety, not to find out whether Kurosawa's crush is getting married, and she has absolutely no personal intentions. Absolutely nothing." Seeing the show coming to an end, several lieutenant generals also came to say goodbye to Jun. Before leaving, they did not forget to praise. "Ha ha ha, boy, you actually defeated Huashaishan. Not bad, not bad. Come on, boy, I'm looking forward to the day when you surpass me. I'm very happy to have found a talent like you in Marine. What do you think? Do you want to follow me?" "Ah? But I'm already in Vice Admiral Garp's fleet," Kurosawa explained. "Well, that's such a pity. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Goodbye, young sailor. I hope that the next time I hear news from you, it will be you who killed the big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Stiers patted Kurosawa's shoulder with some regret, and then left. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Bala 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 baga. The Warring States period picked up the phone bug. What? There is a recruit who singled out everyone in the training camp? That's it. The Warring States period did not take it seriously. What? Did you come together? Are there any more? Warring States raised his eyebrows. What? Defeated Hwashaishan. Warring States' eyes were shocked. That recruit's name is Kurosawa, are you sure? Hearing the affirmative answer from the other end of the phone, Sengoku couldn't help but think of the scene when Akainu Kizaru Aokiji first joined Marine. It seems like they weren't such monsters at that time, right? Hi, ha 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 Garp. You really brought me a good seedling. On this day, everyone in Marineland heard the news of Marine's rise as a new talent, and Kurosawa's name gradually became known. Ding! Your prestige level has been improved. Prestige level, LV2. Your justice has some weight. Reward, bounty value is 5,000 points. The golden prize pool will be drawn once. Chapter 11. After arranging the follow-up work of the training camp, Jun left. As Cake watched Jun leave, he naturally didn't stay any longer. After all, he was really embarrassed today. After giving Kurosawa a vicious look, Cake followed suit and left. After walking far away, Jun exclaimed, "Oops!" Hearing Jun's voice, Cake realized that his chance had finally come. Isn't he just following Jun every day just to lend a helping hand as soon as possible when Jun encounters difficulties? After having been frustrated for so long, now it was his turn to express himself. Jiaji hurried forward, showed a smile that he thought was a gentleman, and said with concern, "What's wrong with Jun? If you encounter any difficulties, tell me, I will go through fire and water for you, even if I go through fire and water." Jun frowned and said, "I forgot to ask for Kurosawa's phone bug." Jiaji's smile disappeared instantly. Damn it! Kurosawa! It's this Kurosawa again. Why are you so attracted to Jun after only meeting him once? I've never seen Jun want someone else's phone bug in all this time. Jiaji roared in his heart. Forget it. Jun shook his head. Hearing this, Jiaji's heart rekindled a fire. Go back and ask Sister He again. You should be able to get there soon. Addition. Akizaru is right, the sunshine today is indeed very moist. Kurosawa returned to his room, and the sunlight shone pleasantly on the table through the window. Yes, this is Kurosawa's studio apartment, even though he is only Sergeant Ko. Stretching, Kurosawa tried the softness of the big bed, and then clicked on the system panel. What will be drawn from the golden prize pool? Kurosawa's eyes were a little expectant. In this prize pool, there are either top-level skills like divine avoidance, or top-level weapons corresponding to the supreme sword level, and the next least is the devil fruit ability that has been developed to the awakening level, no fruit, side effects. System, give me a shot to enter the soul. Ding! The golden prize pool is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to host for drawing the reward, domain infinite space, LV1. Infinite space. Kurosawa showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is a magical skill. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the first golden prize pool draw. Reward, no lower limit spell, LV1. The smile on Kurosawa's face became even bigger. He now very much doubted whether the system was looking for various reasons to give him benefits. Current bounty value, 6,700 points. Which skill should be upgraded first? Of course it is infinite space. Once the realm is opened, everyone becomes dementia. Hesitating for even half a second shows distrust of Master Gojo. Although it has been cut in half by Laonyo, it's too far away. Just stun the opponent in the field, and then you can do whatever you want. If you meet a guy with a bad mouth like Jiaji, you can raise your hand and pull him into the realm with a boundless air, turning him into a fool who can only know what to do. But, do I need to upgrade the heaven-defying 6i level first before upgrading the infinite space? The system prompts that you cannot directly cross the added point and raise the infinite space to LV2. No matter what, at present, the reward value for upgrading is 3000 points, which just needs to be upgraded at the same time. System, give me more. Ding. Bounty value is being injected. Ding. Congratulations on successfully improving the host skill level. Heaven-defying 6is, LV2, no consumption when turned on, the total amount of mana power is greatly increased, you can use long-distance ultra-high-speed movement, float for a long time, extremely precise mana power control, mana power is wasted, it is greatly reduced, and a larger range of perception of 360 degrees without blind spots is obtained. Domain infinite space, LV2, expand a larger domain space, increase the power of the spell by 50%, and conduct high-intensity and continuous mental attacks on the enemies in the domain space, causing them to lose consciousness, which can leave the enemy with the side effects last for several days and last longer in the field. Comment, gives you baby-like sleep quality. After upgrading his skill level, Kurosawa did not relax. Get out of bed sideways and start doing push UPS. Push UPS +1. Push UPS +1. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully checking in today. Kurosawa clenched his fist, the sun shone on it, and he felt full of energy. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door, followed by a pleasant voice. Is Brother Kurosawa here? Sunrise and sunset. On the second day of the school officer training camp, the sun was shining brightly. A man without a beard stood in the stands, and the young sailors in the audience were sweating their youth under the scorching sun. Ah! It's so hard for me to keep training in such weather. A drop of water slipped from Kurosawa's finger, and there was leisure and calmness on his handsome face. He shouted hard work but didn't show it physically. This is Kurosawa's unparalleled masculinity. Kurosawa's performance quickly aroused the jealousy of others. This BD. A sailor who was doing push UPS gritted his teeth. His clothes had already been wet with sweat. Finally, he couldn't help but said to the strong man beside him, Miguel, don't you have any objections? Miguel was silent after hearing this. The image of being knocked down by Kurosawa's punch yesterday came to mind. No. 598. Silently completing training tasks that were twice as many as those of other people, the ground where Miguel was standing had already been soaked with sweat and was dripping with sweat. MD, I have an objection. Hwashaishan instructor, why can this person drink coconut water and enjoy the coolness under a sun umbrella? That's all. Why don't you wear sunglasses in a rocking chair? Yes, Hwashaishan instructor. Why? Looking at the wailing students, Huo Xiaoshan touched his chin in embarrassment, but he touched a smooth patch. The beard that was burned off yesterday was too ugly, so he had to shave it off. Huo Xiaoshan turned his gaze to Kurosawa, who showed no reaction in the face of everyone's accusations. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Huo Xiaoshan shouted sharply, Why? If you can let Lao Zi shave his beard, you can do that too. Besides, if you have an opinion, speak with your fists, not your mouth. Everyone's faces turned red when they heard this, and in the end they could only swallow this breath in their stomachs. Under the outbreak of resentment, all the sailors became more serious about their training. Kurosawa slowly shook his head and took a sip of the iced coconut juice in his hand. Ah, so cool. The rocking chair this woman picked is really good. Cool water drops slipped from Kurosawa's fingers. Even in such hot weather, he did not feel much discomfort. In fact, these sunglasses, the rocking chair, and the coconut water were not Kurosawa's idea. After all, as we all know, Kurosawa is not such a man who is greedy for pleasure. It's just that when he arrived at the training camp, he saw Jun suddenly coming forward and saying something like training for so long and hard so don't let your body get exhausted, so he directly arranged this one-stop service. Jiaji was furious at this scene, but he had no choice but to vent his anger on the other students. What are you doing with push UPS? Straighten your neck. Do you raise your butt so high to get spanked? Kurosawa looked at Jun with a sincere face. To be honest, he couldn't live up to his feelings. Besides, after countless days and nights of persistence and hard work, Kurosawa has this extremely handsome face, and a little help from cheat. It is absolutely normal to have such status and treatment. Just like this, a few days passed. Kurosawa was training hard at the school officer training camp as usual. Sergeant Kurosawa. Are you going too far? A thin figure with pink hair scolded. Kurosawa looked at the person and his expression became playful. Ding! You have a new life choice. Chapter 12. Others are training hard in order to become stronger as soon as possible and be able to kill more pirates on the sea. Protect more companions and civilians. Kaba pointed at Kurosawa and shouted emotionally. And you, as Lieutenant General Garp's favorite person. It's okay if you don't lead by example, you are still here just for fun. What you do is irresponsible to your colleagues and civilians. Marine will be ashamed of you. Kirby, stop talking and shut up. Bellamyber, who was chasing after him, saw this and hurriedly came up to hold Kirby, but the latter struggled to break free. I'm going to say it. Why do you all turn a blind eye to his behavior? No one dares to stand up and tell the truth. Kaba's face turned red, and his fingers seemed to be trembling with excitement. He knew Kurosawa's strength. He was the man who singled out the entire training camp and seriously injured General Yamanaka. If he is so provocative, it is very likely that the man in front of him will retaliate afterwards. However, to Kaba's surprise, Kurosawa just took a sip of Jun's iced coconut juice and looked at him with interest. That look was like looking at a bug. BD. No one is on my side. Kaba looked ugly and roared in his heart. Finally, he saw a man stand up. It was Miguel, the strongest in the training camp. Great, finally someone is going to help me. Kaba's face turned happy, and when he was about to speak, he saw a tall black shadow directly blocking his face. Miguel, boss, do you want me to help you beat him up? What? Kaba felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this. Looking at the tall man like an iron tower in front of him, he couldn't help but feel weak. How could such a man call that BD boss? It's impossible, impossible. He definitely heard it wrong. How could a marine scum like Kurosawa be recognized as the boss by the righteous Miguel? However, the next second, Kurosawa directly shattered Kaba's fantasy. No, I'll do it. Hearing this, Miguel stepped aside. There were people in other training camps who couldn't stand Kurosawa, but no one was as stupid as Kirby, who came directly to his door. Lieutenant General Jun had no objection, and Kaji had nothing to do with him. In this training camp, Hua Shaishan instructor has no objections, and Miguel, the strongest among the students, has no objections either. This guy actually jumped out? Interesting. Life choice 1, faced with Kaba's accusations and curses, you choose to subjugate the person with force, suppress him directly, and trample him under your feet. Reward, unlimited spell upgrade to LV2. Life choice 2, you choose to convince people with reason. When the first choice appears, it would be a shame for Kurosawa to take another look at it. Kurosawa stood up and stared at the little man in front of him with his blue eyes. Marine shame? What is shame? He would tell Kirby the answer immediately. Swish! In just a moment, Kurosawa appeared in front of Kirby. Miguel's pupils shrank when he saw this. Even he couldn't react at this speed. Huo Shaishan's expression in the stands also changed. This kid's speed has actually become so much faster. Even if he tried his best, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up. Kaba felt his eyes blurred. Kurosawa had already arrived in front of him, and he was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. What an amazing speed! But in front of so many people, we can't attack him directly. While marveling, Kabi suppressed the fear in his heart and was about to speak. Boom! Kurosawa punched Kabi in the chest, causing him to deform and vomit acidic water. Then he whipped his leg and hit Kabi directly on the head. Crack! Along with the sound of shattering, Kabi's glasses shattered on the ground, and his whole body spun in the air for 2.5 weeks before falling heavily to the ground. Kirby! Upon seeing this, Bellamab hurried forward to investigate. Although it was very weak, luckily he was still breathing. The BD is so cruel. Anger flashed in Bellamab's eyes, but after meeting those blue eyes, all the anger turned into fear in an instant. Kirby and Kurosawa were both sergeants, but they didn't expect the gap to be so big. They were instantly killed in one encounter. Looking at the silent Bellamaber, Kurosawa clapped his hands and said calmly, "This is called shame. Screaming without strength, no matter how loud it is at the time, will be embarrassing in the end." Ding! Congratulations to host for receiving the reward, no lower limit spell, LV2. It's just nonsense. A shout came from a distance, and everyone followed the sound. I saw a beautiful figure wearing a pink robe and military uniform coming angrily, and there was still a follower behind her. Seeing the angry look on Jun's face, Huo Xiaoshan muttered in his heart, "Oh no, this ant is angry." Miguel secretly clenched his fists when he saw this. Bellamaber looked happy when he saw the Lieutenant General badge on the shoulder of the visitor, as if he had seen a savior. "Great, Kirby! Your sacrifice was not in vain. Someone is here to bring justice to you. Adding a plan makes me secretly happy." Kurosawa's speed in the scene just now really shocked him. But Jun saw this kid beating his comrades in public. Jun wouldn't like such a cruel and unreasonable person. Jun walked up to Bellamab with an angry look on his face. The latter was about to cry and express his grievances when Jun raised his hand and interrupted. "Not only did you two not train hard during the prescribed period, you also came to other training camps to interfere with the training of outstanding students, with ulterior motives. Come here. Escort these 2 people out, suspend their positions, and clean the toilets for 2 weeks." Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the accompanying soldiers took Bellamab and the unconscious Kirby down. At the last moment, Bellamab looked at Jun in despair, only to see the latter wiping his palms and muttering something in a low voice. "Judging from the shape of the mouth, it looks like this. Really, because I ran so fast, I spilled a lot of the fresh juice I brought for Kurosawa." After sorting out his image, Jun walked up to Kurosawa. "You must have been training hard. This is fresh fruit juice imported from the mainland. I'm afraid you will get tired of drinking coconut juice every day. It will affect your training status. Please change the taste." "Thank you, Lieutenant General Jun." Kurosawa smiled. Looking at that handsome face, Jun couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had shed blood for Marine and made so many contributions. Now seeing Kurosawa's smile, she felt that all her efforts had paid off. "How many times have I told you, just call me Jun?" Jun feigned anger. "I'm just a little sorry that I'm late. These 2 guys didn't disturb your training." Kurosawa took a sip of the juice. It tasted really good. On a hot summer day, it's not very nice to have a beauty by your side. "No, thank you for your concern, Jun. You were so fast just now. It must be very hard to train at this level." "Haha, I should train hard." Seeing this scene, Cake froze on the spot, looking at Jun with his eyes wide open and his face full of shock. That was imported fresh juice that he got through some connections. He wanted to give it to Jun Bomei, but he didn't expect. At this moment, Cake looked at Jun, who was chatting and laughing with Kurosawa, and felt that the goddess who was usually unattainable in his eyes seemed to have something broken. Sure enough, the secret to becoming stronger boss is to train hard. Miguel on the side heard this and secretly made up his mind to double the amount of training later. After Jun left, Huo Xiaoshan answered the phone and then said to everyone. Everyone is here, assemble. Chapter 13. Oh? Is this a mission? Finally it's not so boring anymore. Kurosawa drank the juice in one gulp and jumped into the front row of the team. There has been a pirate riot in the Sabayati Islands recently. Next, I will select people to form a team. Sabayati Islands. Two figures in marine costumes walked towards a beef noodle restaurant. Boss, don't you feel itchy? Miguel said with excitement. Miguel was really happy with this operation, and he showed the results of these days of training vividly. But Kurosawa felt quite bored. Apart from killing a pirate with a bounty of 9 million Bailey. This action really made Kurosawa lose interest. Garp even called him specifically to let him go and do it. He would be responsible for any trouble he got into, but unfortunately. I originally thought I could harvest a wave of bounties, but I didn't expect that they were all trash fish, not even trash fish, they were all shrimps. Ignoring the sign at the entrance of the store, Kurosawa stepped in first. The interior decoration of the beef noodle shop is simple and quite noisy, but there are many things that should be done. However, the behavior of the customers in the shop reveals a gangster spirit. As soon as the two of them entered, the store gradually became quiet. After everyone saw the clothes worn by Kurosawa and the two, their eyes showed evil. Miguel didn't care about this and said. Boss, what do you like? I'll treat you to it. 3 ounces of beef noodles with eggs, no chopped green onions. Boss, here are 2 big bowls of beef noodles, both with eggs. No chopped green onions. Miguel yelled and asked to sit down on a stool. But he never thought that the stool would be kicked away. The atmosphere gradually solidified, and Miguel narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for Marine's image, he would have slapped him. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Miguel looked at the man. What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Brother Kun. He asked you what you mean. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Everyone was laughing and smashing the things in their hands. Bang, 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 they slapped their guns and swords on the table and the ground. Facing the roar of laughter from everyone, Miguel and Kurosawa kept their expressions unchanged. Seeing this, the man called Brother Kun became interested. What do you mean? When did dogs deserve to be on the table? Ha 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 ha. Miguel slowly clenched his fists when he heard this. Looking at the man with the unique hairstyle in front of him, he felt a little familiar. This guy is, the pirate with a bounty of 22 million Bailey, Ibuprofen Duan Kun. Looking at Miguel whose expression changed slightly, Duan Kun smiled slightly. Did you see the sign at the door? Marine and dogs are not allowed inside. Miguel was stunned when he heard this, because he really didn't see it. I saw it. Kurosawa looked calm, otherwise why would he come to such an ordinary noodle shop? How dare you come in after seeing this? Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? Do you know how to be afraid now? It's too late. As he spoke, Duan Kun touched the scimitar at his waist, then pulled out a knife and slashed at Miguel. But Miguel, as one of the best in the training camp, was not just a freeloader. He turned his hand and drew his knife at an extremely fast speed to block the blow. Chiang! The sharp sound of metal cutting sounded. Come on, boss! Hoo ho ho! Kill these 2 idiot sailors to death! Amid the cheers of the crowd, Miguel and Duan Kun slashed at each other a few more times, and then each retreated to the side. Oh shit! Duan Kun spat and shook his trembling arms hard, thinking to himself why this kid is so strong. Miguel's eyes gradually became hot. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 2,200,000 Baileys? Sure enough, he has some strength. Shave! Miguel's body quickly flashed to Duan Kun's side, and then he slashed with a knife. Duan Kun's reaction was not slow, he clenched his scimitar and blocked the blow. However, this time, Miguel clearly had the upper hand. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Miguel finally cut Duan-kun's arm with a knife. If the situation continues like this, I believe it won't be long before Duan-kun can be killed on the spot. Kurosawa drank water silently on the side, probably having an assessment of this man's strength in his mind. 2200W Bailey's bounty is actually quite high, but it's a pity to meet an outstanding student from the school officer training camp like Miguel. Duan-kun naturally knew that his life would be in danger if this continued, so he made a gesture secretly, and all the pirates in the store immediately stood up and pointed their weapons at Miguel. "Boy, you still dare to attack our brother Kun? Our guns are full of bullets." When Duan-kun saw that the overall situation had been decided, his tone became tougher and he said, "I advise you to be wise and stand still. My knife is faster than bullets." Miguel glanced at the muzzle of the gun aimed at him, but his eyes were not afraid. "It's worthy of a bunch of wine bags and rice bags. Damn it! Let Lao Zi shoot this BD into a hornet's nest." Duan-kun was furious, but he didn't hear the gunshot for a long time. "Kun, brother Kun, behind you." Hearing the trembling voice of a younger brother, Duan-kun turned his head and saw an extremely handsome face. "Damn, this kid win!" Duan-kun was shocked, and then he felt his vision spinning, and then he lost consciousness. "Brother Kun!" Amid the horrified shouts of the pirates, Duan-kun's head flew high into the air and then fell to the ground and rolled around twice. Hearing the sound of the bounty being credited in his mind, Kurosawa felt a sense of relief. Miguel's eyes also flashed with shock. This was the first time he had seen Kurosawa's rumored sword-free style. He didn't expect it to be so fast. So strong. The opponent he fought so hard was killed in an instant. As expected of the boss. "You actually killed Brother Kun with one strike." "I don't know who started it, but the pirate ran towards the door in panic." "Don't move." As the pirate's head flew high into the sky, Kurosawa's voice swept across the audience with endless majesty, and no one dared to make a move. The noodle shop owner who had been smiling until just now finally changed his expression, and drops of cold sweat oozed crazily on his forehead. The aura exuded by that sailor just now, could it be the legendary conqueror's haki? Miguel didn't feel anything about this, but he felt that Kurosawa's movements were very powerful, and he was indeed the man Miguel was looking for. "Boss, are the noodles ready?" Catching Kurosawa's gaze, the noodle shop owner Ji Wang hurriedly said, "I'll be ready soon." It wasn't until Kurosawa sat down that all the pirates knelt down and begged for mercy. "Miguel, boss, do you want to cuff them first?" Kurosawa rolled his eyes at him. "Did you bring so many handcuffs? Anyway, I didn't bring any of them." "What a joke, can't cuffing a corpse work?" Miguel was speechless. After all, he only brought one. Not long after, King Ji came over with 2 large bowls of beef. "You too, a big bowl of beef noodles with egg. No chopped green onion. Add beef." King Ji said cautiously, adding beef specially. Kurosawa took a look and said, "It is true that there is no chopped green onion, and the amount of beef is sufficient." Seeing this, King Ji breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, "You too, please use it slowly." However, the next second. "But, I don't eat beef." Chapter 14. The bright smile on Kurosawa's face looked like a devil seeking his life in King Ki's eyes. King Ji was stunned for a moment, then heard Kurosawa continue. "The bounty is 36 million Bailey, King Nihokoloji, right?" Hearing this, Miguel's eyes became wary and he instantly entered a fighting posture. Miguel has seen the wanted notice of King Nihokoloji and does not look like this man, but he does not doubt Kurosawa's words. "Haha, the military master is joking, but I have never heard of it." King Ji apologized with a smile. Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged. "I said you are, you are." After a short silence, the smile on King Ji's face finally cooled down. "Haha, I and the two of you are on a par with each other. How about you pretend that you have never seen me before? Not really. As soon as Kurosawa finished speaking, a mechanical thrust suddenly stabbed out from King Key's back, so fast that even Miguel had no time to react. How dare two sergeants try to take advantage of me? Die! The expected scene of Kurosawa being shot in the head and dying did not happen. King Key looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief. The metal thorn stopped just a few centimeters in front of Kurosawa, like an invisible wall, unable to move any further. This is impossible. King Ji was shocked, and dozens of poisonous needles suddenly shot out from all corners of his body. However, without exception, they all stopped in mid-air. Miguel was also shocked when he saw this. What kind of method is this? Is there any master in this noodle restaurant besides them? Kurosawa stood up, with a smile on his face that made Prince Key, who was so proud just now, feel like he was falling into an ice cave. With no lower limit of magic defense, although I don't know what level of attack the current LV2 level in this world can withstand, Kurosawa has experimented and found that ordinary bullets without the blessing of domineering power can no longer hurt him, let alone a mere metal stingers and poisonous needles. Kurosawa chuckled and took a step forward. Under the protection of the unlimited technique, the poisonous needles seemed to be condensed on a layer of invisible ripples, retreating as Kurosawa moved forward. Damn, there's something very wrong with this kid. 36 Tactics, walking is the best. If you can't offend me, why can't you hide from me? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and there was a sudden explosion on King Ji's legs. They were equipped with a device similar to jet acceleration, and he quickly retreated. However, this speed is like a snail in front of Kurosawa now. In a flash, Kurosawa is following King Key. At the same time, the domineering use of unlimited techniques is also revealed at this moment. As Kurosawa's body approached, the unlimited technique hit King Key like a wall of air, and then embedded him directly into the wall. The huge impact revealed King Ji's true appearance, and the poisonous needle shot earlier was forcefully inserted into King Ji's body with the squeeze. Ouch! As King Key wails in pain, the other pirates want to take the opportunity to escape. Just as Miguel is about to stop him, he sees a familiar blue-white light ball suddenly appear. The technique turns to King. Rumble. As Kurosawa waved his palm, Ong swept around the noodle shop, and the terrifying suction force sucked all the pirates in, and finally rolled up the wooden house into a big ball and rolled to the ground. The wooden house was completely destroyed, and passers-by from the outside also looked at it. What's going on? I remember this noodle shop doesn't serve marine, right? Look. That ball seems to be made of people and wooden boards. I know the guy who was pinned against the wall, the great pirate with a bounty of 36 million baileys. The reformer, King Naito Koloki. He was beaten like this. What is the background of this sailor? Amid everyone's exclamations, Miguel finally came back to his senses. The tall man stood there, the sword in his hand glowing coldly. When Marine is doing anything, avoid all other people. The toxin broke out quickly, and King Ji was embedded in the wall and could not move at all. It was not until this moment that he realized what kind of existence he had provoked. A hole, you can't be just Sergeant Xiao. After King Ki's desperate look, the considerate Kurosawa directly broke his neck to help him end his pain. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting 3,600 bounty points. Current bounty value, 7,400 points. I made almost a small goal right out of one trip. Kurosawa glanced around with a smile on his face, hoping to find familiar faces among the people watching. However, after looking around, it seemed that they were all rotten fish and shrimps that had not been rewarded. Miguel, call it a day. By the way, pack that beef noodles for me. Okay boss, let me pour the beef for you by the way. Hearing this, Kurosawa turned around and glared at Miguel, pour whatever you want. Fill it up. Needless to say, although this king is a heinous pirate, the beef is all carefully selected and of the highest quality, and the portion is so generous that one bowl can equal the sales volume of Lanzhou ramen in a day. This kind of behavior that corrupts the market atmosphere, Kurosawa can be regarded as getting rid of the harm for the capitalists. Meanwhile, Marinefront, Fleet Admiral Office. Bala 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 baga. Gee ha ha ha, Warring States. As soon as the phone was connected, evil laughter came from the other end. Even Warring States felt a little uncomfortable. Warring States frowned as he looked at the phone bug that had become extremely obscene. Who are you? Gee ha ha ha, Warring States Fleet Admiral, it doesn't matter who I am, but I have a gift that I think you will be very interested in. The office became quiet, and even Garp, who was usually noisy, said nothing at this time. He was always so carefree, but he always had an ominous premonition today. What gift? After a moment of silence, Warring States spoke. Gee ha ha. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. Are you satisfied with this gift, Fleet Admiral? After the words fell, Garp's expression suddenly became unnatural, and he stared at the phone bug with his eyes. What do you want? Gee ha ha, I want to become 7 warlords of the sea. On the other end of the phone, Marshal D. Teach had a ferocious smile on his face, and an extremely evil plan was brewing in his mind. This beef is really good. Miguel said sincerely that it was even more delicious than what he had in the military camp. After eating, I will take you to a good place. Oh? Boss, have you decided where to catch the criminals? Kurosawa smiled mysteriously. No, after finally coming out, I naturally want to have some fun. Then Kurosawa approached Miguel's ear and whispered, I heard that the bubble baths in the Sabayati Islands are very famous. Miguel looked at Kurosawa with wide eyes after hearing this. Kurosawa frowned. Sure enough, he had misjudged the person. Kurosawa was about to use the great memory erasure technique when he saw 2 streams of hot air coming out of Miguel's nostrils. I didn't expect you, boss, to have this kind of hobby. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm doing this all to keep my justice spotless. A proper indulgence, taking a bath to clean yourself is reasonable. Not long after, 2 figures appeared in front of a luxurious place. People coming in and out of this place were wearing gold and silver, and they were either rich or noble. Boss, didn't you say you wanted to take me to clean up the filth and seek justice? Why are you here? Miguel looked at the big Venetian sign and said doubtfully. Kurosawa smiled slightly, with your sergeant's salary, I'm afraid you can't even afford the most basic bubble bath. Miguel was speechless for a while, that's what the boss said. Patting Miguel on the shoulder, Kurosawa strode in, let's go, I'll help you earn 1 or 2 small goals, and then go enjoy the supreme service. Supreme level. Miguel's eyes lit up when he heard this. If it weren't for his dark skin, he would definitely be a famous person now. I listened to the boss, but boss, you actually still make money in this way. What, you want to report me? Great amnestic preparation, 98%. Boss, you misunderstood, I meant. Tai Kula. Chapter 15. Damn it. I lost all my 6000W Bailey in one fell swoop. Scam. This is definitely a scam. Ha ha ha. I earned 80 million Baileys with a principal of 1 million Baileys. Laozi is so lucky today. I want to make the most of this. Looking at the various devices, Miguel was a little confused for a while. Boss, there are so many projects, which one do we have a greater chance of winning? Probability? If there was really any chance of winning, if someone discovered it early, it wouldn't be their turn. Kurosawa didn't say anything, but a girl in hot clothes came over. Gentlemen, what events do you want to play? Compare the size. Kurosawa responded. Okay sir, we in Venice have recently launched a very popular project that compares sizes. You must be very interested. Please follow me. Although the two Kurosawas were not dressed like rich people, the girl still had a warm smile on her face. This was the first time she had seen a handsome guy of Kurosawa's level, and with those blue eyes, she couldn't help but be intoxicated by them at one glance. There are many hotels next to Venice, and the girl is even looking forward to getting off work. It's not the girl's fault, after all, Kurosawa's charm is hard for even Jun to resist. Under the leadership of the girl, the two soon arrived at a place surrounded by people. Damn it, lousy, I can't believe it. 4000W Bailey. I'll bet big. Haha, stinky old man, you will lose all your pants today. 3000W Bailey. I'll bet on the kid. 2 million Bailey, I bet big. Beside the bustling table, Kurosawa focused his eyes and saw a familiar white-haired figure. However, this man who once dominated the sea did not seem to have much luck today. Interesting, that's all. Looking at the direction Kurosawa pointed, the girl was obviously stunned for a moment, and then said, I'm sorry, sir, this project started with 1 million Baileys. Hearing this, Miguel unconsciously clenched his pocket. He worked diligently at Marine and managed to save 100,000 Baileys. As for the pirate caught this morning, I'm sorry, the reward hasn't been paid yet. So Miguel is a little embarrassed at this moment. Boss. Well, I only have 8W Baileys on me. Kurosawa didn't panic, don't worry, I can afford it. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw this. Could it be that this man is still a low-key rich man? Then she should serve him well. Okay sir. This way please. Boss, are you the hidden rich second generation? Under Miguel's puzzled gaze, Kurosawa took out the 1,700W Bailey from nowhere, and Miguel suddenly realized. Kurosawa, 1708W Bailey, put it all in. What? Miguel's eyes widened, and he immediately started to play. Fortunately, he kept 20,000 Baileys. Otherwise, if he lost, wouldn't he have to drink the northwest wind? The girl was obviously a little shocked, but she didn't say anything and just followed the instructions. Boss, do you want to bet on the older one or the younger one? Kurosawa didn't speak, he just glanced at the tube made of special material. Big. Boss, I believe you. After some struggle, Miguel's eyes returned to firmness. Buy it and leave it, open. 52 o'clock. As one person opened the market, various voices sounded. Damn it! Laozi lost all his 2 million Baileys. Explosive. This wave of blood earns 13 million Baileys. I'm coming for a high-end bubble bath. Miguel was stunned when he saw the result, and then he clenched his fist hard and said, Boss, you are awesome. You really made the right bet. Even the girl couldn't help but sigh that Kurosawa was so lucky. Kurosawa pushed with both hands, go on, bet them all, pull up. Hiss. Miguel took a breath of cold air, study again? Boss, don't you think about guaranteeing the bottom? The girl frowned when she saw this, and suddenly felt that Kurosawa was too swollen. Having good luck once is enough, but do you still want good luck to last forever? However, when the points are opened, buy it and leave it, open. 76 o'clock big. F***CK. Boss is awesome. Miguel said excitedly, feeling the blood all over his body boiling. The girl looked at Kurosawa with a strange look in her eyes. Isn't this luck? In response, Kurosawa just smiled faintly. In his heaven-defying six-eye field of vision, as long as he wanted to, the points in the tube could be seen at a glance. Go on, bet them all, and pull them all. Following Kurosawa's domineering push, some guests who noticed Kurosawa's winning streak also began to follow. Follow me, 2 million Bailey. I follow 300W Bailey too. Buy it and leave it, open. 61 points. Holy shit, that's amazing. Little brother, you're so lucky. But you must have used up all the winnings after winning so many games in a row. I'm going to buy the opposite game with you next time. The rest of the people also expressed the same sentiment. Kurosawa remained silent. Continue, all. Miguel interrupted before he could speak. Boss, can you give me a little bit so I can pretend to be awesome? Kurosawa gave Miguel 3,000 Baileys with his backhand. Looking at so many Baileys, Miguel even became short of breath. Kurosawa, go on, bet all big. Miguel's eyes widened when he saw this, and he leaned into Kurosawa's ear and whispered, Boss, 3 hands have been raised in a row. Is this one still safe? Kurosawa said calmly, it's guaranteed. Hearing this, Miguel also gained confidence. He silently took out the hidden 2W Bailey from his pocket and joined in. He also followed Kurosawa's example and pushed it with both hands. Adidas, give me a full load. The opening result was naturally big, and it can be said that Kurosawa and Miguel made a lot of money. Seeing this scene, the guide girl felt extremely itchy. If it weren't for Venice's regulations, she would have done it no matter what. Get rich, boss. Miguel smiled excitedly. Kurosawa's vigorous progress attracted more people's attention, and he made a lot of money by keeping up with the rhythm. But some are happy and some are sad. An old man with white hair in the corner has lost 8 games in a row, and the guy above him even just signed a contract to sell himself. We can never lose this one again. After observing for a long time, Rayleigh made up his mind and walked to Kurosawa's side resolutely. Boy, I think you have extraordinary talents, and you will definitely be a person who can achieve great things. I have a domineering secret book here. As long as you tell me the size of the next points, I will bear the pain and give it to you. Ding! The current situation of the host is detected. Please ask the host to make a life choice. Life choice 1, faced with Pluton Rayleigh's request, you, who respects the old and loves the young, can't bear to see him being sold to the auction and decide to rescue him and tell him the correct number of points. Reward, the wrath of the Venetian boss, postpartum care of Sows X1. Life choice 2, seeing Rayleigh's sincere eyes, you smiled slightly and decided to tell Rayleigh the wrong number of points, so that he would understand that people should not be judged by their appearance, and then quickly ran away. Reward, the famous sword Yan, supreme big, fast knife level. Life choice 3. What is the postpartum care of Sows? Rayleigh, this bad old man, is really bad. Kurosawa just took one look and made his choice, but what does it mean that a person cannot be judged by his appearance? He is obviously carrying out the justice in his heart as always. It is definitely not for that supreme sharp knife. 9 years of compulsory education allowed Kurosawa to perfectly inherit the excellent moral character of a flower grower. How could he bear to watch an old man like Rayleigh continue to degenerate in Venice? He clearly wants to help the misguided old man get rid of his gambling addiction even if he is involved in the game. System, you have misunderstood me too deeply. Old man, just bet big for a while, I guarantee you a huge profit. Kurosawa looked at Rayleigh and said with a smile. Rayleigh's eyes were suspicious when he heard this. Boy, will you win this one? Kurosawa smiled, I will win. But Miguel beside him always felt that something was wrong when he looked at his boss's smile, but he didn't think much about it. He just pushed with both hands and put all his profits out. He was so fast that even Kurosawa didn't have time to stop him. 200 million belly is enough for me, I'll give it to you. Seeing that Kurosawa's brothers were all under arrest, Rayleigh didn't doubt that he was there, so he blocked everything he had. Come on, give me the money. The others also followed suit. However, when Kurosawa took action, he did not bet as much as before, only betting 500 million belly. Everyone suddenly felt panicked. Before they could find Kurosawa in the crowd, the opening time had arrived. Buy it and leave it, open. 28 o'clock small. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly solidified. Chapter 16. Rayleigh looked at the results with disbelief on her face. She wiped her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Unfortunately, the result remained the same. So a young man actually lied to me? Did he know that what I gave him was postpartum care for sows? He turned his head to look for Kurosawa, but there was no trace of him. You kid who deceives even the elderly, remember this. Angry and itching, Rayleigh helplessly stretched out her hands and was shackled. The person who handcuffed Rayleigh didn't expect that this person would cooperate so actively. In the past, those who blocked Rayleigh's body would usually make a fuss. That's okay, it saves trouble. What the guards didn't expect was that Rayleigh was already familiar with this process. This was not the first time he had signed a deed of sale. As for why he can still hang out in Venice, haha. In the chaotic Sabayati Islands, places like Venice may not exist the next day. The iron-clad Pluton, the flowing casino. There will be one less place to go from now on. Rayleigh looked at Venice reluctantly, sighing secretly in her heart. At this time, Kurosawa had brought the remaining 800 million Baileys to the outside of Venice. These Baileys are enough to keep the boss lady and her family rich for a while. Really relying on Marine's meager salary, it won't be long before D becomes B. Kurosawa couldn't bear the thought. Miguel was still in a state of confusion, because Kurosawa still pulled him at an astonishing speed. Boss, why did you leave before the deal was closed? Kurosawa didn't answer, just threw a heavy ball to Miguel, and then glanced at the moon in the sky. The moonlight is beautiful, but there are still many evil people who threaten other people's lives in bubble baths and other places. Miguel took the ball and then his expression became serious. Well said, boss. It's dark and windy at night, it's the time to give the evil a head-on blow. After saying that, the two of them headed towards the extremely evil place. This trip, in order to carry out Marine's justice. Even if you exhaust your energy and blood, you will still go all out. The night passed quickly, and many new faces landed on the island one after another. The sun rises as usual, but today, it is destined not to be peaceful. Kurosawa stretched his body. The evil last night was so powerful that even he could hardly resist it. Miguel came out in high spirits. Kurosawa looked surprised. Why are you so energetic? Miguel was confused when he heard this. It is indeed very clean. After one night of massage, I feel that all the meridians in my body are clear. It is indeed the supreme level. Kurosawa's eyes widened. Just a massage in one night. Miguel frowned when he heard this. Yes, aren't you the boss? The light in his blue eyes flickered uncertainly. Just when Kurosawa was hesitating whether to use the great memory erasing technique. Boom, dash dash. A violent roar came from a distance. There's a situation. Miguel looked solemn, and Kurosawa also looked in the direction of the roar. I saw a guy with braids on his head and extremely long arms jumping up and down on the roof of the building. Behind him, a group of guys who looked like security guards were chasing him. This guy is... Miguel stared at the man with his eyes fixed on him, and the images on the wanted poster flashed through his mind. Kurosawa looked at that strange shape for a while, and it overlapped with a certain pirate in his memory. Could it be that supernova with sonic boom DJing? As for the name, I'm sorry, I can't remember it. Why is this guy here? If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the Tianlong incident that shocked the world will break out here today, as well as the upcoming huge war? The boss lady and the others are still in Marine Land. It seems like we should hurry up and let them move to avoid the limelight when we return. I remembered. Miguel on the side exclaimed, interrupting Kurosawa's thoughts. This guy is Skulachman Apu. The great pirate with a bounty of 198 million Baileys. Known as one of the 11 supernovas of the extremely evil era. Miguel's face was full of shock, his eyes were fixed on Apu, and his palms were shaking with excitement or fear. Ding! The current situation of the host has been detected and a new life choice has been triggered. Life choice 1, go immediately to execute justice and successfully kill Skulachman APU alone. Reward, Kendo, LV1. Life choice 2, turn a blind eye, lead Miguel back to the marine station, and buy some Kohei takoyaki to take back. Reward, your colleague's love for you +1. Life choice 3, if you feel in trouble but don't want to miss the reward value, immediately send people to support. Reward, armed color haki, LV1. Hiss. System, can I get 2 rewards at the same time? Host can freely control his own life. The reward is only the reward that host deserves for his hard work. I see. Kurosawa smiled, he already understood the correct usage of the system. He took out the phone bug from his pocket. Area 2, you lead everyone to assemble quickly, remember, with guns. Seeing Kurosawa's actions, Miguel couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you planning to take action against this guy? Why, are you scared? Seeing the smile on Kurosawa's lips, Miguel became extremely excited. He realized that Kurosawa was definitely going to take action. It's just a pirate worth 198 million Bailey, how can I be afraid of him? Afraid? Miguel is the man who wants to become Marine General. Kurosawa looked at Miguel and smiled slightly. Next time he had a chance, he would have to let this kid sharpen his skills, and then disappeared from the spot. Hey? Don't you wait for their support. Miguel looked at Kurosawa who had appeared in the air and shouted. After being stunned for a moment, Miguel jumped to follow. The boss is going to fight a pirate worth 198 million Baileys single-handedly. That's a supernova. Boss, wait for me. Still chasing after you, how many jobs will I give you? It's so life-threatening. APU glanced at the group of people behind him, then turned around suddenly and knocked on his chest with both hands. Battle music. Start. The ear-piercing sound of the disc exploded, invisible sound waves swept out, and violent explosions occurred on the bodies of everyone chasing after them. With one move, most of the pursuers were eliminated, and the remaining half were too frightened to move forward. APU smiled crookedly and turned around, but was almost blinded by the dazzling red light. Nanny. Spell reversal H. Boom, dash dash. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the red light exploded after shining to its peak, and a figure was then blasted to the ground. What was that? A shelling. Is it a new weapon? A red cannon. What a powerful force! A figure wearing a marine cloak fell on the ground. Kurosawa's eyes passed through the smoke and dust, staring coldly at APU lying in the pit. There is indeed a big gap between the power of the instantaneous attack and the full version of the spell chant. One shot only broke half of the arm. If Miguel heard this, he would be speechless. Brother, you, a marine sergeant, broke one of the arms of a supernova with a bounty of 198 million Baileys. Is this reasonable? Seeing Kurosawa's appearance, everyone onlookers started talking. What a young sailor! And so handsome! Looks like he's just a sergeant, right? Is Marine now rich enough to equip sergeants with such powerful weapons of destruction? At this time, a Marine Lieutenant Junior grade rushed to the scene. What's going on? What's the situation with the outbreak here? That sergeant, come here and explain it to me. Chapter 17. Ah! My hand! APU climbed up tremblingly, blood pouring out of his broken arm. Who are you, boy? He was so horrified that when he saw clearly that the badge on Kurosawa's shoulder was that of Sergeant Xiao, he felt even more unbelievable. How could a mere marine sergeant have such abilities? I'm a supernova. Hey, I have a question for you. I am Lieutenant Junior Grade Garud. You didn't respond to the commander's order. I don't care which formation you are in. Gilad on the side was still chattering, and Kurosawa was too lazy to respond. He just silently released a wisp of Conqueror's domineering energy towards him accurately. Boom, dash. For a moment, Gilad couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Kurosawa with a touch of awe in his eyes. You. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Gilad turned his eyes and his expression suddenly changed. You are Skulachman Apu. Known as the supernova of the extremely evil era. The bounty is 198 million Bailey. Unconsciously, Gilad's voice became trembling when he spoke, and he stepped back again and again. A pirate of this level is not something he, a lieutenant junior grade, can afford to offend. At the very least, a brigadier marine must be sent to deal with it. In fact, ordinary brigadiers are really no match for APU now. The onlookers also looked frightened after hearing what Gilad said. What? This guy is a member of the extremely evil era. Those are devils who kill without blinking an eye. It's more than that. I've even heard that wherever this extremely evil generation goes, not even a blade of grass grows, and not even a child can cry. What's going on with this sergeant? How did you provoke such a dangerous person? Gilad broke out in a cold sweat. He had already greased the solace of his feet and was ready to run away. Under the heaven-defying 6 eyes 360-degree blind angle perception, all the voices of everyone were heard by Kurosawa. Is it dangerous? Maybe. I just don't know if the L2's unlimited spell can withstand this guy's sonic explosion. If he can't stop it, it will blow up his head. With his current level of reversal spell, there is a high probability that he will send it. But that only exists in experimental situations. Just as Kurosawa expected, judging from the long-distance observation and close-range fight just now, it is impossible for APU to kill him now. If a sonic attack of that level could hit Kurosawa, his heaven-defying 6 eyes would be blind. You're doing well, unknown sergeant. I'm going to call for reinforcements right now. Just hold on. Kurosawa didn't pay attention to the escaped Gurud, and APU's attention was also not focused on such a deserter. Chaos and beheading. Seizing a certain opportunity, APU suddenly jumped into the air, and at the same time, his remaining palm flicked toward his chest. Waves of invisible sound waves ejected, and a victorious smile appeared on APU's face. His Devil Fruit's ability attacks are invisible, and many opponents have been cut in half by him before they even understand what's happening. Judging from this kid's reaction, it's probably the same. Die. APU had a ferocious smile on his face, as if he had seen Kurosawa being cut in half. However, the next second, Kurosawa's figure disappeared just before the sonic slash was about to arrive. This. What's going on? APU was shocked. A figure appeared above him like a ghost. Click. Kurosawa sensed the place where he was just now, and the sound wave cut through it like a knife, even the hard bricks were cut off by it. It's quite a powerful force. Seeing this, Kurosawa no longer hesitated, raised his long legs high, aimed at APU's head, and then slammed down with a kick from Kanghe Black Flash. Boom, dash dash. APU's body was blasted into the ground again. The difference was that this time he quickly got up again and launched several sonic explosions towards Kurosawa. Pang! Boom! Pang! Boom! APU, whose whip was a little scattered on his head, exploded one after another, making himself panting from exhaustion, but he didn't even touch Kurosawa's hair. Damn! How can this guy be so fast? Mr. APU! We are coming! There were shouts in the distance, and a large number of pirates were seen swarming over. APU was shocked and angry, and finally calmed down when he heard the shouts of his men. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million, and he quickly began to analyze. This kid is extremely fast and there is nothing I can do against him. Fortunately, although he is fast, his strength is not that great. The powerful move at the beginning can only be used once. Can't die. Thinking of this, APU felt calm. In his opinion, the sailors in front of him had no means to kill him. Kurosawa stepped aside and looked at APU, who was still attacking. He knew that the kick just now did not cause much damage to him. It's really not easy for someone to become a supernova. If it were Miguel, he would probably be dead by now. Hey, am I too weak after all? This guy's men have also arrived. We can't continue to play like this. I have no choice but to give him seconds. APU, who was facing a formidable enemy, kept staring closely at Kurosawa. When he met the latter's eyes, he felt something bad in his heart. But when I think about the fact that my little brothers are behind me, and I want them to stay to block the harm when the time comes, I don't believe what else I can do to him. What's your name? It shouldn't be an unknown person who can beat me like this, APU. Kurosawa did not answer, but curled up the corner of his mouth, stretched out a finger, and the dazzling red light shined again. Damn it! When APU saw the souls of the dead, he didn't want to experience the power of this move a second time. Boom! Sonic and he exploded at the same time, and the field was once again filled with dust and smoke. APU lost his sight in the smoke and dust. He jumped up and was about to move to a place where he could see clearly. However, a cold light suddenly flashed through. The cold light quickly magnified in APU's eyes. When life and death were at stake, he tried his best to avoid it, at the cost of his only remaining arm. Laonyo's slashing attack is still faster. In a flash, Kurosawa was already in front of APU. Spare my life, I will do anything. Under the latter's fearful gaze, his vision was spinning. APU's head even flew out of the smoke-covered area, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air before landing with a thump. This scene happened to be seen by Miguel, who arrived just in time. Damn it, boss! You can do it alone. Mr. APU, we are here. Just hold on. Without even a moment of mourning for APU's death, someone who immediately rushed to the scene was an unknown pirate passerby. At the same time, in an auction in Area 1, several people who will shock the world in the future gathered together. Congratulations to Mr. Charles Saint for buying the mermaid for 500 million belly. Chapter 18. Miguel looked at Kurosawa in shock. Even though he already knew that Kurosawa was very strong now, he never expected that Kurosawa could be so strong. Seeing Kurosawa walking out of the smoke and dust unscathed, all APU's efforts could not even stain the white cloak of justice with a speck of dust. Miguel couldn't help but open his mouth. He actually killed the pirate by himself, and even escaped unharmed. That's a supernova. If it were a fire-burning Yamanaka, would he be able to achieve this level? Stop being in a daze, come to life. Kurosawa's reminder brought Miguel back to reality. Okay boss. You've worked hard, leave these guys to me. Chiang. Miguel pulled out his saber and stood in front of the rushing pirates alone. Due to the obstruction of sight, APU's men did not realize that their captain had gone west at this time. Rewards, Armed Color Haki, LV1, Kendo, LV1, have been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the first kill of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The additional reward is a bounty worth 10,000 points. Listening to the sound of bounties being paid continuously, Kurosawa felt extremely happy inside. Normal reward value, 7,400. Billion level bounty value, 29,800 points. Looking at the balance of the bounty value, Kurosawa has never felt so rich. This ultimate bubble bath is really worth it. After working hard for so long, it's time to reap the fruits of my persistence and hard work. Kurosawa smiled slightly and opened the system panel. He saw so many skills finally locking on the target. System, give me more. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 3,000 points of normal bounty value. The spell is reversed and he is upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 3,000 points of normal bounty value. The natural fighter has been upgraded to LV2. The normal bounty value is still 1,400, and no skills can be added. After thinking for a while, Kurosawa decided not to use the billion-level bounty value to inject it into ordinary skills. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1000 billion level bounty value. Heaven-defying 6 eyes upgraded to LV3. Continue. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. Spell reversal he upgraded to LV3. As the most powerful output method at present, the upgrade order of reversal he is naturally at the forefront. Before Launyo's technique and solution evolved into a slash that cut off the world, its power was still a bit weak. Gan. It's gone now. Normal reward value, 1,400. Billion level bounty value, 9,800 points. Why is this APU so useless? He is only 200 short of being able to upgrade his natural fighter to LV3. Being able to perfectly combine and use all skills of the same level, the natural fighter's blessing to Kurosawa's combat power is self-evident. Boss, just watch my performance. After Miguel finished speaking, he raised his knife and charged forward with a shave. Kurosawa, who had finished adding points, did not take any action. It was a one-to-many melee. I believe Miguel can absorb a lot of experience from it. The war on the top is about to begin, and training then will all rely on breakthroughs before the battle. In order to better allow the pirates to surround Miguel, while no one was watching, Kurosawa formed a ball and twisted APU's body into a ball, and then kicked him into the garbage. It seems, we have to hurry up to get more bounties. The lieutenant general of the top war company was killed like a dog. With his current strength, he is probably not much better and can barely protect himself. Pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are hard to find, but there happens to be a gang of extremely evil people on this island right now. Kurosawa smiled slightly. He couldn't wait for Luffy to make a big fuss. The movement at that time will attract all the extremely evil times. As for why not arrest them directly, sorry, I really don't know the way. Who reads so many comics and memorizes them? Besides, remembering is one thing, coming here is another. There is no bad map navigation here. Turning to Miguel's battle. At this time, Miguel had only rushed out for a minute, but he was already covered in paint. It has to be said that to be able to stand out and become a supernova in the first half of the Grand Line, he is a small fish with some strength, at least not as threatening as an ordinary shrimp. After Miguel killed nearly 10 pirates by surprise at the beginning, he was surrounded and then attacked in turns in a rhythmic manner. Rao is an outstanding student in the training camp like Miguel, but he also feels tremendous pressure. If he hadn't mastered the iron block, Miguel might have suffered more than just a loss. Why is Mr. APU missing? Damn Marine! Tell me where Mr. APU is. Otherwise I will cut you in half. Miguel couldn't stop so many people, and some pirates rushed towards Kurosawa, who just stood there. Seeing that they were ignored like this, the furious pirates slashed at Kurosawa with their knives, but the blade stopped only a few centimeters away from Kurosawa and could no longer fall. What is this? Is this guy also an esper like Mr. APU? While the pirates were shocked, Kurosawa's attention was not here. His keen sense made him realize that there seemed to be quite a commotion happening on the island. Boom! A violent roar came from elsewhere, followed by several equally violent explosions. When everyone didn't understand why, Kurosawa followed the sound and went. The place where the explosion came from was Area 1. If he remembered correctly, there should be an auction there. Could it be? Blah blah blah. Kurosawa's portable phone rang, ignoring the blade that was slashing at him. Kurosawa answered the phone as if nothing had happened. Kurosawa! Where are you now? Pirates from the auction party in Area 1 attacked the Celestial Dragons. Go quickly to support. Hearing this, Kurosawa curled up his lips and said, "Come to life." With a swipe of his finger, the heads of the pirates surrounding Kurosawa flew up. Under the protection of unlimited spells, the blood spurted out could not even splash on Kurosawa's body. "Miguel!" Kurosawa shouted, jumped up into the sky, raised his hand and pointed around Miguel. The technique turns to king. The terrifying blue ball swept across a circle and directly rolled up all the pirates surrounding Miguel into a ball. "Done. Boss!" Miguel couldn't help but exclaimed, and he cleared the field with one move. Even though he had seen it before, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. "Kurosawa, are you ready?" "Miguel, what are you ready for?" "Kurosawa, fly!" "Miguel!" Kurosawa smiled, then raised his hand to control Kang's strength and directly sucked Miguel into his hand. Then his face changed. "Oops! This guy is quite heavy. If he only relied on the physical blessing brought by level 1 physical skills, he would really have to spend a lot of effort to bring Miguel there. Fortunately, with Kang's suction power, it was relatively easy, but I still had to find opportunities to improve my physical skills." "Boss, what are you doing?" Looking at himself hanging in the air, Miguel couldn't help but wonder, "By the way, boss, I just wanted to ask. Is this moonwalk? Why is your moonwalk so fast?" "Kurosawa, stop talking nonsense and let's go." "Whoa!" Under everyone's confused gaze, Kurosawa carried Miguel and flew high in the sky. "Mom! He can fly! Is he Superman?" Chapter 19. Holy Land Marijoya. After listening to the report, Warring States looked ugly and held his forehead. "Is it that kid again? He keeps getting into trouble. What's going on with that family?" Annoying the Tianlong people meant that they had to send out generals again. General-level combat power was wasted on this kind of thing, and the Warring States period also felt helpless. The officer on the side replied, "According to information, in addition to Straw Hat Luffy, there are also more than 5 pirates with bounties worth over 100 million, including Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law, at the scene." After listening to the report, Porosalino, who was sitting aside, took a leisurely sip of tea. "Yo, anyway, we can't do something like the attack on World Noble without taking action, right? Mr. Sengoku?" When Sengoku heard the voice, he turned around in disbelief and looked at Porosalino, who was standing up. Could it be that this guy who has always only known how to clock in and get off work at a certain time, who always thinks about asking for leave when he has nothing to do on weekdays, has finally enlightened himself today? Warring States felt excited in his heart. Great, at this point, Porosalino can finally take on the responsibility. "Porosalino, just let me go. I'll be back soon. Don't worry." Without doubting his presence, the Warring States period immediately approved it. Porosalino smiled mysteriously, and then slowly walked out of the door. The junction of Area 2 and Area 1. Kurosawa and Miguel flew quickly, and with the blessing of the heaven-defying 6 eyes upgraded to LV3, they were able to fly in the air for a long time. There are actually pirates who dare to attack the Tianlong people. What do you think, boss? While Miguel was amazed, he suddenly saw a huge boulder coming towards them. "Boss, be careful!" Without Miguel's reminder, Kurosawa carried Miguel and disappeared in the air with a whoosh. On the ground in the distance, a figure that looks like a small giant maintains the posture of throwing boulders, and there are white wings behind it. Ulki laughed. Did this flying sailor actually get out of the way? This is the first time I've seen a flying marine. It's really different near the marine headquarters. Miguel, who fell back to the ground, saw their attacker clearly, and his expression became extremely solemn for a moment. This guy is the pirate with a bounty of 180 million Baileys, Mukherjee. He is also a supernova known as the Evil Generation. Boss and eldest. Miguel swallowed the word hard in his stomach, and just about to remind Kurosawa, Miguel immediately felt that he was worrying too much. Kurosawa was the man who just killed Skulach Apu without any injuries. That guy's bounty is 1,800,000 Baileys higher than Monk Urki's. Kurosawa didn't say a word, but walked towards Urki silently, with a gloomy expression on his face. I finally tried to show off, but was interrupted by this idiot. Are people in this pirate world so sick? The Marine General doesn't run away anymore, so he still has the leisure to take action against a small Marine like him? But the bounty is 180 million Baileys, but it was delivered to your door yourself. Kurosawa smiled slightly and chose to forgive Urki generously. Haha. What did you say? You look young, but your tone is quite serious. Look at what you mean, do you still want to arrest me, Sergeant? Urki laughed, obviously not taking Kurosawa seriously. But this is normal. After all, as a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million, he has killed countless Marine sergeants. How could Kurosawa be regarded as a rival? Kurosawa didn't answer, just looked at the guy in front of him coldly. He would not let go of this walking bounty worth 18,000 points no matter what. What kind of causal reaction does this guy's ability seem to have? Kurosawa couldn't remember clearly, but he remembered that he would become stronger after receiving damage, and this guy looked rough and thick-skinned. Even a thin-looking supernova like APU could resist being beaten so much. I'm afraid this guy was even more outrageous. Luffy is still waiting for me to arrest him, so we can't waste too much time here. Thinking of this, Kurosawa stretched out a finger, and the reversal he, which was upgraded to level 3, suddenly lit up with a shining red light, and a huge amount of spell power surged across the field instantly. Seeing this, Kurosawa's heart moved slightly. This upgraded power seems to have a very good effect. The red light gradually shone, Urki smiled, raised his fist and rushed towards Kurosawa. Boy, no one is stupid enough to stand still and wait for you to take action. Before he finished speaking, the red ball of light flashed out, so fast that even a supernova like Urki had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered Urki's body. The next second, Urki's pupils widened, and the dazzling red light directly engulfed his mountain-like body, and an extremely violent roar resounded throughout the audience. Boom, dash dash. The strong wind swept, the earth trembled. The howling wind even blew Miguel behind Kurosawa back a few steps. However, Kurosawa himself had unlimited magic defense and was not affected in any way. Is this the move that defeated General Yamanaka in one move? Miguel looked at the sweeping wind in surprise from the gap in his palm. After being knocked unconscious by Kurosawa in the training camp that day, he had not yet experienced the power of the reversal he technique. Now it seems that Yamanaka, who is on fire to meet this blow, will be worthy of being a real man. It's a pity that all the beard is burnt. The raging smoke and dust wind did not block Kurosawa's sight. Through the observation of heaven-defying six eyes, he could clearly see Urki lying on the ground gasping for breath, his bloody chest and messy breath. He looked like he was seriously injured. The power of level 3 reversal he's spell has already exceeded the maximum output of the instant cast, and it still has the 50% improvement brought by the natural fighter, and the speed is much faster. According to Kurosawa's estimation, even the lieutenant generals in the headquarters would not be able to escape when faced with the current he. At least Huo Shaoshan can't. Just when Kurosawa was about to make a last-ditch attack, within the perception range of heaven-defying six eyes, a figure with a slightly familiar aura quietly approached. Ding! The current situation of the host has been detected, and a new life choice has appeared. Life choice 1, being extremely confident in your own strength, you immediately kill Urki, and at the same time kill Basil Hawkins who is coming. Reward, the sword level is increased to LV2. Life choice 2, you feel that you are not sure, so choose to let Urki go, and turn around to kill Basil Hawkins who is coming. Reward, fighting instinct, LV1. Life choice 3, you feel that now is not the time to show your strength, so choose to retreat. Reward, reduce the prestige level to LV1 and gain the system's underscore. Looking at the last choice, Kurosawa just said hehe, is there any need to choose? Chapter 20. As for the skill Fighting Instinct, it is a bit interesting. Its effect is that it can automatically fight back when encountering danger after losing consciousness, including coma, becoming mentally retarded, etc. However, this skill is not very practical in Kurosawa's opinion. He's so systematic and yet he's beaten unconscious? He might as well stop playing. Kurosawa raised his hand and scratched Urki's neck. Technique explanation. The extremely sharp slash directly cut off the neck of Urki, who was unable to resist. Your Excellency, please wait. Hawkins's voice came from a distance, but it was too late. Looking at Urki's head rolling down, Hawkins's eyes were full of doubts. That shouldn't be the case. I saw Urki's face today, and it doesn't look like he's dead. Kurosawa's eyes fell on Hawkins, and his heaven-defying six eyes felt the thick and strange aura emanating from the other person. At this moment, Kurosawa suddenly understood where that familiar feeling came from. Yes, if I remember correctly, what Hawkins ate should be the paramecia straw fruit. However, although the scarecrow he created can bear damage for the main body, it is just a substitute technique after all. Moreover, this substitution technique is not invincible. Once all the scarecrows are eliminated, the main body will suffer a fatal blow. From this point of view, the weakness of this fruit is still very obvious, and it only needs to be crushed. Thinking of this, Kurosawa smiled confidently. Hawkins's face had become extremely solemn at this time. Since his debut, his fortune-telling has never made any mistakes. But why not today? Give me a moment. Putting aside these words, Hawkins ignored Kurosawa and started divination directly on the spot. The chance of escaping is 36%, the chance of losing the battle is 87%. The pirates under Hawkins were obviously not as calm as him. Who is that Marine? He actually cut off the head of that weird monk Urki. Could it be that he is General Marine? You are a stupid pig. You didn't see that guy's shoulder badge. He's obviously just Sergeant Xiao. How is it possible? A mere sergeant can kill Ulki. Miguel had just recovered from the shock, and when he saw the person clearly, his expression became tense immediately. This guy is also one of the supernovas of the extremely evil era. Basil Hawkins. The bounty is 249 million Baileys. There is very little information about him in the intelligence. Oh! Kurosawa's eyes lit up when he heard this. Such a high bounty? Miguel looked solemn and assumed a fighting posture. Why are you so unlucky today? I encountered 3 supernovas alone. Bad luck? No. Kurosawa has heard the echoes of wealth. Looking at Hawkins, who was still doing divination, Kurosawa couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he is a guy who can do divination calmly in front of General Marine. He is so calm. If he likes divination so much. Kurosawa raised his palm and began to form seals. Phase, jackfruit, pillar of light. Buzz. The continuously condensing spell power even started to tremble on the ground. Miguel on the side was even frightened by the condensed power and his hair stood up. Really or not? Why do you feel that this move by the boss is more terrifying than the one before? The red light from Kurosawa's spell was like a second sun, illuminating the entire square. Hawkins' men were already in chaos, anxiously urging Hawkins to run away as soon as possible. Boss, why don't you run away? You will die. However, Hawkins didn't seem to hear it, because he had already calculated that he would not die today. Even though he had made some small mistakes just now, he was still extremely confident in the results of his divination. Hawkins, it's okay, I won't die. After finishing speaking, Hawkins looked at Kurosawa. Although his cold black pupils were already occupied by red light, he still smiled slightly and said, "The power used by this Marine is quite similar to mine." Buzz. the full power of the spell reversal he has been formed. Facing a person with abilities like Hawkins, the best solution is to kill all his substitutes with one blow. Kurosawa smiled. Spell reversal H. Buzz. With a flash of red light, the building where Hawkins was instantly submerged. If Kurosawa hadn't been protecting him, Miguel would have been blown away by the strong wind caused by the explosion. Hey, boss, the power of your move is too amazing. I'm afraid it can't even destroy a warship. Seeing the explosion caused by Kurosawa, Miguel's eyelids couldn't stop beating. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock. The glass of the buildings around the square was shattered, and the tall building was blown up along with the buildings behind it, raising dust all over the sky. The once bustling streets have now become ruins and the ground is in a mess. And the group of pirates was even more miserable. Their bodies were blown to pieces, and their blood stained the ground red, like a terrible nightmare. Kurosawa said nothing and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Kurosawa's figure appeared silently among the ruins. Looking at the safe and sound Hawkins in front of him, Kurosawa had a playful expression on his face. Your ability is really interesting. At this moment, Hawkins was no longer as calm as before. The sweat on his forehead showed this, but he still pretended to be calm. There is an inexplicable familiarity between your and my abilities. I thought we would become good partners. Kurosawa, haha, why do you deserve to be my partner? Hawkins. Kurosawa, all the men you brought are dead. I'm curious, how many lives do you have left now? Seeing the smile on Kurosawa's face, Hawkins' heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Kurosawa just acted without martial ethics and wiped out all his substitutes in one fell swoop. Now he has no substitutes. In other words, as long as Kurosawa kills him again, he will really die. No, calm down. I wish I didn't have a dead look today. After a moment of silence, Hawkins' face suddenly became extremely ferocious. The appearance of subduing the devil. Since the substitute has withstood the damage, Hawkins is now at full status, and Kurosawa has just released the complete spell reverse he. Although it is not the maximum output, it cannot be used again in a short period of time. Is this the oppressive feeling of having a bounty of 249 million Bailey? Looking at the scarecrow in front of him, Kurosawa's face showed a hint of excitement. He flipped his palm gently, and a dark patterned blade shining with mysterious light appeared in his hand. The blade is completely black, and the blade is covered with mysterious dark patterns that look like hellfire. It seems to contain endless power and secrets. The blade is extremely sharp and shines with a cold light, making people shudder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the supreme sword level weapon for the first time. Reward, Yudeo Style King Yida, LV1. Chapter 21. This is sword skill. The moment he held the dark knife hilt, with the blessing of a natural fighter, all low-level skills were perfectly used by Kurosawa at this moment, and all received a 75% increase. The various skills of Taijutsu and Kendo are combined in an instant to create the current optimal fighting style. And the skills Kurosawa just learned through his own talent. This sword will be wielded to the extreme. One sword style, blue, one flash. Blue light wrapped around it, and with the extremely sharp slashes and Kang's amazing tearing power, even the scarecrow's hard claws were chopped off by Kurosawa. This sword combines armament haki, Jutsu Shiren Kang, Jutsuji, Kendo, and Taijutsu, covering most of Kurosawa's skills. Coupled with the bonus of being a natural fighter, it is not difficult to imagine how powerful it is. Even the scarecrow after Hawkins' demonization is as vulnerable as paper. This, how is it possible? Under Hawkins' disbelieving gaze, the famous sword indirectly cut him in half. Crack! The huge scarecrow's body was separated from top to bottom, and Hawkins' scarlet eyes were dimming rapidly. He didn't know until his death why his divination was wrong and why he died today without a sign of death. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Basil Hawkins and earning a billion level bounty of 24,900 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the phased achievement reward unlocking conditions, the end of the evil generation, 3/11. Reward, 100 million level bounty value plus 8,000 points. Normal bounty value, 1,400 points. Billion level bounty value, 42,700 points. Get rich. Kurosawa took Yami back into the system space and looked at the full bounty value. Kurosawa smiled slightly. My persistence and hard work finally paid off today. The system will add some points to me. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1000 billion level bounty value. The natural fighter has been upgraded to LV3. Then how to distribute the remaining 32,700 points? If you have the blessing of a natural fighter, it is best to upgrade them all to LV3 first, so that you can maximize your combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Kurosawa no longer hesitated. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1.3 billion level bounty value. The spell and solution have been upgraded to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 1.3 billion level bounty value. The spell Reversal King has been upgraded to LV3. Seeing his newly rich balance ebbing away like a tide, Kurosawa couldn't help but feel a pain in his body, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to add more. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 300 billion level bounty value. Swordsmanship has been upgraded to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1400 points of normal bounty value and 10 billion level bounty value. Upgrading physical skills to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 150 billion level bounty value. Armed color domineering upgrade to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 150 billion level bounty value. Udeo Flow King Udian has been upgraded to LV2. At this point, after Kurosawa's unremitting efforts, the reward value is only 600 points at the billion level. Gone so quickly. Kurosawa looked at the empty balance and couldn't help but feel a headache. He still has so many skills that he hasn't had time to add points to. It's still not enough. He needs to earn more bounty points. Boss! Are you okay? The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and Miguel still couldn't find Kurosawa's figure, so he shouted loudly. Miguel fell into silence until he saw Kurosawa standing in the ruins and Hawkins broken in two under his feet. Holy Land Marie Joya! Warring States stood by the window, looking at the sea with a serious expression. The recent chaos is getting more and more troublesome. Why is it happening at this juncture? According to intelligence, there are at least 8 supernovas gathered in Sabayati. These BD pirates. There are so many guys with over 100 million bounties popping up all of a sudden. Now is not a good time to send out troops to deal with these bastards. I hope Porisalano can bring some good news, otherwise the pressure will be too much. Too big. Damn Whitebeard. With the news of Ace's execution being made public to the world, Marine has already begun frantically mobilizing troops, and the 7 warlords of the sea have also responded. Sabayati Port. Bang! With the sound of a cannon, a tall figure with yellow stripes stepped on the cannonball and landed safely amidst the violent explosion of fire. Moses Moses! Moses Moses yo, it's really strange. Porisalano drew a long tone and kept calling the phone bug that had no answer. All the pirates who saw this scene fled in panic. Run away! Admiral Marine is here. At this time, in the Sabayati Islands, the Straw Hats have successfully escaped from the auction, and have reached an agreement with Pluton Rayleigh. They are preparing to hide safely in the Sabayati Islands for 3 days, and then set sail for the New World. However, a huge steel body blocked the Straw Hats' path. Looking at that familiar figure, everyone in the Straw Hat crew, except Luffy, looked frightened, and they all put on fighting postures, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Seeing Luffy, who was about to step forward, Sanji quickly stopped him. "Hey Luffy! Wait a minute." Luffy looked confused. "What's wrong, Sanji? Do you know this guy?" "It's true, this guy is the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear." Robin explained. A drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead unconsciously. This was the existence that almost wiped out their group. But they obviously don't know that the Tyrant Bear in front of them is just a pacifist created by the world government, and its fighting ability is far less than the original one. But even the first-generation pacifist is still a powerful boss-level existence to the current Straw Hats. After a hard-fought battle involving everyone, the 3 strongest Straw Hats finally found the right time. "Zoro, Sanji!" Luffy shouted. "The cooperation of the King's Wings needs no words." Devil-style feat, the finishing touch shot. Sanji rushed out first and hit the pacifist on the head with his fiery wind kick. Zoro took the opportunity to chant the move. Ghost Energy 9 Sword Style Azura Demon 9 Flashes. The violent slash landed on the pacifist, almost severing his left shoulder, and then Lu leaped into the sky. Third gear, Giant Roundabout. Bang, dash dash. Under the joint attack of the 3 main forces, the pacifist PX-4 was finally scrapped. "Who is everyone okay?" Luffy said breathlessly. The battle just now had consumed most of his strength. However, the next second, Luffy saw everyone looking behind him blankly. "What's wrong?" Just when Luffy was confused, the boy with black hair and blue eyes spoke calmly. "Hey, first time meeting. Luffy, be careful." With everyone shouting in unison, Luffy turned his head suddenly and saw a fist rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Black sparks alternate with blue light. Boom! Luffy's head was punched into the ground by Kurosawa, and the splashed stones shot out with undiminished power, piercing the trunk of the tree. All members of the Straw Hats looked at Kurosawa, their eyes flickering, but they all had one thought in their hearts. This marine that suddenly appeared, is very strong. Chapter 22. Luffy, UBD. Sanji roared in anger, stepped on his left foot and right foot, causing blazing fire, and rushed towards Kurosawa. Kurosawa looked at the unconscious Luffy and was thinking. To be honest, he didn't actually intend to end this guy's life right here. Although the 300 million bounty is very tempting, Luffy's bounty will skyrocket in the future. Moreover, Garp is kind to him, and there is also the sun god Nika who will appear out of nowhere. But to kill or not to kill? If you really kill Monkey D. Luffy here, what kind of changes will it cause? He is really curious. After thinking for a moment, Kurosawa raised the corner of his mouth. Ding! World movement detected. Trigger new life choices. Life choice 1, kill Monkey D. Luffy, welcome the awakening of the sun god Nika, and survive the battle with the coming Pluton Rayleigh. Reward, Conqueror's Haki level is increased to LV5. Life choice 2, seriously injure all members of the Straw Hats, causing Monkey D. Luffy to feel great pain, and successfully survive after Pluton Rayleigh arrives. Reward, King of the Curse, LV1. Life choice 3, stop here, and say that Marine is not a murderer, and gain the awe of the Straw Hats. Reward, the prestige level is converted into a dog-licking level. My sun god. There is also Rayleigh, this copy is a bit over the top. The meaning of the world Shiba is moving. Kurosawa's eyes flashed slightly. No wonder he could notice that Sanji's speed towards him suddenly increased so much. Is this the influence of Shiba movement in the world? Interesting. Bang! There was a dull collision, and Sanji looked at Kurosawa in surprise. You actually caught my devil wind kick with one hand. Very good, it seems that LV2's unlimited spells can't even break through attacks of this level. Kurosawa looked at his palm, and there was an infinite distance between it and the devil's feet. And even if there is no lower limit spell, Armed Color Haki has been upgraded to LV2, and he is no longer afraid of the blazing flames of Sanji's demonic wind legs at this stage. Without pausing, Kurosawa swung Sanji's calf with his palm. Sanji, who had lost his center in mid-air, hurriedly tried to adjust, but how could Kurosawa give him this chance? Blue light emerged from Kurosawa's right fist, and he punched out with a heavy punch packed with armed domineering and black flash. Black sparks exploded, and a punch hit Sanji's waist, hitting him until he vomited blood and then flew backwards, smashing a rock before stopping. 1. Next, without even a moment of silence for Sanji, he was immediately followed by the current strongest 9th member of the Straw Hats, Toryu Zoro. Ghost Energy, 9 Sword Style, Azura, Ichi Mist Silver. The long string of words was quickly read by Zoro. If the 5-star strongest prisoner who was sleeping far away in Shinjuku saw it, he would comment highly. If the original challenger was not Sunyo but Zoro, then he might have been cut in half without even needing a loan. Chiang. The dark red knife blocked Zoro's special move. The latter looked at it with a shocked expression. Even though he bit the handle of the knife in his mouth, he did not block his mouth and said, "This is a famous sword. Who are you? How can a mere marine sergeant have such a weapon and strength?" Zoro was shocked. The more he observed, the more certain he became. The grade of Kurosawa's sword was even higher than his Wado Ikemon. Kurosawa didn't speak, he was also observing. If Zoro's swordsmanship were converted into levels, it should be at LV4 now, and even above him. But Zoro's current condition is very poor, and he has many blessings. Smiling slightly, Kurosawa said indifferently, "Guys like you who overestimate your own capabilities still want to protect this person who also overestimates his capabilities and tries to become one piece." Under the desperate gazes of everyone in the Straw Hats, the darkness in Kurosawa's hand pressed down heavily, and then a blood streak appeared in front of Zoro, and blood surged out like a fountain in an instant. 2. Zoro! Chopper cried with tears in his eyes. Other Straw Hat members were not idle either and launched attacks one after another. Hwa! Before Robin could raise his hand, he severely interrupted his spell casting with a slap, and then punched his lower abdomen until he lost consciousness. 3. Robin! Nami's eyes widened in horror. She couldn't imagine how this man came to them at such a long distance in an instant. As soon as the weather stick spit out a thunder cloud bubble, Kurosawa snatched it away and used it as a weapon to hit Nami on the butt with a stick, then stepped on her head hard and pushed it into the ground. 4. Nami! UBD! Sword tail! Boom! Kurosawa dodged over Brook and punched him into the ground, bringing up a large cloud of smoke and dust. 5. Frankie, the wind comes with the cannon. Usopp, look at my sure kill. 3 consecutive hits of gunpowder stars. The wind cannon suddenly blasted. Kurosawa calmly stretched out his palm. The technique is reversed, King. In an instant, a large amount of spell power condensed into a huge blue ball of light. Frankie's wind cannon and Usopp's attack were directly involved in the suction force. Frankie, are you kidding? This is Laozi's super wind cannon. Usopp's face turned pale. As Kurosawa's palm moved, the huge blue ball of light directly involved Frankie and Usopp. 7. Usopp, Frankie! Everyone! Chopper's eyes couldn't stop crying. He looked at his friend who fell to the ground. He looked at Kurosawa who was walking slowly. Do you want to go up and fight this guy? Can I win? After a fierce ideological struggle, Chopper was slapped into the ground just as he was about to take drugs. Chiao, ba. Listening to this weak voice, Kurosawa couldn't help but sigh. Is this the perseverance of the protagonist? Obviously the force he used just now would have caused him to be unconscious for a long time even if he didn't die. Kurosawa glanced sideways at Luffy, and then in Luffy's desperate eyes, he aimed at the unconscious Chopper and stepped down again. Don't want. Boom. 8. Along with the splatter of blood, Kurosawa felt that Luffy's pupils and heart were contracting violently. Seeing this, the smile on Kurosawa's face became even brighter. Straw Hat Luffy, you are such a weak guy, you can't even protect your friends, and you still want to become One Piece. Another hard step, boom. Stop it. BD. Spurred by the threat to his partner's life, Luffy miraculously stood up and staggered towards Kurosawa. Miguel, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, said nothing. Although Kurosawa's methods were a bit cruel, he was a pirate after all, and he should be treated no matter how he was treated. Moreover, the boss's strength is really too strong. Monkey D. Luffy, who has a bounty of 300 million, pinned the infamous Straw Hat Pirates to the ground and hammered them all by himself. Simply a role model for Marine in the new era. Also watching the battle were Jean Momomaru and a pacifist. This guy is so strong, even I may not be his opponent. Jean Momomaru remembered just now that he, Kurosawa and Miguel met on the way here. It was indeed the right thing to let this guy take action. It saved my pacifist from being destroyed. Jean Momomaru murmured to himself, his eyes showing his admiration for Kurosawa. The guy who can easily blow up a pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys, how come he only has the rank of sergeant? Looking at Luffy walking towards him, Kurosawa raised his hand and took Usopp into his hand, then broke his nose in front of Luffy. Luffy, if you don't have the strength, what's the point of dreaming? Kurosawa punched Luffy into the ground again, and chopped off the dark sword in his hand. Chapter 23. Whoa! A white figure flew close to the ground at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, and then an old hairy leg stepped on the dragging child and kicked the famous sword in. Chiang! The flying slash carried by the famous sword was also deflected, and it flew out and chopped down a big tree in the distance. Gendarmerie and Miguel opened their mouths in shock. Who is this old guy? The boss's attack was actually blocked. Ignoring the astonished two people, Rayleigh's reading glasses glowed with a cold light, and there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. I wonder which sailor is so murderous? It turns out it's you, a swindling brat. Kurosawa didn't rush to answer, his blue eyes swept over Rayleigh's slippers. Is this the legendary Supreme Fast Shoe? It is indeed extraordinary when I see it today. Hey, long time no see, Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils shrank. You know me? Then you still dare to trick me in Venice. People who know his name dare to take advantage of him, let alone such a young brat. How did he know? Rayleigh felt confused. Kurosawa said honestly, haha, how can you say that? I am helping you quit your addiction out of good intentions. Haha, kid, you were still nursing while I was playing cards. Since those old guys at Marine didn't discipline them well, let me teach you today what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. Rayleigh first quickly retracted his foot, and then kicked it out again. This time the force was obviously more fierce. Kurosawa can even feel the extremely strong domineering power from above. Without saying anything, Kurosawa used all his strength to slash out at Rayleigh's Supreme Fast Shoe. One sword style, blue, one flash. Chiang! The confrontation between the two instantly burst out with a powerful aura. The dancing wind blew Rayleigh's white cloak and Kurosawa's cloak of justice also danced with the wind under this fluctuation. Did I hear you right? That guy just said this old man is Pluton Rayleigh? Is it really that Pluton? Jean Momomaru's eyes became solemn. If the legendary pirate really wants to intervene, today's situation may become very difficult and even turn into an ending that cannot be ended. Pluton Rayleigh? That's Pluton Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. After a brief shock, Miguel's whole body began to tremble violently due to excitement. The boss can actually compete with such a legendary figure without losing. He is indeed a man who will definitely become the Marine Fleet Admiral. Jean Momomaru interrupted at this time, you are thinking too simply. Although this kid has extraordinary potential, How can a pirate called Pluton only have this little strength? That's a living legend. On the grass. Chiang. Sparks flew from the friction between Ming Dao and Rayleigh's slippers. Rayleigh's eyes turned to the famous sword enemy in Kurosawa's hand, and he became excited, but said sarcastically. I'm just relying on my youth. I have a good sword but I can't show its strength. If you want to fight with me, even a great swordsman is not good enough. Haha, if you know you are about to be buried, just lie down in the coffin obediently. Once you are old enough to learn how to fool around, you won't be afraid of getting out of hand. Kurosawa said, his eyes drifting to Rayleigh's waist with meaning. The meaning was self-evident. Haha. If you want to anger me, you are too young. Rayleigh laughed loudly and exerted force on the soles of her feet. The sudden burst of power made Kurosawa's arms shake. That powerful force, like a tsunami, is hard to stop. Kurosawa was knocked into the air by this force and flew backwards, but there was a smile on his lips. The smelly old man is in a hurry now. Rayleigh was about to speak when he saw that Kurosawa's face was not panic at all, but instead stretched out his finger. Kurosawa's body hung upside down in the air, his slender fingers quickly formed seals, the cloak of justice on his body danced, and his blue eyes burst out with astonishing brilliance at this moment. Keen Rayleigh immediately noticed that something was wrong, and his domineering aura instantly spread out. Only then did he suddenly realize that 3 groups of blue lights appeared around him at some point. Phase, Dusk, Eye of Wisdom. Kurosawa quickly chanted the spell in mid-air, and the seeds that had been planted before Rayleigh came grew at a super speed at this moment, approaching the maximum output in a very short period of time. The spell that has been upgraded to level 3, Shun's Wan King, is like a blooming ocean firework, surrounding this living legend. Interesting kid. Before being overwhelmed by the burst of blue light, Rayleigh was keenly aware of the power contained in the blue light ball, and left such a sentence with a smile, and then was completely overwhelmed by the blue light. The more interesting things are yet to come. Kurosawa's eyes turned cold. If Rayleigh directly exploded in strength, his moves would not have much effect. But unfortunately, not all the strong men in One Piece are red-haired. The first one is a divine evasion worth 3 billion. What's more, he was fighting against a fledgling marine sergeant. Rayleigh naturally wouldn't come up with all his firepower. You like to show off, don't you? Stinky old man. Kurosawa fell back to the ground. Under the defense of unlimited spells, the strong wind on the field had no impact on him. The palms quickly formed seals, and the scarlet light was extremely dazzling even on the battlefield where blue light was raging. Phase, Jackfruit, Pillar of Light. Spell reversal He. Maximum output. Even if you were Pluton Rayleigh, this blow would be uncomfortable. Buzz buzz. Reversal of the spell, He is like a sword of the gods, instantly piercing through. The dazzling red and white light once again became the main color of the battlefield, and violent roars followed. After people in the distance were shrouded in red and white light, they heard extremely violent explosions. An astonishing hole was opened in the 2 main tree trunks that were extremely strong and supported the Sabayati Islands. With a clicking sound, the 200-meter giant trees that formed the Sabayati archipelago fell. Naturally, this scene cannot escape the eyes of the supernovas scattered throughout the Sabayati Islands. Akahata Drake, such an attack. As expected, it must have been done by General Marine, right? Was it Akainu or Kizaru? Anyway, the plan needs to be tightened up. Trafalgar Law, what an astonishing attack. If the opponent of such an attack is us, we can't even imagine it. Even the always arrogant Eustace Kid remained speechless for a while after seeing such power, and just secretly clenched his fists. Capone Becky, is it General Marine? That stupid straw hat provoked such a guy. Even my boss must be crushed in the face of this attack. Chiao Elibani stared at the explosion in a daze, and even forgot to bite the chicken drumstick in her hand for a moment. Poor Salino, hey, things seem to be getting a little tricky. Poor Salino finally gave up calling the phone bug that had no answer. His eyes were blocked by his sunglasses and he couldn't see clearly what he was thinking. 8-foot mirror. The golden light gathered into a mirror, and then the body turned into particles of light, quickly approaching in the direction of the attack. Chapter 24. Careful. PX7. The maximum output spell, Reversal He, is so powerful that even Jean Momomaru and Miguel, who are watching the battle from afar, are affected. The violent energy impact was like a turbulent wave, spreading turbulently in all directions. The two people could not help but widen their eyes, with a look of astonishment on their faces. With the activation of the reversal technique, a powerful gust of wind swept in. This gust of wind, with its fierce aura, seemed to tear everything into pieces. Jean Doan and Miguel's skin was sore from the strong wind, and they had to squint their eyes to avoid being blinded by the wind and sand. What a terrifying power! Miguel murmured in a low voice. He held the weapon in his hand tightly, and his palms even trembled slightly with excitement. Jean Doan frowned and stared solemnly at the battlefield in the distance. They realized that this battle had far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, Jean Momomaru ordered the pacifist PX7 to stand in front of him and Miguel in time, so he did not suffer too much damage. Boom! The violent explosions gradually subsided, and Jean Doan's face was filled with shock. What the hell is going on with this kid? With an explosion like that, even a pacifist would be destroyed in an instant. The cost of a pacifist is not less than that of a warship, but this guy surpassed it so easily. What a joke! Miguel also felt huge waves in his heart at this moment, but when he thought that this was a move made by his boss, a proud smile appeared on his dark face. As expected of the boss. On the field, Kurosawa was hovering in the air at this time, and his heaven-defying 6 eyes directly saw the somewhat embarrassed Rayleigh among them through the smoke and dust. Kurosawa curled his lips. Old guy, I told you a long time ago that you can't afford to be hurt at your age. In the fierce smoke, Rayleigh's cloudy eyes flashed with horror. Kendo is about to enter the realm of a great swordsman, and he has even mastered haki. What's even more shocking is that being able to launch such a powerful attack at this age is simply beyond imagination. Even those people who were once called monsters and now stand as the masters of the sea and are known as the emperors of the sea are not more than that at this age, right? Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked up into the sky, and with the release of his domineering power, he could sense the inexplicable power surrounding Kurosawa. It was an aura of power that he had never seen before after sailing on the sea for so long. The move just now was probably made up of this kind of power. Even the elite lieutenant generals at Marine headquarters would never be able to achieve this kind of power. As the smoke gradually dispersed, both Gendarmerie and Miguel's eyes widened. The white-haired figure in the pothole had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth at this time, and even his clothes were a little torn. Kurosawa actually injured Rayleigh. That's a living legend. It's incredible. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed a few times and casually wiped away a trace of blood from her mouth. I admit that you are indeed a rare genius. It is a pity that a guy like you joins Marine. Gendarmerie was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but said, I heard you right, even Pluton Rayleigh praised this kid as a genius. You know, for a living fossil who has seen the pinnacle of the world to say such words is self-evident. Miguel just grinned, showing a mouthful of white fang. As expected of the boss. So, if you don't join Marine, will you become a pirate? Kurosawa's eyes flashed slightly, and after his heaven-defying 6 eyes were upgraded to level 3, his perception has reached an extremely subtle level. Not to mention the movement of wind and grass, even the sound of blood flowing can be felt by him. At this time, an astonishing force is surging inside Pluton Rayleigh's body. If it breaks out, its power will be unimaginable. Are you the Marine genius of the new era? If you die here, the old guys in Marine will definitely have a headache. There was a smile on Rayleigh's old face, and the lenses of her silver glasses were slightly reflective. Looking at Rayleigh's faint smile, Kurosawa felt a hint of murderous intent. Just a trace of leakage caused the temperature on the field to drop instantly. Even Kurosawa could notice that Jean Momomaru and Miguel, who were watching the battle from a distance, involuntarily stagnated their breathing under Rayleigh's murderous intent. They may not have noticed it themselves. Are you going to get serious? Old man. Kurosawa was not afraid to laugh back, and he tightened his grip on the famous sword enemy's arm and slowly exerted force. At this moment, he mobilized all the energy in his body to its peak. The next second. Whoa! The domineering force burst, and with just one sound, Rayleigh's figure turned into an afterimage, and fierce whines were set off wherever the figure passed, like a silver bullet, shooting straight into the air. Rayleigh's movements were so fast that Jean Momoan and Miguel had no time to react. When he reappeared, Rayleigh's body was already in front of Kurosawa. Under the violent domineering shock, Rayleigh raised the sword in his right hand high, and then slashed it down. Kurosawa's pupils froze. Such speed! Tien Kong Yun's sword. Buzz! Chiang! A golden longsword blocked Pluton Rayleigh's attack, and the dazzling golden light shone on the pair of silver glasses. When Rayleigh saw the person blocking his attack, he sneered, "You kid is pretty fast now, Kizaru. Oh, it's really scary. I never thought that the majestic Pluton Rayleigh would be so cruel to a marine sergeant." Porosalinope responded with a smile. The old man is finally here. Seeing the tall figure with yellow stripes, Jean Doan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time couldn't help but complain and shout. "Old man, why are you moving so slowly? The PX-4 has been scrapped. Why do you want me to go back and write a report with Vegapunk?" General Porosalino. Miguel was a little excited. He didn't expect to see the battle between the general and Pluton today. It was so exciting. "Hey! Long time no see, General Porosalino." Kurosawa looked at Porosalino, who had blocked a blow for him, and said hello with a smile. "You are the Kurosawa who made a big fuss in the training camp, right? I didn't expect that you have grown to this point. It's really scary." Porosalino rolled his eyes slightly and responded. There was no way, the opponent was Pluton Rayleigh, and even he had to brace himself to deal with it. "You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You really don't take me seriously." Rayleigh sneered, and the sharp blade in her hand instantly erupted with terrifying sword power. Of course, Porosalino would not wait to die. Although the pension for those who died in battle was very tempting, he had not received enough of the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Chiang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 2 top powerhouses collided for several rounds, with no one taking advantage. Seeing this, Kurosawa dodged and quietly came to Luffy's side. Looking at the guy lying on the ground unable to resist, Kurosawa smiled slightly and said, "If Rayleigh hadn't been revoked by Marine's bounty now, he would still have to try it even if he took huge risks. Rayleigh, the purpose of your trip is for Straw Hat Luffy." As Kurosawa's voice came out, Rayleigh couldn't help but change his face. The sharp famous sword enemy is currently placed on Luffy's neck. Rayleigh, who has experienced its edge at close range, has no doubt that as long as Kurosawa's arm is slightly waved, Luffy will be killed in an instant. "What do you want to do, kid?" Rayleigh said with an ugly expression. Kurosawa looked at Rayleigh with a half-smile and said, "Put down your weapons and surrender. I won't kill him." At the same time, Kurosawa was also secretly observing Porosalino's movements. A question that has troubled him for a long time may have an answer today. "Kizaru, are you an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army?" Chapter 25. Rayleigh said nothing, and the atmosphere at the scene fell into a stalemate. Miguel was still looking at Kurosawa with admiring eyes at this time. He is truly the boss. He can actually threaten Pluton Rayleigh. Jean Momomaru's face was serious. If Rayleigh hadn't been arrested today, Kurosawa would have been targeted. If you are held grudge by such a ferocious and powerful pirate, I can't imagine how frightening your future life will be. Rayleigh stared at Kurosawa and couldn't help but sigh. How many years has it been? It has been so long since I have seen such an amazing young man. Even Straw Hat Luffy, who just spoke boldly in front of him and said the same words as Captain Roger back then. Now he is stepped on by this young sailor. 23 years have passed since Roger's death, but there is less and less news about the One Piece secret treasure. Some people have even begun to question the authenticity of the secret treasure. With Marine's continuous suppression, the wave of big pirates has been faintly suppressed. Pressed it down. Now at this juncture, Marine has once again had such a young man with unlimited talent. Is the era of great pirates that Captain Roger started at the cost of his own life about to end? For a moment, Rayleigh seemed to have seen the near future in Kurosawa, where he was suppressed by Marine and returned to the calm sea. Boy, you are playing with fire. After a moment, Rayleigh grinned slightly, and a murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire audience. Miguel and Jean Doan felt as if they were falling into a cold cave. The murderous intent emanating from Pluton Rayleigh was almost solid, like the extreme cold deep under the sea, which made them unable to breathe. Drops of cold sweat penetrated Miguel's back. This is murderous intent that is almost condensed into substance. How terrible! This is just a situation that has not been targeted. It is hard to imagine what kind of pressure the boss is facing. The nearest Porosalino just stared at Rayleigh, his eyes seemed to be flashing slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Feeling the undisguised killing intent, Kurosawa's smile turned cold. Just as he was about to take action, a tall figure appeared behind him. If you wanted to travel, where would you choose? A seemingly emotionless voice sounded, and Kurosawa frowned slowly. It's actually so fast. Bartholomew Bear. The 7 warlords of the sea are here too. Miguel couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the person behind Kurosawa. The big shot he saw today was really unexpected. This time, Jean Doan looked at Tyrant Bear, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing. Hey, what do you want to do? To everyone's surprise, Kurosawa pointed the blade at the Tyrant Bear. I can deal with these guys. You, a 7 warlords of the sea, don't seem to need to take credit from me, a marine sergeant, right? Seeing Kurosawa's actions, Miguel couldn't help being shocked. Hey, boss, are you planning to attack this guy? That's 7 warlords of the sea. But when Miguel thought about it carefully, Kurosawa picked out the entire training camp on the first day he joined Marine. He even beat General Yamanaka on fire so badly. He just killed 3 of the most evil generations and killed the Straw Hat Pirates alone. A super ruthless man who even injured the legendary pirate Pluton Rayleigh. From this point of view, whatever actions the boss takes are reasonable. Seeing the appearance of Bartholomew Bear, Porosalino did not speak, and just confronted Pluton Rayleigh, but their minds were obviously not on each other. Porosalino's eyes flashed slightly. If he saw it correctly, before he arrived, Kurosawa's combat power had already injured Pluton Rayleigh. Through the previous fight, Porosalino already knew that even if Pluton Rayleigh was not at his peak, his combat power should not be underestimated. Otherwise, with his marine general's monster-level combat power, even a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion will not be able to survive for long in his hands. But in the previous confrontation, Pluton Rayleigh was on par with him, which shows how powerful he is. It seems that not long has passed since the last training camp incident. This kid's growth rate is really amazing. The big black hand caressed the book in his hand. Facing Kurosawa's question, Bartholomew Bear flashed after a brief silence and reappeared in front of Luffy. Then he shot directly. Then, under Kurosawa's stunned gaze, he slapped away the Straw Hat members one by one. Damn it, don't you even bother to pretend? Just like that, in the eyes of everyone, after all the members of the Straw Hats disappeared, Bartholomew Bear said. These are extremely vicious criminals. The risk factor is too great if you are left to deal with them. In order to protect your safety, the losses have been minimized. It would be better for me to take action. As he said that, facing Kurosawa's eyes, Bartholomew Big Bear added, I won't take away the credit for killing them. You can take the credit as usual. Kurosawa twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the expressionless Porosalino in the distance. He had already figured everything out. Maybe others don't know Bartholomew Bear's ability, but he, Porosalino, definitely knows it. As a Marine general, Bartholomew Bear was transformed by Vegapunk, or was a 7 warlords of the sea recruited by Marine. There is no reason for Porosalino not to know about Tyrant Bear's abilities, and there is no reason not to know that Tyrant Bear's actions just now definitely did not kill anyone in the Straw Hats. Good guy, just watch the Straw Hats run away like this, right? Miguel was the only CO author present at the scene. Okay, I'll see how you report it to the Warring States period. He remembered that Kizaru casually caught 500 pirates in the Sabayati Islands and solved the problem. Kurosawa smiled but said, Thank you. I will remember this kindness, Tyrant Bear. Seeing that the incident had been settled, Rayleigh stepped aside and stared at Kurosawa with murderous intent. Kid, I've also taken note of your appearance. I hope your luck will always be this good. Then the figure disappeared, and Porosalino did not stop him. Miguel was a little puzzled, why didn't Mr. General take advantage of the victory and pursue it? That's Pluton Rayleigh, a pirate who has done great harm to the world. Bartholomew Bear, the price to pay for chasing such a level of combat power is too great. Besides, Marine revoked the wanted order for Rayleigh many years ago, and now is not the time to waste combat power on him. Kurosawa naturally didn't believe these explanations. Although they made some sense, when you think about it carefully, it was not the case at all. Kurosawa, Miguel, close the team. Miguel, yes, boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making Monkey D. Luffy feel tremendous pain and successfully survive in the hands of Pluton Rayleigh. Reward, King of the Curse, LV1. The skill King of Curse has been activated. Under the skill effect, the skill has been automatically understood for the host. Chapter 26. Marine Headquarters, Marine Land. In the office, Huo Xiaoshan was sitting at his desk. Jun, Cake, how come you guys have time to come to my place? After saying that, Huo Xiaoshan subconsciously touched his stubble and couldn't help but smile after feeling the smooth touch. Since Kurosawa burned his beard, Huo Xiaoshan now has to shave his beard every day, otherwise the new beard will be too ugly and damage his image. Haha, looking around. Jun said perfunctorily. She couldn't just say that she couldn't find Kurosawa, so she wanted to ask now. Just when Jun was thinking about it for a long time and was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Huo Xiaoshan, come in. Report the fire, General Yamanaka, I am Kabi. I have something important to report to you this time. Kabi saluted, and after recovering his health, he came over as soon as possible, preparing to report to Kurosawa. Because he fainted that day, Kabi did not see the faces of Jun and Cake. Keiki glanced at this pink-haired brat. Wasn't he the one who was punished by Jun to clean the toilet that day? Why did he come here? Jun also thought about it and looked a little unhappy. At this time. Bala, Bala, Bala. Baga. Huo Xiaoshan reached out and answered, I'm sorry Jun, business is urgent. It's okay, you go ahead. Jun glanced at Kobe with some complaints. If the soldier hadn't interrupted, she would have asked where Kurosawa was. Damn it, he ruined her good deeds again. He must continue to clean the toilet later. Oh no, he can also be used as a human sandbag. Huo Xiaoshan watched as the originally white phone bug immediately turned black. He knew who was on the other end of the phone bug without even listening. Moxie, is this Yamanaka General? I am Miguel. Listening to the angry voice on the other end of the phone, he must have been unhurt. Huo Xiaoshan smiled and said, "How was the mission?" Miguel, reporting the burning of General Yamanaka, this pirate riot in the Sabayati Islands killed 89 pirates on the spot and captured 31 pirates. Among them, a pirate with a bounty of 9 million Bailey was killed by Sergeant Kurosawa, shot dead on the spot. The riot incident was successfully resolved. Hearing this, Huo Xiaoshan smiled slightly and said, "You did a good job." Jun on the side frowned when he heard this, and went on a mission? No wonder no one was seen in the training camp. Kaba's face tightened. That careless guy from Kurosawa actually killed a pirate with a 9 million Bailey bounty on the spot? Are the rumors true? Miguel continued, after Sergeant Kurosawa completed his mission, he encountered the pirate who was provoking trouble, Ibuprofen Duan Kun. Kabi, Duan Kun. I have an impression that the bounty is 22 million Bailey pirates. Miguel, then Sergeant Kurosawa shot him to death. In addition to him, there was another pirate on the scene, King Naito Koloki. It was Kurosawa who discovered his disguise. King Naito Koloji? The reformer with a bounty of 36 million Bailey. That guy is very dangerous. If I am leading the team, it is wise to avoid the sharp edge. Kabi had a serious look on his face when he heard this, thinking as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Huo Xiaoshan just nodded slightly. A pirate with a bounty of 30 million is indeed a great threat. For a sergeant of Miguel's level, it is still too difficult. Miguel, then Sergeant Kurosawa subdued him with one move and killed him on the spot. Kabi was shocked when he heard this and clenched his fists. What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Huo Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment. Well done. The corners of Jun's mouth raised slightly. How could the man she fell in love with be weak? Jiajia disagrees. To him, a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions is not a big deal. He is not even worthy of being shot by his candidate general. But after hearing Miguel's next words, Jiaji's eyes changed slightly. In addition, while patrolling Fengqing Street this morning, Sergeant Kurosawa and I met a member of the evil generation. The most evil generation? Those are all big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. The risk factor is simply ridiculously high. We must report it and request support as soon as possible. A drop of cold sweat fell from Kaba's forehead. Just hearing about it already made me feel so oppressive. I couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be when facing it in person. The extremely evil generation. It's worth my while. Kaji smiled confidently, thinking that for a pirate of this level, Kurosawa must be no match for him. Jun's pretty face showed worry. Have you encountered the extremely evil generation? This kind of pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is too dangerous for you, even me. No, wait. Huo Xiaoshan, who was a little excited after hearing this, was keenly aware of something that was against the law. What did you just say? You went to Fengqing Street early in the morning to patrol. Are you sure you went there early in the morning? Miguel swallowed and said bravely, yes, General Yamanaka. Jun. Addition. Huo Xiaoshan. Kabi was a little confused. Is this a key point? After a brief silence, Miguel continued, the name of the extremely evil era is Skulachman Apu. Kaba's eyes froze when he heard this, and then he recalled. Bailey, with a bounty of 198 million, is a devil fruit user with sonic attack power. This fruit ability kills people invisible and can produce large-scale explosions. The degree of danger is extremely high. I'm afraid it's only the colonel, no. Only a major general can lead a team to compete with it. I can do it alone. Keiki said proudly, and then quietly looked at Jun, wanting to see the latter's reaction. Unexpectedly, Jun didn't pay attention to him at all, but asked, Kurosawa is not injured, is he? Miguel heard this somewhat familiar voice and immediately recalled, report to Lieutenant General Jun that Sergeant Kurosawa was not injured. He immediately notified the garrison to come for support. Everyone nodded and said it was reasonable. After all, the strength was insufficient, so calling for support was a wise move. But Jiaja is a sign of pride. If he were present, there would be no need to go to such trouble. Huo Shaoshan, what does this guy want to do when he comes to the Sabayati Islands? Do you know his intentions? No. Hearing Miguel's righteousness, Huo Shaoshan was about to speak when he heard Miguel continue. Sergeant Kurosawa immediately flew over to kill him. Due to the lack of time, when I arrived, the man Supernova's head has already fallen to the ground, and there is no time to ask. This is too impulsive. I thought it was somewhat rational, but I didn't expect. Wait, what did you say? Killed. Kirby clapped his hands and then looked annoyed, but he quickly reacted to the second half of Miguel's words, and his expression gradually became more exciting. What? Kurosawa shot that guy to death. Huo Shaoshan also stood up from his stool suddenly, his tone suddenly raised a few points. Jiaji looked slightly surprised. Killed a supernova? That guy must have been seriously injured. Hearing Jiaji's words, Kabi was obviously relieved. This is consistent with common sense. If Supernova is seriously injured, he can go to him. Huo Shaoshan agreed with this. Jun didn't rush to express his position and just let Miguel continue talking. According to observation, the Supernova was very active and in good condition at the time. He could kill a group of pursuers with just one blow. After listening to Miguel's addition, everyone fell into silence. Kaba's cheeks kept twitching. He couldn't believe that this was true. He could kill a supernova head-on. With such strength, even if he worked hard for 2 more years, he might not be able to achieve it. Why is this careless guy so strong? Kaba secretly clenched his fists harder and harder. Jun's eyes shone brightly. He is indeed Kurosawa. He is so handsome and so powerful. He is simply the perfect successor to the future general. When Keiki saw Jun's nymphomaniac look, he was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. Oh, it's just a supernova. It's just as easy for Keiki to take action. Hiss. He took a long puff of cigarette, and then Huo Shaoshan slowly regained his composure. Being able to kill a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million, with such combat power, it is hard to imagine that Kurosawa is just a recruit who joined Marine less than a month ago. A monster, definitely a monster. But when he thought about this monster's current identity as Marine, Huo Shaoshan couldn't help but raise his lips. Ha ha ha. Okay. With this merit, Kurosawa can be promoted to ensign when he comes back this time. I will write the reasons for his promotion. Having said that, Huo Shaoshan was about to hang up the phone, and Miguel quickly said. General Yamanaka, I have something to report. Chapter 27. Huo Shaoshan slapped his forehead. Oh yes, I almost forgot about the attack on World Noble. Miguel, this incident broke out not long after the killing of Skulachman Apu. Then, when Sergeant Kurosawa and I went to support, we met another extremely evil generation. Munkerki. Huo Shaoshan raised his eyebrows, and the raised corners of his mouth gradually sank. What? Meet another member of the extremely evil era. Everyone present was shocked. Encountering pirates of this level one after another was not a good thing for a mere marine sergeant. Munkerki, that guy's bounty is 180 million belly. But the level of danger is not low at all. Kabi was worried on the surface, but secretly happy on the inside. In his opinion, no matter how strong Kurosawa is, if he continuously encounters supernova-level opponents, he will definitely pay a heavy price. You have just experienced a fierce battle. Since the other party does not harm civilians, you should avoid it first. After listening to Miguel's words, from Huo Shaoshan's point of view, although Kurosawa is very strong, it still requires a fierce battle to kill a pirate of this level, so it will inevitably consume a lot of energy. After all, even he would not be able to retain his full physical strength after defeating a member of the extremely evil era. If Kurosawa encounters another extremely evil generation at this time, he may not be a match for him. As expected, after hearing the news, Jun's face showed concern again. Seeing this, Cake took the opportunity to brag, "Don't worry, Jun. Even if you encounter 100 little pirates like this, they will never be my opponent, Cake. I will definitely protect you." Jun directly interrupted Cake's speech, "Shut up. Keep talking, is Kurosawa okay?" "Miguel, don't worry, Lieutenant General Jun. The strange monk took the initiative to attack us, and was killed by Sergeant Kurosawa on the spot." Then another member of the evil generation appeared. Kirby. Addition. Jun. After a moment of silence, except for Jun, everyone else had 2 question marks on their heads. Huo Xiaoshan said in surprise, "You mean Kurosawa killed another one after killing a supernova? The weird monk with a bounty of 180 million Bailey, and then you met another one?" Kirby couldn't believe it, his voice was trembling, "This is impossible. How could he have the strength to kill 2 supernovas? Those are a group of pirates known as the extremely evil generation." Miguel's words obviously went beyond Jiaji's expectations. Although he boasted that he could kill 100 supernovas, in terms of actual strength, to deal with 2 pirates with a bounty of nearly 200 million in succession, at least the headquarters' strong men at the level of Lieutenant General must be dispatched to secure the victory. Doesn't it mean that this brat from Kurosawa now has the strength of a Lieutenant General in the headquarters? As expected of Kurosawa. The man I like will definitely become a Marine General in the future. Jun's eyes were shining at this time, making no secret of his love. This made Jiaji on the side very unhappy, his face twisted together, but there was nothing he could do. "Miguel, yes, General Yamanaka. Next up is Basil Hawkins of the evil generation, and then Sergeant Kurosawa used the same move that defeated you in the training camp to kill him instantly." "What? Basil Hawkins? That's the big pirate with a bounty of 249 million Baileys. Even among the supernovas, the bounty ranking is extremely high. He was also killed by Kurosawa in an instant." At this moment, Kabi just felt that the sky was falling. Even if he was given a few more years or 2 years to achieve these huge achievements, it would be difficult for him to achieve them. Jiaji said nothing, but became more and more silent. The light in Jun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his face even turned a little rosy. Hearing this, Huo Xiaoshan recalled the feeling of the red light on his face that day. Hawkins, who had a bounty of 249,000, was also killed instantly, but he managed to survive. This shows that he is very powerful. Immediately, Huo Xiaoshan couldn't help but said happily, "Kill 3 extremely evil generations in a row, ha ha ha. This kid Kurosawa will at least be promoted to Major when he comes back." "Major? Burn General Yamanaka. Now I really doubt whether you are maliciously suppressing recruits." Jun shouted immediately, pointing his white finger at the burning mountain with an evil look on his face. "You must know that a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million has committed so many crimes that he has killed countless civilians. And Kurosawa directly killed 3 such pirates. At least he has to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of countless sailors who have sacrificed their lives and shed blood." Looking at Jun, who was a little excited, Huo Xiaoshan quickly waved his hand and said, "Jun, don't be excited. I was confused for a while. I just want to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel." "Humph." Jun snorted coldly and crossed his arms. Huo Xiaoshan was a little helpless. Jun's status was quite special. If she really got angry, it would be easier for him than him. The phone bug's mouth continued to open and close, and Miguel paused and added, "However, the move used by Sergeant Kurosawa seems to be more powerful every time, and later we meet all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates." "The Straw Hat Pirates? It's Luffy-senpai." Kaba's eyes widened in surprise, and he hurriedly covered his mouth when he realized that he had spilled the beans. Fortunately, no one paid any attention to what Kirby said. Hearing that it was the Straw Hat Pirates, Huo Xiaoshan looked a little solemn. The rare elite line pirate group, within just a few months of their debut, first defeated the Dragon Pirates, then committed evil in Alabasta, and even defeated Crocodile under the 7 warlords of the sea. The same goes for the Judiciary Island incident. Even Rob Lucci, known as the strongest genius in world government for 800 years, was defeated by the Straw Hats. And its members are still growing as they continue to do evil. Such vicious pirates! At this moment, Kabi wanted to argue, Senior Luffy is not that kind of person. But it's a pity that if Kabi, who has no strength, really dares to say this, the best ending is to stay in the toilet until the end of time, and it is more likely to be pulled out and shot on the spot. Even Cake and Jun have heard about the reputation of the Straw Hat Pirates. Kaji smiled slightly. Such a Straw Hat Pirates are indeed very threatening, but they are still not as good as my Kaji. Miguel, Sergeant Kurosawa didn't say anything after meeting the Straw Hat Pirates. He punched their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, to the ground with one punch, rendering him incompetent. What? Knocked down Luffy-senpai with just one punch? This is impossible. Luffy-senpai is so strong. Kirby roared in his heart, still unable to believe that the man who he thought was invincible and who led him to join Marine would be defeated by Kurosawa. Killed him with one punch? Has that kid already learned domineering? Otherwise, I remember that his physical fitness is not up to this level of strength. Huo Xiaoshan was thoughtful when he heard the words. Miguel, is it domineering? I think your inference by Yamanaka is very reasonable. And according to my observation, Sergeant Kurosawa seems to get stronger when he is strong in battle. Kurosawa has realized Haki in such a short time. He is truly the #1 genius of Marine. Jun said with eyes shining. When Jiaji heard this, he also wanted to take the opportunity to praise himself, but when he thought of the age when he learned to be domineering, he silently closed his mouth. Miguel, the remaining Straw Hat members wanted to step forward to rescue the captain, but they were knocked down one by Sergeant Kurosawa. The whole process was very fast, as effortless as beating a chicken. Kabi was numb after hearing this, and his palms were already covered with sweat. Miguel became excited as he spoke. And then the climax is coming. Chapter 28. Now, after hearing this, everyone on the other end of the phone couldn't sit still. And Miguel seemed to feel the unusual atmosphere, and couldn't help but feel proud. Instead of speaking in a hurry, he paused deliberately. Oh? Defeating Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 300 million is not considered a climax. Huo Xiaoshan's curiosity was completely aroused. What else happened next? Jun listened intently. She really wanted to know how outstanding Kurosawa's performance was. Jiaji said impatiently, hurry up and tell me, why are you so tight-lipped? Miguel continued, Sergeant Kurosawa defeated all the Straw Hats, not only physically, but also completely psychologically. Then, when Sergeant Kurosawa was about to behead Monkey D. Luffy on the spot, a character that no one expected appears. Who? Do they have accomplices? Huo Xiaoshan was confused when he heard this. Jiaji couldn't help but be curious. Jun frowned. Who would dare to ruin Kurosawa's good deeds at this time? Kirby also didn't want his senior Luffy to be beheaded, let alone Kurosawa, so he listened carefully. Based on the shape changes of the phone bug, Miguel could guess the reaction of everyone on the other side of the phone bug. He felt a little proud and said word by word. Pluton. Silbazreli. The conversation fell into silence. Miguel looked at the phone bug's mouth that kept opening and smiled slightly. Pluton Rayleigh? Are you sure? Is that One Piece Roger's right wrist, Rayleigh? Huo Xiaoshan was a little unsure, and his voice became trembling when he spoke. Jun's eyes showed deep solemnity and worry. That living legend would actually take action at this point. Wouldn't Kurosawa be in danger? Jiaji's face was equally solemn. Facing the once peak powerhouse in this sea, even he dared not say that he was sure of victory. From Kaji's point of view, Kurosawa is probably cool now that he has provoked such a person. I will soon hear the news of Kurosawa's death. How should I comfort Jun? How about sending me the warm embrace of Lieutenant General Cake? Kirby tried hard to suppress the joy on his expression. Although he didn't know why Pluton Rayleigh would help Luffy-senpai, it was not important. The important thing was that Kurosawa could not be Pluton Rayleigh's opponent. Can't even take a move. In other words, Kurosawa is going to die. Jun said anxiously, what's the situation? Keep talking. Miguel chuckled, don't worry, Lieutenant General Jun, Sergeant Kurosawa didn't lose even a hair during this operation. Hearing this, Kabi was a little stunned. What does this mean? Was Kurosawa directly evaporated? Others also looked puzzled, and then Miguel's next sentence answered their doubts. Sergeant Kurosawa first blocked Rayleigh's sneak attack with an astonishing reaction, and then in a short confrontation, he beat Pluton Rayleigh to the point of vomiting blood. Hiss! What did you say? Beat that Pluton Rayleigh to the point of vomiting blood? How is this possible? Are you sure that person is really Silbaz Rayleigh? Jiaji just roared and spoke. In fact, he had seen Rayleigh's strength before. It is no exaggeration to say that if he met Rayleigh at the age of 18, he would be completely crushed by the opponent with one finger. Lieutenant General Jiaji, that man is holding a famous sword, has silver hair, and has scars on his eyes. Later he fought with General Porisalino who came over, and there is no mistaking him. Miguel added. What? This is incredible. Jiaji was speechless and stepped back involuntarily. Jun's beautiful red lips opened, obviously she didn't expect Kurosawa to be so brave. Kaba's face was as pale as paraffin. He didn't understand why the gap between him and Kurosawa became so huge just after he cleaned the toilet for a few days. It's like a natural chasm, insurmountable. Ha ha ha. Kurosawa, good boy, I'm going to call Sengoku Fleet Admiral. If you have any questions, I'll talk to you next time. Please come back first. Huo Xiaoshan laughed out loud at the sudden good news, and then his expression became serious. No, for this matter, I have to go and meet the Warring States Fleet Admiral in person. On the Blue Sea, a huge warship moved quickly. Kurosawa stood on the deck, his black hair gently blown by the sea breeze, and the blue in his eyes seemed to overlook the entire Blue Sea. The harvest this time is actually quite good. The corner of Kurosawa's lips curled up. With his current strength, even if he doesn't use all his methods, he can still fight even if he is an elite lieutenant general in his headquarters. King of Curses, LV1, increase the output of curse power by 50%, curse power attacks carry curse effects, healing is reduced by 50%, pain is increased by 200%, understand the core of curse power. Skill comments, make the world feel pain. The King of Curse even allowed Kurosawa to directly unlock Gojo Prison Master's ultimate move, Kyoji Shiki, as well as Laoni's technique, 8, Secret Art, Kai, and the Field, Demon Suppressing Cook. Although the current skill levels are all LV1, their power cannot be underestimated. For example, the current virtual form is 3 times more powerful than the combination of Jutsu Shift King and Jutsu Reversal He. If you continue to increase the level of virtual style, the multiplier will increase exponentially. But the bounty value that needs to be consumed is also quite terrifying. Just the maximum output of Reversal He was able to injure Pluton Rayleigh, and at the same time destroy 2 giant trees in Sabayati. After multiplying its power by 3 times, that's seen. The reason why General Marine can be called a monster is because of his destructive power, which is like a natural disaster to ordinary people. Just like Kizaru's light speed kick, one kick creates a supernova, and the other kick breaks a giant tree. This is already the top performance of combat power in this sea. And now Kurosawa also possesses this level of destructive power. In other words, to a certain extent, Kurosawa is already qualified to compete with the top warriors in this sea. But in terms of physical skills, Kurosawa now urgently needs to improve, and the simultaneous improvement of kendo and prison skills is also imminent. With the blessing of heaven-defying six eyes, his speed is quite acceptable in a short period of time. Kurosawa is now equivalent to a crispy high-speed moving mage. The destructive power is enough, but he may encounter high bursts. For example, the top powerhouse's Conqueror's Winding, the current unlimited spell, may not be able to hold it. Physical skills. Kurosawa murmured to himself, and a tall yellow-striped figure slowly walked over. "Hey, Kurosawa-kun, you are here. The Shishibukai conference will be held soon. Sengoku Fleet Admiral asked me to ask you, are you willing to go?" Chapter 29. A few minutes ago, Huo Shaoshan came to the Holy Land of Marijoya and personally visited the Marine Fleet Admiral Warring States period. Everything you said is true. After hearing this, Senguo had a look of astonishment on his face, and the corners of Huo Shaoshan's mouth curled up slightly. This was the effect he wanted. He couldn't be the only one who was frightened by Kurosawa, and everyone in Marine had to know. What kind of monster was trained in his fiery training camp? Huo Shaoshan, the news was reported by Miguel. General Porisalino was also present in this battle. It cannot be false. When Warring States heard this, he felt in a trance. The 18-year-old swordsman mastered the domineering power and super high movement speed at the same time, and defeated 5 supernovas in a row. He could also fight against Pluton Rayleigh, the living legend of this sea, and finally escaped unscathed. If you look at the whole world, you won't be able to find anyone who can achieve this level of achievement. It can be said that he is the most monstrous genius since the founding of Marine. Even if Garp and him, or Kuzan, Sakaski, and Porisalino were at this age, they would never have been able to reach such heights. Even if they were to join forces, they would probably be beaten by Kurosawa at the same time. What is this concept? A combat-level genius who is very likely to overturn the world structure is about to appear. This thought flashed through Sengoku's mind, and he couldn't help laughing. The haze previously shrouded by the Whitebeard Pirates was swept away at this moment. Even if this battle cannot be completely won, when Kurosawa grows up, he will still be able to sweep across the sea in the future. Let the bullets fly for a while, so what? Thinking of this, Warring States' wise eyes twinkled. As if seeing the distant future, Marine, under the leadership of Kurosawa, arrested all the great pirates in the New World. The era of great pirates started by Roger came to an end. Call Porisalino's phone number immediately and ask Kurosawa, oh no, ask Kurosawa for his opinion and see if he is willing to participate in this meeting of 7 warlords of the sea. Huo Shaoshan was startled when he heard this. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, although I will not deny your decision, would it not be good if Kurosawa was exposed so prematurely? Hearing Huo Shaoshan's words, Warring States just rolled his eyes at him. Sure enough, the things on the necks of these generals are just decorations. Kurosawa made such a big noise in the Sabayati Islands, do you think you can still hide it? Huo Shaoshan scratched his head when he heard this. That's what Fleet Admiral said during the Warring States period. Warring States continued, not to mention whether Rayleigh will take the initiative to reveal the information and let all forces come to assassinate Kurosawa. I'm afraid that at this very moment, the stinky bird in the newspaper office has already written tomorrow's front page news release. Huo Shaoshan raised his eyebrows, are you talking about Morgans? Do you want? Warring States waved his hand, and raised a smile that took control of the situation. Since we can't hide it anymore, let's let that stinky bird give it a good publicity. And we have to take the initiative to contact Morgans and ask him to write it properly. Otherwise, I don't mind plucking his hair. Huo Shaoshan, yes. Warring States Fleet Admiral. Warring States turned to look out the window. Since Kusan, Sakaski, and Kurosawa, Marine has never had a monster that can compete with them. This has also caused Marine's strength to begin to show gaps in the new era. If something unexpected happens, no one can take General Marine's place. Compared to those monsters, Jun and Cake are still far behind. Warring States' eyes glanced into the distance. The setting sun reflected on the calm sea. In these short and peaceful days, he was bound to fully establish Kurosawa's reputation as the successor of Marine in the new era. This will not only boost Marine's sluggish morale at this time, but also set an example for young people, and at the same time intimidate those who are ready to take action. Killing multiple birds with one stone is worthy of me, the wise General Sengoku. If all Marines are as brainless as Garp, they will be separated sooner or later. Shishibukai meeting. Hearing Kurosawa's words, Kurosawa was stunned. Ding! The current situation of the host has been detected, and new life choices have emerged. Life choice 1, agree to go to the Shishibukai meeting, and curse Kurosawa for being an undercover agent at the meeting, neglecting his duties and letting Monkey D. Luffy run away in person, and expose his inaction in this Shishibukai meeting. Reward. The prestige level is increased to LV3. Life choice 2, gladly agree to Sengoku Fleet Admiral's request and show some strength in the Shishibukai meeting. Reward, armed color haki increased to LV3. Life choice 3, you are so aloof and disdainful of such pretentious occasions, and decisively refuse the Warring States period's request. Reward, appearance +3. Hiss. These 3 rewards seem very tempting. It's not the right time to break up with a general in public. Forget it, now that his appearance is superior to everyone in the world, there is no need to add icing on the cake. How can I refuse the invitation from Warring States Fleet Admiral? I will go. Kurosawa smiled. Kurosawa, Yoshi, that's good. I can tell that Mr. Sengoku's tone still hopes that you will go. Oh? What do you think of General Kurosawa? Kurosawa responded. Haha, Mr. Sengoku must be looking forward to your performance, after all, you are growing so fast now. Kurosawa said absently. If the pirates on the sea are cleared as soon as possible, I can get off work early. As if he realized that he had let something slip, Kurosawa glanced at Kurosawa, and when he saw that the latter had no big reaction, he looked back. This little guy is very close to Jun. It seems that I shouldn't say this to him. Otherwise, if Jun complains again, my reasons for asking for leave will be reduced by more than half. Malinfando. Huge warships like mountains docked at the port one after another, and marine elites from all over the world boarded the land one after another. Tina, Smoker, Dashki and other faces are also among them. But what is different from usual is that these marines, who can be regarded as top masters in their respective regions, can be said to be a handful in marine land nowadays. Even the giant lieutenant general, whose punch is enough to cut through the earth and destroy a tall building, cannot be ranked among the top. Smoker's eyes swept around, looking for Kurosawa's figure. As someone who has been chasing Straw Hat Luffy for so long, it can be said that no one understands his difficulty better than him, but he was actually defeated by Sergeant Ichika. Which makes Smoker very curious. The same was true for Dashki. Wearing glasses, she kept searching the crowd for the amazing-looking young man who claimed to have blue eyes. Seeing the elites that Lu was gathering one after another, the elite lieutenants of the headquarters also felt the huge sense of oppression brought by Whitebeard. Ghost Spider held a cigarette in his mouth, mobilizing so much combat power. Warring States Fleet Admiral is determined to win this battle. Doberman's voice was dull, and his eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. Whitebeard claims to be the strongest king who rules the sea. He must not be underestimated. Steel's face was serious. It is said that Whitebeard can sink a large island with just one blow. Destroying the island with one blow, the threat posed by the world's strongest man, the devil fruit with the power to destroy the world, even the elite lieutenants of the headquarters feel a mountain of pressure. Such an enemy. It doesn't matter, the generals are still here. In the dreary atmosphere, the soldiers suddenly shouted as if they had been given blood. General Kuzan! General Sakaski! The soldiers looked at the two tall figures who appeared, with deep awe and yearning in their eyes. Representing the highest combat power of Marine, General Marine. With the existence of such a sea-fixing needle, even if their opponent is the Whitebeard Pirates, they are not afraid of a fight. Another huge warship docked slowly. Kurosawa, don't forget the Shishibukai meeting waiting for you. I'm going to get off the boat first. Before Porosalino left, he gave a special reminder, which surprised Kurosawa. Okay, General Porosalino. Look, it's General Porosalino. The three generals of Marine have gathered together. This has never happened before. We, Marine, will win this war. Hey, look at the guy behind General Porosalino, with his blue eyes. Could it be that he is Kurosawa who made a fuss in the Sabayati Islands today? He killed 3 supernovas from the extremely evil generation in a row, and also single-handedly defeated the recently popular Straw Hats. It's true. He's a sergeant. How is this possible? Of course it's true. I believe it won't be long before it makes headlines. It is said that this guy just joined Marine not long ago, and as soon as he came to the military camp, he provoked the entire battalion and even beat the instructor. I'm going so hard. Could that big man next to him be the rumored 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Bear? Why are there so many strong men around this guy? Marine elites from all over the world heard Kurosawa's deeds from the mouths of their own elites, and they all cast strange glances at Kurosawa. Ding! Congratulations on raising the host's prestige level to LV3. Prestige level, LV3. Your justice is praiseworthy. Award : Chapter 30. Reward: a billion level bounty worth 15,000 points. A random skill level will be upgraded to level 2. The permission to draw the golden prize pool is open. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Kurosawa was slightly startled. As he expected, today's deeds should have spread, right? He had just returned to Marineland and so many people knew about it, so the news spread quite quickly. If a random skill level is upgraded to 2 levels, what if it's Conqueror's Haki randomly? The LV4 Conqueror's Haki has already given him the power of extraordinary hearts. As long as he doesn't keep using Conqueror's Entanglement at this level, his Haki will not be exhausted at all. If it's level 6, just stop eating beef. System, let me do whatever you want. Ding! Skills are being randomly selected for host. Ding! The skill Kendo, LV3, has been selected for the host to improve. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his sword skill to LV5. In an instant, as if he had drawn a sword and slashed countless times, a large number of obscure Kendo insights poured into Kurosawa's mind. When he opened his blue eyes again, he had already entered the realm of a great swordsman. Once he had this epiphany, Kurosawa's whole temperament changed drastically. It's like a sharp blade that's ready to go. As soon as it's pulled out, it will explode with heaven-cutting power. Miguel, who had been walking beside Kurosawa, was the first to notice the changes in the former. Boss, why do I feel like you have changed? Oh! You seem to be getting stronger again. Kurosawa just smiled when he heard this. Now that he has entered the realm of a great swordsman, even if he faced Zoro who was in full form before, he can also kill instantly with one hit. Look! That guy! He has blue eyes. Is that guy Kurosawa? Holy shit, this kid is even more handsome than the rumors say. I can't accept it. The discussion quickly reached the ears of the lieutenant generals, and Tina, Smoker, and Dashki also followed suit. Smoker, is he the one who defeated the Straw Hats? He's so young. Tina was stunned for a moment when she saw it. are there any handsome guys of this level in Marine? Immediately, Tina licked her mouth, and a hint of cunning appeared in the corner of her eyes. Daisuke wore glasses, but it didn't stop her from being immediately attracted to Kurosawa's saber. She was so distracted that she almost hit Smoker in front of her, Private Marcel. Ghost Spider and other elite lieutenant generals looked at Kurosawa with a rare smile on their faces. We haven't seen each other for such a short period of time, and yet he has already managed to reach this level. Look at how energetic this kid is. It is true that he was able to fight Pluton Rayleigh and escape unscathed. As of now, only a few people know the news about Kurosawa's fight with Pluton Rayleigh. If everyone else is like this little guy, then the Whitebeard Pirates can't be wiped out with a snap of their fingers. I have a hunch. Kurosawa, this kid, is probably going to make a big splash again in this war. Haha, I hope, this guy can't kill Whitebeard. Being able to fight with the captains under Whitebeard is already extremely impressive. Boss, they all seem to be talking about you. Miguel said excitedly. If his skin hadn't been too dark, his cheeks would have turned red now. Bartholomew Bear, Kurosawa, come with me. The meeting is about to begin. It's not good to be late. Kurosawa patted Miguel's shoulder and said, you go back first, I'll go to Marigio. Okay boss. Miguel looked at Kurosawa's retreating back and sighed, as expected of the boss, he can be so calm in the face of so many people's eyes. Marigio. In a huge banquet hall, a variety of delicious seafood is placed on the gorgeous dining table, all cooked by the chef of Tianlong Holy Land. Several guys of different shapes and sizes were enjoying their meal at the dining table. Phew. UBD, do you still have the nerve to attend this meeting? Wearing a fiery feather coat, wheat brown 8-pack ABS, and a pair of extremely sexy pink sunglasses, Doflamingo looked at Mariah and said mercilessly. If you dare to say another word, you pink BD, Lao Zi will leave you in the darkness forever. The stimulated Mariah showed his sharp teeth. Even though his body was covered with bandages, he still did not show any shyness in this situation. Phew. This guy was defeated by a mere straw hat Luffy. I really don't know what you Marines think about letting such a guy become a Shishibukai. Tai Baa. Xenia. Mariah's face turned red. This BD Doflamingo had been provoking him from the beginning to now. This time he couldn't stand it anymore. His huge body suddenly stood up, his armed domineering fist wrapped around his fist, and he aimed a shot at Doflamingo's head. Dunk. Chiang. Doflamingo stretched out his fingers and pulled out 5 threads to block them easily. Phew, you may not know it yet. The Straw Hats have been defeated in Sabayati today. After saying that, Mariah's shocked expression was reflected in her pink sunglasses. How is it possible? Who defeated that Straw Hat boy? He must have been seriously injured in the battle with me. If I hadn't been careless, I would never have lost. Fofu, don't worry, you will know the answer soon. The man who defeated the Straw Hat will be here soon. Doflamingo looked at Moria, with an imperceptible cold look on his lips. Just before attending this meeting, Doflamingo had secretly met with the 5 elders, one of which was to eliminate Moria in this war with the Whitebeard Pirates. General Heshong, who was sitting quietly aside, narrowed his eyes slightly. Warring States looked at the two fighting again and held his forehead helplessly. Doflamingo's information is very well informed. In fact, not many people know that Kurosawa will attend this meeting, but this is not important information. Who? Moria's pupils trembled slightly when he heard this. He must have a good look at who dared to take away his opportunity for revenge. At the same time, Moria is a little curious. Those who are qualified to attend this meeting must be at least lieutenant general level or above, or have new 7 warlords of the sea joined. Thinking about this, Mariah glanced at Marshal D. Teach with an unkind look. This was the guy who captured Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, alive. Otherwise, why would he be qualified to follow him? Sit together. However, Blackbeard paid no attention to the crowd and just ate his own meat, letting out a low chuckle from time to time. Jorakol Mihawk put his long legs on the dining table and opened one eye. Looking at the imageless appearance of the unqualified guys in front of him, he felt disgusted in his heart. If it weren't for the opportunity to test Whitebeard and avoid the trouble of being wanted by Marine, he would not listen to Marine's orders. Ah! Sengoku didn't even look at this group of people. If the threat posed by Whitebeard hadn't been too great and Marine needed Shishibuki's combat power to increase his chances of winning, he wouldn't have sat at the same table with this group of people. It was simply insulting. Gentle. Why hasn't Bartholomew Bear arrived yet? Report Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Sorry, I'm late. The door of the banquet hall slowly opened, and a huge figure stepped in. Behind him, there was an extraordinary-looking young man. Doflamingo's lips curved up. Here comes the person you are looking for. Mariah cast his narrow eyes at Kurosawa, with murderous intent gathering in his eyes. Is it you? After noticing that Kurosawa only had the rank of sergeant on his shoulders, Moria became even more furious. How could a mere sergeant defeat that straw hat boy? But Moria didn't dare to vent his anger on Doflamingo, who was also a Shishibukai, but beat this soldier up. As the 7 warlords of the sea, Marine wouldn't do anything to him, right? After all, they still have to deal with Whitebeard themselves. Thinking of this, Moria no longer hesitated, and made a sound from his mouth, and a dark shadow rushed straight from the solace of his feet to Kurosawa, like a hunter hiding in the depths. The attack was extremely obscure and secretive. Chapter 31. Moria's sudden attack made everyone present have different expressions. Blackbeard and Doflamingo, who are both Shishibukai, both have evil smiles on their faces. No one likes eating melons and watching the excitement more than them. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, showing no interest in such things. Before the soldiers around him could react, Lieutenant General he was the first to notice something was wrong. His expression suddenly changed, but he had no time to stop it. Sengoku's eyebrows trembled slightly as he took in this scene, but he made no move. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, even though he is old, if he really wants to stop Mariah's attack, he naturally has the strength to spare. But the reason why he didn't take action was because he was a Fleet Admiral. The reason why he wanted Kurosawa to come today was: one of the purposes is to shock the pirates named Shishibukai and let them know that Marine in the new era also has a successor, and there will no longer be the same faults as before. Another reason was that Sengoku was certain that Kurosawa could not stop Mariah's sneak attack. How could someone who could injure Pluton Rayleigh be so defeated in Mariah's hands? What's more, Kurosawa had just defeated the Straw Hats, but Moria was defeated by the Straw Hats. The black shadow that was attacking quickly on the ground could not escape Bartholomew Big Bear's perception, but Sengoku did not take action. The target of this attack was obviously not him, so he chose not to take action. By the way, let's take a look at Kurosawa's strength and be able to defeat the Dragon's Son. Bartholomew Big Bear was very curious. In just the blink of an eye, the black shadow had arrived less than 1 meter in front of Kurosawa. However, as the protagonist, Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged, as if he was not aware of the attack. The culprit, Mariah, has shown a smile of success. In his opinion, the scope of the black shadow has not been discovered yet, so Kurosawa has been sentenced to death. At the same time, Moria was also upset in her heart. Damn Doflamingo, you really lied to Laozi. How could the Straw Hat boy who defeated Laozi lose to this guy who was just a sergeant? However, in fact, from the moment Kurosawa stepped into the banquet hall, everyone's movements and expressions had been caught by heaven-defying 6 eyes. Kurosawa could roughly guess the reason why Sengoku didn't take action. But a trial is a trial, that doesn't mean that Kurosawa has to swallow his breath, even if his opponent is 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing Kurosawa who had not moved for a long time, Sengoku couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Is the information wrong? This Kurosawa is not as strong as Huo Shaoshan said? Damn it! If this BD kills a sailor in front of me, where will my face be? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Senguo's mind, and the sleeping power in his body was about to surge. A faint stream of light was already lingering on Senguo's body. Just when he was about to take action, Kurosawa raised his head, and his blue eyes collided with Maria's. The latter felt enveloped in an inexplicable crisis, and cold sweat broke out on his back in an instant. Laugh. The impact of the black shadow produced ripples visible to the naked eye after the defense of the unlimited technique, but in the end it failed to contact Kurosawa's body, and its speed and power had been weakened by more than half. With an attack of this magnitude, it's no wonder that Luffy, who has no domineering power, could be defeated. But after all, this Moria is also a pirate who has been able to fight Kaido. I didn't expect that after the defeat, the decline of his heart power could actually reduce his combat power to such an extent. A sneer appeared at the corner of Kurosawa's mouth. He raised his foot and then lowered it, nailing the shadow attack to the ground. The sudden change made Moria couldn't help but let out an exclamation. When he saw Kurosawa's eyes, Moria had seen that look before. When was it? Moria's thoughts instantly drifted back to the past. He remembered that during that battle, Kaido had looked at him with such eyes. That's the kind of look that looks at the weak. A hole. Seeing that Kurosawa was fine, the Buddha's light on Sengoku's body quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared, but Kurosawa's actions immediately made him uneasy. Lieutenant General, he also just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kurosawa draw his sword with lightning speed. Wang! The famous sword was unsheathed, and in an instant, the temperature in the banquet hall dropped to freezing. The coquettish and dark flame Madara tattoo is shining brightly on the blade. It is so sharp that even the swordsman standing at the top of the world can't help but look at it. Mihawk's sharp eagle eyes shrank slightly. How could he not feel it after holding the black saber for many years? The sword in the hand of the little sea soldier in front of him was definitely not inferior to his black saber. If the list of supreme sharp knives had not been fixed by predecessors, this knife would definitely be among them. The supreme sharp knife level. The strong men present also quickly noticed the extraordinary nature of this knife, and their thoughts suddenly began to change. However, this is not over yet. Kurosawa doesn't just pull out the knife and play with it when he has nothing to do. When his knife is unsheathed, there will be blood. Buzz. The nameless sound was like the wail of evil spirits from hell. The surging spell power and the tyrannical sword energy condensed, and then instantly turned into a flying slash that shot through the air and slashed directly into Maria's face. Whoa! The techniques and solutions of level 3 are combined with the slashing of the great swordsman at level 5. This sword is no small feat. Dark light flickered in the banquet hall, and a dark edge was reflected in everyone's eyes. Feeling the sharpness of the sword light, the strong men present could not help but feel their pupils sting slightly. This slash fell in Mihawk's eyes, and he had already made a judgment in his mind. The slash that stepped into the realm of a great swordsman was mixed with energy that he had never seen before, and the speed was faster than the average great swordsman's slash. Strike back quickly, interesting young man. The corners of Blackbeard's mouth slowly opened, and this flying slash was incredible. It's a pity that he was a Marine, otherwise I really wanted to recruit him. Bartholomew Bear's expression remained unchanged, and he was already calculating in his mind what would happen if this slash fell on him. Doflamingo, who was already bored, couldn't help but laugh evilly when he saw Kurosawa easily blocking Moria's attack and counterattacking at the same time. Phew, what an interesting guy. Even he felt a strong threat from this flying sword strike. It would save him trouble if he died here, but today's meeting would be extremely exciting. Thinking about it, Doflamingo glanced at Sengoku. The latter's eyes were slightly dark at this moment, but he obviously had no intention of taking action. From Kurosawa's swing of the sword, Sengoku already had a more accurate judgment on Kurosawa's strength. With such a sharp attack, it can be said that no one among the new Marines in the same period can stop it. He is definitely the #1 rising star in Marine. There is really an amazing guy in Marine. It won't be long before this guy will be famous all over the world. In that huge war that is about to engulf the entire Malinfando. Doflamingo smiled evilly. So Mariah, how do you deal with it? Laugh. The extremely fast flying slash struck, and Moria exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined that this guy not only stopped his attack at the last moment, but also dared to draw a knife on him. Dark bat, armed color hardened. In desperation, Moria only had time to gather several dark bats and harden his arms to resist. With just a scoff, the dark bat was split into two by the flying slash, Chiang. The dark red slash struck Moria's arms hard, causing a large amount of sparks to rub off in an instant. Soon, the terrifying force carried by the dark red slash made Moria's arms tremble. Under his horrified gaze, traces of blood sputtered out on his arms, and then it was as if he was hit by a giant ship. The body was suddenly blasted out, smashing the walls of the banquet hall, knocking down 2 more walls, and was buried by falling bricks, causing dust to rise. For a moment, the banquet hall was silent. Ding! Congratulations to host for fighting against 7 warlords of the sea for the first time. Received achievement reward. Chapter 32. Achievement reward, normal bounty value is 5,000 points. Oh! This system is really good. Is there any reward for this? The corners of Kurosawa's mouth curled up, and in everyone's eyes it was like a victor's mockery. All the Marine soldiers looked at Kurosawa in shock. They never expected that Kurosawa would suddenly attack Moonlight Moria and be so powerful. With one flying slash, Moonlight Moria was sent flying. Those are the 7 warlords of the sea. They are known as the third force on this sea. Such a being was actually chopped away by Kurosawa's sword? He must be dead. Just when all the Marine soldiers were confused. Ahem, BD. A mere sergeant Marine, how dare you attack me? Laozi is 7 warlords of the sea. A huge claw protruded from the bricks. Mariah coughed up blood and still cursed. How dare you do this to me? Believe it or not, Laozi quit immediately, leaving you Marine without a huge combat power when facing the Whitebeard Pirates. Even though Moria was roaring, no one in the banquet hall answered. Fu. Doflamingo even leaned back on the chair, put his face in his hands and started laughing. Why are you laughing, you BD? Mariah was furious, his chest was heaving violently, his hands were still shaking uncontrollably, and a lot of blood was left on his arms. A hideous wound with bone visible was left on it. At this time, Moria already believes that Kurosawa definitely has the strength to defeat the Straw Hats. When he looked at Kurosawa again, his eyes had become frightened. It seems that after being defeated by Luffy, Moria's once strong heart seems to have been recovered, and even the lost domineering energy has been condensed back at this time. Otherwise, the slash just now would be enough to unload him. 2 arms. You take yourself too seriously. You're just a Shishibukai. If you dare to leave, Marine will kill you someday. Kurosawa glanced at Mariah, and the famous sword in his hand flashed a cold light, which was reflected on the latter's face. Kurosawa's words shocked the Marine soldiers in the banquet hall. Yes, isn't Shishibukai a pirate? Without the recognition of the world government, Marine will still be punished. Marine is the real overlord of this sea. Shishibukai, what right do you have to be arrogant in such a situation? For a moment, all the Marine soldiers could not help but hold their heads high, and their brows showed pride. Noticing this scene, Jean smiled heartily. This is the effect he wanted. Moreover, what this kid Kurosawa said really spoke to his heart. He is just a tool recruited by the government. He is just a pirate, so arrogant. Sengoku looked at Kurosawa. He was a rare talent. Unlike the monster generals in the past, who were all crooked and vicious, he and Garp could both be considered good-looking. The more he watched, the more satisfied Sengoku became with Kurosawa, and he had already made up his mind to recommend Kurosawa as the benchmark for Marine in the new era. "UBD, are you looking for death?" Moria stared angrily, obviously on the verge of rage, but he was also very afraid of Kurosawa's strength, otherwise he would have fought regardless of whether the meeting was held or not. He is one of the world-famous 7 warlords of the sea, how could he be stepped on by such a guy? A guy who can't even catch my sword dares to talk nonsense and has huge fighting power. Are you worthy of it? Kurosawa's tone was calm, as if he was stating the facts lightly. Lieutenant General he, ahem. Okay, give me some face, this matter ends here. Phew 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 phew. It would be great to let them fight. I think what Kurosawa said makes sense. Doflamingo is still fanning the flames for fear that the world will not be in chaos. Kurosawa glanced at the guy in the pink fire feather coat. He was not surprised that Doflamingo knew about him. Gee haha. Blackbeard fiercely tore off a piece of meat from his thigh, obviously looking forward to them fighting here. My hawk looked at Kurosawa with strong interest in his eyes. He originally thought that Roronoa Zoro, whom he met in the East Daxia Sea, was a rare genius. But now it seems that this guy named Kurosawa has even more amazing potential. That's it. BD, look at my arm, it was almost cut off by this guy. Moria was still in tears. I said, that's enough. This matter ends here. Do you understand? Crane's eyes stared at Mariah, with a cold light in his cloudy pupils, showing a strong warning. As a lieutenant general of the older generation, Crane, who was once known as the 3 heroes of Marine along with Garp during the Sengoku War, had a majestic character that could not be violated. Mariah quickly became honest, but the look he looked at Kurosawa was filled with viciousness and coldness. Phew 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 phew. Lieutenant General he, don't be so angry. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, Doflamingo said rather disappointedly. This must be the Marine rookie who is famous in the Sabayati archipelago and killed 3 supernovas of the evil generation in a row. It's really extraordinary to see him today. Faced with Doflamingo's compliments, Kurosawa did not answer. It is very possible that the reason why Moria attacked him was because he was instigated by this guy. He's just like Crocodile, a guy who likes to play with people's hearts and uses fools as weapons. To everyone's surprise, Warring States suddenly stood up and walked straight towards Kurosawa. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Sengoku looked at Kurosawa with a smile. Welcome back, Marine's hero, Sergeant Kurosawa. Wow! In an instant, the banquet hall fell into silence. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally came forward to meet Sergeant Ichika. What kind of trouble was going on? Envy, jealousy, and admiration all fell on Kurosawa, and Kurosawa was also a little surprised. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, this is what I should do. Countless people looked at him like this. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Warring States felt that the time had come, and his expression became solemn. Sergeant Kurosawa, I now officially appoint you as Marine Colonel with the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. Wow! All the sailors were in an uproar again. From sergeant to colonel, how many ranks did they jump to? Sengoku put his hands on Kurosawa's shoulders and continued, you performed outstandingly in the Sabayati archipelago, saving countless civilians from fire and water, and even killed 3 supernovas known as the Evil Generation. Not only did you severely damage the pirate culture, but you also set an example for the majority of Marines. From now on, you will be the benchmark for Marine in the new era. All Marines will learn from you, and Marine is proud of you. His eyes flashed slightly. The pressure that Sengoku had to withstand with this move was not small. If he did not perform well in the next war with the Whitebeard Pirates, it would be extremely important to the majesty of Sengoku Marine Fleet Admiral. Of blow. At this sudden scene, the Shishibukai present had different expressions, but they were not stupid people. As the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's actions at this juncture were by no means aimless. In other words, Kurosawa was really considered Marine's future by Sengoku. After a brief interlude, the Shishibukai meeting began. Its purpose was mainly to discuss the combat strength of the personnel. With Kurosawa's shock and Sengoku's actions, this Shishibukai meeting went more smoothly than he expected. The originally tense atmosphere was strangely relieved after Kurosawa's action, as if he had an outlet to vent and was no longer so tense. The most honest among them is Moonlight Moria, who was severely educated by Kurosawa. Near the end of the meeting, Fu. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I have a question. Seeing the malicious Doflamingo, Sengoku had no choice but to bite the bullet and kide. Ask if you have any questions. Fu. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I really want to know, this time the opponent is different from usual. Even if you mobilized 100,000 marine elites, the opponent is Whitebeard. Do you think you can win? Hearing this question, everyone present began to judge which side had a greater chance of winning, and at the same time, they also turned their attention to the Warring States period. As the Supreme Commander of Marine, his answer is full of curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Warring States raised his head slightly with a serious look on his face. This battle, Marine will win. Chapter 33. Kid, just wait for me. The Shishibukai meeting ended and everyone left one after another. Mariah did not forget to say harsh words to Kurosawa before leaving. Although Moria knew it very well, being praised by Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the spot had basically established Kurosawa Mariah's unshakable position in Marine. As long as Sengoku remains in power, anyone who wants to touch Kurosawa must consider whether he can withstand the wrath of a Marine Fleet Admiral. But when you are in the world, how can you not say some harsh words? You can't lose face. Kurosawa, I'm looking forward to your performance. After Bartholomew Big Bear finished speaking, he slowly left with his book in his arms. After today's events, he already had a general view of Kurosawa. His evaluation is, if he does not fall early, he will definitely be the mainstay of the times. Jihahaha. Kurosawa, just Shishibukai. Jihahaha. Blackbeard has a big belly. It can be said that he was drinking and eating meat from beginning to end in the banquet hall this time. He was truly full of wine and food. Kurosawa glanced at Teach. Those eyes made him extremely uncomfortable at such a distance. The biggest careerist in the One Piece world was about to reveal his ferocious features. As a human spirit, Blackbeard Teach can naturally see the undisguised disgust in Kurosawa's eyes, but it doesn't matter, so what about disgust? In his opinion, as long as they have common interests, they can become partners. The words Shishibukai are very suitable to Teach's taste. What is Shishibukai? Even 4 emperors is not the end of his teaching. Teach, his black beard, wants to be the only king of this world. Only short-sighted guys would be bound by a title like Shishibukai, jahaha. A pair of eyes widened, and the black-bearded Teach smiled evilly. How about it, do you want to do it with me? Go away, you don't deserve it. Kurosawa's words were cold. Even if he chose to become a pirate, he would not bother to be with someone like Blackbeard Teach. Gee haha, what a pity. Blackbeard Teach showed a cruel smile and then left. Phew. Boy, you are really high profile. Doflamingo, wearing a flamingo feather coat and pink high heels, walked past Kurosawa with a figure-footed step and his hands in his pockets. Kurosawa was a little speechless about this guy. When it comes to being high profile, who can be more high profile than you, Doflamingo? Doflamingo, out of kindness, I will tell you a piece of news for free. Oh. Kurosawa raised his eyebrows. He was very curious about the news about the Joker in the underground world. Phew. Doflamingo slowly walked to Kurosawa, leaned into his ear and whispered in a deep voice, "Someone is already targeting you, you'd better be careful." "Who? There must be a lot of people targeting me now." Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged. "Phew, CP0, can you hear me?" Doflamingo said mysteriously. Kurosawa's expression became stern when he heard this, and the dangerous aura made Doflamingo feel a little uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, Kurosawa slowly said, "You want to kill me?" Phew, I thought you, a fearless guy like you, wouldn't believe me. That's all I can tell you, but don't say it was me who revealed it to you." With these words, Doflamingo walked away in a swagger. Seeing that arrogant movement, Kurosawa resisted the urge to draw his sword and chop him. "Your information is useful to me, and I will consider saving your life in the future." Hearing this, Doflamingo paused and turned his head slightly. There seemed to be blue veins popping up on his forehead. Phew. What an arrogant brat. Having said that, Doflamingo left without looking back. In his opinion, although Kurosawa was very strong, it was still many years too early for him to grow to the point where he could threaten him. He climbed out from the pile of dead people and experienced a real mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Now he is the largest arms supplier in the entire underground world and a transit station in the underground world. The White Road has the identity of a celestial dragon, and the underworld is backed by 4 emperors Kaido. Want to touch him? Who is so stupid? Da. The tall and thin figure walked slowly, feeling the sharp aura of the person behind him. Kurosawa knew who it was without having to guess. Mihawk, who has always been cold-faced, showed a rare smile. "Kurosawa, your sword is very interesting. I hope you won't disgrace it." Kurosawa also smiled back. "That's natural. I will take this knife and stand at the top of the world." Mihawk was startled when he heard this. His sharp hawk eyes stared at those blue eyes, as if he was talking about an everyday thing. "With this knife, stand at the top of the world." Kurosawa's words shocked everyone around him. Saying such words in front of the world's greatest swordsman, the meaning is self-evident. "Very good, I'm looking forward to it." Mihawk's smile widened even more. Apart from Shanks, he hadn't faced an opponent worthy of all his efforts for a long time. 7 warlords of the sea are special pirates selected through high-level discussions and layers of government discussions to deal with the current situation. Warring States came over with a serious voice, followed by Lieutenant General He. "Kurosawa, Sengoku Fleet Admiral. Kurosawa, you have great potential, but this time your opponent is different from before. What Marine is facing is the most powerful pirate group in the world today. Their captain Whitebeard, if no one stops him, he can overthrow Marine Vondo by himself. You may think I'm joking, but the real top powerhouses have the ability to destroy heaven and earth." Looking at the serious Sengoku, Kurosawa knew how much pressure the Marine Fleet Admiral was facing at this time. However, Sengoku still believed in himself, and despite the huge pressure, he had to build himself into the benchmark of Marine in the new era. Of course, risks and benefits coexist, and he will inevitably receive more attention from all forces in the future, but no one will refuse his request. In this war with the Whitebeard Pirates, you will be responsible for the pirates below the captain level. The rest will be handled by the lieutenant generals and generals. What you need to do is to learn experience from the war, don't be in a hurry. The future is the stage for you to perform." Warring States looked at Kurosawa with a hopeful look on his face and said earnestly. Kurosawa responded with a military salute, "Understood, Sengoku Fleet Admiral." Seeing Kurosawa's appearance, Senguo was very satisfied. Finally we have a reliable successor. At least he's not like those bastards like Garp and Kuzan who like to cause trouble and cause headaches. Whitebeard. Let's fight. Why should I, Marine, be afraid of you? Bala bala bala. Baga. Huo Shaoshan, Moxie, Warring States Fleet Admiral, Morgans have communicated well. Hearing this, Sengoku showed a mysterious smile. Are you ready? Kurosawa. On the headlines tomorrow. New World Waters. A huge ship that looks like a giant whale is wandering on the sea. Chapter 34. The huge whale head and the eye-catching white-bearded skull pattern on the mast are known to everyone in New World. This is the exclusive symbol of the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebearded Newgate. Compared to the Marine headquarters, which is constantly gathering troops and showing the seriousness before a huge war, the atmosphere on the Moby Dick at this time seems a bit relaxed. Dad, don't you think that strange bird is letting us go? An extremely strong man wearing cloth armor spoke with a powerful voice. After hearing Diamond George's words, the delinquent with a bunch of pineapple yellow hair on his head had a bad look in his eyes. Haha, no one in this sea has the guts to treat our Whitebeard pirates like this. There are tattoos on his chest that are exclusive to the Whitebeard Pirates, and the lines of his abdominal muscles are particularly clear. If it weren't for the tricky yellow hair shape, I don't know how many girls would be fascinated. If you really dare to do this, I wouldn't mind going to the newspaper office in person to make him a roasted bird. Goo la la la. Marco, don't be so excited. Really, it's not good for young people to be so murderous all the time. In the middle position, a giant-like figure is sitting on a chair. Numerous needles are inserted into the giant's body to infuse it. Judging from the speed of the liquid flow, his physical condition is probably not optimistic. If it were an ordinary person, he would be able to stay awake only in a dream. However, even in such a physical condition, the white-bearded Newgate still drank heavily regardless of dissuasion, causing worry to the beautiful nurse and all his sons beside him. Dad, how many times have I told you, drink less wine? Foil Baista's eyebrows were knitted together. Although Marco on the side did not agree with drinking, he had nothing to do with Newgate. Dad, can't you be a little more restrained? Whitebeard laughed nonchalantly and said, Goo la la la. Don't worry, sons, this little wine is nothing. Lao Zi is a white beard. Dad. Captain Marco. There is a guy who looks like a strange bird who wants to see Dad. TCH, he's here, I thought he didn't dare, let him come over. Marco curled his lips. Oh. Dear Mr. Newgate. It's better to see than to hear. I only arrived today. I'm so rude. Arriving before anyone else, Morgans took off his top hat as a sign of respect as soon as he stepped onto the deck. Marco's voice suddenly sounded in Morgan's ears. You are a man who understands etiquette. If you dare to disrespect Dad, I will be the first to strip you of your bird feathers. Morgans was startled. With his insight, he didn't even notice Marco's movements. The speed is so fast. You are worthy of being the captain of the 1st Division under Whitebeard. Morgans opened his mouth and let out another rainbow fart. His Majesty Whitebeard is really domineering and mighty. Even from a distance, I was so frightened by His Majesty's domineering power that I was so frightened that I couldn't breathe easily. I guess my fighting power is still the same as before. As he spoke, Morgans glanced at Whitebeard quietly, secretly observing the latter's reaction. With so many tubes inserted, it seems that Whitebeard's body is indeed as rumored, and is no longer what it used to be. Then its combat power will be greatly reduced. But, what is this pressure that makes people tremble uncontrollably? After all, Morgans was also a person who had experienced strong winds and waves, but in front of Whitebeard, he still felt a mountain of oppression. Listening to Morgan's compliments, Whitebeard continued to drink on his own, and his expression did not change. Okay, put away your reporter's tricks and get to the point of gate of opening. My sons and I have a banquet later. Haha, Your Majesty. Whitebeard really saw through my thoughts at a glance, so I will start the interview directly. Seeing that Whitebeard was so bold and nonchalant, Morgans immediately took out a small notebook from behind his back. First question, please ask Mr. Newgate. Marine Headquarters has mobilized 100,000 elites. At the same time, all 3 Marine generals are present, plus the 7 warlords of the sea. And the home battle venue is Marine headquarters, Marine land. Faced with such a lineup, is Mr. Newgate really confident that he can rescue Ace? After saying that, Morgan stared straight at Whitebeard with his big eyes, as if he wanted to capture every detail of the latter's facial expression. After everyone heard Morgan's question, they also turned their attention to Whitebeard. Facing such a luxurious lineup, it would be a lie to say that there is no fluctuation in my heart. Especially the pirates who have been on the battlefield for a long time and have very senior qualifications. They know how terrifying a Marine general is. What's more, this time, all 3 Marine generals are present, which can be said to be unprecedented. Facing such an opponent, even the 4 Emperors pirate group, which rules the sea, feels unprecedented pressure. However, Whitebeard just grinned and took a big sip of wine. "Goo la la la, that's my son." Morgans was shocked when he heard this. What did he mean? After a moment of silence, Morgans chose to ask, "Do you think you can be rescued?" Marco interrupted in a bad tone, "That's natural, don't you understand this?" Morgans quickly wrote something down and then continued, "Well, the next question is, facing Marine's highest combat power, General, with Mr. Newgate's current physical condition, can he win?" "Gula la la, I'm a Whitebeard." Morgans was stunned for a moment, then continued, "If Marine hero Garp takes action, what do you think are the chances of winning?" "Gula la la, I'm a Whitebeard." "Whitebeard just drinks, Morgans can't write." "Well, Mr. Newgate, I admire your confidence very much, but there is a great newcomer at Marine, and I think you should be interested." Pfft! Everyone burst out laughing when they heard this, and Marco said mockingly, "How can a mere newcomer turn the world upside down?" Morgans, no, Mr. Marco. This newcomer is not simple. He has only joined Marine for less than a month, and he has already shown amazing combat power, killing 3 supernovas in a row, and even defeating the recently popular Straw Hats. Together, they can fight Pluton Rayleigh and injure him. Even Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku sent people to contact me to put it on the front page of tomorrow's news and create an image that will be a benchmark for Marine in the future. Marco had just learned about this last piece of news, but Whitebeard still said the same thing. "Gula la la, I'm a Whitebeard." Morgans is helpless. It seems that he finally got into danger this time, but the result of the interview was unsatisfactory. Last question, when the Whitebeard Pirates, who are known as the strongest men in modern times and rule the New World, face the Marine overlord of Shanghai, Marine, who do you think will be the challenger? Hearing this, Whitebeard drank the remaining wine in one gulp. Marine is the challenger. Marco, who was also extremely confident, crossed his fists on his chest and said, "Dad, you will win." The Whitebeard grinned White Fang. "I will win because I am the strongest." Chapter 35. After Morgans left, the Whitebeard Pirates started their banquet. As for the rising Marine star Kurosawa mentioned by Morgans, they were completely ignored. Back in the newspaper office, Morgans has already thought about how to arrange tomorrow's front page news. "President, if you write this, you won't offend both Marine and Whitebeard, right? Don't worry, this is the effect we want. Tomorrow's headlines will definitely sell out." Morgans raised a proud smile on his lips. The next day, a headline-grabbing piece of news in the World Economic News shocked people around the world and sparked heated discussions. The strongest man in modern times versus the strongest Marine in the new era, who is the challenger? Interviewee Edward Newgate said it himself, "Marine is the challenger. Are you sure you can win this huge war that is destined to shake the world?" Edward Newgate, "I'm going to win." "Why?" Edward Newgate, "Because I'm the strongest." The unique genius that appeared in Marine, even the Sengoku Fleet Admiral called it the future of Marine. What do you think of this? There is no text here, with photos of Edward Newgate surrounding beautiful women while drinking. Note, there is no trace of PS. as people around the world see this headline news. New World Waters, on the Moby DK. Dad, this stupid bird is just making things up again as you said. Marco looked at the morning paper with a relaxed expression. Damn it, if I had known better, I should have cut off his wings and made him into a roasted bird. He actually tarnished my father's image. Foil Beista's teeth were itching with anger, and he pulled out both swords, causing a lot of sparks from the friction. Whitebeard said indifferently, "Goo la la la, just let him go, after all, we are notorious pirates." At the same time, on the other side, Marine Fando, Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States looked at the newspaper and his face turned black with anger. This BD. Who taught him to write like this? How does this put Marine's majesty at risk? Ha 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 Sengoku, why don't you be so angry? It's not like you don't know about Morgans. I think this headline is very interesting. In the office, Garp listened to his subordinates laughing while reading the newspaper. Huo Shaoshan. Didn't we say that everything has been communicated? Marine is the challenger? What a joke. A cross formed on Sengoku's forehead. On Daughter's Island, Monkey D. Luffy has initially tamed the Empress and learned about the huge war that is about to take place in Marine Land. After seeing Kurosawa's extremely handsome face, Luffy immediately recalled the scene of being knocked unconscious by a blow that day, and a fierce look appeared on his face. This BD actually beat Nami and the others like that. Kurosawa, I will definitely defeat you. But first, I have to save Ace. A tall figure with peerless appearance came up from behind Luffy. At this time, Boya Hancock was already fascinated by Luffy, and he flattered him with a smile on his face. Luffy-kun, your enemy is my enemy. Thank you, Hammock. Brother Kurosawa. Can you not go? Rimuru threw herself into Kurosawa's arms, crying so hard that I felt pity for him. Kurosawa said helplessly, "It's just a small fight. Don't worry, and there are General Marine and many lieutenant generals in front of me. I'm just going to make a splash." The boss lady Lilyuya sighed lightly. This time the opponent is the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's reputation is comparable to that of One Piece Roger. Even a 3-year-old child will stop crying when he hears this name. In a battle of this level, Kurosawa is likely to become cannon fodder in the war. How could Rimuru not know this? She was not that kind of stupid girl. She just sobbed in Kurosawa's arms, liar. After a Kurosawa-style comfort, the mother and daughter were finally successfully transferred. Kurosawa returned to Marina Vando's apartment, leaned down, and began to exercise day after day. Push UPS +1, push UPS +1, push UPS +1. After completing the training, I took a moment to appreciate my muscle lines. System, check the bounty value. Normal reward value, 5,000 points. Billion level bounty value, 15,600 points. Hey, after working hard for so long, it's finally time to bear fruit again. Kurosawa smiled slightly. The system will add some points to me. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 3,000 points of normal bounty value. Domain, Demon Subduing Chef has been upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, pay attention to the 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. Domain, the Demon Subduing Chef has been upgraded to LV3. The bounty value consumed by skills above LV3 can be said to be doubled. After glancing at the remaining skills, Kurosawa felt that he should continue to maximize the effect of the natural fighter. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 2,000 points of normal bounty value and 100 billion level bounty value. Technique 8 has been upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 300 billion level bounty value. Upgrading physical skills to LV3. Bring up the system panel. Character, Kurosawa, Human Race. Abilities, Conqueror's Haki, LV4, Heaven-defying 6 Eyes, LV3, Virtual Style, LV1, Spell Reversal King, LV3, Spell Reversal H, LV3, Domain Infinite Space, LV3, King of Curses, LV1, Art Explanation, LV3, Art 8, LV2, Mystery Open, LV1, Domain Submit Demon and Cook, LV3, Physical Art, LV3, Swordsmanship, LV5, Natural Fighter, LV3, Armed Color Haki, LV3, Reversal Technique, LV2, Unlimited Technique, LV2. Identity, Colonel Marine. Billion level bounty value, 1600 points. Item, the famous sword Yan, Supreme Sharp Sword level. Prestige level, LV3. Your justice is praiseworthy. My skill tree. Looking at so many skills, if he didn't have the bonus of being a natural fighter, which can be called a system substitute, he might not be able to use them. Sometimes he can use them too much, which is not a good thing. Kurosawa looked out the window and smiled. The Whitebeard Pirates, if I remember correctly, Whitebeard's bounty is more than 5 billion. Bring it on. A few days later. There are still 8 hours until Ace's public execution. Chapter 36. Everyone assemble. Everyone assemble. Ugh. This day was destined to be an extraordinary day. Before dawn broke in the sky, the ear-splitting sirens were already ringing in Marine land. Unprecedented, 100,000 elite Marine soldiers mobilized from all over the world woke up from their sleep at this moment. Of course, there are also Marines who cannot sleep due to excitement or various reasons. At this time, when they heard the horn sound, they all got up and rushed together. The Whitebeard Pirates are coming. San will definitely cut off Whitebeard's head this time with Aishi Neru. Do you want your name to go down in history? If you don't brush your teeth, your mouth will look like you are scolding history. That's Whitebeard. Aren't you scared? Amidst the noisy sounds, 100,000 elite Marines are gathering quickly. In the Marine Fando Square, one after another strong figures exuding the aura of strong men were standing in front of them. They are elite lieutenant generals from all over the world and the lieutenant generals from Marine headquarters. Report fire, General Yamanaka. All members of the second training camp have assembled, please give instructions. Huo Shaoshan glanced around the crowd with a serious face, and then smiled, little guys, don't die so soon. Miguel looked firm, don't worry, instructor. Even if you die, it will be after you pluck out a layer of Whitebeard's skin. Huo Shaoshan, you ambitious brat. After saying that, Huo Shaoshan turned his attention to Kurosawa in the crowd. Same for you, kid. Don't rush too far this time, otherwise Lao Zi won't be able to protect you. Ding! The current situation of the host has been detected. You have a new life choice. Life choice 1. Single-handedly change the course of the war on the top, and help your camp achieve the final victory. Reward? Distributed based on performance. Life choice 2. Betray the enemy in the war, join the pirate camp, and help Whitebeard rescue Porgas D. Ace. Reward, Conqueror's Haki upgraded to LV5. Life choice 3. Go on a killing spree, fight Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates at the same time, and survive successfully. Reward, Uranus, World Class. Kurosawa met Huo Shaoshan's gaze. Don't worry, instructor, I'm sensible. For some reason, Huo Shaoshan always had an inexplicable premonition when looking at Kurosawa's confident face. In this war, this kid Kurosawa may bring everyone unexpected surprises. The real-time picture of Marine Fando has also been projected to all over the world by the phone bug at this moment. Well-equipped and seemingly extremely capable Marine soldiers poured out in a steady stream and lined up neatly on the square. Heavy artillery pieces were quickly set up under the orderly command. 50 huge warships surrounded Marine Fando, like an insurmountable mountain. The average pirate group would be frightened and flee in panic if they just took a look at it from a distance. Marine lieutenant generals wearing justice coats, and giant lieutenant generals as big as mountains arrived one after another. The extremely spectacular scene directly exposed the strength of Marine headquarters to the world. And this also declares Marine headquarters' determination to win. The first half of the Great Route. People are watching the real-time video of the phone bug and are having heated discussions. Is the Whitebeard Pirates strong? Marine actually dispatched so many troops. No matter how you look at it, Marine will definitely win. There are so many warships and heavy artillery, and there will be a giant ginseng battle. Yet, no matter what, how could Marine headquarters lose? Don't underestimate the Whitebeard Pirates. Rumor has it that their leader, Whitebeard, has the power to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Stop joking. Look. Those are the 7 warlords of the sea, but why are there only 5 of them? Look directly below the execution platform, that is the legendary Marine's highest combat power. The 3 generals of Marine. By the way, didn't Marine say that a new star appeared? Tisk, just a new star, how much impact can it have on a war of this magnitude? That's right. I think even the most famous Whitebeard will be exhausted after killing 100 Marines. With 100,000 people, the Marine headquarters victory is determined. The second half of the Grand Line. Countless notorious pirates are also waiting for the start of this war. Ha ha ha. Marine headquarters. Welcome Whitebeard's wrath. Fight, let's fight. It's better to turn the world upside down and both sides suffer. By then, no one in New World will be able to control us. This is Whitebeard. The pinnacle of our pirates' combat power. Whitebeard, take our place and sink Marine Vondo. As time passes slowly. It has been less than 3 hours since the execution, and the fuse of this war, Porgas d'Ace, has been taken to the execution platform. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp walk side by side. Sengoku, Garp, I'm going to make everything public. Do you have any objections? Garp said solemnly, it's up to you, I'll go down first. As the Warring States period walked onto the execution platform, the soldiers in the audience couldn't help but be a little confused. The previous battle arrangements didn't have this link, right? Under the attention of the world, Warring States picked up the phone bug. Before the war begins, I have something to tell you. Porgas d'Ace, why is this man publicly executed today? And what his death means to the world? Kurosawa looked up at the execution platform. Is it finally going to start? If he remembered correctly, Whitebeard should have arrived after Warring States finished speaking. It's really exciting. Warring States, Ace, tell the world who your father is. Ace, my father is Whitebeard. Warring States, that's not right. Ace, there's nothing wrong. My father only has Whitebeard and no one else. Sengoku, on that island, your mother, Portgas de Rouge, evaded our capture by forcibly keeping you inside her body for 20 months. Then, a child who inherited the most evil bloodline in the world was born. And your father is none other than One Piece, Goldo Roger. As Warring States' words fell, it seemed as if the whole world had been pressed on the mute button. On such an occasion, it came from the mouth of the Warring States period again. No one will doubt the authenticity of this news anymore. After a brief silence, uproar broke out around the world. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of One Piece Goldo Roger. Damn it! Kill him! The blood of such an evil guy must not remain in the world. At the same time, the Marine soldiers who heard this at Marine headquarters Marine Vondo Square were also furious at this moment. The sense of justice brought about by the determination to execute Ace reaches its peak. In this battle, justice will win. Not long after, the sailors in the watchtower were the first to notice something strange on the sea surface. Appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cold sweat broke out on Zenguo's forehead, it suddenly appeared? How on earth did it do that? On the sea, pirate ships came one after another from the heavy fog. It's the large fleet of pirate ships. Where is Whitebeard? Check it quickly. Wandering Knight Tama. Laiching Magai Quay. Brother Decalban. Big Vortex Spider Skyard. Everyone is a difficult character, and they are all famous pirate captains who have occupied a place in the New World. There are 43 pirate ships in total, and Whitebeard and his captain have not been found yet. But there is no doubt that these are pirates from Whitebeard's pirate group. That's impossible. He must be there too. Watch the sea. Seeing the pirate ships approaching, Doflamingo began to get excited. If it weren't for Sengoku's request, he would have sat on the rocking chair and started eating. Phew 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 phew. This is so interesting, so exciting. Hurry up and come over, Whitebeard. Gulu gulu gulu. A large number of bubbles appeared on the sea surface near the harbor of Marine Land. Only then did Sengoku notice. I see, are all their ships coated and then moving forward from the bottom of the sea? But in such a short time. Wow! A huge wave rose into the sky, and an extremely huge whale ship broke through the sea. It's Moby Dick. As the marine soldiers exclaimed, 3 more ships of the Whitebeard Pirates entered the bend. Marco, captain of the first team, all 14 captains are on board. The decisive battle is about to begin, but the air at this time is suddenly a little quiet. Clang, clang, clang. The Moby Dick, which was heading towards the execution platform, made a series of metal knocking sounds. Under the execution platform, Porosalino couldn't help but poked his head out, with a curious look on his face. Goo la la la, warring states period, we haven't seen each other for decades. A tall figure stands on the bow of the ship, with a boundless and domineering momentum. It is the captain of the 4 Emperors pirate group that rules the New World, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Warring States looked at the powerful enemy in the past and couldn't help but clench his teeth. The Whitebeard is smiling. Is my son okay? Otherwise, you Marines will be prepared to be annihilated. Faced with such a lineup, Whitebeard still put down harsh words. Even if he was a pirate, the whole world was shocked by his courage at this moment. Sengoku, do you think you can win? Goo la la la. We'll win. The Whitebeard grinned white fang, and the smile on his face was extremely confident. Chapter 37. Countless Marines were waiting in full formation. Although the main fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates directly passed through the Marine headquarters' first giant ship encirclement defense line through a surprise attack. But what stood in front of them were the 7 warlords of the sea and 100,000 Marine elites located on the coast. The third line of defense is composed of elite lieutenant generals. The fourth line of defense is the 3 Marine generals under the execution platform. Located on the coast, Doflamingo looked at Mihawk, the eagle eye, quite curiously. Phew 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 phew. So what about this time? Are you going to stand by and watch as usual? Of course, Mihawk simply ignored Doflamingo's conversation. Mariah had a mean smile on his face, he. Facing the 3 generals of Shishibukai and Marine and the 100,000 Marine elites on my side, how are you going to attack? Whitebeard. Boya Hancock, who was dressed in purple robes, had no intention of fighting at this time, and was still worried about Luffy. Warring States, what a loud tone, everyone is on alert. The opponent is Whitebeard, maybe we will lose. Give me a moment. Ace. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he stood aside the Konjai-unki, stood up on his horse, put his hands in front of his chest to gather strength, and then suddenly shook the void on both sides. Boom! Under the puzzled eyes of 100,000 elite Marine soldiers. The air that was hit by Whitebeard's fists actually had cracks visible to the naked eye. These cracks were like spider webs, spreading rapidly in the void, and then... boom! Dash dash! The terrifying vibration force was transmitted to the sea. Under Whitebeard's deliberate control, countless ocean currents began to vibrate and condense, and then gradually converged into supergiant waves that were far larger than normal. Under the violent earthquake, several giant sea waves rose into the sky. Each wave was as huge as Malinfando's headquarters, but in the blink of an eye it had already surpassed the peak of Malinfando. Countless sailors looked at this scene with eyes wide open. Looking at the waves that covered the sky, no one would doubt that once such waves fell. I am afraid that at least 2/3 of the 100,000 marine elites deployed in Marine Land Square will be defeated in one fell swoop. Kaba looked horrified. Are you kidding? Is this the power of Whitebeard? Although he was punished to clean the toilet, for a battle of this level, even Kaba, who is currently a toilet cleaner, was mobilized. Kurosawa among the marine soldiers looked up and saw with his own eyes that the visual impact of the waves that could swallow up a giant island was truly unparalleled. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard looked at everyone's reactions and smiled confidently, as did the captains under his command. This is an attack from the strongest man in the world. How should Marine respond? Looking at this scene, Ace on the execution platform seemed to see hope, and pictures from the past flashed back in his mind. Doflamingo even laughed in amazement. Phew is such a terrifying power. If this blow falls, Marine will definitely be severely injured. Under the desperate gaze of many Marine soldiers. Wah! A blue figure jumped up from directly below the execution platform, and directly relied on physical strength to jump to a height of 100 meters. Kuzan stretched out his arms in the sky, and the ultimate ice power condensed in his palms. Then two beams of extreme ice that could condense even the air shot out towards the shocking waves in the sky. Ice Age! Kuzan's voice resounded throughout the audience. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the wave that could have destroyed a giant island quickly turned into ice. In just one breath, the soaring waves surrounding the marine headquarters were directly frozen. The opening scene of destruction from the strongest man in the world was resolved in this way. It's General Kuzan. This is the strength of a general. Be afraid, pirates. Whitebeard stared at the figure in the sky. Aokiji, you brat. Kuzan looked at Whitebeard, who was hundreds of meters away from him, put his hands in front of him, and condensed the spear of ice. Although this move looks ordinary, only those who are familiar with it know it. Even if the weapon is tempered to an advanced level, it is still unable to withstand the extreme cold. Ice Cube 2 Thorns Spear. Kuzan spit out cold words and shot the deadly ice spear towards Whitebeard. Then the latter just smiled, raised his hand and punched out in the air. Goo-la-la-la! The invisible space vibrated, and the extremely hard ice spear was shattered before it even got close to Whitebeard. The power of the invisible concussion did not diminish, and it violently penetrated Kuzan's body. But the latter was obviously prepared for it. Before the shock force arrived, Kuzan had already elementalized his body. Crack! With a loud explosion, a ball of ice fell into the sea. Kuzan stretched out his palm, and the power of ice instantly froze the sea surface. Also frozen at the same time was the Moby DK, which had dived into the inner bay. What are you afraid of? We have generals holding the line. Shelling! Bang bang bang! As the cannons were fired one after another, a large number of pirates jumped off the Moby DK. The war officially begins now. Amid countless people's shouts of charging, even Foil Baista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, joined the battle. In the marine camp, the lieutenants are also ready to make a move. Soldiers! This battle is for justice. Use your skills to defeat all evil. Kill! On the execution platform, Warring States looked at the white-cloaked figure in the distance with a displeased expression. He knew without looking that Whitebeard was probably staring at the battlefield with a smile on his face. This BD, if someone can directly attack the commander, the morale will be greatly improved. It's a pity that the general's combat power still needs to be retained to guard the execution platform. The place of lieutenants. Grandmahi, let us kill the enemy here. You, old man, can drink tea in the back. I'm not that old yet. Huo Shaoshan was helpless when he heard this, and his eyes immediately glanced at the soldiers, but he did not find Kurosawa. Strange, where did this kid go? High in the sky above Marineventer, only a few people noticed that a figure appeared here at some unknown time. Sakaski's eyebrows showed confusion. Kurosawa? Why is he in that place? Porosalino also discovered it, opening and closing his mouth. Oh, he can actually fly too. Whitebeard looked at the figure in the sky, a little confused. He had not read the newspaper of that day, so naturally he did not know who Kurosawa was. Marco, who was always paying attention to every move on the battlefield, frowned and looked at Kurosawa in the sky. That guy is the Marine Star, right? What does this guy want to do? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to impress people? What a stupid thing to do. Many pirates noticed and laughed. High in the air, Kurosawa's hair moved with the wind, and his blue pupils shone with infinite light, as if the dark power from hell was surging crazily around him, and the huge concentrated spell even distorted the space. The technique is reversed, King. The technique is reversed, he. Two balls of light, one red and one blue, were generated in mid-air. Kurosawa began to form seals with both palms and spoke plausibly. 9 outlines, polarized light, chaotic sounds, between the outside and the inside. The complete version of the mantra, the complete version of the seals, and the mantra power mobilized to the limit. Sushi. Purple light bloomed over Marine Vondo, the target, Whitebeard. Chapter 38. What is that? The purple light blooming in the sky over Marine Vondo shone in everyone's eyes. Under the real-time broadcast of the phone bug projection, people all over the world also enjoyed that dangerous and beautiful picture at this moment. Is this Marine's latest technology? Or is it that another general has taken action? On a big tree in the Sabayati Islands, a white-haired figure sat on the giant tree. It was Pluton Rayleigh who fought against Kurosawa that day. At this time, he was staring at the screen intently. Judging from the shining purple light, based on his decades of bloody fighting experience, if this move was not a show, its power was definitely far beyond common sense. It has even reached the level of power that can threaten the 4 emperors. Who is it? Aokiji is impossible, Akainu and Kizaru have different abilities. Is there another extraordinary person in Marine? Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but think of the blue-eyed Marine boy a few days ago. It can't be that kid, right? No. He shouldn't have grown to this point after not seeing each other for a few days. On the battlefield of Malinfando, the shining purple above the head was like the second sun rising, especially after Kuzan used his ability to freeze the entire battlefield. Through constant mirror reflection, the purple light shone into almost every corner of the battlefield. Moria was puzzled by this purple light. Logically speaking, there was no one in Marine who could use this move. Doflamingo spread his hands and laughed. Phew 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 phew. Who is doing this? Marine. Even the pirate Empress Boya Hancock, who was originally immersed in Luffy's thoughts, couldn't help but be pulled back by this wave of thoughts. Her charming eyes revealed deep doubts and shock. Is this Vegapunk's latest technology? Bartholomew Bear was holding the book with his mouth slightly open. After being transformed into a mechanical eye, he could see clearly after activating the special perspective mode. In the purple light, it was Kurosawa's figure. My hawk, who has always looked down on the world, actually had a flash of shock in his eyes at this time. As the world's greatest swordsman, his insight and judgment are beyond imagination. Even from a long distance, my hawk can know how terrifying the power contained in this purple light will be once it breaks out. Kuzan put his pockets in his pocket and looked at the sky. Ah la la, the momentum is not small. Under the execution platform, Porosalino's sunglasses were reflected purple. Yo-yo, it's really scary. Kurosawa-kun. Sakaski smiled and said, Whitebeard, let's see how you deal with it. Warring States opened his mouth wide, who is there? Look at this target, is it to attack Whitebeard? But the intention is too obvious. Ace, who was kneeling on the ground and being handcuffed, looked ugly, Dad. Garp, who was still picking his nose, stopped what he was doing and stared blankly into the air. He has the same momentum as Roger did back then. Is there such a figure in Marine? Why didn't I know about it? In the midst of the discussions, the purple light fluctuations caused by the collision of red and blue light balls became more and more intense. The surging and twisted purple seemed to have an extremely strange aura. Even the battle-experienced Whitebeard Pirates, the captains, also felt intense uneasiness after seeing it. Among them, Marco, who had been looking at the entire battlefield, looked particularly solemn. Did that Marine star create this thing? Are you kidding? Even I feel in danger. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, staring straight at the gradually spreading purple. The energy pressure formed by this purple light reminded him, a top expert, of the moves used by that unparalleled hero, One Piece Gold Roger, in the war that year. God avoids. A move that can only be performed by combining top-level conqueror's domineering power with top-level swordsmanship. Now, the unknown kid in front of him actually made him feel the same pressure as when he faced this move. Gula la la. Apart from being fearful, Whitebeard also became more and more excited. High in the sky, Kurosawa's hair is dancing wildly, and the ultimate purple meaning is contained in his control. Sushi. The next moment, it will be in full bloom. Buzz. The huge purple ball of light flew out in an instant, with the dark purple distortion visible to the naked eye wherever it passed, as if the space could not bear the energy and was crushed by it. The next second, the purple virtual form came to Whitebeard at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the latter's pupils were completely occupied by the purple light. The immortal thistle. The phoenix burning with blue flames streaked across the sky, and its two wings that ignited the immortal fire rotated crazily and at high speed, condensing into an indestructible shield. Marco looked straight at the approaching purple, his eyes showing confidence, because with his move, relying on the immortal flames and powerful domineering gas skills, even if a guy like Kaido came, he couldn't do it in a short time breakthrough within. Then, Kyoji and Phoenix Marco collided violently. That scene was like a huge high-speed train carrying violent thunder crossing a wormhole and hitting a powerful alien beast with burning fire feathers. Chiang! The virtual mass of the virtual explosion melted half of Marco's cheek as soon as it came into contact. But under the influence of the immortal flames, the half of the cheek that should have melted actually began to recover. Seeing this, Marco had a smile on his face. He had already felt the power of this purple light. It was indeed powerful, but as long as he could not break through his defense immediately, that means he won. Even if it's an attack on the level of the Four Emperors, you can't even expect it from me, hey. Before he finished speaking, Marco noticed something was wrong. This attack, what's going on? Why is the pain so intense? To his surprise, Marco discovered that the power of this virtual form was far more than what it appeared on the surface. It stands to reason that even if this purple light is very powerful, it cannot reach the point where he cannot bear it, but the regeneration speed of his immortal flame, why has it become so slow? It's like there is some kind of power that suppresses the regeneration of the immortal flames. This is not scientific. However, others didn't know Marco's situation. What they saw was that Marco relied on his body to withstand this seemingly devastating attack. The Marine soldier looked ugly, it's the captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division. Marco the Phoenix. Well done, Captain Marco. The pirates cheered and encouraged. Sakaski frowned. Marco's defensive ability was beyond his expectation. If they were to face each other later, he would have to increase the dose of Dark Hound. Warring States gritted his teeth and felt regretful that this move could not work. It was so close that I could directly unseat the opponent's coach. Even Whitebeard showed a proud smile on his face after seeing Marco block the attack. As expected of me, my son, Marco, did it, Before Whitebeard finished speaking, the scene of collision in the sky suddenly changed. The purple light suddenly ran over after a burst of anxiety. Daddy, be careful. Chapter 39. Kurosawa's spell attack is now blessed by the King of Curses. Even Marco's blue immortal flames regenerate very quickly, and they are no longer able to withstand powerful attacks like Kyoshi Shiki. Marco's body was swallowed up by every inch of the purple of Kyoshi. The pain caused by its curse attack was beyond normal. Even Marco's endurance could no longer manage his facial expressions well. Oh, of course, Marco's face is now in disarray. If it could be a human face, Marco would definitely be twisted into a chrysanthemum at this moment. According to the past, the pain of wounds regenerated by the immortal flames was almost non-existent, but facing this purple light, he actually found the pain a bit unbearable. Under such heavy pressure, it accelerated the collapse of his regeneration ability, and then he could no longer maintain it. Daddy, be careful. Almost at the moment when I shouted these words. The purple light is less than 5 meters away from Whitebeard. Within this distance, Whitebeard's skin can already directly feel the sting caused by Su Shichu. That violent purple intention that is going to crush everything. At this distance, the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates had no time to react. Then, under the shocked attention of the world, Whitebeard was forced to take action. Boom! Whitebeard punched out with his left fist. Under time constraints, he only had time to mobilize part of his fruit power and a small amount of domineering energy. However, despite this, such a punch was enough to make a Marine Lieutenant General lose his combat effectiveness. The giant fist that condensed the power of shock hit Su Shi. Ka. Large cracks spread quickly, and the violent purple spirit began to tremble violently. Ignoring the crowd and not daring to breathe, I stared at this confrontation, until the shock force created by Whitebeard was like an invisible storm competing with the purple light of Su Shi. On the screen, one purple and one white formed 2 areas. Whitebeard blocked it. On the bow of the Moby DK, this huge ship that had gone through countless wars and was safe and sound, was now shattered on a large scale in the confrontation between the two. Then, under the gaze of Whitebeard's widened eyes, the terrifying virtual form suddenly exploded, swallowing it completely like a deep space tunnel. Boom boom boom! On this ice-blue battlefield, under the witness of the world, a deep purple tunnel that almost traverses Malinfando shocked and attracted attention. After running over Whitebeard, Su Shi's momentum was not reduced, and he blasted it to the other end of the second giant ship before he could stop. If Whitebeard hadn't resisted with all his strength, this blow might have pushed him directly out of the inner bay of Marine Fando. However, in this way, Whitebeard almost withstood a complete blow of the maximum output of the virtual style. But he had no choice. After all, if he didn't neutralize the power of this move, he would become a drowned rat in front of the whole world. It's okay to lose a little face, but it will greatly affect morale. For such a war, Whitebeard will never accept it. At this time, on the battlefield of Marine Fando, except for the roar caused by the explosion of hollow style, all other sounds almost disappeared. Countless people's eyes were fixed on the end of the purple tunnel. They eagerly wanted to know how Whitebeard was doing after resisting this blow. People all over the world are talking about it. Whitebeard won't die like this, will he? Is it possible? After all, the power of that move is simply terrifying. Even Marco can't stop it at all. How is Marco? On the ice, a blue flame is slowly condensing into a human form, but the condensation speed is unusually slow. Marco, who finally regained his composure, looked up with concern, ignoring the severe pain radiating from all over his body, and wanted to fly into the sky to look for the figure with white beard. Dad! At this time, the Moby DK was already in dilapidated condition. The entire head was collapsed and shattered under the pressure. Starting from the middle of the hull, a very deep crack was cut out, like a plowed ground. Suffering such a blow, even if the Whitebeard Pirates win this battle, the Moby DK will no longer be able to return. The pirates climbed up from all over the ship. If Whitebeard hadn't blocked most of the power of Kyoji-chi, those who stayed on the ship would have been annihilated. Dad! Are you okay? A hole! How dare you attack Daddy? At this time, the director very wisely pointed the phone camera at the end of the purple tunnel. As the deep purple collapse slowly dissipated, the white-bearded face was revealed. Whitebeard's uniform is a bit tattered, and purple remains in many places on his body, especially his left hand, which is covered in rich purple black. That is the remnant of the curse that can corrode the human body. But the most eye-catching thing is the bright red that keeps flowing out from the corners of the Whitebeard's mouth. Whitebeard is hurt. The man who claims to be the strongest in the world is actually injured. Wow! The whole world was in an uproar. The marine soldiers raised their arms and shouted, but the pirates showed timidity in their eyes. Just at the beginning, their backbone, the strongest man, the Emperor of the Sea, Dad Whitebeard, was injured. And even when Marco intercepted him, he still looked a little embarrassed. The atmosphere quietly began to change, and the balance of victory in this war began to tilt toward Marine. Fu. Who is it? That's Whitebeard. Doflamingo raised his head and laughed, and Boya Hancock was also shocked. If such an attack had been carried out by her, the result would have been unpredictable. Whitebeard's brows furrowed and he looked up somewhere. A pair of tiger eyes were full of ruthlessness. At this time, he was being eaten away by the remaining spell power of Su Shi Ci, and at the same time, it brought with it the transcendental power. Usual pain. Following Whitebeard's gaze, the director also tilted the camera to the sky at the right time. At the opening of the purple tunnel, a black-haired figure stood proudly. Rayleigh from the Sabayati Islands' eyes flickered, and he met the eyes of the protagonist in the picture. Then Rayleigh's mouth opened slightly, and he looked at the instigator of all this in a daze. That black-haired figure. It's really that boy. On the big screens around the world, Kurosawa tilted his head slightly, and those blue eyes were reflected in the eyes of the world. That guy is Kurosawa. He was the one who severely injured Whitebeard. Who is Kurosawa? That's the rising star of Marine. Didn't you read the newspaper that day? It's the one who is the challenger. Malinvondo, execution platform. At this time, Sengoku also realized that the situation on the battlefield had begun to tilt towards Marine's side because of one person. The corners of Zhangguo's mouth couldn't help but turn up. He could never miss such an opportunity. Picking up the phone, Warring States shouted with all his strength. All personnel, please note that the enemy coach Whitebeard has been successfully injured by our side. Such a powerful blow comes from our Marine super new star, Kurosawa. He is the future star of our Marine. Not even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, can stop our Marine's future. Marine will win this battle. The whole army, attack! Chapter 40. In Holy Land Marijoa, the 5 elders are watching the war in real time through phone bug communication. Financial god of war, it is indeed a loss not to bring this Kurosawa into CP. Farming martial god, no way, he was brought into Marine by Garp. From the moment I noticed him, it has been difficult to win over him. Legal martial god, this level of attack is enough to threaten the 4 emperors. Even Liu Qi doesn't have such strength. What a pity. Environmental martial god, if you can't serve us, what's the difference between you and the enemy? Just get rid of them. Scientific defense martial god, let's take another look. Vegapunk's new weapon will be available soon, so you can look forward to it. At this time, on the battlefield of Malinfando, Doflamingo looked at the figure in the sky in disbelief, and then the expression on his face changed from shock to some kind of amusement. Phew. It's this kid. Really, those guys from CP should be so sorry that their intestines are turning green. Why is it this BD? What a joke. Moria looked ferocious. The guy who had a violent conflict with him not long ago actually gained such powerful combat power in the blink of an eye. Doesn't it mean that if we meet him again, there is a high chance that Moria will be lost in the hands of this kid? My hawk, who has always been aloof, curled up his lips and said, "What an interesting kid." Bartholomew Bear had an expressionless face, opening and closing his mouth in a voice that only he could hear. As expected of a man who can push Ryu's son to the ground and beat him violently, Kurosawa. After Boya Hancock saw Kurosawa's face, the pirate empress who had always looked down on men and was dissatisfied with all males, her pupil shrank. There is such a handsome man in the world? And he is also so powerful. But, the guy who injured Luffy in the Sabayati Islands a few days ago must be him. In that case, then he is my enemy. I will meet you when I come. Boya Hancock's face returned to calmness, and he stared straight at Kurosawa. Huo Xiaoshan drew out his sword energy and cleared the area in front of him of pirates. Then he looked at the black-haired figure in the sky, with a sincere smile on his face. You are worthy of being a member of my training camp. Not far from the Huashao mountain, a dark-skinned man had just finished killing a pirate after changing his position with a shave. He looked at the figure in the sky and raised the corners of his mouth unconsciously. Of course, Huashaoshan instructor, that's the boss of our training camp. After saying that, Miguel turned his eyes to the distance. In that direction, a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was killing everyone. If the boss is so strong, he can't lag too far behind. The flying squirrel also praised, indeed, you have indeed produced a great guy this time. Stirs moved his shoulders and said, the younger generations are so brave. If we old guys don't show off, how can we still have the face to hang around? Looking at several powerful figures rushing forward, in just a few breaths, they had already wiped out a large area of pirates. The morale of the marine soldiers is even higher. The lieutenant generals also took action. They are all so strong. Whitebeard Pirates. Meet your doomsday. Kill. In the sky, Blue Eyes looked down at the battlefield, and the surging curse power in Kurosawa's body slowly subsided. Through the observation of heaven-defying six eyes, he could intuitively see the physical condition of Whitebeard's body. Did the maximum output of the Kyushu style only cause Whitebeard this small amount of damage? However, Marco has already absorbed most of the power. I just wanted to test it out. Kurosawa thought so, but the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were not happy. The one Kurosawa injured was their father. The foil sword Baista showed a fierce expression, and the blade in his hand emitted bursts of cold light. Are you kidding me? A brat like you actually injured Daddy. It's all my fault, Marco said with an ugly face. The pain in his body had almost disappeared, but the shame Kurosawa brought to him made him angry. You BD, you dare to attack Dad? Let me educate you. After saying that, Marco waved his hands, and the blue immortal flames quickly rekindled on his two arms. Waves of air swept out, and the powerful reaction force they brought went straight into the sky. Like a blue arrow piercing the sky, it shot straight into the sky with an extremely fierce edge. Kurosawa looked at Marco, who was coming to kill him, with an unchanged expression. Is it just you? The scar is so healed that it doesn't hurt anymore. You brat! Are you already exhausted after just launching such an attack? You still dare to speak so brazenly? Go to hell! Marco screamed, and the figure was approaching rapidly. Marco took action at Kurosawa. Not good. Kurosawa is in danger. All the Navy soldiers couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this. Even veteran lieutenant generals such as Huo Xiaoshan had their faces downcast. Although the performance of Kurosawa's move just now was extremely excellent, in the final analysis, in their opinion, the effect was unexpected. And just as Marco said, after launching such an attack, Kurosawa must have been exhausted already, right? Damn it, you don't have martial ethics to sneak attack on a junior. Chapter 41. The lieutenants wanted to stop them, but they heard a leisurely voice. Oh, what an amazing kid, but if you let your subordinates face the captains so early, wouldn't you be looking down on us too much? Under the execution platform. Porosalino walked to the front as he spoke, and his eyes under his sunglasses had already locked onto Marco, who was flying into the air. The next second, Porosalino's body turned into particles of light and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Kurosawa's side. You think so? Buzz. Dazzling golden light shines around Kurosawa. Light speed kick. Porosalino's right foot shone with a deadly light, and the kick was powerful enough to break a towering tree and swung it towards Marco. Boom, dash dash. General Porosalino. Captain Marco. In the air, facing Porosalino's light speed kick, Marco also kicked out, and terrifying power came from the sole of his foot. Marco's face turned ugly for a moment. He gritted his teeth and continued to release his explosive domineering energy. He continued to exert force on his feet but still felt extremely difficult. Kizaru. UBD. It's really scary, all of them are as strong as monsters, Whitebeard's captains. Porosalino had a teasing expression and pressed down the soles of his feet with a relaxed expression. Phew. Marco couldn't resist, and was kicked into the ice, making a deep dent. However, he stood up again quickly. Obviously, the blow did not cause any harm to him. Kurosawa-kun, you've worked really hard, you can take a break first. As he spoke, Porosalino's figure turned into golden light particles again, and the next second, a huge golden light shone in the sky above Whitebeard. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. Don't get carried away with yourself, Kizaru. Immortal Thistle. As the golden light shone, the figure carrying the blue flame quickly caught up. Under the attention of everyone, Marco rotated his body at high speed again, condensing a blue flame shield to block the attack of the golden light particles. I actually blocked it. General Porosalino's attack. I couldn't block Kurosawa's attack before, but now I've blocked the general's attack. High in the sky, after a round of strafing, Porosalino felt quite embarrassed listening to everyone's discussion. It's true, I've been compared to the younger generation. Naisuna, Kizaru. With a swish sound, the flying phoenix accelerated suddenly and reached the top of Porosalino's head, and then slammed down with his kick. Bang! Porosalino blocked Marco's kick with one hand, with a slight smile on his face. It's really scary. Marco gritted his teeth and pressed down hard. Are you kidding me? Porosalino's figure was kicked into the land of Marine Fando, and there was a bang and dust and smoke flew everywhere. Mr. General! Amidst the exclamations of all the soldiers, Porosalino quickly turned into particles of light and flashed out of the ruins. Despite such a huge explosion, not even a particle of dust was stained on his uniform. Don't worry, I'm fine. After saying that, Porosalino looked at the sky with deep meaning. Kurosawa was slowly landing. Kurosawa's purple attack just now actually broke through an attack that even his 8-foot Megatama couldn't break through. Have you really gone too far? Porosalino regretted it. At this time, few people noticed that a strong man actually inserted his hands directly into the ice. You must know that the ice frozen by Kuzan cannot even be cut through by ordinary swords. You can imagine how hard it is. Subsequently, Kaka. Amidst the bursts of violent breaking sounds, a supergiant ice cube that was as big as a small mountain was held in Kiyozi's hands. What a joke! That guy is actually strong enough to pick up an ice cube like that. Jose summoned all his strength and veins popped out all over his body. UBD Marine, die. The giant ice cube rose into the air and was thrown towards the execution platform. Kurosawa narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched this scene. It was not difficult to imagine that if Akainu didn't take action later, Ace would probably be directly hit to death by the ice block. Well, that's a good development. Hey! You BD Marine, you were the one who took action against Dad. Buzz! The gorgeous and romantic rose sword energy came through the air. Kurosawa turned his head slightly and disappeared in a flash. Crack! The rose sword chi was easily dodged by Kurosawa. Unfortunately, the ordinary pirates who were affected were directly invaded by the gorgeous and romantic-looking rose sword chi and were strangled to death. He actually dodged it. Foil Sword Baista's eyes moved slightly as he watched this scene. Just now, he specially used an extremely fast sword energy attack, sacrificing part of his power in exchange for unparalleled speed. Is it shaving? No. Even those lieutenant generals in the Marine who are proficient in shaving can't avoid my sword. Should you shave it? Kurosawa curled his lips and looked at the thick-bearded swordsman in front of him. The bounty is 884 million belly. Not bad. Oh? Tell me my bounty. Do you still want my head? Foil Baista sneered. Kurosawa just smiled faintly. While the two were talking, the iceberg that Joseph picked up and smashed towards the execution platform was about to fall. Several giant Marine lieutenant generals guarding the execution platform looked panicked. This is too big. We can't stop it. What an amazing strength. That Diamond Josie, captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division. Even the giant lieutenant general, who is more than 10 meters tall, is like a mantis with arms in front of this iceberg. They all ran out one by one. Really, the Warring States order didn't include you. Gulu. Under the execution platform, a figure dressed in red stood up from the chair, and the thick arms under the sleeves turned into rolling lava. In just an instant, the temperature under the execution platform suddenly rose, and the surrounding air became distorted. That is the ultimate burning heat, representing the most lethal logia fruit and rockberry fruit in the world of One Piece. If there is no one guarding here, how can I explain to the world if I am directly attacked by the enemy? While shouting angrily, the magma transformed into Sakaski's right arm suddenly expanded again. Big fire! A giant fist of magma that was as big as a giant clan struck the iceberg violently. Pfft! Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the extremely hard iceberg began to melt rapidly as soon as it came into contact. After one breath, the supergiant iceberg disappeared out of thin air. If everyone hadn't just witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been as if it had never existed. He is truly worthy of General Sakaski. That iceberg, it just melted. Wait. What is that? The giant magma fist flashed red light. When the red light reached its peak, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless magma fireballs that fell into the battlefield. Its power is so powerful that just one bullet is enough to destroy a giant pirate ship. Boom boom boom. As the magma and fireballs continued to fall, the battlefield turned into hell for a while. Ah, it seems your attack is not very effective. Kurosawa's face was illuminated by the firelight, and the dark red color of the magma in the sky made the darkness in his hands even more permeable. Playing with a knife in front of me? You kid who talks arrogantly, you should worry more about yourself. Foil Sword Baista looked fierce, and his body turned into a thin shadow and rushed towards Kurosawa. Wherever the two swords passed, they left roses behind. Kurosawa's 6 heaven-defying eyes flickered, and he could clearly see the acupuncture sword energy contained in the rose, which was as powerful as a bud exploding. One sword style, blue, one flash. Rose waltz. Chiang. The blades of both sides suddenly intersected. In an instant, roses and blue waves scattered all over the sky. The surrounding ice cracked instantly, and countless cracks spread and then exploded. Crack, click, click. Seeing countless ice cubes of different shapes being shaken into the air by this powerful sword energy exchange. Foil Baista's face flashed with shock. Your sword technique has actually entered the realm of a great swordsman. Are you kidding me? Isn't this guy said to be a devil fruit user? Why can he still do swordsmanship? Such a young guy. The potential is awesome. However, there are also first and second-rate swordsmen among great swordsmen. Kid, your swordsmanship is still too young. When Baista was shocked, he quickly came to his senses, but he caught a glimpse of Kurosawa's mouth curling up. As a world-class swordsman, Baista's insight was not weak. With his keen sense of smell, he immediately noticed something was wrong. There is an inexplicable force surging around this kid, and everything is weird. Captain Baista, let me help you. You brat is the one who attacked Daddy. A person not far away yelled angrily and came at a very fast speed with a knife. Upon seeing this, Baista quickly stopped him, but was held in place by an inexplicable force. Baista was shocked, there was definitely something wrong with this kid. Foza, don't come here. Foza, the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, didn't know why. The technique turns to Kang. The blue ball of light instantly condensed between Kurosawa and Foza, and the terrifying gravitational force sucked together the surrounding ice cubes. At the same time, Foza was also controlled by this force and found it difficult to move. Explanation of the technique. Kurosawa held the sword in his right hand, made a seal with his left hand, and lightly slashed at Foza. The fatal curse slash and the king carrying countless ice slags hit Foza fiercely. Bang swish swish! In an instant, Foza became a bloody mess, and the blade in his hand became fragmented. Kurosawa looked at the shocked Baista in front of him, opening and closing his mouth. Stay out of the way! Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Foza. Obtaining a billion-level bounty. Chapter 42. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Foza. Obtaining a 100 million level bounty worth 295 million Baileys. On the ice not far away, the surging blue magic power and the dark red-black magic power were mixed together, and the ice slag attracted by the blue turned into countless thin blades, slashing Foza's body in the violent spiral. Strangulated in human form. In just the blink of an eye, the leader of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who was so powerful in the New World, died on the spot. Captain Foza. Impossible. Captain Foza is actually dead. The pirates who originally watched Foza rushing towards Kurosawa thought that in a 2-on-1 situation, they would be sure to capture Kurosawa. However, they never expected that. The final outcome was actually being killed instantly. What kind of monster is this Kurosawa? In the eyes of everyone in amazement, Kurosawa looked at the furious Baista in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Why, you can't accept this. The remnants of the old era. Veins popped up on Baista's forehead, and blood vessels protruded from the tight dress on his arms. Buzz buzz. The flowing sword energy and domineering energy converged into a trickle of energy that swirled around the two swords, and one of the roses became more and more bright red. The remnants of the old era, you brat, please wake up. Baista's eyes were fierce, and the two swords in his hands were constantly rubbing against Kurosawa's dark, and the amplitude of the vibrations and sparks were getting bigger and bigger. Chiang chiang chiang. Kurosawa's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment, his heaven-defying six eyes suddenly noticed a scorching wave coming from high in the sky. In the sky, a huge magma fireball drew a long black smoke tail in the sky, falling rapidly towards Kurosawa and Baista. Kurosawa curled his lips, I'll deal with you later. After finishing his words, Kurosawa moved the fingers of his left hand lightly. Ong, who had just finished off Foza on the field, quickly flew towards Baista under Kurosawa's control. The violent gravitational force in its path shattered more ice, bringing with it a large amount of ice slag to form an ice spike ball. It is not difficult to imagine that if they were hit by such an attack, even the tough Marine lieutenant generals would be extremely uncomfortable, let alone a fragile swordsman like Baista. It's a magma fireball. Get out of the way. Captain Baista, be careful in the sky. At this time, there was no time to mourn Foza's death, and the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates quickly shouted a reminder. 2 attacks, one red and one blue, came almost at the same time. As a battle-hardened veteran and a top swordsman, Baista was naturally able to quickly judge that the threat of the magma fireball from the sky was much greater than the threat of the ice ball hitting him. "You kid, do you want to die with me? Then I can only say that you are too young." Baista's arms shook, and the foil sword in his hand danced in a gorgeous arc. The bright red rose sword energy with the powerful vibration force directly cut Kurosawa into the air with his sword. "How could you dodge this blow in the air?" Baista looked at Kurosawa in midair and sneered. The former's rose sword energy and the unlimited technique guarding the surface of Kurosawa's body caused ripples visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, he still failed to break through. Kurosawa smiled when he saw this. It seemed that the unlimited technique at level 2 was far more useful than he imagined. Baista didn't notice anything was wrong yet. He relied on his many years of kendo fighting experience and was sure that he would be able to cut Kurosawa into pieces before the magma fireball fell. However, Kurosawa curled his lips, and then Baista felt something bad. Does this kid have a backup plan? Goodbye. After Kurosawa finished speaking, his figure disappeared out of thin air. How is this possible? Baista's pupils shrank. He didn't understand why Kurosawa was able to break away after being entangled in his rose sword chi. He was so fast that he could hardly see clearly. No, now is not the time to think about this. The next second, the magma fireball and Kurosawa's blue ice ball arrived at the same time. Boom! The red and blue light shines at this moment, and the terrifying high-temperature flames and extremely cold gravitational ice spikes completely engulf Baista. Kurosawa's figure appeared in the distance and ignored Baista. The system did not receive any notification that Baista was killed. As expected, he is indeed a first-class swordsman. He took Akainu's attack head-on and didn't kill him. Compared to Kurosawa's Sai, in the distance, on the Moby DK, Whitebeard, who had witnessed the entire brief encounter, frowned. Isn't this kid too evil? At this time, a huge magma fireball in the sky hit Whitebeard's position, and the latter's expression did not change. Duan! I saw Whitebeard's left hand shaking, and the domineering energy surging in his body finally expelled the purple curse power from his body. Then he held Kong Yunkai in his right hand, and the surging domineering and vibrating power gathered at the tip of the knife, pointing straight towards it. The fireball stabbed out with magma. Boom! Kaka! After a loud bang, the invisible strong wind mixed with the power of domineering vibration directly stopped the magma fireball. Then Whitebeard blew hard, and actually blew out the burning high-temperature flame. Whitebeard looked at Sakaski on the execution platform with a confident smile on his face. "Magma kid, you'd better go and light candles on my birthday cake." Sakaski also looked confident. "Hemiplegic old guy, do you like a luxurious funeral?" Whitebeard didn't answer, and roughly glanced around the battlefield. At this time, the situation of the war was slightly out of his expectation. It was because this guy Kurosawa injured himself, which caused a huge drop in morale. Except for the captains who still have the upper hand, the rest of the battles tend to be defeated. Whitebeard frowned. "You must know that the current war has just started. If it develops like this..." "No. I was careless." Whitebeard glanced at the boy who had just injured him and found that the latter was already running towards his other captain. "I almost killed Fossa instantly with one move. Still can't satisfy your appetite, young sailor. Gu la la la." As Whitebeard laughed, there was an angry look on his face. His body was in a posture of wide open and closed, and then he jumped up directly. The cape flying behind Whitebeard in the sky was flying, a pair of cloudy eyes were filled with light, an unimaginable terrifying power gathered in his left fist. "Sons! Get out of the way!" He shouted loudly, and countless pirates looked shocked when they heard this sound. "Dad is taking action! Get out of the way!" Seeing the anger on Whitebeard's face, Marco kicked a lieutenant general away. "Dad, are you angry?" On the execution platform, warring states looked at Whitebeard, who jumped up and his expression suddenly changed. Are you going to do it yourself so soon? Whitebeard. In addition to being amazed, Senguo was even more excited. The opponent's coach ended the game so early, all because of Kurosawa. Etc. Whitebeard's target is Kurosawa. Chapter 43. On the ice, Kurosawa casually drew out a few swords and eliminated several blind pirates. He had already locked the next target to kill. Speedo Kill, captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has a bounty of 456 million baileys. Just when Kurosawa was about to take action, he suddenly felt a chill running through his body. This is... Kurosawa suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky, only to see large areas of cracks spreading rapidly in the distant sky. Behind them, there was a burly man. Whitebeard. Attention, all troops, Whitebeard is about to take action. On the execution platform, Sengoku shouted with a phone. Countless Marines' expressions were shaken, and their eyes showed uncontrollable fear. The legendary strongest man is about to take action. Who is his target? When many Marines were panicking, a golden light shone on the battlefield, and then turned into a beam of light and shot straight towards Whitebeard. Almost at the same time, a blue flame figure intercepted the beam of light with the same speed. Bang! Kurosawa kicked Marco on the wing, and the latter mocked, "It hurts so much." Kurosawa's mouth opened slightly. "Young man, you're lying. I thought that Kurosawa would help defuse the fire, but unfortunately Marco helped defend him." Kurosawa's eyes flashed, and the next moment, in the sky where Whitebeard punched hard, the sky was like a layer of tape covering the water flow, and suddenly an oval protruded inward, and then the cracks on it spread. Come on! The space is expanding under this earthquake force. A sudden rebound of terrifying fluctuations that could destroy the world. Boom boom boom. The manic vibrating power mixed with the air waves formed a huge impact wave visible to the naked eye, roaring towards Kurosawa like a huge wave. Kurosawa! Huo Shaoshan shouted in panic. In his haste, even if he rushed at full speed now, it was already too late. Of course, even if Huo Shaoshan came and faced such an angry attack from Whitebeard, the outcome would probably be extremely miserable. Boss! Miguel also looked ugly. That was Whitebeard's attack. Both Sengoku and Garp clenched their teeth, and the latter even clenched his fists. Is Marine's future going to end like this? Under the execution platform, Sakaski watched Whitebeard take action, but he did not choose to intercept it. As a Marine general, he naturally has his own considerations. When facing the enemy coach's furious attack, he should avoid his sharp edge and wait until he relaxes before giving him a fatal blow. Instead of taking action blindly. Only in this way can the chance of winning the war be greatly improved. For this reason, Sakaski would rather give up a rising Marine star that has not yet risen, but also maximize the benefits at any cost. Kurosawa, your sacrifice is worth it. Boom! The violent waves of power are as if they are pressing down from the top of the sky. Such a sense of oppression will even slow down the brain's thoughts and reactions. Kurosawa stood still. Now he could understand why many strong men in One Piece did not dodge when faced with the enemy's ultimate move, but instead used it hard. Because there is no way to avoid it. Maybe there are blessings from the rules of the world, but unfortunately, Kurosawa is not included in this. Such a long distance is not enough to immobilize the current Kurosawa. There is a glimmer of light in the blue eyes. Just when Kurosawa is about to teleport to avoid it. An icy blue figure stood in front of him, and a bone-chilling chill radiated from Kuzan's body. Even if it was not deliberately aimed at Kurosawa, the coldness was enough to slow down the energy in the latter's body. Ice Age. Kuzan's expression was solemn, his hands turned into ice, and the coldness gushing out was even worse than the Ice Age move he just launched. Kaka. The extremely cold ice collided with the powerful wave of fluctuations, and the extreme chill actually froze even the shaking domineering energy. But as soon as it froze, it was shattered by the shock that followed. The two energies clashed in mid-air, but obviously, Kuzen's ice seemed to be suppressed. "Allah! Brother Kurosawa, you better get out of the way. I'm going to dodge too." As he spoke, half of Kuzen's cheeks began to become elemental, and the overwhelming energy was about to break through his ice. Hearing this, Kurosawa no longer hesitated, and left in a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had already left the range of the move, probably. "Allah! It flashes so fast." Seeing that Kurosawa had left, Kuzen's body immediately turned into ice. The next moment, the ice age without Kuzen's maintenance collapsed instantly. Whitebeard's angry blow, which had been consumed a lot, entered the battlefield. Boom, dash dash. The astonishing energy wave fell straight down, like a water cube wave hitting the earth, shaking out square energy ripples. Buzz. In an instant, the ice exploded, and a large number of sailors were involved. The violent energy shattered all their internal organs and bones almost instantly. No one below the rank of lieutenant general survived. In the sky, Porosalino glanced down, his expression unreadable. "Ah, this is not good." Marco, who was confronting him, had a confident smile on his face. "Who dared you to anger Daddy? That's our king." Sakaski looked at the smiling Whitebeard in the sky, his eyes gradually sinking. Warring States was relieved when he saw Kuzen taking action to save Kurosawa, but he still couldn't help but sigh after seeing the wide-reaching attack. "Whitebeard, even after so long, are you still so powerful?" Garp also sighed. "Kurosawa, it's still too early for you to face Whitebeard." "It's okay." Huo Shaoshan gritted his teeth and raised his hands to block the sweeping wind, with deep fear in his eyes. On the ice, a guy holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right held his shield in front of him, and then a gust of wind swept past. Speedo Kill felt the power. Such a long distance can bring violent winds. "I can't imagine what it would be like to be hit from the front. I am truly worthy of my father." Speedo Kill had a smile on his face and was not aware of the black-haired figure behind him. With a flash of dark red light, darkness directly penetrated Speedo Kill's body. In his horrified eyes, the curse power surged on the sharp blade of darkness, as if he felt pain from hell in an instant. Spread throughout the body. Before Speedo Kill could scream, his eyes changed from horror to despair. The blood-red curse turned into a spiral airflow and condensed on the blade. Kurosawa's voice sounded behind him, like a devil whispering in his ear. "Spell reversal H." Speedo Kill's body trembled violently, and a stream of red light burst out from the dark blade, heading straight towards Whitebeard. The Whitebeard that was falling in the sky turned his head and saw an extremely fast red stream of light coming from the billowing smoke. The red light quickly enlarged in Whitebeard's eyes. In desperation, he caught a glimpse of a pair of blue eyes staring at him from the corner of his eye behind the thick smoke that emitted red light. The next moment, red light penetrated Whitebeard's chest. Marco's angry roar sounded on the battlefield. Dead. Chapter 44. Well. Speedo Kill's eyes gradually became distracted, and Whitebeard's shocked face quickly became distorted in his eyes. The feeling of death quickly spread throughout his body, blocking out the pain that felt like being in hell. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Speedo Kill. Received a 100 million level bounty value of 45,600 points. Dead. Who attacked? At this moment, no one felt sad for the death of Speedo Kill. All the pirates' eyes were focused on Whitebeard in the sky. That flash of red light passed through quickly, leaving a shocking blood hole on Whitebeard's shoulder. Boom, dash dash. Reversal of the technique. After he passed through Whitebeard's shoulder, it shot out a long way, and then released a violent explosion. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from Baybeard's forehead. The severe pain made him want to grin. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his facial expression with his strong willpower. With a thud, Whitebeard's figure fell to the ground, bringing up a puff of smoke and dust. His eyes were fixed on Kurosawa, and there was actually a smile on his lips. Gulala. Even though the aftermath of the shock wave created by Whitebeard blocked his sight, there were still sharp-eyed experts who noticed this scene. Doflamingo laughed loudly, and his expression became more and more excited. Boya Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed, and his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. The blow from Whitebeard just now was obviously aimed at Kurosawa. Facing the four emperors' Whitebeard's attack, this man not only was not injured, but was able to counterattack while Whitebeard showed his flaws, and even took advantage of the chaos to kill one of Whitebeard's squad captains. Boya Hancock's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a man before. Bartholomew Big Bear on the side couldn't help but admire that amazing speed and power, finding opportunities in such a short period of time, and having strong combat power to support him in completing this surprise attack, even if it were me. Hawkeye's Mihawk's double pupils are constantly shrinking, as if they want to see through everything in Kurosawa. This kid is starting to become even more elusive to me. At this time, on a piece of ice, Kakaka. A line of ice condensed into a human shape with a crisp sound, who? Kuzan exhaled a cold breath, and couldn't stop admiring in his eyes. Brother Kurosawa, well done. Huo Shaoshan and many other lieutenant generals also saw this scene. Among them was a lieutenant general who had just fought against Speedo Kill. That Speedo Kill was killed just like that. Whitebeard's captain of the 14th Division. If there was anything else, the lieutenant general was too embarrassed to say it. In the brief fight just now, Speedo Kill suppressed him and beat him. And now Kurosawa has killed this guy without saying a word. Doesn't it mean that Kurosawa also has the ability to kill him instantly? Damn it, I'm just a recruit. Do you want to be so perverted? How can you fool around in the future? Many elite lieutenant generals all had uncertain looks in their eyes. Huo Shaoshan chuckled and said shamelessly, as expected of the soldiers who came out of my training camp, they have perfectly inherited my style. Haha. It's just a bargain. Does it have anything to do with you? Huo Shaoshan. The flying squirrel not far away couldn't stand it and exposed it without any politeness. Miguel looked at Kurosawa with bright eyes, the longing in his heart became stronger, and his fighting spirit immediately rose. Boss is so powerful. I will never lose face in training camp no too. Woo. It's so scary. Is this the strongest man in the world? Kabi was so frightened by the terrifying fluctuations that he sat down on the ground. At this time, he could no longer distinguish the battlefield situation. Even though the Marines now have the upper hand, Kirby's legs are still shaking from the fright of the Marine soldiers who continue to fall in front of him. Bellamibo saw Kaba like this. Although he was very scared, he still stepped forward and tried to pull Kirby up. Cheer up, Kirby. You are the man who wants to become Marine General. How can you fall here? That's right. Kaba seemed to have remembered the belief in his heart after hearing this, and immediately stood up. What you said about severely injuring Whitebeard, I think it is clearly the Sengoku Fleet Admiral who is biased. He can make such a statement. How could the attacking Whitebeard be injured by Kurosawa? I must cheer up. I will never lose to a guy like Kurosawa. Bellamiber frowned when he heard Kaba's words, but he couldn't directly refute anything. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly shrank and he shouted quickly. Kirby, get out of the way. Before Bellumab could finish his words, a raging slash came from nowhere and flew directly past Kaba's side. Your hands. What? The confused Kirby just stood up and felt as if some liquid was sprinkled on his cheek. He saw Bellumab look at his right hand with a horrified look on his face. Kirby reacted belatedly. He turned his head and looked at his bloody right arm in disbelief. Where is my hand? Then he touched it with his hand, and severe pain instantly hit his brain. Kirby burst into heart-rending screams and then fainted. A few seconds ago, A figure in a gentleman's tuxedo held two swords and headed towards Kurosawa. Kill. Watching Kurosawa pull out darkness from Speedo Kill's body expressionlessly, Baista's mood was extremely gloomy at this moment. You damn guy, not only did you attack Dad, but you also chopped off Fasa and Kill. Today, either you die or I die. Hey, long time no see, but you don't look, well. Kurosawa looked at Baista with a smile on his face. At this time, the latter had some burnt spots on his body, and his neat tuxedo was now a bit tattered. I guess it was a bit uncomfortable after eating the magma fireball and blue ice ball just now. Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to kill you right now. The expression he received from Kurosawa seemed to Baista to be a naked mockery of him. If he had been able to quickly deal with Kurosawa before, then everything after that would never have happened. This was all caused by his mistakes, and he had to make things right. Rose Flying Flower. Baista's double swords flicked out a large number of sparks, and the sharp sword energy merged with the domineering energy to form a flying airflow with a little flame light, slashing towards Kurosawa quickly. Not bad speed. Kurosawa praised softly, then dodged and avoided it. Baista naturally knew Kurosawa's thorny side, and understood that his sword could not solve it so easily. After quickly releasing the flying slash, he stepped on his feet and burst out towards the fastest speed. Kurosawa rushed in. After you dodge, that's your flaw. Baista's eyes were confident, and he relied on his many years of combat experience to determine Kurosawa's foothold in advance, and quickly approached. This knife will be your death. Rose Rondo. Kurosawa looked at the sharp and stinging sword energy and just smiled. If you take action against me, your coach's situation doesn't look good. Chapter 45. Hearing this, Baista, who was originally firm in his goal, wavered. The corner of his eye unconsciously glanced to the side, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. Whitebeard is facing a righteous attack from Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. On the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes lit up. He saw that Whitebeard's angry attack not only failed to work, but revealed a flaw, and Kurosawa took the opportunity to injure him. From Sengoku's point of view, it is not the point that Kurosawa killed a white-bearded captain. The point is, a strong man of Whitebeard's level would actually show his flaws by attacking Kurosawa. This war has just begun. Wouldn't that mean that Whitebeard's combat power is very different from what he was at his peak back then? A ray of wisdom shines in the eyes. Whitebeard, are you no match for time? A smile appeared on the corner of Warring State's lips. Maybe today, Whitebeard might die from this. Dad. Ace choked with sobs. He was speechless due to the huge emotional impact. In the past, his father could avoid sneak attacks even in his sleep. How could he make so many mistakes in a row today? Originally looking at Whitebeard's handsome opening, Ace thought that his father's physical condition had improved, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Dad's physical condition is not very optimistic. In the air, Marco's eyes were fixed on the unruly Porosalino in front of him, but his mind drifted back to before the battle. In order to boost morale, Whitebeard removed all the needles and hanging bottles all over his body. It seems now, Dad's health is deteriorating much faster than imagined. Oh, this is a little bit unexpected. Young Junior. Porosalino's lips curved into an unknown smile. You seem to be a little absent-minded. Face me. Don't get carried away, Kizaru. Marco's soles turned into sharp claws, which ignited with blue flames and strong domineering energy, and he kicked Porosalino in the lower abdomen. Phoenix Seal. Chiang. The bright golden sword was placed in front of Porosalino, and the overbearing power impact on Marco's sharp claws was completely resisted. A gust of hoop centered around the collision of the two and spread to all sides, spreading waves. Rosalino's cloak of justice blew wildly. Tian Kong Yun's sword. Porosalino still spoke slowly, but Marco still sensed the difference with his powerful knowledge and domineering power. Kizaru seems to be serious. Marco's eyes were extremely solemn. He had been distractedly observing the battlefield and also noticed that the fiery red figure under the execution platform had disappeared. At the same time, an icy blue figure was also moving rapidly. Aokiji's target is his father. It would be fine if he were a single general, but it would be terrible if that BD Akainu's target is also his father. In addition to Sengoku being able to tell that something was wrong with Whitebeard's condition, generals who are top combat power also have battlefield sensitivity. Now is the best time for Whitebeard to defeat him in one fell swoop. On the ice, a thorn of ice was rushing towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the pirates were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, unable to resist. Aokiji Imp. Whitebeard looked at the ice thorn that was attacking him, with a calm and confident expression on his face. He saw his right hand holding Kong Yunki high, and then slashed it down with one strike. Buzz! Boom kaka kaka! A wave of impact knife cracked the ground. Kuzan looked calm. He was controlling his elemental body to shuttle rapidly across the ice. He could easily avoid Whitebeard's knife, but behind him were hundreds of marine soldiers. He can avoid it, but these ordinary soldiers are bound to die. Allah! Ice Saber! Two huge ice blades condensed instantly, colliding with Whitebeard's impact knife wave, kaka kaka. The ice saber shattered, and the impact knife wave condensed. Kuzan's offensive was also briefly forced to stop. Just as Whitebeard was about to raise a smile, he suddenly felt the fiery red falling from the sky above his head. Whitebeard looked up and saw the ball of hot lava, slamming down on him with the momentum to melt everything. Whitebeard, go to hell! Sakaski gritted his teeth, and his entire lower body turned into lava. His right fist contained the power of falling from the sky and emitted a red death light. Coupled with the powerful domineering force, it exploded towards Whitebeard's head. Bang! Chi! The muscles of Whitebeard's arms bulged like a horned dragon, and the blade of Kong Yun's cutting blade was condensed with vibrating force and violent domineering force, and collided with Sakaski's fist. Boom! Dash dash! Two rays of energy, one red and one white, seemed to divide two worlds, dividing the white-bearded Sakaski's figure. Vibrated by the violent surge of energy. Both bodies were bearing the huge impact from each other at this moment, especially Sakaski. Facing the power of Whitebeard's vibration, his body was shaking like a river. Whitebeard also felt uncomfortable. The high temperature of the lava seemed to incinerate everything, and the ice around him began to melt rapidly. If this continues, he will fall into the sea first. While Whitebeard was fighting with the two generals, Marco also wanted to quickly support him, but Porosalino, who always liked paddling, started to use his strength at this time. Don't look around! Buzz! The golden light lit up, and Porosalino held the Tiankanjiun sword. An extremely sharp aura instantly emitted from it, and the powerful force instantly shook Marco's body half a meter away. Then Porosalino did not pause, and then came kicked out at the speed of light. Marco knew very well that Porosalino could not interfere in the battle with Whitebeard at this time, so he had no choice but to protect his wings in front of him. Bang! There was a terrifying energy explosion, and Marco relied on the regeneration of the immortal flames to absorb the damage from this blow, so he was not kicked away. How long can you carry it? Porosalino refused to give up. The Tiankanjiun sword in his hand shone brightly. The sword slipped and cut off one of Marco's wings. Then his body turned into particles of light and flashed to Marco's head. Then a bowl-shaped wide laser beam was condensed and shot down. Buzz! Faced with such an attack, even Marco had to be suppressed to the ground and a violent explosion broke out. After Porosalino finished doing this, he took a deep breath and flashed towards the Whitebeard. Hurry up and cover Daddy! Marco quickly climbed up from the ruins, burning with immortal fire, and shouted hurriedly as soon as he recovered. The other crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also shocked at this moment. Dad is being beaten by General Marine. Go help! Where are the captains? I'll do it! Jose shouted loudly. His movements were not cumbersome at all despite his burly body. He shook the ice with his feet and flew low on the ice with the huge recoil force. It's like a human cannonball, shot out at extremely fast speed. At the same time, the other Whitebeard captains also showed their true skills and went to help Whitebeard. For a time, the pressure on Marine suddenly increased. The climax of the war seems to be coming early. When Foilbeista saw Whitebeard being surrounded, he naturally would not sit idly by and ignore it. He resisted the urge to chop Kurosawa in his heart, turned around and rushed towards Whitebeard's direction. Seeing this, Kurosawa curled his lips and said, "Now everyone's attention on the battlefield is focused on Whitebeard, which means that characters like Marco and Jose who can entangle him can't distract him. The other captains are no match for him, and they are busy supporting Whitebeard, so they must have exposed many flaws. Now is a great time to harvest the bounty value." Bringing up the system panel, Kurosawa looked at the bounty value that had satisfied the upgrade and smiled slightly. So, hunting time. At the same time, a huge figure stepped into the bay of Marine Vendun with a startling step. "Ace, I'm here to save you." Chapter 46. The atmosphere of war is rising, and increasingly fierce attacks continue to be blasted on the battlefield. On the execution platform, Zenguo frowned. The premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. It seemed that the plan to execute Ace in advance should be changed. In the waters outside Marine Fando, the Whitebeard Pirates' large fleet was just preparing to engage in a close encounter with the 50 warships outside the bay. However, on the battlefield in the inner bay, Whitebeard had already taken action in advance, allowing them to occupy a huge military advantage in a short period of time. Sengoku's brain is running rapidly. As the supreme commander of Marine in this war, he must make the most correct decision in the shortest time. Beads of sweat fell down from Ace's forehead. At this moment, he looked at the battlefield in the distance, his expression even uglier than when he was defeated by Blackbeard. "Dad! Damn it! It's all because of me. I'm too weak." Seeing his former partners fall down one by one trying to save him, and his most respected father, Whitebeard, being besieged by the 3 Marine generals and put in danger, Ace couldn't help but regret his reckless behavior at this moment. Looking at Whitebeard's struggling expression, Warring States thought about it for a while and finally decided that he didn't want to miss this golden opportunity to besiege Whitebeard. He grabbed the phone bug and started spitting, and roared vigorously. "Everyone! Do your best to block the reinforcements from the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Make sure to create opportunities for the generals. Kill Whitebeard in one fell swoop and let the world witness the glory of our Marine." Oh, dash. Hearing the roar of the Warring States Fleet Admiral, 100,000 Marine elites were equally powerful, with an unprecedented murderous look in their eyes. Looking at this scene, Warring States was very satisfied. "Kurosawa, it's all thanks to you." Sengoku withdrew his gaze from Kurosawa, and then he picked up a specially made phone bug, with firm eyes and a mouth full of words. "Pacifists, move out." Faced with the sudden change in the battlefield situation, Sengoku's decision was to play all his cards and give it a go. At this time, Marijoa and the 5 elders also received the news the moment the Warring States order was given. Sardan, the god of scientific defense, frowned. "Are you using pacifists so soon? But the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, so we should give them a little more trust." The remaining 5 elders were a little silent until the financial god of war spoke first, but what he cared about was somewhat different. "This Kurosawa is not simple. After this battle, there will be even fewer people in the government who can restrain him." As he spoke, the old eyes of the financial god of war stared at Kurosawa's dark red blade on the screen, with a flash of greed deep in his eyes. The rest of the 5 elders can probably guess what the financial god of war says. "If it can't be used by us," the Marine Nova performed extremely well in the battle with the Whitebeard Pirates, but it left a hidden disease and died heroically in the end. What do you think? Let's see again. All over the world, the huge war taking place in Marine Eventer is being broadcast in real time through Marine's video phone bug, not only the big screen in the main area, or the ultra-clear 1080p special feed of the country's nobles. This war, which can peak the world structure, is presented to the world in this complete way. Is this the strength of Marine headquarters? It's too strong. The legendary 3 Marine generals are really terrifying. They can actually beat Whitebeard. And that Marine starlet, his combat power seems to be as good as that of a general. Yes, the terror of this new Marine star Kurosawa is simply unexpected. I wonder if you have noticed that Kurosawa was the first man to hurt Whitebeard. And not long after the war started, we killed 2 white-bearded captains. We fought with Marco, the captain of the first team, and Baista, the captain of the 5th team, and they were not at a disadvantage. On the big tree in Sabayati, Rayleigh's eyes followed Kurosawa almost the whole time. After Kurosawa released that shot of hollow style, there was nothing superfluous in his next actions. Every step dealt a painful blow to the Whitebeard Pirates. Rayleigh couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Not only did Whitebeard end early, but he even took advantage of the flaw to injure him. It also indirectly restrained Marco and Baista, hiss. The more Rayleigh thought about it, the more surprised he became. If a few days ago he was still worried about the end of the Great Pirate Era after the rise of Kurosawa, now, he has confirmed this guess in his heart. Captain Roger, isn't the tide of time on our side? Look what that is! Are you kidding me? This guy is bigger than the giants. Could it be the legendary island-stealing clan, the demons? Boom! Boom! With loud noises, Little Ounce strode closer with a huge straw hat on his head. His skin is dark green and his body is so huge that even the Marine giant lieutenant general would look as weak as a human cub in front of him. Ace, I'm here to save you. Along with Little Ounce's roar, he glanced at the warships on the side, and stretched out his big hands in the horrified eyes of the Marine soldiers. The hard skin was not even afraid of gun attacks. Fire! Fire! No matter how the shell exploded, it did not hinder Little Ounce's movements. Kaka! He grabbed the small mountain-sized warship. This military equipment, which had always frightened the pirates, was actually used by Little Ounce as a brick and was thrown towards another warship. Boom! Dash dash! Just one move caused terrible damage to Marine. Ounce the Devil Jr. The bounty is 444 million Baileys. Let us, the Lieutenant General of the Giant Clan, deal with such a guy. Several giants, led by Rakulova, directly faced Little Ounce. The giant lieutenants held giant blades. They always relied on their size as an advantage in fighting. They never thought that one day they would be suppressed in this regard. Come on! Demon! Kill them! Little Ounce! Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Rakulova was the first to attack. When his feet stepped on the ice, numerous cracks were created. After jumping up, he slashed down the giant blade in his hand. No one among the giants can take my blow. Die! The sword flashed, and Little Ounce just glanced at it with disdain, then casually slashed out the giant blade in his hand. Chiang! Huge power came back from the knife. Lakulova's eyes were unbelievable. You actually surpass me in strength. Before Rakulova could stabilize his body, Little Ounce slashed out with several more knives. Clang, 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 crack! Rakulova's giant blade was chopped into pieces by several knives, and the broken blade was knocked to an unknown place by Little Ounce's huge force. Under the horrified gaze of the former, Little Ounce mercilessly swung the last knife to finish it off. Lieutenant General Lakulova. With no time to mourn, the other giant lieutenant generals saw this and stepped forward to attack, but the outcome was even more tragic. They all had their weapons knocked away by the first blow, and they were not even able to catch the second blow. Little Ounce, the weak guy is not worthy of being my opponent. The moment he saw Little Ounce, Mariah was about to smile. Especially after witnessing Little Ounce effortlessly chop down several giant lieutenants, his expectations had reached their peak. Peak. He. Demon. My demon. With such a perfect body, as long as I make you into the strongest demon zombie, I will be invincible. Bartholomew Big Bear glanced at the distant bay and stepped forward. It's our turn to take action. Boya Hancock in purple robe is sitting on the python. Go, I wanted to meet that man in person, but I actually injured Luffy. This is simply unforgivable. Chapter 47. Of the 5-7 warlords of the sea, only Mihawk and Doflamingo have yet to take action. Phew. Mihawk, why don't you take action? Are you really planning to watch a show this time? Smiling, Doflamingo walked out with his hands in his pockets and a figure-footed step. He was really itching to watch this fierce battle, and it was time to move around. Mihawk was speechless, but glanced at Kurosawa from time to time. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises this young man could bring to this war. Have even the giant lieutenants been killed with one blow? What kind of monster is this? I'm afraid this demon can only be solved by the action of the generals. But the generals are busy dealing with Whitebeard, and the elite lieutenant generals are also blocking the captain, so they can't get away at all. Countless Marines looked terrified. The giant devil in front of them was so big that they couldn't even see it completely. To them, it was like a natural disaster, completely unstoppable. But what made them relieved was that Little Ounce did not turn his target towards them. Little Ounce looked somewhere, and there was a black-haired figure there, harvesting the lives of ordinary pirates like a lawnmower wherever it passed. With one step, Little Ounce headed towards Kurosawa. Billion-level bounty value, 76,700 points. System, give me more. Looking at the large number of skills on the panel, Kurosawa still decisively chose to increase the skill level of the natural fighter first. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 5,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. The natural fighter has been upgraded to LV4. Natural fighter, LV4 perfectly combines and uses abilities not higher than this skill level in combat. Using skills of the same level will gain a 75% bonus. Low-level skills will gain a 150% bonus. Compared with the previous 25% bonus for level 1 improvement, the bonus increased from LV3 to LV4 to 50%. And skills of the same level also have a huge increase of up to 75%. Don't underestimate these bonuses. If the Kyushu style released at Whitebeard can increase by 50%, the price Whitebeard will pay is not just tattered clothes and residual magic power on his arms. It's easy. Kurosawa smiled with satisfaction. System, keep adding more points. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. Technique 8 has been upgraded to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 500 billion level bounty value. Physical skills have been upgraded to LV4. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 500 billion level bounty value. Armed color domineering upgraded to LV4. Normal bounty value, 3,200 points. Billion level bounty value, 6,700 points. Seeing that the bounty value has bottomed out, the wallet that I had just swollen up is now shrinking. Kurosawa couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that the fruits of all his hard work were so careless? What Kurosawa felt in his heart was unknown to outsiders. All they saw was Kurosawa's crazy killing on the battlefield. He almost single-handedly blocked a gap in the charging formation of the Whitebeard Pirates. No pirates in the area survived. Kurosawa, the rising star of Marine, is incredible. No wonder Sengoku Fleet Admiral wants to promote him so much. The gap in strength between him and us is not even a tiny bit. Amidst the exclamations of the marine soldiers, Hua Shaishan, who was fighting fiercely with the captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had already discovered the danger. His face was ugly, and out of the corner of his eye, a huge thing was approaching Kurosawa. Then the demon's target shouldn't be Kurosawa. Damn it, why did Laozi get entangled with this Laozi? You showed so much strength just now, don't stop it so soon. Kurosawa. Huo Shaoshan looked unhappy and could only pray in his heart. The guy in front of him was holding a huge iron chain hammer in his hand. His moves had a wide range and great power, and he was very difficult to deal with. Even if Huo Shaoshan tried his best, he was unable to do anything in a short time. Lacia also felt the same way. Why is this BD Lieutenant General so difficult to deal with? Dad is still waiting for me to rescue him. But soon, Lakyo also noticed Huo Shaoshan's gaze and discovered that Little Ounce was heading towards Kurosawa. Lakyo sneered. Want to save him? Just wait until Little Ounce chops him into pieces, then go collect the body. On the execution platform, Ace watched Little Ounce approaching step by step, and memories flashed through his mind. What if Little Ozzy faced the now tired Kurosawa? Maybe, it can work. Information about the demon clan flashed through Sengoku's mind, and he frowned slightly. The power of this race should not be underestimated. Garp, who had been sitting at the back, looked at Little Ounce and couldn't help but clench his fists. Hehe, this guy should be able to give me a few punches. Kurosawa, how are you going to deal with him? Whoa! Another casual kill was enough to complete the double kill. Kurosawa looked away from Miguel and curled his mouth. The growth is not bad, I will start to achieve today's small goals. Miguel is now able to fight a 50-50 fight with a pirate who has a bounty of 4 million Baileys. Although he has lost his fortune, this is a necessary process to become a strong man. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. You were the one who injured Daddy? Before rescuing Ace, let's get rid of UBD first. A huge shadow fell, and a large area around Kurosawa became dark. Colonel Kurosawa, be careful. Amidst the reminders from the marine soldiers, Kurosawa calmly raised his head, and Little Ounce was holding a huge machete and had already cut off half of it. Kurosawa smiled and disappeared. Let's start with you. Boa Hancock rode a python, and when she encountered any obstacle, whether it was a marine or a pirate, she used her fragrant feet to clear it away. She quickly approached Kurosawa, and then she saw a scene that she would never forget. Why did that demon attack this BD Kurosawa? At the same time, not far away, Moria screamed strangely, his face was shocked and happy at the same time, and he was already thinking about the bright future in his mind. If I can cooperate with the Majin to kill or seriously injure this BD, then steal his shadow and make it into the strongest Majin zombie. I will be the strongest Shishibukai in the future. Thinking of this, Moria controlled the shadow to spew out and prepared to attack Kurosawa. However, the next second, the joy on Moria's face suddenly solidified. Jutsu 8. Buzz. Dark red light exploded in the sky, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from the demon's neck, pouring down like a real waterfall. Bite. Chapter 48. The power of the slash is too strong. He actually cut off that devil's head with one knife. I didn't expect that Colonel Kurosawa's swordsmanship was so strong. No wonder he was so indistinguishable from that foil sword Baista. Under the astonished gazes of countless marine soldiers, the huge demon head flew high into the air, its expression still maintaining the same arrogance as when it was chopped down with a knife. Little Ounce. Little Ozzy was beheaded with a knife? What a joke! A large amount of blood was sprinkled on the faces of the pirates. The scene was like a giant evil spirit weeping blood and then dumping the scarlet wine jar at the feet of the ants. Kurosawa's figure was suspended in the sky, a pair of blue eyes looking indifferently at the pirate below. Kurosawa, with this appearance, in the eyes of the pirates, is the arrogant god of killing. Not to mention ordinary pirate crews, even the small bosses with a bounty of nearly 80 million, their legs were shaking after seeing this, and their psychological defenses were close to collapse. "How dare you look around!" With an angry shout, Miguel saw the opportunity and took advantage of the pirate's distraction to finish him off with a single blow. Thanks to the huge fear that Kurosawa brought to the Whitebeard Pirates, Miguel had a moment to breathe. "So strong, boss." The same scene happened on the battlefield. Because of Kurosawa's powerful power, Ounce instantly destroyed the pirates' fighting spirit. On the battlefield at this moment, the battle between ordinary marine soldiers and pirates is gradually gaining the upper hand. "You are the one who should collect the body, right?" Huo Shaoshan blocked Rockjo's hammer with a shaking sword, and the latter's face became extremely ugly because of the death of Little Ounce. "Very good. I can concentrate on dealing with you from now on." Huo Shaoshan's expression was cold, and his domineering attitude began to flow out as if he was free of charge. The other lieutenant generals also took advantage of the opponent's shock and began to launch a fierce attack. For a time, the war situation was very good for Marine. "Ha ha ha! Kurosawa is such a good boy. Even I think this knife looks a little cool." Garp waved his fist, and a smile finally appeared on his face. "Ace and Luffy are so careless, but Kurosawa, you will definitely become the best Marine." Garp has made up his mind to ensure Kurosawa's smooth growth within Marine. "UBD. You actually took Little Ounce. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will crush you to ashes." On the execution platform, Ace clenched his teeth in hatred and stared at Kurosawa with his eyes. If eyes could kill, Kurosawa would have been killed countless times. Sengoku on the side kept looking at the whole scene. The changes on the battlefield caused by Kurosawa made Sengoku surprised and happy. "Can you kill a demon instantly with one sword? The power of this slash, the swordsmanship seems to be even better than at the meeting that day. This guy can bring me many more surprises." On the ice, with the sound of boom, the huge demon head fell from a high place. It already had an extremely amazing weight and directly smashed the ice surface into a deep depression under the gravitational potential. This BD actually beheaded my strongest zombie." Moria's eyes were instantly bloodshot, but when he turned his angry gaze to Kurosawa, the cold light of the dark blade brought him back to reality. Why did this BD's swordsmanship become so terrible? If he had been hit by such a slash that day. Moria couldn't help but recall that at the meeting that day, the wound on her arm began to hurt, and her eyes became frightened. "Forget it, I'll graciously spare his life. Although his head will be beheaded, with Huogubak here, the repairs can still be used. Fufu. Chop off the demon's head with one knife, it's getting more and more interesting." Doflamingo walked on the battlefield with his hands in his pockets. This appearance naturally attracted the attention of many pirates, but everyone who wanted to get close to him, without exception, all began to kill each other inexplicably. The unique development of the thread fruit allows Doflamingo to have strong command capabilities on such a battlefield. It's a good thing that such a guy is not an opponent, otherwise it would be a headache. Doflamingo withdrew his gaze from Kurosawa and looked for the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. "I'll just let you play a boring pirate game with me." My hawk crossed his arms, his eyes revealing his undisguised admiration for Kurosawa. The slash just now was something that even a top-notch swordsman could not easily perform. Kurosawa's progress rate far exceeded his imagination. I believe that before long, besides Shanks, he will have another opponent who can compete with him. My hawk couldn't help but recall what Kurosawa said to him, and the anticipation in his heart became stronger. "I'll be waiting for you on the most powerful throne in the world." Such a slash! Boya Hancock's eyes became extremely gloomy. The slash that Kurosawa just used to kill Ounce instantly was something he had seen Rayleigh use in the same way. "No matter what, those who dare to attack my beloved Luffy must pay the price." You BD woman! Aren't you Shishibukai? Why did you attack our marine? Seeing Boya Hancock petrifying marines and pirates without distinguishing between friend and foe, the marines angrily shouted at him. However, Boya Hancock didn't care about this and petrified another marine soldier with one kick. Boya Hancock raised his head to the sky and looked down at everyone with a huge pair of truths. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because my beauty is unparalleled in the world. Damn it, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Since everyone is dead, then I can only forgive you. Yes, heavy black heart, after all, what else can you do besides forgive? All the sailors disarmed one after another. Seeing this, Boya Hancock felt even more disdainful for the man. A bunch of rabble, only Luffy is the most special. Although this Kurosawa is extremely dangerous, even if I am defeated, he will definitely not do anything to me. In the end, he will be conquered by my beauty. Boya Hancock's eyes are extremely confident, and after so many years, the fact is that no one will take action against her after she shows kindness. This is why the Pirate Empress is determined. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Ounce Jr. and receiving a billion level bounty of 44,400 points. Billion level bounty value, 51,100 points. With the addition of the level 4 natural fighter, the level 3 technique 8 is superimposed with the level 4 armed color haki. Even if it cannot be perfectly combined with the level 5 swordsmanship, it is still quite easy to cut off the head of the demon ounce. Very good. I have to say that except for such a large-scale 4 Emperor's pirate group, it is probably difficult to gather such a large number of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Kurosawa slowly fell back to the ground, his eyes sweeping over the white-bearded captains one by one. At this time, in Kurosawa's eyes, they were no longer notorious pirates, but huge moving treasure houses. Kurosawa felt a burst of joy, and even couldn't bear it. He wanted to harvest the bounty value of these people in advance. It's better to leave the sure kill moves to Whitebeard. If you are prepared, it will be difficult to succeed. Comparing the 5 billion and 46 million Baileys with these hundreds of millions of bounties, Kurosawa can still handle it clearly. You bold and rude person! Take my concubine's body and kick it. Fragrant feet. Chapter 49. A gust of fragrant wind blows over, with violent domineering mixed with unique charm. This attack looks very wonderful. But if you are attacked by such a move, it won't feel wonderful. The same was true for Kurosawa. His eyes were cold, looking at the long leg that was coming, his blue eyes flashed slightly. In just a moment, Kurosawa could tell that his current level of armed domination was not enough to completely resist this level of petrification ability. Stupid woman! With a low cry, Kurosawa raised his palm, and a blue-white energy ball condensed in his palm. The technique turns to king. Bang! Dash dash! The powerful wind blew, blowing the Pirate Empress's Cheongsam around, and Boya Hancock was raising her legs high at this time. Now Kurosawa finally realizes that it is due to the effect of the fruit's ability, coupled with Boya Hancock's beauty, that it is easy to distract people even in battle. Unfortunately, he is not among these people. At this time, Boya Hancock herself didn't care about this at all, her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. What did you, a man, just call me? Stupid woman! Ah! It seems that you are not only stupid, but also a little deaf. The corner of Kurosawa's mouth curled up. After hearing Kurosawa's repeated words, Boya Hancock's pretty face suddenly became extremely cold. At the same time, she was also shocked in her heart. Besides Luffy, is there any man who can't be conquered by her charm? No, this guy must be pretending. It's just a common trick used by men before. She only needs to use a little trick to make his true colors exposed. Thoughts flashed through, Boya Hancock's face returned to its usual nobility. Stop pretending, in front of me, all men are the same. Kurosawa didn't want to worry about what Boya Hancock thought. Kurosawa didn't think it was such a coincidence that this stupid woman suddenly came to him on such a huge battlefield as Malinfando. It's because of Luffy. That's right, at this point in time, this stupid woman should have been tamed by Luffy. Bang! As the technique reversed and King exploded, the two figures opened a certain distance apart. Boya Hancock swung his Cheongsam at the waist, revealing his long white legs. At the same time, he held his head high and showed his power of truth. Soon, you will surrender at my feet and atone for your arrogance and hypocrisy. The pink arrow was drawn out from Boya Hancock's white fingertips, ready to go. Kurosawa was just speechless. Killing the current Boya Hancock would not do him any good. It's one thing that the Pirate Empress is not weak, but the key point is that there is no reward for killing Shishibukai. Besides, even if there is a bounty value, it is equivalent to asking Kurosawa to waste time killing Marco, who has a bounty of 89 million Bailey. It is simply thankless. After a certain proposal is passed, these Shishibukai are brought back to their prototypes, and the reward will be offered again. By then, he should have become the head of the Marine Reward Department. Then harvest again is the best choice, but this does not mean that he will tolerate this Boya Hancock now. You're just an old ant. You seem to be very proud. If I dare to take action, I'll kill you. After Kurosawa's words fell, Boya Hancock's eyes became completely shocked. Her experiences since childhood gave her the ability to distinguish between true and false words. And now Kurosawa's words give her the feeling that they are true. Kurosawa will really kill her. And with that murderous intent, as long as she takes action, she will probably be violently counterattacked by Kurosawa in the shortest possible time. How so? Could it be that this person wasn't fascinated by my beauty? How is it possible? I don't believe it. Besides Luffy, there are actually people. No, that's not it. Boya Hancock's heart was trembling, and his brain began to run at high speed. Luffy could not be impressed by me after seeing my naked body, but this Kurosawa must not be able to do it. As long as I use that move on him, he will definitely fall at my feet. No one can refuse her punishment except Luffy. After reading this, Boya Hancock's face showed a smile again, and the corners of his mouth exuded a sense of charm. Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering a random lucky life choice. Lucky life choice 1, the Empress Wound. Conquer Boya Hancock in terms of combat power, physical strength, and psychology. Reward, Conqueror's Domineering upgrade to LV6 or 1 level. Lucky life choice 2, the End of the Empress. No time limit, kill Boya Hancock. Reward, 100,000 points worth of billion level bounty. Lucky life choice 3, the Fall of the Empress. Defeat Boya Hancock, trample his dignity severely under his feet, complete the ultimate humiliation and finally successfully tame him. Reward, Evil Temperament plus 100, Super Hardening, Love Max. All attacks are accompanied by 500% abnormal feeling. Kurosawa looked at the choices in front of him and fell into deep thought for a while. Boya Hancock snorted coldly and put his hands on his waist. Humph! It's just a tough talk. If you have the ability, just follow me and go back to Nine Snakes. However, Boya Hancock's response was only to the murderous intent that became more and more intense around him, until it invaded his whole body. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Boya Hancock couldn't believe it, an earth-shaking sound came from the distant battlefield. Countless people followed the sound and saw that in the battlefield, there was a piece of red spewing straight into the sky. The scorching temperature even caused distortions visible to the naked eye. The bursting magma and fire are constantly sputtering, just like the world of fire descending on the world. Gulu Gulu! Whitebeard, you have worked so hard to gain so many stupid sons, and now it seems that they are going to collapse. Sakaski's whole body turned into lava, with only one pair of eyes staring at Whitebeard. Whitebeard felt the drastic changes in temperature around him, and his shirt was already wet with sweat. If it weren't for the domineering protective body that was surging crazily all over his body, he would have been cooked by the temperature at this distance. Looking at the red magma, Whitebeard had already fully realized the lethality just now. Let alone now, even at his peak, he could not defend against this level of destruction with just his armament and domineering power. The awakening level devil fruit, extraordinary physical dominance, and the Marine Nova who injured him, the decline of this war was all caused by him. This is the Marine of the new era. Whitebeard's eyes swept across the battlefield. Kurosawa and Kuzan were temporarily separated by captains such as Marco, Baista, and Josie. However, the captains were obviously very struggling. It is estimated that they will not be able to escape for too long before there will be generals intervening in Whitebeard's battle again. On the field, the Marines were also suppressed for a time due to Kurosawa's actions. Gu la la la. My sons, it's not your turn to point fingers. In such a difficult situation, Whitebeard was not afraid to laugh back, and the muscles in his arms and whole body bulged wildly. The world-turning vibrating force from his body resonated with the super-domineering force. Kaka. Countless cracks spread rapidly around Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, even the elementalized Sakaski felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. On the execution platform, Senguo's expression was also unprecedentedly solemn. Whitebeard, is he going to take action with all his strength? Whitebeard now understands that it is no longer possible to rescue Ace without paying a heavy price. Everyone, listen to my order and rush to the execution platform with all your strength. I will clear the way for you. At this moment, there was no time to feel sad about Ounce's death. All the pirates rekindled their fighting spirit and rushed to the execution platform. Dad. Ace. Just hold on a little longer and it will be over soon. Boom, dash dash. The world shakes, and the strongest man in the world goes all out. On the battlefield, Kurosawa's eyes flashed. Is this going to be brought forward? Is it to reverse the situation, or to accelerate destruction? Chapter 50. In an area not far from Whitebeard, extreme coldness and dazzling golden light are constantly spurting out alternately. There are also blue immortal flames, extremely sharp rose sword energy, and the indestructible diamond strong man. Go! The Whitebeard Pirates dispatched 6 captains to block Kuzan and Kurosawa. Kaka. Countless cracks spread rapidly with Whitebeard as the center. As his captain issued the order, the entire battlefield was about to usher in the heat before the climax. Get ready to dodge, we are too close to Dad, our king is going to take action for real. Marco gasped and shouted to the other 5 captains. ZZ. The 2 foil Baista swords caused a lot of sparks from the friction. The neat tuxedo became a bit messy after fighting with the 2 generals. Is Dad going to take over the battle? Then we just have to do it. Just move forward. Diamond, collision. Diamond Josie roared angrily, and the entire right half of his body turned into extremely pure diamonds at this moment. The terrifying muscles in his body that had been honed by countless hammers exploded with all their strength at this moment, and his figure rushed towards Ku as if he flashed. Praise! Kuzan sensed the murderous intention beside him in advance, and he was extremely proficient in fruit abilities and instantly activated his body elementalization before Joseph bumped into him. Bang! Click, click, click. Kuzan's body turned into countless ice cubes and exploded. Joseph looked aside angrily. Damn General, this ability is really tricky. Captain Blenheim of the 9th Division gritted his teeth and gasped, let's go here first, Dad is going to take action with all his strength. The remaining 3 captains nodded, their chests rising and falling violently, and their breathing rapid. Even if it was 6 against 2, and the fighting time was extremely short, facing the general-level combat power, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates would be extremely exhausted. If it had been longer, the consequences would have been extremely detrimental to the Whitebeard Pirates. Not far away, a line of ice quickly condensed into a human shape. Kuzan looked at Whitebeard with an indifferent expression. "Ah la la. This is really messy. This ability. Oh. It's true. And these people seem to be dying, it's really scary." Porosalino condensed the laser with his fingers. He could fire it instantly, but after more than 2 seconds of precise aiming, he fired it decisively. Whoops! Marco flew into the air in a flash, and the laser beam passed through his feet. With a boom, he killed a dozen pirates behind him with one blow. Rumble! The space in the area where Whitebeard was located was completely shattered. The shocking power of the vibration finally made the space unable to bear it, and it completely exploded like glass. The entire marine land began to shake dramatically under the influence of this force, as if on the eve of a major earthquake. On the execution platform, warring states looked extremely ugly. "Whitebeard, UBD, don't you care about the life or death of others?" Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, looked shocked. This was the first time he had seen his father use his abilities on such a large scale. This power, even from such a long distance, could not help but feel palpitations. Warring states picked up the phone and shouted angrily, "Everyone, adjust your formation, that man, the big one is coming. Come on, Dad. Let these Marines see how invincible you are. The strongest rage in the world, tremble Marine." Under the shouts of the ferocious-looking pirates, the Marines' high morale finally began to waver. What's going on? Why does the ground seem to be shaking? Is a tsunami about to happen? But looking at the behavior of these pirates, why do you mean it was Whitebeard who caused it? Garp sat at the back, watching the shock that continued to spread throughout Marine land, and sighed in his heart. If this move continues, I don't know how many sailors will die. The one closest to Whitebeard is Marine General Sakaski. The pressure he faces can be said to be the heaviest in the audience. The terrifying power of vibration is like invisible weak water pressure. Within such a range, even breathing became extremely difficult. With such terrifying pressure, if it were an ordinary lieutenant general, Whitebeard's bones would have been crushed by the forward pressure before he even made a move. However, Sakaski still did not forget to smile under such circumstances. "Whitebeard, UBD, aren't you afraid that your dearest son will die?" "Gulala, you don't need to worry about my sons. Rather than this, you should worry about yourself first." Whitebeard smiled. The next second, Sakaski's expression froze. The entire Malinfando felt like someone had pressed the pause button at this moment, and then... boom, dash, dash. The fluctuations affecting the entire battlefield were released with Whitebeard as the center. The terrifying power was even compressed and condensed into a substantial energy shield, which expanded rapidly. At this moment, Malinfando was enveloped in this white light, and even the real-time phone bug communication used for projection was temporarily interrupted. The fight between everyone was forced to end, and the fight between Kurosawa and Boya Hancock was no exception. The terrifying fluctuations spread rapidly, and the center of gravity of a large number of strong men began to lose balance. Only those true masters of physical skills could maintain balance in such a situation. Boya Hancock benefited from the help of the Python, and did not reveal any flaws in front of Kurosawa after such fluctuations came. Kurosawa secretly thought it was a pity, although upgrading Conqueror's entanglement to LV6 is extremely tempting, and its value far exceeds the 100,000 reward points. But in the current situation, he must race against time, and the reward value of 100,000 points is already very rich. What's going on with this man? Is his physical skills so good? Even my body's center of gravity is a little unbalanced. Boya Hancock looked at Kurosawa, who was leaving in a blink of an eye, feeling amazed in his heart. He is heading towards the center of the vibration. Is he looking for death? Of course she didn't know that with skills like heaven-defying 6 eyes and a natural fighter, Kurosawa's combat effectiveness can be said to be maintained at the highest level under any circumstances. And this is also the necessary quality to become a top powerhouse. My hawk stared at Kurosawa. The first time Whitebeard made such a move, he wanted to know if Kurosawa would be affected. Now it seems Kurosawa's figure has begun to shuttle rapidly in this vibration. Others avoid this Whitebeard, but Kurosawa goes against the norm and takes the initiative to rush towards the most dangerous center of the vibration. Very good. No matter what the situation, you can maximize your combat power. Kurosawa, you should be able to compete with me soon. My hawk's heavy eagle eye keeps shrinking, and he is already looking forward to the day when Kurosawa comes to challenge. So, who is your next target? The corner of my hawk's mouth curled up. He was now very curious as to how far Kurosawa could achieve in this war. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 50,000 points of billion-level bounty value. With the help of Whitebeard's cover, the invisible slashes finally began to kill like crazy. Chapter 51. The field expands and the demon-suppressing chef is in charge. Swish, swish, swish. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 50,000 points of 100 million level bounty value. Domain, Demon Subduing Chef has been upgraded to LV4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Shiyushin. Obtained a normal bounty value of 600 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Lianziu. Obtained a normal bounty value of 400 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Dajir. Obtaining a billion level bounty worth 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations host! The echoes of destiny kept coming out in Kurosawa's mind. At this moment, he felt that the short-term forbearance before was very worth it. In this devastating blow from Whitebeard, ice, gravel, scraps of iron, stumps and other debris were all shaken and splattered everywhere on the battlefield. It also contains a terrifying power of shock. While its lethality is terrifying, it also completely obscures the sight of the battlefield. Only those with top-notch knowledge and domineering perception can understand the subtle changes on the battlefield through this level of energy fluctuations. But obviously, it is difficult for such a strong man to allocate his energy at this time and focus on Kurosawa, who looks like a ghost. The domain upgraded to level 4, the Demon Subduing Chef has created an invisible and borderless domain with Kurosawa as the center, and with the perfect blessing of the natural fighter. The bone shrine that must be embodied after performing the domain, subduing the demonic cook does not need to be in place, which greatly increases the secrecy of Kurosawa's operation. Otherwise, even in such a chaotic situation, moving at high speed with a huge bone shrine will inevitably attract the attention of countless people. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever Kurosawa passed, all the pirates were instantly covered with bloodstains. Countless blood spurted out around Kurosawa, like a human-shaped flesh-cutting machine. Blood mist exploded everywhere, outlining an extremely bloody picture, a true blood-stained battlefield. With the perfect blessing of a natural fighter, Kurosawa was able to control the field of slashing without inadvertently injuring marine soldiers, nor did he use excess power to slash into useless ice blocks, the ground, and other places that were meaningless to him. And under special training, through the powerful perception of the heaven-defying six eyes, the power of the slash also varies from person to person, and all pirates are killed at the right time. The magic power is used perfectly, without any wastage. In just a few breaths, Kurosawa's normal bounty value has skyrocketed to 8,600 points. Rumble. Whitebeard's vibrating power overwhelmed everything, and the distance was too far. In the end, my hawk was swallowed up by the energy wave before he could see Kurosawa's actions clearly. The other strong men are in a similar situation. When the energy fluctuations come, everyone uses their own means to resist, and there is no extra time to pay too much attention. The ground and ice cracked, and countless bottomless cracks spread across the entire battlefield. On the high execution platform, the body of warring states emitted the light of the precious elephant Buddha, which completely offset the fluctuations that spread to the execution platform. However, his complexion had become extremely ugly. Although the range of this attack is extremely large, Sengoku can notice that under Whitebeard's special control, most of the targets this attack can hit are Marines. Only the pirates charging at the forefront will be involved, but relatively speaking, Marines' damage is undoubtedly greater. Damn Whitebeard! Whitebeard looked a little tired after releasing this blow. The emptiness caused by the instant release of power in his body made him extremely unhappy, but the effect of this blow must be very significant. Whitebeard's face showed a smile. Most of the defense line that the Marines have worked so hard to build will be destroyed by this blow. Even the red magma that surrounded him before was now missing. This game of tricks, he won. Deep in the cracks in the earth somewhere, Sakaski's body turned into lava. Although he used elementalization and domineering and other means to defend in time, his brain was still in a state of coma at the moment. Kaka. On the ice cubes condensed into Kuzan's body. It seemed that there was nothing serious except that his clothes were a little dirty. Buzz. In the sky, a figure emitting golden light slowly condensed. The clothes were still as neat as usual. Porosalino's mouth formed an O shape. Oh, it's so scary, Whitebeard, hey. It can be said that the Marine who was least affected by Whitebeard's move was undoubtedly Porosalino. With the power of the sparkling fruit, he fled the battlefield at the speed of light. Porosalino, who was sighing, suddenly discovered something. In that messy battlefield, a figure wearing a Marine uniform was actually heading towards the captains. Kurosawa-kun, that's really interesting. On the broken ice, Kurosawa flew quickly close to the ground. Along the way, he had killed all the pirates he could easily kill. Normal bounty value, 24,200 points. Billion level bounty value, 45,400 points. Are you 4 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million? Kurosawa's eyes flashed slightly, but thinking about it, those who charged in front must have some strength, but it's a pity that they encountered such an unreasonable person like Kurosawa. After all, no one can imagine that other than general-level combatants, who else could kill them in such a situation? Everyone is busy resisting the monstrous shock. Hoo-ho! Is everyone okay? In the ruins, Marco's breathing was rapid, his wings shook the rocks off his body, and he looked at the captains and said. Under the regeneration ability of the immortal flame, his body is still at full strength, but his physical strength has been greatly depleted after a short period of fighting with the general. On the other side, Baista stood up straight with his body half stretched. He also spent a lot of energy. The surrounding rose sword energy slowly dissipated. Looking at the dusty and smoke-filled battlefield, Baista showed a smile on his face. It's okay, but that's not necessarily the case for Marine. Dad's blow is enough to severely damage their vitality. Captain Curiel of the 10th Division, who also participated in blocking the 2 generals, smiled slightly. That's natural, Dad is the strongest. Khalil has a watermelon cap on his head and purple glasses. With his domineering guns, he can give Marco and others a powerful blow. Jose climbed up from the ice and gasped, a whole Marine, it's our turn to fight back this time. After a fierce collision, the captains were clearly not in their peak condition. Captain Blenheim of the 9th Division put the knife on his shoulder, his chest heaving. Khalil, your marksmanship is not bad. It was all thanks to you just now. Khalil grinned when he heard this. At this moment, Marco's expression suddenly changed as he was about to speak. Immediately afterwards, the 2 top captains Baista and Jose also noticed something was wrong. A creepy breath came quietly, and the 6 captains suddenly fell into hell at this moment. The endless indifference and blood seemed to swallow them completely, and even their blood would coagulate. In the smoke-filled place, light flashed in the blue eyes. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the captains, a crack appeared in the middle of Marco's face. Chapter 52. Marco. Captain Marco. The captains shouted in horror, and saw a figure slowly walking out of the smoke. Kurosawa walked slowly with the famous sword Darkness in his hand. He exuded a deep and mysterious aura, and in the eyes of everyone, he was like the messenger of hell walking in the world. Worship. The immortal flame burned and completely healed the wound caused by the slash on Marco's face. However, Marco would always remember the intense pain after experiencing it only once. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from Marco's back. "It's that kid." Marco looked at Kurosawa walking out of the smoke with an ugly expression, his eyes flashed with deep fear. "What's going on, this kid's move? What was that just now, a slash? Why didn't even I see it clearly?" When the captains saw that Marco was okay, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked at Kurosawa, and the shock in their hearts could not stop rising. "How did you get here?" Baista's eyes were cold, and the two swords in his hands collided and rubbed, creating a scorching aura. The next moment, he stepped out, and the burning flame rose sword energy burst out into brilliant sparks, piercing Kurosawa directly. Rose fireworks dance. The extremely powerful and domineering sword blade instantly set off a fierce aura on the field. The cracked ice surface quickly melted under the high-temperature sword wind, and the roses were more bright red than usual. As soon as it touches the target, the flame sword energy contained in it will instantly cause the most fatal damage to it. Except for Marco and Josie, the other three captains were a little surprised. The boss of the foil sword used such a powerful move right from the start. It seems that he is very angry. Marco's eyes were fixed on Kurosawa closely, and at the same time, his powerful cognizance color was activated, and he was bound to capture Kurosawa's every move. Through a series of previous battles, Marco judged that Kurosawa, a young sailor, could never use common sense to deal with it. Baista used his powerful sword skills as soon as he came up, which was the most correct decision. Josie on the side sneered. Although he also believed that Kurosawa was very strong, he was still not able to take the flame slash from the foil sword Baista. That overbearing damage is enough to destroy a warship. Facing Baista's rapid advance, Kurosawa still walked slowly. After entering the demon-suppressing chef's domain just now, he gave Marco an invisible slash in front of his face, but the result was unsatisfactory. At that time, Kurosawa knew that even if the demon-suppressing chef had been upgraded to level 4, it would be impossible to deal with him with maximum single-target mana output in an instant. To deal with Marco, a user with the special ability to heal the Phantom Beast Fruit, the healing effect of upgrading the Cursed King must be reduced. But since Marco can't do it instantly, let's start with other people. With so many captains present, the first thing to ensure is that you will never be entangled in the attacks of any of them. Otherwise, what we will face next is to fall into the endless attack rhythm of the captains. Anyone who has played jungle knows that once you fall into the opponent's offensive rhythm, the outcome will be slow death. So, Kurosawa raised his head, light surging in his blue eyes, stretched out one hand, and the huge spell power mixed with armed domineering energy instantly condensed into a huge blue ball of light, heading towards Baista's path. Thrust out sideways. The technique turns to king. As soon as he was born, the terrifying gravity from the sky spiraled into all the surrounding water, ice, and other debris. Even Baista's speed suddenly slowed down. Kurosawa curled his lips and disappeared instantly. What? Blenheim was shocked. This speed. Curiel also failed to capture Kurosawa's whereabouts. For a gunner, losing the opponent's vision is the most dangerous passive state at any time. Faced with this situation, another captain who participated in the blocking of the general, Captain Brahmank of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had a pocket on his body. He took out his favorite wooden hammer from it, and his expression changed. Be serious. The next moment, Kurosawa's figure appeared above everyone, with two rays of red and blue light flashing alternately around him. The huge fluctuations emanating from it, coupled with the strange oppression in the realm of the demon-subduing chef, fell in everyone's eyes. Like a judge in charge of life and death. It seems that Kurosawa alone can kill them all. Marco looked at this scene and quickly recalled the torture that he had felt not long ago when he was using the sushi move, which was more painful than death. Red and blue light flash alternately, could it be that move? Marco shouted hurriedly, Jaws! Stop him! Yoshi! Boom! The previous cooperation of the captains does not need to be explained in detail. Almost the moment before Marco made a sound, Jaws started to charge up his feet. He roared angrily, and his body rushed towards Kurosawa above like a cannonball. Kurosawa's expression in the air was indifferent. Jaws' explosive speed was already the best on this battlefield, but it was a pity. Jaws' speed is not fast enough to break Kurosawa's prediction in advance. Under the perception of heaven-defying six eyes, coupled with the natural fighter, Kurosawa has absolute control over the battle situation. Succeeded. Seeing that Jaws was about to hit Kurosawa, the captains were already sure that the outcome of this attack would not fail. However, the next moment... Whoa! Kurosawa's figure disappeared in the air again, and Jaws missed him with one blow. He was so angry that he didn't have the teleportation ability like Kurosawa, so he just rushed out of the battlefield helplessly. Eliminate one more. Marco's face was filled with uncertainty, and many doubts kept flashing through his mind. Why is this guy able to move so fast continuously? And the red and blue light that just emitted, doesn't it have to be charged up? How can he actually interrupt it and escape? This is not scientific. Marco naturally didn't know that Kurosawa had just teleported to a high altitude and had no intention of releasing the virtual form. The purpose of pretending to mobilize the power of the spell was to trick Josie out of the battlefield. About 2 meters behind Marco, Kurosawa appeared, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this distance, Marco's kick could not directly hit Kurosawa immediately. At this time, Marco was still in shock, but after sensing the aura and murderous intent behind him, the solace of his feet quickly transformed into phoenix claws, and he kicked back with a high-level armed domineering force. You want to kill me so much? UBD doesn't take me seriously. The green and yellow claw flames with the strong wind quickly magnified in Kurosawa's eyes. From this distance, Kurosawa also had enough strength to mobilize, and used his full strength to display the sword style, Kang, Udian. Just before joining the captains, Kurosawa had already injected 3,000 points of ordinary bounty value into Ichidryu, Kang, and Udian to upgrade it to LV3, and 2,000 billion level bounty value to upgrade physical skills and armed color haki to LV5, while injecting with 16,000 ordinary bounty points and 2,000 billion level bounty points. Both the reversal spell and the unlimited spell have been upgraded to LV5. Chiang! The dark red sword light and the green flame claws collided with each other. The terrifying domineering power and sharp sword energy shook the ice surface and cracked it. Marco was shocked when he felt the terrifying power from Kurosawa's sword. Although it was a hasty kick, it was enough to instantly suppress most strong men. But Kurosawa was able to withstand his pressure in a short period of time. Captain Marco, we are here to help you. At this time, the remaining 3 captains finally found an opportunity. Blenheim was holding a machete, and Brahmank was wielding a giant hammer. The 2 of them rushed towards Kurosawa. Another captain, Khalil, who is good at gunnery, loaded the bullet and completed the aiming in an instant. He just had to pull the trigger and the domineering bullets stored in advance could be fired directly. Under such circumstances, Marco showed a victorious smile on his face. Boy, you do have great potential, but, do you want to kill me and become famous in one fell swoop? This will be the worst choice you make in your life. Kinjian's sharp claws exerted force, gradually suppressing Kurosawa, and at the same time tightly locked his dark to prevent him from breaking away. Pay the price for your arrogance. However, Marco did not see even a trace of panic on Kurosawa's face. An ominous premonition arose in Marco's heart. No, don't come over! Marco shouted anxiously. A smile appeared on Kurosawa's face, it's too late. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Curiel's body was covered in bloodstains. Chapter 53. Click, click, click. In just an instant, nearly 100 invisible slashes all fell on Curiel's body. His body suddenly became completely bloody, his vision was pitch black, and the finger that pulled the trigger broke instantly. The invisible slashes hit his body in all directions without blind spots. The watermelon-patterned cap on his head was shattered, and the purple glasses he wore exploded into countless fragments. The domineering bullets that he was still feeling distressed about just now, but now he has no chance to use them. UBD. The expression on Marco's face was extremely ferocious, and the bulging veins all over his body and the restless breath in his body all showed that he was in a rage at the moment. Blenheim and Brahmank, who were rushing forward, also noticed something was wrong. When they looked back, they saw that their companion who was still alive just now had turned into a bloody man. Curiel. Who? Looking at the furious Marco, Blenheim and Brahmank had a terrible guess in their minds. Could it be the sailor Kurosawa in front of me? Impossible. They were obviously keeping an eye on him, and Curiel was always in the safest position. How did Kurosawa get past the two of them and attack Curiel while fighting Marco? Marco was equally frightened and angry, but he quickly figured out, could it be that move just now? From the very beginning, an invisible slash cut across his face. That's the trick. If he hadn't been able to regenerate with immortal flames, he would probably have died. The captains looked at Kurosawa again. The latter's teeth were white, but the smile on his face looked so sinister. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Curiel. Obtaining a 100 million level bounty worth 55,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the phased achievement reward unlocking conditions, the fall of the Whitebeard captains, 3/15. Reward, 100 million level bounty value plus 10,000 points. Oh! It was an unexpected surprise. The smile on Kurosawa's face became even wider. From the beginning to the end, from the moment he stepped into the range of the captains, his domain of subduing demons and cooking has never been closed. The difference from Lanyo is that under Kurosawa's control, he can freely choose the target to attack, as well as the size and accuracy of the spell output, etc. Although maintaining the domain will continue to bring huge consumption, it is obviously worth it. It only took less than 1 second to kill a captain who did not have the protection of domineering power, and he was still under the heavy pressure of Marco and other captains. Curiel didn't even have time to feel the pain before he was instantly wiped out by the demon-subduing chef's slash. You two, get back! Just leave him to me! As Marco shouted angrily, the immortal flames on his body burned more intensely, and the domineering energy on his claws became more and more fierce. This guy's moves are too weird. Use your domineering power to protect your vitals. As if he thought of something, Marco's mind suddenly stirred, and he quickly reminded him, but it was a pity that it was too late after all. After hearing this, Blenheim and Brahmank immediately released their armed haki. However, Kurosawa controlled the demon-subduing cook's slashes at a much faster speed. Within the scope of the domain, the slashes would fall instantaneously due to his thoughts. Shua! A blood stain spread on Blenheim's neck, then expanded rapidly, and bright red blood spurted out instantly. The field of vision quickly became blurred. It takes time to mobilize the domineering force, and the intensity of the domineering energy gathered in a short period of time was not enough to withstand the cursed attack of the demon-suppressing chef. After breaking through the defense with one blow, Kurosawa mobilized his curse power more and more violently, and the blood spurting from Blenheim's neck finally outlined the shape of the invisible slash. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Blenheim. Obtained a 100 million level bounty worth 56,500 points. Billion level bounty value, 126,900 points. This is an echo of fate. Listening to the extremely pleasant voice in his mind, Kurosawa felt relieved, and the billion-level bounty value skyrocketed at an alarming rate. It's finally time to upgrade. Boom! On the battlefield at this time, the aftermath of Whitebeard's devastating blow finally slowly dissipated. The upper part of the battlefield was also able to become active again. UBD. Pay with your life. A scream broke the brief calm first. At this moment, both Marines and pirates looked at the place where the sound came from with some doubts. Everyone's eyes were turned to that area. I saw a big bird burning with blue flames spinning at high speed. With the terrifying physical strength and domineering blessing, it even formed a terrifying blue flame tornado. Beneath the blue flame tornado, a black-haired figure remained motionless. It's Kurosawa. Why did he appear there? Amidst the exclamations of many sailors, a gust of rose sword energy also attacked Kurosawa. It's foil Baista. Phoenix Marco. Why did Kurosawa face these two powerful captains at the same time? On the battlefield, in the center of countless explosion cracks, a burly figure stood there holding a broadsword. Even a layman could tell at a glance. The culprit behind this scene is this man. However, the scornful smile on this arrogant maritime overlord's face suddenly froze when his eyes turned to somewhere. Although Khalil and Blenheim were covered in blood, Whitebeard still identified them through judgment. Looking at the smile on Kurosawa's face, the air around the Whitebeard gradually solidified. Live projection phone bug resumes at this time. Pictures of the Marine Fando battlefield continue to be broadcast in real time to all parts of the world. Chapter 54. Kurosawa, why are you in that position? On the execution platform, Zenguo, who noticed the situation, suddenly looked extremely ugly. Facing the full attack of the two captains at the same time, even a general-level figure must be extremely cautious. Because they have reached the level of destructive power of Marco and Baista, it is easy to destroy a giant warship. If you are not careful, even the hardened high-grade weapon color will be penetrated by this level of attack. Kurosawa was a super new star who risked the dignity of Fleet Admiral and the majesty of Marine during the Warring States period. If Kurosawa fell into the hands of the captains, judging from the immediate impact, Kurosawa's death could easily cause a serious blow to Marines' morale despite the advantage they had finally established in this war. In the long run, it will also be a huge loss that the Warring States period does not want to see for Marines' future development and growth. You kid, don't let it go like this. Sengoku murmured through gritted teeth. The pacifists will join the battlefield in at most 1 minute. By then, the pirates will suffer the most serious blow since the war began. As long as Kurosawa can hold on for 1 more minute, Sengoku will be confident that he can win this war. Ace, who was kneeling aside, was equally puzzled. But after his father's move, why did Marco and Baista suddenly attack Kurosawa? Like Ace, most people on the battlefield were masked by Whitebeard's moves and had no idea that Kurosawa had just killed 2 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. But what Ace can be sure of is that Marco and Baista have obviously used their ultimate moves now. Faced with the joint attack of these two, even he in his heyday will have no choice but to die. Even if I could injure my father with an amazing attack at the beginning, the cost of such an attack would definitely be astonishing, and it would be impossible to do it again. So, this Colonel Marine is dead. Why is Kurosawa in that place? Hua Shaishan scattered the dust on his hat, and at the same time he was also wary of Lake Yo not far away. Huo Shaoshan was anxious and resentful now. If Whitebeard's attack hadn't affected the entire battlefield just now, he would have been able to free up his hands to help his most proud disciple. Although I only joined his training camp halfway, he was still the top seed in his second training camp. Kurosawa, you can't die here, otherwise I won't have the face to face them. Especially when I think of Jun's instructions to take good care of Kurosawa. If he dies like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to live happily ever after. Miguel was squatting on the ground, his left arm was stained with blood, and blood was flowing from several wounds on his body. However, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, he looked very proud. He looked at the black-haired figure with burning eyes. "Boss, I don't have the face of our training camp. If I haven't fallen down, you can't be one step ahead of me." In the smoke, a figure clenched his fist, "Kurosawa." The justice in Garp's heart collided with the fetters of family, but he still chose to participate in this war. Guarding the execution platform and not allowing anyone to cross it was the best effort he could make. However, he will never allow Marine's future to be ruined so easily on this battlefield. "UBD, why are you so impulsive? The battle situation in that position is not something you can step into." Veins popped up on Garp's forehead. Finally, after a fierce battle between heaven and man in his mind, he made up his mind. "Boy, after this time, just stay at Marine for me." What did that BD do? Is he looking for death? He actually found a captain-level figure again, and faced two at once. Moria looked at the terrifying blue flame tornado with a wicked smile on his face. "Even I can't take this move, so just die like this, Kurosawa. It's best to leave a body. I will make you my zombie soldier and let you wash Lao Zi's feet, he. Doflamingo shook the fire feather coat on his shoulders and said with interest, Fufu. Kurosawa, can you still cope with this situation? Is this hypocritical man going to die?" Boya Hancock frowned. She still hoped that Kurosawa would die just now. After being humiliated, she did not hope that Kurosawa would not die. "If he dies, it will be mine. The right thing is your feet. Young marine genius, you can't just die here." Bartholomew Big Bear immediately analyzed the battlefield situation, and disappeared in the next second. The body protecting swords around my hawk disappeared. He looked at Kurosawa and frowned slightly. "Whitebeard's captains, it's so shameless to attack a newcomer in front of me." Buzz. 8-foot mirror. High in the sky, Porosalano's figure turned into golden particles and quickly dissipated. At this time, all over the world. What's going on? Why hasn't the phone bug been repaired yet? Did any great changes occur on the battlefield? Look. The communication projection has been restored. What's going on? How come the earth and ice are cracked like this? Stupid pig, this is not the point. Look at that blue flame tornado and that sword energy. It's Whitebeard's captains Marco and Baista. They are joining forces to attack Kurosawa. What's going on? Two captains actually teamed up to deal with a new marine star? This is so shameless. You idiot! Who can tell you fairness in a war? On the giant tree in Sabayati, Rayleigh stroked his reading glasses and looked at the terrifying blue flame tornado on the screen. Based on his knowledge and experience, it is not difficult to judge that this move is a powerful move that can be used by perfectly combining physical skills and domineering. Marco, this brat, has grown up too. Rayleigh couldn't help but exclaim. The Marco that he could stop with one finger back then has become a thing of the past. If we face each other again, I'm afraid we will have to deal with it with all our strength. But what also surprised Rayleigh was that Marco and Baista actually teamed up to deal with Kurosawa. For a proud and arrogant captain-level figure, even though he is a crew member, it is rare for him to join forces to fight against the enemy. That tyrant Bartholomew Bear is heading towards Kurosawa. Look at that! General Porosalano took action. Whitebeard, moved too. Hold, what's going on Kurosawa? On the battlefield of Marine Fando. Kurosawa watched the two people approaching quickly without any panic at all. System, give me more. Ding! Congratulations host! Chapter 55. On the execution platform, the expression of warring states, who had been paying attention to Whitebeard's movements, changed, and he couldn't help but cursed, Whitebeard. UBD. Ace, Dad. On the battlefield, a majestic black figure flashed rapidly, so fast that it was even faster than Kurosawa's L3 heaven-defying six-eyed teleportation. However, Bartholomew Bear, who was moving forward at such a speed, was blocked by a body that suddenly appeared in front of him. The mechanical eyes scanned quickly. Warning! Warning! Found a super dangerous person, Edward Newgate. It is recommended to activate the highest level ring. Bang! Ka. White energy wrapped around Whitebeard's fist, and he punched Bartholomew Bear directly in the head. The terrifying power of vibration instantly cracked a large space crack. This speed! Bartholomew Big Bear only had time to have this thought flash through his mind, and his vision was immediately lost for a short time. Boom! Dash dash! The energy wave generated by Whitebeard's punch shook the ice surface into more fragments. At the same time, the huge impact also sent Bartholomew Bear, who came to support Kurosawa, flying to an unknown distance. A Shishibukai was knocked away with one blow. Whitebeard's figure did not pause, and turned to look at the golden light in the sky. A frightening light flows from a pair of eyes, and the aura exuding from the whole body is like a peerless ferocious beast. All Marines will involuntarily move away when they are about to meet that gaze, avoiding looking at it, as if just one look at it will lead to being targeted and pursued until death. Whoa! Boom! With the sound of boom, Whitebeard relied on the power of vibration and super-physical skills to turn his half-broken body into a stream of white light. The invincible instantaneous burst of speed was actually forceful. After catching up with Porosalino, who had already used the 8-foot mirror, finally stopped in front of Porosalino. The golden figure had a domineering perception, but facing Whitebeard, who burst out at such terrifying speed for the first time, even Porosalino couldn't help being shocked at this moment. Yo! However, Porosalino is worthy of being a Marine general. Even though he exceeded his expectations and predictions, his super combat reaction allowed him to immediately condense the Tiankanjiun sword in front of him. The next moment, the exploding Kong Yunkai gathered shock and extraordinary domineering force and swung out the sword. Buzz, dash clang! Ka. The space shook and cracked, and the figure radiating golden light also twisted and deformed under this force. Boom, dash dash! The terrifying shock wave formed a huge whale vortex and suddenly blew away Porosalino's figure, leaving only the figure that looked at the world proudly in the air. Ace looked at the man in shock. His mouth was stuck for a long time before he uttered two words, Dad. Sengoku's eyebrows kept twitching, and the burst of speed actually surpassed Kizaru. It's simply unbelievable. Whitebeard. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. One punch makes a Shishibukai, one sword makes a Marine general. Is this the strongest man in the world? Rayleigh looked at that figure and recalled the battle between Whitebeard and Roger. The scene at that time could truly be called its peak. You can still explode at peak speed. To stop Marine from rescuing Kurosawa. On the battlefield, Whitebeard said nothing, but the anger in his eyes was self-evident. Don't ask why he doesn't attack Kurosawa directly when he has such speed. This is the dignity of a king and his trust in his sons. Whitebeard glanced in Kurosawa's direction. In his opinion, Kurosawa should also. Boom, dash dash. Half a second ago. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 5,000 billion level bounty value. Heaven-defying 6 eyes upgraded to LV4. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully unlocking a new way of performing virtual style. An unprecedented cold light suddenly erupted in the blue eyes. The heaven-defying 6 eyes upgraded to level 4, and their perception ability is no less than the level of foreseeing the future. And whether it is the use of magic power or the use of various abilities such as domineering, all have been greatly improved. It is like the whole person's spirit has been instantly sublimated and reached a whole new level. If it was said that Kurosawa was able to control the battle situation almost perfectly because he was a natural fighter, then now, even if he is not a natural fighter, his application of his abilities has reached the pinnacle. Of course, the improvement of the power of skills must not be discarded by natural fighters. The technique is reversed, King. The technique is reversed, he. Kurosawa smiled slightly, and 2 energy light balls, one blue and one red, condensed in an instant. Marco's face was shocked. This is it. You can't go wrong, it's that move. Baista. In shock and anger, the power already fully mobilized in Marco's body was forced to reach a higher peak. The same is true for Baista. His swords are trembling crazily. This overloaded attack has exceeded the limit of his domineering strength. It will definitely cause serious damage to his swords after being used. But at this moment, he can no longer care about it. So many. The terrifying purple light produced by the collision of 2 rays of light, one blue and one red, formed a deep purple tunnel after crushing it, which could even injure Dad. Once this level of power is used by Kurosawa, it is very likely that he and Marco can join forces. Don't let this happen. The forward movement of his move is very large, so he can still do it. Thoughts flashed through their minds quickly, but the eyes of Baista and Marco both froze in the next moment. It was completely different from what they expected. 2 light balls, one blue and one red, collided and superimposed the moment they appeared. Dots of shining purple light were like countless stars in the Milky Way, surging and spiraling out in an inexplicable whirlpool. Could it be that he wants to drag us to death together? Baista was shocked. Isn't this guy afraid of getting himself involved too? But Laozi has the fire of immortality and cannot die. Marco is certain in his heart. At this moment, Marco and Baista both wanted to know what was going on in Kurosawa's mind, but what they saw next. It was the unruly smile on Kurosawa's face at this moment. Under the purple light, that smile was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Marco and Baista, like the mark of an evil ghost, crazy and indelible. Kurosawa vomited softly in his mouth. Unlimited virtual style. The next moment, infinite purple light lit up the battlefield, and the expressions of Marco and Baista were completely covered. The imaginary mass generated by the superposition and collision of the hidden dark curse creates the ultimate destructive force, just like a mother mine of destruction bursting open again in Malinfando. Boom, dash dash. Ding. Congratulations to host. Chapter 56. Boom, dash dash. The astonishing purple wave completely engulfed Marco and Baista, and countless people's eyes focused on the battlefield. What happened? Is this? Kurosawa did it. UBD Marine. You gave Captain Marco and Captain Baista to you. It's a complete suicide attack. Wouldn't Colonel Kurosawa be so glorious? The terrifying purple light exploded, and wherever the deep purple light reached, all the ice and gravel melted instantly, which clearly shows the horror of its destructive power. Brahmank, who was lucky enough to escape, opened his mouth. He just saw clearly that a fine quality sharp blade melted into scrap metal the moment it was affected by the purple energy. Marco and Baista should be fine. This kid. On a pothole in the distance, Jose was climbing up and saw this scene. He has extremely high defense and has his own unique way of judging various types of damage. Even if my armor color Haki hardening is fully activated, it can't withstand the damage of this move. At least I have to use diamond hardening. On the execution platform, you bastards, the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help shouting. In his opinion, although killing Marco and Baista is valuable, compared to Kurosawa, who has unlimited growth potential, it is best for Marine if the latter can thrive. Development. Ace, who was kneeling aside, looked ugly. You can actually fight like this with Marco and Baista. But he should still be alive. Garp's face turned a little dark, and he clenched his fists in confusion. Kurosawa's weakest skill should be physical skills, but he still resorted to such a suicidal attack. Why? My hawk frowned slightly, a pair of double-eyed eyes staring at the exploding purple light. Is this the end of it for you? Kurosawa. He. BD Kurosawa. He is finally dead. But from the looks of it, there should be no bones left. Moria spread his hands and licked his lips with his blood-red tongue. It's a pity that I can't make you into a zombie soldier. Phew phew. Interesting. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Moria dangerously under his pink sunglasses, and quietly curved the corners of his mouth in a mocking arc. The invisible control line arranged by the power of his thread fruit has blocked Moria's surroundings, but the latter is still unaware of it. Are you dead? It saves me trouble. Boya Hancock continued with a haughty look. Sure enough, only Luffy is the most special man. In front of the real-time broadcast screens around the world, countless people watched this scene and talked about it. Is this dead? But being able to kill the two captains of Whitebeard is already a huge profit. On the giant tree in Sabayati, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that Kurosawa would not be such a stupid person. Although the situation just now was extremely critical, it should not have reached such a desperate situation. Marine of the new era, how on earth are you? Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank as she stared at the screen, with an incredible look in her eyes. On the battlefield of Marine Fando, the dazzling purple light gradually dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to host for using unlimited virtual style for the first time. Reward, 8 Hideo Pulse, LV3. 8 Hideo Pulse, as the name suggests, is actually like the inversion of the prison master's technique He and Laonyo's 8 combined with the swordsmanship. It is similar to a combination of sword style, blue, and 1 flash. Its power is extremely powerful. Hard to imagine. Hoo ho ho! In an ice pit, a figure burning with blue immortal flames was breathing heavily. Under the pair of huge immortal wings was the ferocious-looking Baista. At this time, both Marco and Baista had a large amount of purple energy attached to their bodies, and the extremely evil power of curse pain was constantly destroying their bodies. The 200% pain from the King of Curses was added to the natural fighter. Next, it is eating away at their willpower crazily. The wound heals extremely slowly. Phew. This guy's ability is too tricky. Cold sweat continued to break out on Marco's forehead. In order to protect Baista, he had just endured most of the damage from the instant unlimited void style. Baista looked at the two swords in his hands with regret, as if he were looking at an old friend who was leaving. The double swords that had accompanied him in the New World for many years were now covered in purple, and the damage was beyond his imagination. In just a few more uses, they would fall apart. But our attack should have worked, that guy will die. Baista's expression suddenly froze, and as the purple light dissipated, a black-haired figure slowly appeared. Ah, what a delightful battle! Kurosawa had a contented smile on his face. The wounds on his body caused by Marco and Baista had been healed by the level 5 reversal technique. Except for some damage to his marine uniform, his overall condition still seemed to be in extremely good condition. Excellent level! Marco's eyes twitched. This, how is it possible? Baista roared in a trembling voice, you should be dead if you eat Marco and I's fatal poison. Why do you seem to be fine? Seeing the two people's confusion, Kurosawa did not explain, they would never know. Compared to the prison master, his unlimited, virtual, and stamina will not cause any harm to himself, so even if he is at the center of the explosion, he will not accidentally injure himself due to his own moves. The reason why Kurosawa's clothes were in tatters was entirely due to the attacks by Baista and Marco. In fact, due to unlimited, virtual style, and the attacks of Marco and Baista were greatly offset, and they also had level 5 unlimited spells. If Kurosawa hadn't taken the initiative to attack them, if it is lifted, it will not be able to harm the latter at all. It's just that for that plan, Kurosawa did release the unlimited technique, and then relied on the strength brought by the level 5 armed color haki and the level 5 taijutsu to resist part of the damage. This made the clothes look a little tattered. Anyway, the attacks of these two people were weakened and they were no longer able to instantly kill Kurosawa. It was easy to rely on the LV5 reversal technique to restore some minor injuries to the body. So currently, with the huge magical power of LV4's heaven-defying 6 eyes, the spiritual blessing, and the domineering reserves of LV4 Conqueror's haki, Kurosawa's current combat power is still at its peak. On the battlefield, countless Marines looked at this scene with shocked expressions. Some were surprised and some were unwilling. Miguel looked at that energetic figure, and the admiration in his eyes was already flowing like a torrent of water. He is indeed the strongest boss. What an amazing little kid, he was able to survive unscathed in that situation. The corner of Huo Shaishan's mouth couldn't suppress it anymore, although I don't know what happened, but compared to the embarrassment of the captains of the Whitebeard Team 1 and the 5th team, Kurosawa is still in a state of high fighting spirit. In other words, this duel. Kurosawa won. Chapter 57. The words of the volcanic stone were like the hammer of the presiding judge in the court, giving the final word. Did Kurosawa win? Kurosawa won. Countless Marines showed the joy of victory one after another, defeating 2 captains one-on-one. Such a powerful being comparable to a general is their new Marine star. At this moment, even 5 elders, a world-class critic from far away in Marie Joya, couldn't help but sigh. If it had been Kurosawa instead of Rob Lucci who joined Marine back then, everyone on the sea would have to lower their arrogant heads when they see Marine now. On the giant tree in Sabayati, Pluton Rayleigh, the former deputy of One Piece, looked at this scene and said bluntly. If Kurosawa had been born that year instead of Garp, I'm afraid Captain Roger would not have arrived at the final island, but at the final destination. On the execution platform, Warring States couldn't help laughing. I don't think you can, Whitebeard, how can you win this war? Ace's face looked petrified. Marco and Baista teamed up, and lost. Garp's face changed from a dark look in the last second to tears of laughter. Quack, quack. Boy, you did a great job. Moria was stunned. Bagana. Phew 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 phew. It's so powerful. Doflamingo laughed, not forgetting to tighten the invisible control line wrapped around Moria. Mihawk smiled slightly. Very good, you already have a place among the strongest in the world, Kurosawa. He's not dead. This man. Boya Hancock's pupils kept shrinking, and he actually saved the day in that situation, just like Luffy. Compared to Marine's excitement, the pirates were even more depressed. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes were bloodshot. Faced with the siege of Marco and Baista, that kid, could he still do this? Alas, as a coach, you can't look around. A voice sounded beside Whitebeard, and the biting chill that swept through his body instantly made the alarm bell in his heart tremble. The owner of this voice could definitely threaten his life. Thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. Whitebeard took a sharp breath, forcing his already overloaded body to work again after the full burst of speed. It's a pity that the biting chill that swept through his body was not a feeling, but the real extreme ice freeze moment. Kuzan mouthed something cold, an array of ice blue light spread rapidly from the center of his palm, covering Whitebeard's entire body in an instant. In an instant, his body below the waist was covered with a thick layer of frost. Whitebeard struggled to mobilize his strength to turn his upper body, but the ice that quickly swept through his body was able to imprison the power, completely suppressing the force that was forcibly mobilized in his body. The next second, in Whitebeard's frightened and angry eyes, his body was completely frozen. General Kuzan. Dead. The Marines exclaimed in surprise, while the pirates looked horrified. Marco and Baista were just defeated by Kurosawa, and now Kuzan has frozen Whitebeard again. The outcome of this war seems to be decided at this moment. Marco and Baista were equally anxious. They stood up and endured the severe pain to go to rescue Whitebeard. However, a figure crossed in front of them. Kurosawa held darkness in his hand and exuded infinite murderous intent. His blue eyes were dancing with excitement at this moment. Whitebeard is frozen, a once-in-a-lifetime reward of 500,000 points. The defeated general still wants to save people. The corners of Kurosawa's mouth curled up, and the powerful perception of his heaven-defying six eyes was overloaded at this moment. He was bound to fully understand the ever-changing battle situation to ensure that his plan could be realized perfectly. At this time, countless people all over the world are staring at the screen tightly, for fear of missing any detail, and even forget to breathe because of it. Rayleigh also had a stern look. "Whitebeard, are you going to fall down like this?" On the execution platform, Warring States looked ecstatic after seeing Whitebeard's frozen back. Due to the forceful blocking of Bartholomew Bear and Porosalino's reinforcements, Whitebeard's combat power declined for a short period of time. Kuzan has obviously seized this opportunity now. Now is the time. The time to kill Whitebeard. Ace roared when he saw this, his eyeballs filled with scarlet blood. "Dad!" For the last hit, the opponent was Whitebeard, the famous Sea Emperor. Of course, Kuzan went all out. Ice Saber. The blade of extreme cold is condensed in the hand, and the sharp chill emitted from it can easily cut through even the hardened defense of high-grade armed colors. Kuzan moved quickly, with the extremely cold blade in his hand surrounded by domineering force, and he was about to stab the Whitebeard that was frozen into an ice sculpture. Diamond Shine charges to the end. Boom! Under the attention of the world, a body covered with diamonds slammed into Kuzan's side. The huge and terrifying force even sent ripples out of the air. Kuzan's attack was interrupted, blood spit out from his mouth, and even the ice saber was broken off. Kuzan secretly thought that it was a pity. He had been concentrating just now because he wanted to take a gamble and kill Whitebeard before Jose's attack arrived. After all, there are not many such opportunities, but it is a pity that it failed. Kiazi's speed exceeded his expectation. Captain Jaws. The pirates were surprised and happy. Fortunately, Kuzan's attack was stopped by Josie in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. This BD. Zenguo gritted his teeth, feeling extremely sorry for such a result and losing such an opportunity. Later. No. There is still a chance. Crack. Click. Countless cracks spread rapidly from the inside to the outside of the Whitebeard ice sculpture, and then it was about to explode. At this moment, the ice was suddenly illuminated by a red light. Kiazi was shocked when he saw this, and he hurriedly moved to stop Whitebeard, but a voice sounded beside him, and his expression froze. Reciprocity is a courtesy. Kuzan, who had just been sent flying by a single blow, unexpectedly came to Jose's side at some point. The light of ice flashed away, and Jose's body was instantly frozen. Captain Jaws. What is that? Rumble. Boom. The crimson power surged from under the ice, even causing huge vibrations. Amid everyone's exclamations, Whitebeard's power of vibration finally exploded the ice sculpture and broke out of the ice. Boom! Whitebeard's eyes burst out as he broke out of the ice, and the milky white vibration energy in his hand condensed crazily. But the moment he broke out of the ice, the terrifying magma red lotus burst through from under the ice. The moment the extreme high temperature appeared on the battlefield, countless ice cubes melted. Even Whitebeard's cold body that had just broken through the ice was sweating from the heat. Dark Hound. The next moment, the redness in Whitebeard's eyes rapidly magnified, as if molten lava that could melt everything penetrated straight into his chest. The whole world seemed to be on mute at this moment, only Kurosawa's eyes showed excitement. Bang! The terrifying power penetrated Whitebeard's chest, and for a moment it was so powerful that it was unbearable for him and he half knelt on the ground. Sakaski's voice sounded slowly. Whitebeard. The crow's feet at the corners of Sakaski's eyes were wrinkled together, but it did not affect the smile on his face in the slightest. Now, who is the challenger? Chapter 58. Well. Gulu Gulu. The terrifying red magma surged crazily in Whitebeard's chest, and the scorching high temperature was instantly transmitted to all parts of Whitebeard's body. Important organs, etc., had it not been for the powerful domineering power that reduced a lot of damage. Whitebeard's vitality may have been completely destroyed under this punch. Well done, General Sakaski. Whitebeard Pirates. Meet your doomsday. On the execution platform, warring states looked ecstatic. At the same time, warring states also noticed that pacifists had already arrived. Very good, let's annihilate all of Whitebeard's main force in one go. Ace, who was standing next to him, looked extremely ugly and said with trembling lips, impossible. Dad. You are the strongest. Dad. This magma BD. Amidst the angry and frightened roars of the pirates, sounds pierced the air one after another, boom. Boom. In the distance, a huge pacifist condensed light waves in his mouth and suddenly fired them. In an instant, he formed an overwhelming network of laser firepower and poured down on the area where the pirates were. Boom. Boom boom boom. A large number of pirates were completely engulfed by this laser firepower network before they even had time to react. Ah! The screams kept ringing out, and then they were quickly drowned in the destructive explosion. The coach had just been fatally injured, and now he was suddenly attacked by pacifists arranged by Marine in advance. In an instant, the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates fell to the bottom. On a battlefield, Marco's body was burning with blue flames, and his body erupted with extremely amazing speed and power, defeating Kurosawa. Dad, UBD, get out of my way. As he spoke, Marco kicked out hard again. With that powerful force and the blessing of the high-level armed color domineering, one kick could explode huge pits and cracks on the ice. You seem to be in a hurry. With a smile on his face, Kurosawa looked at Marco, who was attacking him crazily, and his figure moved quickly. If the latter's attack was not intentional, he would not even be able to touch him. Kurosawa, who has upgraded to LV4 heaven-defying 6 eyes, can be said to have the ability to surpass him in terms of speed on this battlefield, but it's just a matter of one hand. If Kurosawa wants to, with his heaven-defying 6 eyes, no one can hurt him. But if you don't sell some flaws, how can the cunning prey easily succeed? The heaven-defying 6 eyes perception is like a super-wide radar, and under Kurosawa's special control, more energy is dispersed to cover the area where Whitebeard is. Just as Kurosawa expected, after Whitebeard suffered Sakaski's punch, his already seriously ill body began to decline rapidly, and all physical functions and vitality began to decline crazily. But, even in this state, Whitebeard still has extremely terrifying ability to fight back before death. Boom! There was a flash of red light, and another instant reversal of the spell hit Marco's green flame claws, causing an astonishing explosion. The violent wind of the explosion made Kurosawa's cloak flutter. Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged. He took this opportunity to sense Baista and Brahmank, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Very good, I'll finish you off first, and then I'll hide away for the time being. Ho ho! Dad! Baista breathed heavily, looking extremely worried. After receiving a lava punch like Sakaski's, I'm afraid my father's current body. Gulu gulu. The red energy continued to rise. Sakaski looked at his punch with satisfaction. His domineering spirit was also not weak. Under his perception, the power in Whitebeard's body was rapidly declining, and the vitality was already here. Destroyed most of them with one punch. Victory is at hand. Sakaski, who was covered in blood, had a smile on his face at this moment. He was the closest to Whitebeard, and he directly took Whitebeard's blow that affected the entire battlefield. At that distance, even with his powerful physique, they almost made him lose consciousness. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and chose an excellent strategy to hide under the ice. But even so, his body also suffered extremely huge damage, which made it difficult for him to use his peak strength for a while. Otherwise, just this punch should make Whitebeard die on the spot. But it doesn't matter. If you add another punch, the result will be the same. Die Whitebeard! The magma energy in Sakaski's body rioted. Under his full power, the red power in his body surged again, and he was about to give Whitebeard a fatal blow. It was at this time that Sakaski's Shiba-chi clearly sensed that the aura belonging to Whitebeard, that is, the vitality in the latter's body, actually began to miraculously recover. This is impossible. Sakaski was shocked and was about to speed up his movements, but he saw in his eyes that Whitebeard's dilated pupils actually shone again, and a big hand quickly enlarged in Sakaski's eyes. Who's she? The milky white light seemed to have gravity, waving heavily on Sakaski's head. Kaka. Pieces of cracks spread rapidly around Whitebeard's fist, until it completely enveloped Sakaski's body. Rumble. In the entire space, distortions visible to the naked eye began to occur. Under the horrified gaze of countless people, Whitebeard, who was supposed to be destroyed, actually struck out that devastating blow again. Sakaski. Kuzan's face was solemn, and almost his whole body was covered with ice. His body turned into a ray of ice blue light and flashed towards Whitebeard. At the same time, in front of him, there was a layer of faster extreme cold power spreading out. The next second. Boom, dash. Terrifying shocks once again shook the historic Marine headquarters, and the land of Marine Fando was once again shaken because of that man. Almost at the same time. Outside of Marine Fando, looking at the violently undulating sea surface, someone noticed something unusual. Look at the sky. What is that? A ship. A huge warship, with the help of Jinbei's full force of the ocean currents, crashed into the center of Marina Vando's battlefield at high speed with the force of an arrow that penetrated the earth. Boom! After Whitebeard's shocking counterattack, the Straw Hat Ultimate Rescue Team arrived early. Boom boom boom! At this time, a terrifying shock spread out, knocking Luffy and his group off their backs. Kurosawa frowned when he saw this situation. What's going on? According to the original timeline, the Straw Hat Rescue Team will have at least more than an hour to get here, right? Suddenly, Kurosawa wanted to understand. If nothing unexpected happened, it must have been affected by the fluctuation of the world's rules? Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Whitebeard has been severely damaged, and the time for harvest has arrived. Thinking of this, Kurosawa looked at the three people in front of him with a smile on his lips. Brahmank, you're still smiling even when you're about to die. His power should be almost exhausted. Strike him with all your strength and kill him, then rescue Dad. Through Kurosawa's constant dodging and being kicked by him from time to time, Marco had already determined that Kurosawa was in poor condition. As he spoke, Marco used the high-speed rotation of his wings and powerful physical skills to turn into a blue fireball, spiraling towards Kurosawa. This time, he was bound to kill Kurosawa. By then, through Dad's counterattack and killing Kurosawa, the biggest leader of Marine's advantage, the situation of the war will be reversed again. Qingyanyan. Baista also used powerful sword skills, flying almost close to the ground and slashing towards Kurosawa quickly. Even before Baista's body could reach him, the sharp rose had already pierced Kurosawa's unlimited spell range. Above Marco and Baista, a fat figure held a giant hammer high and swung it heavily. It's all because of you, UBD. Just die like this. Looking at the three people approaching quickly, Kurosawa had already made a decision in his heart. He saw the dark blade in his hand entangled with wisps of dark curse power, and he opened and closed his mouth. Mysterious Truth, Open. Chapter 59. Worship. It seems like the dark fire from another space is beating on the dark blade, just like the long-lost evil ghosts from hell cheering for joy after coming to the human world. After greedily breathing in the breath of the human world, they burn more fiercely because of the excitement. For a moment, everyone on the field suddenly felt that something was not good, especially Marco. At this time, Kurosawa fell into his perception, like a butcher from hell. The way he looked at them was to look at the slaughtered lamb. Flame. Baista's pupil shrank, but unlike the high-temperature flames produced by ordinary sword energy friction, the flames on the Kurosawa sword gave him a very different feeling from the flames he had seen before. Rather than saying it is a flame, it is more like an evil killing force, but its appearance is similar to that of a flame. Because even if the dark flame on the knife has not fallen on the body, it will give people an unusual sense of fear. But no matter how you pretend, you have reached your limit. UBD sailor, die. The attacks of the three captains were about to fall. Kurosawa's eyes gradually became crazy, and the darkness in his hand was slashed out with one strike. In an instant, it was as if the dark red Madara pattern on the dark blade came to life, turning into circles of dark flames like fire snakes, surrounding Kurosawa and flying out. The pupils of the three Marcos were quickly completely occupied by this dark red color, and they were completely swallowed up in an instant. Relying on the heaven-defying 6 eyes of level 4, Kurosawa can also combine the armed haki and kendo of level 5 with the secret kai to a certain extent. The power that emerges is also extremely unimaginable. This is enveloped by the dark red Madara flame circle, the terrifying curse tore Marco's wings into holes. With Marco bearing most of the pressure, Baista could also use the rose sword energy to survive in a short time, unscathed inside. But the other captain was not lucky. Brahmank's physical skills and domineering skills are much inferior to those of Marco and Baista. Under this kind of ranged curse attack, his response methods are obviously much different. Facing such a range of mystical kai, Brahmank could only swing his giant hammer and dance wildly, forming a hammer wind shield around him. At the same time, he actually opened many dark holes on his body. This is the use of his bag fruit ability. He can use his body as a bag, sacrificing the function of storing items, and instead absorb part of the attack into it, reducing his own damage. But the damage absorbed is naturally limited, and Kurosawa's move has exceeded the limit of Brahmank's ability. Chiang! A dark red curse hit Brahmank's hammer wind shield hard, causing his arms to shake violently, followed immediately by several more curse slashes. Click to overlay. Under the heavy pressure, Brahmank could no longer bear it. The big wooden hammer broke with an explosion like a tree being ignited by flames. Blood spit out from his mouth. He was powerless and could only watch with horrified eyes. The dark red fire snake with Madara pattern showed its destructive fangs towards him and bit him in the chest. Shua, aha! The open wound caused by the slash was extremely painful, not to mention the strange magical power that turned into flames. When the pain of the cursed king was doubled, Brahmank rolled his eyes. The torn pockets on his body could have allowed him to withstand 2 more attacks from the cursed fire snakes. However, after losing consciousness, his body was torn apart almost instantly. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Brahmank. Obtaining a billion-level bounty worth 67,800 points. In the flames of the dark red Madara pattern, countless sword energy mixed with curses and slashes poured madly on Marco, like a fluttering firebird in a roasting cage. The author of this masterpiece, Kurosawa, listened to the sweet voice in his head, and the smile on his face became brighter. Pang! Baista's figure appeared in front of Kurosawa. With Marco's cover and the sacrifice of another captain, he finally broke through the blockade of Owaji-kai. At this time, Baista felt heavy in his heart. It was hard to imagine that this sailor's moves were simply weird, but they were extremely powerful, and his physical strength seemed to be inexhaustible. His combat power has been maintained from the beginning to now, to a very high standard. Simply a monster among monsters. Baista would rather face the general than be Kurosawa's opponent at this time. The same thought was in Marco's mind. The strange energy not only slowed down his regeneration, but also caused him to endure unimaginable pain. It feels like none of the battles I have fought in my life have been as painful as the fight against Kurosawa today. Chiang! The 2 swords struck the dark blade, and the rose sword energy entwined on it tore Kurosawa's clothes to pieces, and drops of blood flew out. A smile finally appeared on Baista's face. At the same time, Marl's phoenix transformed from science fiction came over and struck Kurosawa heavily with a powerful claw. It's over. Thanks to the combined efforts of Marco and Baista, Kurosawa was slammed into the ice by this force. The violent force raged on the latter's body, and he fell into the sea after breaking through an unknown amount of ice. At this time, on the battlefield of Malinfando, General Sakaski. Damn it, that Whitebeard has been shot through the chest, but he still has such terrifying power. How is Kurosawa? The dark red flames dissipated, and in the eyes of everyone's concern, the picture of Kurosawa still standing in their imagination did not appear. The only ones still standing on the remaining ice were the panting Marco and Baista. Impossible. Kurosawa, is it possible? Under the nervous gaze of countless sailors, Marco endured the severe pain and responded to everyone with a calm expression. Yes, Kurosawa has been killed by me. Colonel Kurosawa is dead. How is this possible? Many Marines were in disbelief. Whitebeard counterattacked and severely wounded the general. The captains also killed Kurosawa. Unknowingly, the Marines lost their belief in victory and their morale began to decline rapidly. The power of the shock slowly dissipated, and Whitebeard looked in Marco's direction and laughed, "Goo la la, well done." On the execution platform, warring states looked extremely gloomy. How so? Obviously just now, Whitebeard has been severely injured, the captains were unexpectedly suppressed by Kurosawa, and the pacifists have also arrived. Everything is in a good situation for Marine. How come it was reversed in an instant? And why is that Garp's grandson here? He is accompanied by 2 Shishibukai warriors. A whole. Subsequently, the Straw Hat rescue team also started taking action. With the help of this unexpected force from the sky, the ordinary pirates who were originally going to be crushed by the pacifists finally had the strength to fight and were not massacred unilaterally. The pirate fleet under Whitebeard finally got closer. And also started the landing operation. Straw Hat Luffy has emerged on this top battlefield with his powerful protagonist aura. With the help of people from all walks of life, he has brought great trouble to Marine. Boya Hancock hugged his cheeks and looked at Luffy with eyes that seemed to be dripping with water. He is indeed Luffy. Whitebeard gasped violently, his eyes watching Luffy continuously break through the defense line that even he could not break through, and he was getting closer and closer to the execution platform. He finally made up his mind. Everyone! This is my captain's order. Cover Straw Hat Luffy and rescue Ace. After a short silence, the pirates let out startling shouts one after another. Not just because Luffy shouted, "I'm Ace's younger brother." The captains also saw Straw Hat Luffy's amazing potential and began to cover him on his way to the execution platform. The old man who is half lying in the coffin is unable to save his son, so he can only place his hope on others. Sakaski walked forward step by step, with red magma flowing from his body covered in blood. Seeing this, Marco smiled ferociously, turned into a ray of green flame and flew towards Sakaski. "You should stay out of your family's affairs." Sakaski chuckled, "Am I wrong? The remnants of the era. I will end the era of pirates." Boom! The red magma collided with Marco, but the latter retreated step by step. The light in Whitebeard's eyes surged, and he felt the vitality that was constantly passing away from his body. He made up his mind, his eyes showed absolute determination, and he shouted in front of the whole world. "One Piece! It's real!" The next moment, dark red thunder exploded in the sky, and a figure fell to the ground at an unimaginable speed. His blue eyes flashed with divine light, and Kurosawa slashed out with a dark sword in his hand. Chiang! Dark red bursts, Conqueror's domineering power instantly sweeps the entire audience. Under the shocked gaze of countless people, the sky cracked. Chapter 60. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using Conqueror's domineering coil for the first time. Reward, Dark God Avoidance, LV1. What did Whitebeard just say? Is One Piece real? It's not important. Look at the sky. What is that? Whitebeard, who originally thought that after saying these words, would shock the world, was the first to notice something was wrong in the sky. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. An extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy turned into substantial black lightning, winding around the dark blade like a thunder snake. The light flashed in Kurosawa's blue eyes like a god of war descending from the sky, wherever the blade passed. The air trembles and twists. The dark red overlord divine blade thunder snake kept circling and biting, almost condensing into a black hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The next second, it flashed to the top of Whitebeard's head. Dark God avoids. This is. Seeing the approaching destruction in the sky, the exploding black lightning, Whitebeard's thoughts were brought back to the battlefield decades ago for a moment. That man, Gold Roger's move, God's avoidance. The power of this move is exactly the same as the divine evasion that Roger used back then, but it seems that the level of mystery of this move in front of him is even better than the latter. Whitebeard couldn't help but be shocked when this idea came to his mind. Then, he didn't feel afraid, but the blood in his body boiled instantly. This feeling, Gulala. The long-lost conqueror's domineering collision, under the high-pressure stimulation of the unparalleled domineering power in the world, the fighting will in Whitebeard's body was completely awakened, and he actually regained a little bit of the feeling of the past in this damaged old body. Boy! The muscles of the tall body bulged out, and several black thunders exploded and flashed around the body. The ground under his feet could no longer bear this sudden burst of power, breaking into large cracks like spider webs. Whitebeard grinned, condensing terrifying power on Kong Yunki, and slashed out towards Kurosawa falling in the sky. Buzz! The sharp blade of the dark flame collided with Kong Yunki in the air. At the center of the blade clash, the peak dominance from Kurosawa and Whitebeard were entangled and fighting at this moment. Countless black thunder and lightning surged out in an instant and swept out in all directions. The destructive power contained in them was as if even the air was being compressed and annihilated, and the surrounding area became a vacuum zone. Conqueror's domineering power suddenly spread out, and a large number of sailors and pirates fainted under the excitement of this power. There was no way to watch such a scene of top power showdown again. The live projection of the phone bug was also interrupted. On the high execution platform, Warring States looked surprised and happy. The shining dark red light reflected his face in a dark red even from a distance. This kid is indeed alive. But this is Conqueror's domineering entanglement? Is it so powerful? You kid, you're making a fool of yourself. Garp's open-mouthed boss was almost the same as when he just saw Luffy land on the battlefield. Kurosawa's stance and the power of the collision were just like what Roger used back then. As if from the same source. But, not to mention Roger at his age, even Roger at his peak. In terms of skills, it seems that he is inferior to Kurosawa. As a man who has chased Roger across countless sea areas, Garp can be said to know Roger's moves very well, and the gold content of his words is undoubted. Ace and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were so shocked by this scene that they could not speak. Many captains could not help but think of that day when Shanks, who was also the Emperor of the Sea, met his father. That slash that tore the sky apart. A drop of cold sweat fell from Marco's forehead, and he said in a dazed state, "This guy is not dead. We obviously saw him being blasted into the sea by us." "Why? That guy is the sailor who hurt my comrades that day." Straw Hat Luffy looked at the black-haired figure, and his mind suddenly recalled the day when he was knocked to the ground with one punch. What a strong force! Even from a long distance away, Straw Hat Luffy could feel the fierceness of that move. If this move had been used against him, his body would probably have been wiped out. Did he do it on purpose? This idea couldn't help but be planted in Straw Hat Luffy's mind. There is no way. Judging from Kurosawa's current performance, trying to kill the Straw Hats in Sabayati is no different than killing a chicken. Goo la la la. boy. Face me directly, are you ready to wake up? The terrifying power was continuously released, and the black lightning snake spiraled into a terrifying domineering black hole above Whitebeard's head, frantically attacking Whitebeard's counterattack. However, Whitebeard still laughed, even if Kurosawa's outpouring power tore through his defenses and penetrated into his body from time to time, it never gave him the slightest intention of retreating. The old era that is half buried in the ground, capsize here today. The new world does not have a ship to carry you. Kurosawa's hands kept feeling numb, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he was severely disabled, Whitebeard's power was still so amazing. If Marco and others were to face his move, they would definitely be defeated. It can tear down the opponent's defense directly from the front. How can I still have the energy to argue with myself here? Gulala, there is no ship to carry me in the new era? Even though the veteran is old, he can still fight. Whitebeard laughed, the battle of strength between the two had come to an end. You are an amazingly talented boy. Even Roger back then was not as scary as you. As long as you are here, the age of pirates will never come. Whitebeard muttered to himself, and a dangerous aura enveloped Kurosawa. On the execution platform, Senguo's eyelids twitched, and he quickly picked up the phone. All troops, protect Kurosawa with all your strength. If you die, the Warring States period will be a big headache. Whitebeard grinned. Even though there was blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, he still looked like a king. There is no one in this world who can kill me, let alone your dying old man. Kurosawa smiled evilly, and Whitebeard was even more surprised. The confidence and calmness in Kurosawa's eyebrows when he spoke seemed to be innate, and he was stating an ordinary thing. Buzz buzz. At the end of the confrontation between Whitebeard and Kurosawa, the terrifying power fluctuations shrank crazily to the center of the air-to-air confrontation between the two, and then suddenly exploded. In this great battle that will go down in history, Edward Newgate gave it his all within minutes of his appearance, and then the strongest record is engraved in Malinfando. The entire Marine Vondo battlefield fell into a state of distortion after the explosion of this power. Only Whitebeard could faintly hear. Field Infinite Space. Chapter 61. The power of Conqueror's haki spread rapidly. Whitebeard and Kurosawa's haki and bodies fell into short-term exhaustion after putting all their haki and bodies into that blow. But what Whitebeard didn't expect was that, after completing such an astonishing blow, Kurosawa's eyes once again erupted with astonishing brilliance. In Whitebeard's perception, an extremely ominous aura quickly rose up with Kurosawa as the center, and then was released instantly. Field Infinite Space. After Kurosawa's words fell, the huge spell power in his body condensed to create a small closed world, which is the highest masterpiece of spell power, domain skill. And unlike other special spell magicians such as Prison Master or Prison Neo, within Kurosawa's realm of infinite space, the power of all his spells will receive an additional 50% increase. Under the effect of the field of infinite space, this small world is completely Kurosawa's home field. The closed area of the spell is completed. From the outside, it looks like a black ball completely encompassing Whitebeard and Kurosawa. There is a difference between an inner shell and an outer shell in a closed domain space. One way to break the domain space is to break the inner shell or the outer shell. Usually, the domain shell is much more fragile than the domain inner shell. Therefore, if Kurosawa wants to drag Whitebeard into the realm of infinite space, the first thing he must consider is to avoid interference from others and break the shell of his realm from the outside. Although it is possible to adjust the strength of the outer shell and the inner shell through amazing abilities, this will also increase risks in other aspects. The current situation can be said to be basically in line with Kurosawa's original expectations. One move of darkness and divine avoidance collides with Whitebeard, clearing away all the targets around him. The next step is to completely enter his rhythm. The moment the domain was completed, Whitebeard's eyes became dull, and his body stood there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. In fact, it was almost the same. Even though Whitebeard felt the full of ominous malice erupting from Kurosawa and his strength was temporarily exhausted, he had no countermeasures at all. The moment he fell into the realm of infinite space, Whitebeard's mind was filled with countless junk information. At the same time, the heaven-defying six-eye strengthened infinite space continued to launch high-intensity attacks on Whitebeard. Continuous and sustained mental attacks. Blood is constantly flowing out from Baybeard's 7 orifices, and his brain has completed damage that is extremely difficult to repair. Buzz. In this black and white world, the dark blade reflected a penetrating cold light, and Kurosawa's figure flashed in front of Whitebeard. Facing the most powerful man in the world, Kurosawa did not dare to be careless even if he was hit by the strongest field control skills such as Wolyang Kongchu. And facing Whitebeard, Kurosawa had already guessed before the war started that a strong man like Whitebeard could unconsciously counterattack Ace's sneak attack even while sleeping, so does that mean? Chiang. A sharp metal collision sounded in the quiet domain space, and the sparks caused by friction seemed so out of place. Kurosawa's pupils shrank slightly. As expected, you're quite capable, Whitebeard. The moment before Kurosawa's darkness slashed at Whitebeard, who should have been unable to move after being hit by the infinite space, miraculously blocked his attack with a sword. Chiang chiang chiang. As a large number of sparks continued to sputter, Kurosawa immediately curled up the corner of his mouth and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind Whitebeard, with the gorilla red light shining on Kurosawa's fingertips. Spell reversal H. The red ball of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. However, at this moment of life and death, Whitebeard, who could no longer control his body, swung his sword equally quickly to block the blow. Ding! Boom! Reversal of the technique, he suppressed Whitebeard and pushed him back step by step. Seeing this, Kurosawa finally determined that although Whitebeard could still move after being hit by the infinite space, the combat power he could exert could not exceed 1/3 of the original. Now Whitebeard can't even receive the instant spell reversal he directly. The corner of Kurosawa's mouth curled up, and the darkness in Kurosawa's hand was wrapped with a terrifying bloody spell. The bloody sword light illuminated this small black and white world even more weirdly. 8 Hideo Pulse. Outside, when Kurosawa pulled Whitebeard into the realm world, everyone on the battlefield began to take action around the two. What is Brother Kurosawa trying to do? Really, but he seems to have a way to deal with that man on his own. An extremely cold figure slowly walked towards the black ball. The extreme coldness exuding from his body made even the bullets fired at him freeze into ice before they even got close. Kyuzan let out a cold breath and looked at the man in front of him. No matter what, all we seniors can do now is to stop you. Aokiji. Crocodile's face was solemn. Among the enemies he least wanted to face on this battlefield, Kyuzan would definitely be at the forefront. Second gear. Rubber machine gun. Boom, clack, clack, clack. The red fist glowing with steam was about to leave an afterimage, and it actually completely shattered Kyuzan's body. Crocodile looked on the side and was stunned. Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile couldn't figure it out. In front of Kyuzan, wasn't Straw Hat Luffy just a one-shot guy? How could he still have the chance to beat Kyuzan to pieces? What Crocodile didn't know was that Kyuzan also had a huge headache at this time. Facing Garp's grandson, he really couldn't kill him. Sand Crocodile, take advantage of the moment. When Luffy saw that he had succeeded, he hurriedly shouted to Crocodile. Seeing this, the latter could only bite the bullet. Countless flying sand filled the battlefield, and his hands turned into sand. Desert Diamond Sword. Crack. With the combined force of the two, Kyuzan's body was completely destroyed. I actually won against the general. Crocodile looked at the scene in front of him, smoke slowly rising from the cigar held in the corner of his mouth, and fell into silence for a while. Come on Sand Crocodile, let's go help that white-bearded uncle. After Luffy finished speaking, he ran towards the black ball. He had an intuition that if he wanted to rescue Ace, Whitebeard would be an indispensable fighting force. Ahole, are you ordering me? Crocodile looked unhappy, but continued to act. On the battlefield, Mihawk's hands were itching unbearably. After seeing Kurosawa unleash the Dark God dodge move, his desire to compete with him had reached its peak. But looking at the black ball, Mihawk knew that now was obviously not the time. Cover Dad, although I don't know what trick Marine is using, but we must not let them succeed. Find a way to smash that black ball. Marco flew high into the sky, and Whitebeard disappeared briefly. As the captain of the first team, he naturally carried the flag. As soon as the words fell, the Whitebeard Pirates also began to attack the black ball. Although Marine reacted quickly and Sengoku ordered to stop the pirates' intentions, such a black ball was too obvious a target on such a huge battlefield, not to mention the safety of the execution platform must be considered first. Within half a minute, with the Straw Hat rescue team's interference and the all-out efforts of the Whitebeard Pirates, the black ball was attacked by a large number of people. Rescue Dad, we will still be the winners of this war. Come on. It's just a ploy by BD Marine, Dad is the strongest. Bang. Bang bang bang. Countless shelling and bullets are fired randomly on the battlefield. If you don't pay attention, you will be taken away by attacks coming from nowhere. However, there is one person on such a battlefield, and countless dangers always pass by him. And pass. Buggy the Clown came to a corner, took out his phone bug, and started his exclusive live broadcast. Hello everyone. I am the newcomer, the new pirate superstar, Buggy. People around the world were confused when they saw the clowns who replaced them on the screen. Who the hell is this clown? I want to see Whitebeard. By the way, what is the black ball behind this clown? Amid the doubts of the world, a figure finally came to black ball under the cover of his companions. BD Kurosawa, you will definitely die this time. Baista swung his swords, and the powerful sword energy instantly struck the black ball. Then countless cracks spread. Under the attention of the world, the black ball exploded, revealing the scene inside. The proud smile that Baista had just a second ago froze on his face, and countless people were horrified and lost their voices. This is... Almost at the same time that Baista cut open the shell of the realm, infinite space, Kurosawa's figure appeared in front of Whitebeard, and the latter's consciousness regained control of his body at this moment. However, even if Whitebeard, who had already suffered irreversible damage, regained consciousness, he could only watch the cold light getting closer and closer to him. Countless images flashed back in Whitebeard's mind, representing his past life. The next moment, darkness slashed across Whitebeard's waist, and the sharp dark red sword energy surged, cutting Whitebeard's entire waist in half. A fountain of blood, relayed in real time by Buggy's phone bug, fell into the eyes of the world. What? Dad? Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Edward Newgate. Obtaining a 100 million level bounty worth 504,600 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the achievement, The Fall of the Strongest. Chapter 62. Under the attention of the world, blood spurted out from Baybeard's waist, and his upper body hit the ground heavily. For a time, people on the battlefield and around the world who saw this scene couldn't help but be stunned. Hey! Did I read that correctly? That man, the strongest man, is now dead. This is incredible. Yes, Whitebeard actually kept his lower body standing even after death. He is indeed the strongest man. Your focus is a bit strange, isn't it? On the giant tree in Sabayati, the wine bottle in Rayleigh's hand fell into the empty space. He looked at the screen absent-mindedly. Although the fact had happened, he still felt extremely unbelievable. That Newgate who was once on par with Captain Roger, actually died like this. Is the era of great pirates really coming to an end? On the screen, Kurosawa's feet slowly landed on the ground, and those blue pupils reflected in the eyes of the world at this moment were so incomparable. You actually cut that Whitebeard in half. What happened during the time when the screen was lost just now? Countless New World pirates looked at Kurosawa on the screen in horror. Even the Emperor of the Sea was cut in half. Then the ending for these small characters must be even more tragic. On the battlefield of Marine Fando. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the achievement, the fall of the strongest. Reward, a billion level bounty worth 100,000 points. The power of the earthquake fruit, LV1. Conqueror's domineering storage card, LV6. The power of shaking fruit, LV1. All moves can have the power of shaking. Normal bounty value, 24,200 points. Billion level bounty value, 749,300 points. Skill comments, every blow goes straight to the depths of the opponent, causing him to tremble and twitch. It's so pleasant, Whitebeard, I will probably never forget you in my lifetime. Kurosawa spoke sincerely with a smile on his face. At the same time, listening to the echoes of fate in his mind, Kurosawa's mood has never been so wonderful. I gained over 600,000 points worth of billion-level bounties in one fell swoop. This feeling couldn't be more perfect. At this moment, Kurosawa is very able to understand the prison master's behavior of floating in the air after awakening the reversal technique and the void-style Joe, shouting about everything in the world, and that he is the only one in the world. And the victory speech that Lanyo couldn't wait to give after killing Gojo Satoru. Because, I really can't help it. Kurosawa's eyes swept across the battlefield, taking in everyone's expressions. At this time, Mihawk's fists that had been wrapped around him had been lowered. Unknowingly, he had faintly assumed a fighting posture from the initial calmness. The twinkling and shrinking of the pair of heavy-wheeled eyes, even though there were no words, had revealed the unrest in his heart. Doflamingo, who always liked to laugh endlessly, also behaved strangely at this moment. He who only needed the last step to defeat Moria, his body was stunned like this. If anyone could see through his eyes under his pink sunglasses, he would definitely be able to find that this arrogant underground joker had unprecedented shock in his eyes. Mirai looked frightened at this time, and the huge tension made him sweat all over. If God gives him another chance, he will definitely say 3 words to Kurosawa at the Shishibukai meeting, that is. Even Boya Hancock, who had always looked higher than his head and looked down upon all men except Luffy, had a look of shock on his peerless face. This man actually killed Whitebeard? Could it be that I really made a mistake? There is actually a more special man than Luffy in this world. Miguel, who was dressed all in black, murmured, "Boss. You are simply invincible." It's not just Miguel. On the battlefield now, Kurosawa's figure is so dazzling in the eyes of every sailor. At this moment, even the 3 marine generals who represented the highest combat power of marine headquarters looked dim in front of him, just like the god of war, there was nothing he couldn't do. At this time, the marines all believed that even if another 4 emperors came, Kurosawa could kill them. The new era, ha 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 ha. Huo Xiaoshan let out a hearty laugh, there has never been such a hearty war. Kurosawa, I, Huo Xiaoshan, would like to call you the best marine in the new era. Powerful. On the execution platform, Ace's face turned pale, bloodshot eyes protruding from his eyes, staring at the broken body, still praying in his heart without giving up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, Dad. This can't be true. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku has experienced many storms and waves. Now he can't control his facial expressions. He opens his mouth wide in shock, and then turns into a burst of laughter, as if he has used all his strength to get it. The phone caller shouted. All pirates, listen, your commander, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate has been killed by our Marine Rising Star Kurosawa. You are now ordered to surrender, otherwise we, Marine, will completely annihilate you. Sengoku's words spread throughout the battlefield through the phone bug amplifier, bringing the distracted people back to reality. Countless Marines raised their arms and shouted, "Kurosawa! Kurosawa! Kurosawa! This is the strength of our new era Marine! Tremble, pirates! Did you hear that? Surrender! Whitebeard Pirates! UBD Pirates! Your doom has come! Accept the justice of our Marine!" Marine's morale, at this moment, after Kurosawa killed Whitebeard, has reached its highest peak since the war began. On the contrary, the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates has completely dropped, and some pirates have even begun to drop their weapons and start to flee in panic. At this moment, after Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard Pirates began to collapse in a real sense. The only one who remains sane is the white-bearded Captain Marco, who looks like a phoenix but actually has a pineapple head. Marco looked at Whitebeard, who was lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't help but recall what Whitebeard had said to him before this war started. "Marco, if I die, your mission is to take over from me, rescue Ace, and then bring everyone back to the New World safely." Marco turned his head, his eyes had become extremely cold, and the extinguished immortal flames on his body rose and burned. The special aura exuding from it seemed to be that he had experienced nirvana after death and was reborn from the ashes. At this time, after Whitebeard's death, Marco's mind undergoes a huge change, and his body and mind become one with the phantasmal beast phoenix fruit, and the phantasmal beast, bird fruit and phoenix form is fully awakened. A scream pierced the sky, and the immortal flames rekindled over Malinvondo. Without mourning for Whitebeard's death for even a moment, the person who immediately rushed to the execution platform was the current leader of the strongest team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco the Dead Bird. Chapter 63. Everyone listen to my order. Even though Dad is dead, his will is still there. Rescue Ace. Don't let Dad's sacrifice go in vain. Marco soared high in the sky, shouting at the defeated pirates, and at the same time, in this messy battlefield, he flew towards the execution platform at high speed. However, Marco's shouting effect is very limited. The one closest to Kurosawa was a gentleman in a tuxedo. He was the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the world's top swordsman, Foil Baista. As the person who recently watched his father being chopped in half. Looking at Kurosawa, who was still smiling after killing Whitebeard, like an artist appreciating his masterpiece with satisfaction, countless emotions surged out of Baista's heart instantly. For a moment, the rationality in his mind was completely swallowed up by the tide of emotions. Baista no longer wanted to think about anything else. He only had one thought in his mind now. That means killing Kurosawa. Buzz. The rose sword chi resurrected, dodges from a very short distance, and kills Kurosawa. However, those who are familiar with the rose sword aura at this time will see that although it is still bright, it reveals a strong death aura, and it has long lost the scorching red color of the past. The same thing happened in Kurosawa's eyes. Looking at the rose sword energy that was getting closer, Kurosawa smiled evilly. System, add more points. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 150,000 points of 100 million bounty points. The skill of Natural Combatant, LV4, has been upgraded to Extreme Extraordinary, LV5. Extreme Extraordinary, LV5 in battle, use abilities not higher than this skill level in combination with the limit. Use high-level skills to get a 50% bonus. The same level skills get a 150% bonus. Low-level skills get a 300% bonus. Skill comments: even if you are the enemy of the whole world, you still dare to say you are invincible, you still dare to say you are invincible. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 100,000 points into the billion-level bounty. Heaven-defying 6 Eyes has been upgraded to LV5. In an instant, in Kurosawa's eyes, Baista's movements slowed down 10 times more than before, and all the flaws were completely reflected in Kurosawa's mind. Kurosawa had a feeling in his heart that with the help of level 5's heaven-defying 6 eyes and extreme extraordinary blessings, even with level 5's sword skills alone, he could already defeat Beista steadily. Very good. Kurosawa smiled even more, keep filling me up. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting a normal bounty value of 9,500 points. The power of the shock fruit has been upgraded to LV4. Remaining normal bounty value, 14,700 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 100,000 points into the 100 million level bounty. Domain, the demon subduing chef has been upgraded to LV5. Remaining billion level bounty value, 399,300 points. At this time, Kurosawa looked at the details of Conqueror's Haki's next level skill and hesitated briefly. Conqueror's Haki, LV5 unparalleled power of the heart that is almost heavenly in the world. The reserve of Haki increases like a bottomless abyss. Conqueror's Haki becomes able to suppress the soul and imprison the power of the awakening level devil fruit. The spread range can reach 10,000 meters. Hiss! It seems very tempting, but in order to upgrade Conqueror's domineering power from LV4 to LV5, it actually requires 300,000 billion level bounty value. Conqueror's domineering level 5 should be able to harden Shanks with Conquerors alone, right? But Shanks' swordsmanship and other two-color Haki will definitely not be inferior too much. And now that I have a memory card of Conqueror's Haki level 6, I feel that during that period, I was already a god blocking the killing god. Let's put it aside for now. For now, the opponents on this battlefield are not enough for me to use such a trump card. So. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1,500,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. Domain infinite space has been upgraded to LV5. Remaining billion level bounty value, 249,300 points. I can't spend it all, I can't spend it all. Keep adding to me. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 5,000 billion level bounty value. Spell reversal he upgraded to LV4. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 5,000 billion level bounty value. Technique 8 has been upgraded to LV4. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 5,000,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. 8 Hideo Pulse has been upgraded to LV4. Remaining billion level bounty value, 99,300 points. Damn it, this is about to bottom out. With the last billion level bounty value, Kurosawa thought about it for a moment and decided to inject 50,000 points to upgrade the technique Reverse King to LV4. In this way, the power of the ultimate move Sushi Shi can also be increased simultaneously. After doing this, Kurosawa looked at Beista and licked his lips, as if he were looking at a little lamb. The bounty is 884,000 points. Oh my, you really get what you need. Seeing Beista getting closer and closer to Kurosawa, the Marines who were watching were a little anxious. Danger, Colonel Kurosawa. I'm here to help you. Colonel Kurosawa has just killed Whitebeard. He must not be able to deal with the captain with all his strength at this moment. We must quickly provide support. Such thoughts arose in everyone's minds, and they all took action. However, their actions were frantically interrupted and blocked by the Straw Hat rescue team. Even in order to protect Kurosawa, in the process, a road leading to the execution platform was opened unknowingly. You are so capable, Kurosawa-kun. Golden light particles shined, buzz buzz. Gun wave. Just as the golden light was about to dissipate, an extremely powerful water column penetrated it, and then the power of the water column continued unabated, like a sharp spear, piercing the battlefield in a straight line. Wherever it passed, even shields as hard as blades were penetrated by this powerful water column. Yojinbei. Porosalino dodged this move, and then his figure gathered at the side, but a fat blue figure had already approached him. Mloculent Karate, Secret Art, Anawa Shoken. Boom, dash dash. It's Kaiksia Jinbei. Damn it, isn't he a Shishibukai? Why would he help the pirates? Don't be afraid, we have Kurosawa and the generals here. Shishibukai will win. On Sakaski's side, he returned to the execution platform route, preparing to intercept Marco, but after a Dark Hound attack, Sakaski realized something was wrong. This Marco's regeneration ability seems to be much stronger than before? Sakaski was shocked. On the other side, Kuzan was stopped by Luffy and others. Seeing this, Kurosawa was not as panicked as everyone expected. Buzz. Seeing the rose airflow slash that split the earth with countless cracks even after the sword energy spattered, Kurosawa just stretched out a finger, and the scarlet light flashed instantly and then burst out. With the ultimate extraordinary blessing, it is also instantaneous, but its power is no longer what it used to be. Spell Reversal H. As soon as it was fired, a terrifying explosion filled the air instantly, completely submerging Baista's figure. The smoke and dust raised can block other people's perception, but Kurosawa can see it very clearly. There is no magic fuse. Kurosawa curls the corner of his mouth, the red light on his fingertips shines again, and then 2 consecutive shots are fired out. Boom, boom. Ding. Congratulations to host for killing Baista. Obtaining a 100 million level bounty worth 88,400 points. Without pausing, Kurosawa's eyes flashed with blue light, and the next moment after his figure disappeared, he appeared in front of Marco in the sky. Hey! Long time no see! Looking at Kurosawa's smile, the suppressed anger in Marco's heart showed signs of recovery, but after completing his transformation, he quickly came to his senses. Now, rescuing Ace and then retreating is the best plan. With this guy's power, he still can't kill me, not to mention that I have now completed my devil fruit awakening. Even that guy Akainu's attack couldn't do anything to me. Thinking of this, Marco unleashed his claws towards Kurosawa with all his strength. Kurosawa smiled slightly, and the darkness in his hand entangled the killing curse. Field, demon suppressing chef. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Marco was cut into pieces. In the latter's unbelievable eyes, he even felt that his soul was being cut by invisible slashes. Now Kurosawa is on the battlefield of Marine Fando, and no one can stop him anymore. Gee ha ha ha! Laozi is here. Warring States. Bite. Chapter 64. Nowadays, Kurosawa no longer needs to hide, and the complete domain of demon-subduing chef is directly and completely embodied in front of the world. High in the sky, countless marine pirates were trembling with fear as they looked at the sudden appearance of the demon-slaying shrine. What on earth is this? It's so weird. And why does it make me feel so evil? Is that something created by Colonel Kurosawa? It's simply, terrifyingly strong. The boundless strange aura was released from the demon-suppressing shrine. Just floating quietly in the air made people feel creepy. Even the elite lieutenant general of the Marine headquarters who had experienced battles in the field suddenly felt extremely oppressive. He was so far away. Such a distance, the palm holding the blade in his hand could not stop shaking. Huo Xiaoshan held a cigarette in his mouth and murmured, "Kurosawa. Are you the reincarnation of Azura? This murderous aura is too strong." Domain, the demon-subduing chef's embodied demon-subduing shrine. Each bone shimmers with an eerie light, telling of endless death and sorrow. On top of the shrine, the black-haired boy's eyes flashed blue, he grinned with a white fang, and an invisible slash roared out, covering Marco's figure instantly. Swish, swish, swish. The power of invisible slashes has been greatly improved after the demon-subdued chef in the domain has been upgraded to level 5, so even Marco, who has also made great progress and completed the awakening of his devil fruit ability, is still difficult to withstand. After all, Marco awakened the phantom beast species, the bird fruit, and the phoenix form. Although his physical and mental transformation and even his domineering power under the influence of the power of the heart have been broken through, he can face the current level 5 field, the demon-suppressing chef slash. Or it was defeated in an instant. Even the high-grade weapons haki hardening or entanglement could not withstand the cursed slash from Kurosawa. The extreme pain from all over the body instantly swept through Marco's brain. Then everyone saw that in the sky, the phoenix exuding strange blue immortal flames shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Captain Marco! He gave Captain Marco to him all at once. A red figure looked up at the sky, and Sakaski's pupils reflected the tragic situation of Marco the Phoenix. He didn't have the slightest sympathy, but could not help but feel doubts in his heart. The power used by Kurosawa is an invisible slash? The regeneration ability that can even block my Dark Hound seems unable to withstand Kurosawa's attack. Sakaski was shocked. As an awakened rockberry fruit user, with one Dark Hound attack, he could be said to be dead or maimed under the 4 emperors. Even for a monster as powerful as Whitebeard, after taking one of his Dark Hound shots, his health bar was suddenly dropped to the kill line. The destructive power is so strong that it is definitely a well-deserved T0 level among Logia fruit abilities. But with this amount of damage, is it even better than Kurosawa? Sakaski felt incredible, and so did Marco, but he could not even moan in pain after being cut into pieces. Marco's last vision was just to see Kurosawa grinning, and then all his senses disappeared. In the severe pain, less than 2.5 seconds had passed in the outside world, and he already felt that a century had passed. When the fight reaches this point, this guy's level of damage output will definitely not last for long. I just need to get through it. Marco, who has a strong will, relies on the obsession in his heart to force the regeneration ability of the devil fruit to continue to operate. Otherwise, the moment Marco is swallowed up by the extreme pain, he will die because he can no longer maintain his ability. Cut into blood mist. But Marco's calculation was wrong. When the invisible slash cut his body into pieces less than the size of a small finger, Kurosawa's eyes flashed, and he faced the target of the slash in the field, Demon Fighting Chef. The focus has changed. Swish, swish, swish. It was also an invisible slash, but this time, Marco really felt that his soul was being slaughtered. Perhaps out of soul self-preservation, endless fear forcibly awakened Marco's soul consciousness. At this moment, while Marco was being tortured crazily by huge pain, the consciousness in his soul could even detect that all his abilities were rapidly disappearing. Dominance, body, vitality, voice, etc., as long as they are possessed by a normal life with a soul, are being stripped away by the demon-subduing chef's slashes. Just like a butcher killing a fish, peeling off the scales layer by layer, and then gnawing them all away. This is the demon-subduing chef. Kurosawa smiled even more when he saw this, but something beyond his expectation was that under the powerful perception of the heaven-defying 6 eyes, a group of people appeared quietly in the collapse of a building in Malinfando caused by Whitebeard. Why are these guys here so early? Kurosawa was aware of Blackbeard's appearance, but why was Douglas Bullet beside him also here? Something unexpected happened for unknown reasons. After all, in the original plot direction, Douglas Bullet was once a powerful force in the Whitebeard Pirates, but he appeared as the big boss in the theatrical version, and his character was naturally extremely unruly. Kurosawa was very curious as to what reason Blackbeard Teach used to pull him here. On the execution platform, bang, bang, bang. Ace's face was pale, and tears kept flowing from his eyes. He was so remorseful that he was frantically hitting the floor with his headbutt. I'm sorry everyone. I'm sorry Dad. It's me who hurt you. Stop and leave here. I, a sinner, don't need you to save me. However, no one will change because of Ace's words. On the battlefield at this time, those who should be chased and killed, those who should flee for their lives, those who are confused are still confused. The words of a man in chains have no weight. In a pool of blood, Kabi, who had lost an arm, suddenly woke up. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Hoo hoo, ah. As soon as Kabi recovered from the shock, he screamed in pain from the severe pain in his broken arm. Bellamab quickly comforted him. Kirby, cheer up. We Marine are going to win. That Kurosawa will kill Whitebeard. Nanny. Hearing this, Kabi seemed to have lost his life. At this moment, his outlook on life had collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Marco. Obtaining a billion level bounty of 137,400 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving the phased achievement reward unlocking conditions, the fall of the Whitebeard captains, 7/15. Chapter 65. Reward, 100 million level bounty value plus 40,000 points. Current bounty value of 100 million level, 315,100 points. Another surge in bounty value. Kurosawa smiled slightly and said, System, keep adding more points to me. On the battlefield, a figure moved furtively. Moria looked at Kurosawa in the sky and his teeth itched with hatred. Damn Kurosawa, he actually cut Whitebeard's body in half. But Marco seems to be even worse. He was cut into countless pieces, and I don't know if the hogback guy can be sewn back together. Fu. Where do you want to go? Behind Mariah, a pink figure quietly appeared. As Doflamingo's fingers tightened, Mariah's body was unable to move. What's going on? My body, why can't I move? Moria's face was ferocious, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. He was so angry that he couldn't help shouting when he heard the laughter. Doflamingo! UBD actually attacked me? We are all Shishibukai. Phew. If he's dead, isn't he dead? Doflamingo smiled ferociously and continued, the government will not avenge a dead person, let alone a pirate. Moria, a hole. Phew. Today's show was really enjoyable, but it's time to end. Just when Doflamingo was about to take action, click, the sound of a bullet being loaded came from not far away from him. Don't move, our captain has something to talk to you about. Doflamingo turned his head and glanced at the speaker. Are you Van Oka? Why are you here? Where is Teach? Also, who are you to be worthy of ordering me? After saying that, Doflamingo sneered and moved his fingers suddenly. Bang! Bullet, as promised, okay. Blackbeard Teach's eyes flashed with strong ambition. Looking at the messy Malinfando, he was already ready to make a move. Douglas Bullet didn't say much, but looked at the righteous figure on the execution platform with a somewhat fanatical look. You do your thing, just don't hinder me. Gee ha ha ha. That's exactly what it is. Whoa. There was a sound of breaking wind, and Bullet's figure disappeared. On the battlefield, boom. 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 Although Whitebeard and several captains had been killed, it would still take a lot of time to kill nearly 50,000 pirates. Straw Hat Luffy kept dodging attacks from various elites. Under the influence of the will of the world, like a pair of invisible hands, he was sent to the execution platform step by step. Under the influence of this power, even a marine general with a level of combat power would not be able to kill Straw Hat Luffy with one blow due to various reasons. That pineapple-headed uncle is actually dead too. Ho ho. Luffy was breathing heavily, his eyes shrinking wildly as he looked at the nearly invincible figure in the sky, but he still wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Ace, I'm here to save you. On the execution platform, the soldier in charge of executing Ace, pretended to be Mr. 3, was already sweating profusely. At this moment, he was yelling crazily in his heart, stop yelling. If you get targeted by the marine god of killing in the sky, you'll be doomed. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 100,000 points of 100 million level bounty value. Spell reversal he upgraded to LV5. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 100,000 points of billion level bounty value. Technique 8 has been upgraded to LV5. Ding! It is detected that multiple host skills have reached LV5. Unlock skill upgrade rewards. Random prize pool draw. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the alien summoning card *1, legendary level. Oh? What is this? The corner of Kurosawa's mouth curled up, as if he had picked up something terrible. Go on, add more. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully injecting 100,000 points of 100 million level bounty value. 8 Hideo Pulse has been upgraded to LV5. Remaining 100 million level bounty value, 15,100 points. Tisk, gone again. Kurosawa sighed, the cost is getting bigger and bigger. It's a pity that Douglas Bullet and this group of Shishibukai, now that Marine has withdrawn the bounty on them, there is not much value in killing them. Do we have to wait until Luffy blows up the world and the bounty increases? Immediately, Kurosawa thought of something and looked towards the execution platform, his eyes lit up. By the way, the system, can you let Sengoku issue an order to arrest these guys on the spot? Shishibukai really can't do it. That bullet can definitely put a reward on it. Ding! Duh! The reward value determined by the system must be approved by the world government, approved by the Marine Fleet Admiral, and finally the Marine Reward Department issues a reward order to be valid. Kurosawa, Ding! It is detected that the host's lack of clear explanation of system functions affects the host's happiness, triggering a special compensation reward. Ding! Special compensation rewards have been distributed to the system space, please check carefully. Hearing the sound of the system, Kurosawa was stunned for a moment. Is there such a good thing? Well, everything makes sense. Feeling happy again. His blue eyes swept across the battlefield. Monkey D. Luffy, Blackbeard Teach, Douglas Bullet, Keisha Jinbei, all of them are trying to cause destruction in Marine Land. With a sigh, Kurosawa decided to collect as much bounty value as possible before these people did. He raised his finger and pointed it at the captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Scarlet Curse power condensed and then blasted out instantly. Even if LV5's spell reversal he is instantaneous, its power and speed have exceeded the defense range of the captains. Boom, dash dash. A terrifying explosion came out, and the powerful air wave even overturned Straw Hat Luffy in the distance. This scene was seen by Boya Hancock, who had been paying attention to Luffy's actions. The suppressed emotions in her heart broke out at this moment. UBD. You actually attacked Luffy again. I will definitely make you pay the price. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing Hal Tower. Obtaining a billion level bounty value of 33,200 points. In the air, Kurosawa blew his fingers, showing satisfaction. In the eyes of the pirates, Kurosawa looked like a devil. Captain Halta. What kind of monster is this guy? He actually killed the captain instantly with one blow. After defeating Dad and the others, he still has such terrifying fighting power. He won't even be tired. Jinbei, Crocodile, and other powerful men also noticed this scene, with cold sweat oozing out from their foreheads. Even if the general is stopped, Marine still has such a monster, is there really any point in this war? Gee ha ha ha. Warring states. Lao Zi is here. Dark A cup ointment. With an evil laugh, the power of darkness like ink turned into a tide and gushed out crazily from under Blackbeard's palm, sweeping away the road ahead. This guy is, Teach. Warring states said angrily, how dare you rebel? At this time, Blackbeard Teach was also amazed after learning about the situation on the battlefield, but for the shock fruit, which was crucial to his plan, he had a reason to come. Gee ha ha ha. Kurosawa. Blackbeard Teach looked into the air, and a slim figure suddenly jumped up. Seeing this, Teach couldn't help but wonder, the Pirate Empress? Why did that BCH get involved? Unforgivable. If you hurt Luffy. Big fragrant feet. With a scream, the unparalleled domineering energy wrapped around the white leg, combined with a large amount of devil fruit power, would turn it into a stone and smash it into pieces at the slightest touch. Kurosawa looked at the snowy white that was getting closer and closer, with a cold expression on his face. I told you, but you still dare to take action, you already have a way to kill yourself. Buzz buzz. Scarlet rays of light gathered, and the next second, boom. Terrifying explosions spread in the sky. Luffy looked up at the falling figure in the sky, Hancock. Then, Luffy's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Kurosawa's figure flashing above the fallen boy Hancock, and then with the horror on the latter's pretty face, the bloody killing curse lighted up on the dark blade. 8 Hideo Pulse. The dark red blood blade that gathered a large amount of strange killing curse power quickly enlarged in Boya Hancock's eyes, and the arc surrounding it exploded and sputtered like an electromagnetic pulse. Under Straw Hat Luffy's stagnant gaze, he instantly penetrated Boya Hancock's body. The power of the dark red blood blade remains undiminished as it plunges straight into the earth. Zhang. Ding. Congratulations, host. By the way, Whitebeard may be resurrected next. Do you want to see Marco flying a Gundam? Chapter 66. Why did Colonel Kurosawa suddenly start a fight with Boya Hancock? Yeah, isn't she a Shishibukai? What a fart. This woman didn't see that she used her beauty and status to attack us and our children without restraint. In the darkness in the distance, the black-bearded Teach looked at Boya Hancock's body in the sky, his eyes emitted evil light, and he chuckled gee ha ha ha, from time to time. Pirate Empress, if you die like this, I'll take your fruit as well. Blackbeard Teach showed jagged teeth in his mouth, and with several of his men, he slowly and quickly began to approach Whitebeard's body. Bullet. It's up to you. This BD Teach, what's his purpose here? It can't be to rescue Ace, right? On the execution platform, Warring States frowned, his eyes scanning all over the battlefield. And that Pirate Empress, she's really a head-scratcher. Seeing the violent roar and explosion in the sky, Sengoku already acquiesced to Kurosawa's actions. It was just a Shishibukai, so just kill him. Whitebeard was dead anyway, and the general could completely free his hands. Marine was no longer there. They are needed. Even without these people, Marine, who represents justice, can still win this war in the name of justice. As Warring States and others watched, Kurosawa's figure flashed above Boya Hancock. The latter originally wanted to say harsh words, but with her keen sense, she immediately noticed Kurosawa's naked murderous intention. UBD man actually wants to kill me. I just want to teach you a trivial lesson. Boya Hancock's eyes shrank crazily as the cursed red light lit up, and the attacks gathered on the knife, were definitely a force that could endanger her life. The white fingers opened the pink charming heart in front of Boya Hancock's huge evil. Even if the charming power that spread out instantly was not felt personally, it was only through the spread that it was affected by Marine or the pirate's eyes have jumped out of his heart. Even the unlucky ones who were not careful were directly petrified by this force. Boya Hancock, who has fully activated his devil fruit ability, has reached the highest point of his own charm. Boya Hancock was very confident. If he were the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel back then and faced this move, even if he inserted a knife into his hand to drive away distracting thoughts with pain, it would still be of no avail. However, Boya Hancock saw a scene that shocked her beyond measure. Kurosawa's hair was dancing in the wind, her blue eyes were not wavered in the slightest by her devil fruit ability, and the scarlet magic power flashing on the dark blade was gathering faster and faster. Who is this man? Boya Hancock couldn't help but feel horrified. She hadn't been able to use her move yet. After all, the huge charming love she had condensed was already her limit in such a short period of time. Kurosawa's combo speed is so fast. The next moment, the power of the 8 Hideo pulse was fully charged, and it exploded at an unknown speed even faster than Porosalino's laser. The dark red light of the curse tore through the air in an instant, and the devil fruit heart that Boya Hancock used with all his strength was directly broken open as if it were made of paper. Then, under the gaze of those pupils that shrank into needles, the delicate body is instantly penetrated. The extreme pain spread throughout Boya Hancock's whole body in an instant. Straw Hat Luffy below could clearly see that after the 8 pulses penetrated the former's body, the delicate body began to violently trembling and beating. Hancock! What did you do to her? Straw Hat Luffy's face was filled with anger for a moment, but before he could react. Boom! Dash dash! The dark red blood blade of the 8 Hideo, whose pulse increased, had already penetrated straight into the ground, and the terrifying power fluctuations rolled out crazily, knocking all the soldiers and Straw Hat Luffy far away, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Kabi in the distance looked at this scene with despair on his face. He covered his broken arm and murmured. How could this happen? Even such a strong senior Luffy was blown away by this guy, this monster. In the sky, Boya Hancock's body was frozen in midair by the dark red blood blade. After a violent tremor, the vitality in her pupils was on the verge of dissipating. Hancock! On the ground, Straw Hat Luffy climbed up with difficulty. He looked at the figure in the sky. His benefactor who had helped him so much in the process of rescuing Ace was wanted by this guy. Injury. Just like when we were in Sabayati, everyone was attracted by this guy. Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, Straw Hat Luffy felt that deep sense of powerlessness again after a few days. Hiss! A large pink python with domineering energy wrapped around its body actually made an S-shaped movement in the air and quickly killed Kurosawa. What a domineering python! Kurosawa smiled slightly and put his hand on Boya Hancock's head. Under careful control, the severe painful stimulation allowed the dying Boya Hancock to briefly regain his vision. Then, in Boya Hancock's confused eyes, the pink python that had been accompanying her day and night was instantly broken into dozens of pieces, the bright red blood spurted into blood mist, and her vision was blurred by anger. It's your choice. The cold voice echoed in Boya Hancock's ears like a devil's whisper. Before the latter could express his anger, Kurosawa grabbed her head and slammed it down to the ground. Bang! The rock cracked, and blood continued to flow out. Boa Hancock was no longer heard, and now Shishibukai, the king of Amazon Lily Country, and the generation of pirate empress came to an end. Hancock! Straw Hat Luffy roared angrily, his nails digging deeply into his flesh due to excessive force. The remaining Shishibukai couldn't help but feel chills running down their spines when they saw this scene. This Kurosawa actually dared to kill Boya Hancock. He was a pirate under his command recognized by the government. Phew, can this be considered a confrontation with the world government? Doflamingo looked playful. Jinbei's expression was solemn, this person's strength is a bit too tricky. Gee haha. Well done, Kurosawa, it's a pity that there is such a big blood hole. Blackbeard Teach looked at the motionless body on the ground. On that slender waist, a terrifying blood hole continued to flow. There was blood, and there was still dark red magic power left in it, but it was mixed with blood and it was not obvious. Bullet's side will be fine soon. Stepping on Boya Hancock's head, Kurosawa looked coldly and said nothing. Straw Hat Luffy had already gotten up from the ground. He looked at Kurosawa with a gloomy expression, "Take your feet off." Seeing this, Kurosawa was slightly startled, and then he raised the corners of his mouth playfully, stepped on Boya Hancock's soles, crushed them a few times, and then pressed them down hard. Bang! Straw Hat Luffy's face instantly turned red. It was at this time. Boom! On the battlefield of Malinfando, sudden changes occurred. Sengoku, Garp, come on, let me see if you have improved over the years. Medium bullet. A heavy-duty robot that was completely black and exuded a terrifying aura appeared on the battlefield at an unknown moment. After a loud bang, it flew rapidly towards the execution platform. Warring State's expression changed. This guy is the descendant of that devil? Why is he here? Gee haha. That's it, turn the battlefield upside down. As Blackbeard Teach smiled evilly, a tall figure like Marine's headquarters, Malinvondo, appeared in the shadows, and his huge palm slapped hard towards the execution platform. Captain, the preparations are ready. Shiryu of the Rain slowly put away his knife, and several Marine soldiers fell to the ground. Ding! Host's current situation is detected. Congratulations to host for triggering a new life choice. Life choice 1, face Marshal D. Teach and want to seize the power of the shock fruit. Chapter 67. On the giant tree in Sabayati, Rayleigh's eyes flashed crazily, looking at Boya Hancock lying on the ground. His eyes couldn't stop the murderous intent flowing. Kurosawa. The body turned somewhere, and Rayleigh's figure disappeared. At the same time, people around the world expressed regret after seeing Boya Hancock die. You really don't know how to show mercy to women. That's right. Such a beautiful woman was killed just like that. What a waste. I don't think so. Oh. You mean the Empress is not dead yet? No, I mean, if I were there, it wouldn't be wasted. On the battlefield of Malinfando, Kurosawa looked at the red and warm straw hat Luffy without paying any attention. Instead, he was immersed in the sweet echo in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Boya Hancock and completing the lucky life choice, the end of the Empress. Reward, 100 million level bounty value plus 100,000 points. Ding! It was detected that the host performed well, causing Boya Hancock to die in humiliation while making the children of the world feel pain. Get extra lucky rewards. Extra lucky reward, super hardening, Max. I'm super hard. System, can this thing be used in battle? That's it, it's better than nothing, maybe it can be used one day in the future. Ding! Host's current situation is detected. Congratulations to host for triggering a new life choice. Life choice 1, facing Marshal D. Teach who wants to seize the power of the shock fruit. You, as a noble person, choose to intercept him and severely humiliate him with justice. Reward, evaluated based on performance. Life choice 2, due to the huge pressure from the Whitebeard Pirates, you choose to turn a blind eye, stand by and let them seize the power of the shock fruit. Reward, Angler, LV1. Life choice 3, faced with Marshal D. Teach's betrayal of Marine, you have a strong sense of justice and cannot tolerate it, so you choose to suppress the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Reward, Dark God aversion upgraded to LV2. Tisk. Looking at the options in his mind, Kurosawa was a little confused. The skill of Angler sounds very ordinary, but in fact it has something. Simply meaning, after defeating a pirate and letting him run away, when you kill him in the future, the bounty you receive will be doubled. The doubling of Angler LV1 reaches 200%. Upgrading Dark God to LV2 is equally tempting, directly saving 300 billion level bounty value. Interesting. Kurosawa raised the corner of his mouth, completely ignoring the rubber fist that Straw Hat Luffy hit. Second gear, rubber machine gun. The rubber fist was faster and more powerful after being accelerated by the second steam. Even the iron block of an ordinary major general could not be completely defended. However, when it hit Kurosawa, the latter did not make any defensive posture. Let Luffy punch his body. Seeing this scene, Crocodile silently took a puff of his cigar, and couldn't help but complain. Haha, another Marine who is about to lose to the Straw Hat. If nothing else goes wrong, the next scene should be Kurosawa being beaten away by Straw Hat Luffy, hey? In the astonished eyes of everyone, Straw Hat Luffy's fists rained down on Kurosawa, but the latter's body did not move at all. Garp, who had been secretly watching Luffy's actions, his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. Although he was older, he could still see that Kurosawa didn't seem to be using an iron block or some domineering defensive move. It felt like Luffy's attacks couldn't touch him. Among the few people who also saw it, Mihawk was surprised. It's really getting harder and harder to see through you, Kurosawa. On the execution platform, Mr. 3 shouted with his heart broken. Lemon Straw Hat. Why are you provoking this god of death if nothing happens? Ace can't save him. And that big robot heading towards the execution platform is as handsome as my wax boxing champion, but are you an ally? Don't wait and beat me to death too. With warring states on the side, Mr. 3 was at a loss for words at the moment, so he could only secretly pray to warring states for some help. Ah! Straw Hat Luffy yelled crazily, completely unaware that his attack had no effect. Luffy-senpai. Kabu wanted to shout, but his remaining cerebellum prevented him from shouting out completely. Otherwise, if the surrounding Marines heard it, they would be the first to chop him down. Die. On the high execution platform, warring states looked at the figure bombarding the battlefield without saying a word. His eyes turned to the figure in black uniform. Just teach, Shiryu, why are you? The only response to Sengoku was Shiryu's sneer. Boom. 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 Violent explosions are heard with every step of the medium-sized robot. Even if the elite lieutenants of the headquarters join forces, it is extremely difficult to stop it. It's unmistakable, this guy is Douglas Bullet. He is called the descendant of the devil. His fighting power is really amazing. His aura is almost the same as that monster Whitebeard. Isn't he locked up in the 6th floor of the great prison under the sea? Why is he here? The medium-sized robot controlled by Bullet approached quickly. Flying Squirrel and Huo Xiaoshan looked at each other. They grasped the blade tightly in their hands, and the muscles of their whole bodies bulged, and the strongest domineering energy wrapped around them. Lieutenant General Glory. Buzz. The sharp cold light shot out by the 2 Marine elite lieutenants with full cooperation was generated on the battlefield, and the powerful domineering force roared towards Bullet with the sound of breaking wind. Where did all these trash fish come from? Get out of here, the person Lao Zi is looking for is warring states Garp. While Bullet was laughing, the medium-sized robot punched out, Chiang. The domineering power of the giant fist collided with the Swaliang slash, and then the Swaliang slash began to tremble violently, and then exploded with a bang. It only made him stop for a moment. Seeing this situation, Huo Xiaoshan and Flying Squirrel had extremely solemn expressions. The next moment, the body of the medium-sized robot exploded, but its huge size did not affect its speed at all. Careful! Boom! Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel raised his knife to block Huo Xiaoshan in front of him. The terrifying power vibrated. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel bled instantly and was then blasted away. Bullet's smile never faded. The constant fighting made him feel that the blood in his body was gradually awakening. The medium-sized robot raised its palm and slapped it again towards Huo Xiaoshan. Bang! Huo Xiaoshan, who was not at his peak state, was also unable to parry the powerful and heavy blow. He was slapped into the ground by a palm. Countless gravels were blasted out by the force. The power of the terrifying palm wind did not diminish and spread suddenly. He actually swept Straw Hat Luffy, who was attacking Kurosawa, into the ruins. Instructor. Miguel looked extremely anxious as he looked at Huo Xiaoshan in the pit. However, with his strength, he was unable to rescue him in time. Under Bullet's ferocious smile, Huo Xiaoshan struggled to get up, but the former did not give him any chance to breathe. The medium-sized robot's giant fist was packed with strong domineering force and he quickly struck down. It's over. The fist quickly enlarged in Huo Xiaoshan's eyes, and then... boom, dash dash. The scarlet curse power suddenly blasted out, blasting the medium-sized robot's body straight into the ground, stirring up dust and smoke several feet high. You actually gave me that bullet. Blackbeard Teach looked at this scene in shock. Unexpectedly, a black-haired figure appeared above him in the next second. Looking at those blue eyes, Blackbeard Teach suddenly had the idea of being invincible in his heart. In midair, Blue Eyes looked down, the corners of his mouth were raised, and his mouth opened and closed. Kneel down. Chapter 68. Burn Yamanaka General. Amidst the screams of the Marine soldiers, Bullet's medium-sized robot's giant fist was about to smash the flaming mountain, and a scarlet curse blast slammed the medium-sized robot into the ground. That's Colonel Kurosawa. Colonel Kurosawa takes action. Boss. Miguel looked excitedly at the figure with black hair and blue eyes in the air, his eyes flashing with light. Compared to the Marine soldiers who were excited to see Kurosawa continue to take action, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were even more frightened. The Blackbeard Teach, who faced Kurosawa's pressure, looked equally ugly. Teach didn't see the scene of Kurosawa killing Whitebeard, but the pirate Empress Boya Hancock actually died in front of him, and Bullet was suppressed by just one move, which all the lieutenant generals couldn't deal with together. The speed of the attack was extremely difficult for even him to react to. This Kurosawa's strength is simply not that much stronger than the Shishibukai conference that started that day in Marijoya. Drops of cold sweat seeped out from Teach's forehead. His mouth was slightly open, and his brain was thinking of countermeasures rapidly. However, his crew members did not think so. Vhahahaha. UBD is too presumptuous. Punch Lao Z. A strong figure wearing a mask jumped up towards Kurosawa. It was Blackbeard Teach's man Boss's Badgers. Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged while he was suspended in mid-air, but his palms were facing Badgers. A blue-white light surged behind Badgers, and the terrifying gravity directly pulled Badgers back into the air. What? With a flick of Kurosawa's palm, boom! The blue and white light swept Badgers into it and threw him directly into the ruins, causing a violent explosion. Almost at the moment Kurosawa threw away his hand, bang, a gunshot rang out, and Van Oka said with an indifferent expression, "Who allowed you to talk to Captain Teach like this?" Looking at the incoming bullet, Kurosawa didn't even blink. Just when Van Oka secretly rejoiced, thinking that Kurosawa's flaw had been caught and he was about to succeed, a scene that shocked him happened. Nanny, the bullet stopped. Van Oka's eyes widened, and there was a deep look of disbelief in his eyes. He immediately saw Kurosawa's eyes turning to him. When the two eyes met, Van Oka's heart trembled suddenly. The next second, Kurosawa's figure appeared in front of Van Oka, and the blue and white magic light surged on Kurosawa's fist. The terrifying suction force was mixed with the armed domineering force, and then he punched out. Boom! The terrifying power spread throughout his body. Van Oka felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. His body instantly curled up due to the severe pain, like a cooked shrimp. He vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and then was hit by this wave. The power flew out and disappeared. Hey, hey, hey! Wait, wait, wait! Seeing this situation, the remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates assumed fighting postures as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only then did Blackbeard Teach hurriedly shout. "How can you take action without my order?" Kurosawa silently watched the performance of this group of people in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Blackbeard Pirates had the same interests when they were founded. If it really comes to a life-or-death situation, they will inevitably fly away when disaster strikes. Now it seems that their performance is indeed like this. Even though they all look like fighting postures, in fact, under the observation of Kurosawa's LV5 heaven-defying 6 eyes, the rest of the Blackbeard Pirates are all the soles of my feet are already oiled, and I will run away immediately if I have the chance. Kurosawa turned sideways and looked at Teach beside him. Interesting. Looking at those blue eyes, the black-bearded Teach felt something bad. He hurriedly stepped back and distanced himself from Kurosawa. The dark blade reflected a cold light that penetrated people. Teach didn't want to be hacked to death with such a close sword. His grand plan for hegemony was just about to begin. Gee haha. After reading this, Teach chuckled, Kurosawa, at least we have worked together once before, so you must be too cruel. Stop talking nonsense, Teach, I know your purpose. Kurosawa looked at Blackbeard and said in a voice that only a few people could hear. Hey! Teach's expression suddenly changed. Although he was extremely surprised, he knew that he was good at seeing people's hearts. Kurosawa didn't lie. Does this guy really know the secret of the dark fruit? Teach, gee haha, I didn't expect you to know so much. After everything is done, I can fulfill one of your wishes in the future, how about it? Hearing this, the expressions of the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates changed one after another. They didn't even ask what their wishes were. Teach did not promise such a heavy temptation at the beginning. Teach continued, you can become a marine general or join me. In response, Kurosawa just sneered, you seem to have misunderstood something. Nanny? Teach wondered. Kurosawa stretched out a finger and said, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will let you pass. Ha! Teach's expression changed, as did the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Avalo Pizarro, kowtow? Do you think pirates don't have any respect for themselves? Lafayette, young people have some ability but really lack education. Katrin Daime, such a good-looking guy, leave it to me in the end. Baskshot burped his wine. Poison Q and Zhuang trembled. Shiryu didn't say a word, but murderous aura surged in his eyes, and his palm holding the handle of the knife became harder. His long-term sense of crisis told him that this Kurosawa is very strong. Although it is motivated by profit, at least face is still needed. This group of maggots gathered for profit couldn't bear to humiliate their own captain in this way. However, just when several members of the black group were ready to take action, Kurosawa made the first move. The next moment, Kurosawa's figure disappeared. In the horrified eyes of everyone. Whoa! An ugly head flies high. Chapter 69. Until her death, Katrin Daime still maintained her previous smile. Kurosawa's voice sounded coldly, I originally wanted to keep it, but it's just too disgusting to have you alone. A thing like Katrin Daime actually wanted to play with him. Thinking of that look in his eyes, Kurosawa would probably be unable to sleep at night if he didn't kill him. So even if this guy's bounty will skyrocket in the future, Kurosawa doesn't want to wait any longer. Hey! Hey! Why are you so murderous? Teach's face was extremely ugly, and dark ominous power surged in his palm, which was his starting move before releasing the dark water. Click! Shiryu's sword was instantly unsheathed and aimed at Kurosawa beside him. At the same time, the former's back was wet with cold sweat. Shiryu was shocked, this guy's speed was beyond imagination. The remaining members of the black group looked at their friends who were chatting and laughing before, and now they have turned into headless corpses and slowly fell down. Boom! The head that was flying high landed on the ground. Looking at this scene, the spirits of several members of the black group have become highly tense at this moment. Several pairs of eyes are staring at Kurosawa, for fear that they will be the next person to end up like this. With extremely gloomy expressions, they just watched Kurosawa turn around slightly. Such a movement almost made them jump. After a moment, Lafayette whispered, Captain, why don't you just obey him? It's just a kowtow, nothing you can't beat. Du Q and Zhuang were already scared out of their wits, so they agreed, yes, yes, Captain. If you kowtow, your life will be saved. Avalo Pizarro also changed his arrogance, that's right, Captain, compared to life, face is nothing. The death of his companion also made the drunk Baskshot sober up a lot at this time. A whole Teach looked at a few people and couldn't help cursing in his heart. It's not you who are kowtowing. You keep your word. Teach said coldly. Kurosawa smiled slightly, of course. At this time, the marine soldiers and pirates in the distance looked at the conflict between Kurosawa and the Blackbeard Pirates, and they were a little confused. I injured several crew members and cut off one man's head in front of him. Why don't you start doing this? Do you know that the guy who died just now was a great pirate who once roamed the sea? Katrin Dime. He was actually killed by that BD Kurosawa in one fell swoop. The dark power slowly shrank back from Blackbeard's palm, and finally disappeared. Teach walked towards Kurosawa. Shiryu frowned when he saw this. Teach. I have my own plan. Teach walked up to Kurosawa with a sullen face. That's it, that's all. Now Marine's combat power is obviously at an advantage. It is too risky to rely on a bullet and the Whitebeard Pirates without Whitebeard to take advantage of the chaos and seize the fruits. And as time goes by, the chance of success will become smaller and smaller, and he can't delay it any longer. What does it mean to just kowtow for the dream in your heart? Boom! In the shocked eyes of everyone, Teach knocked his head heavily towards Kurosawa. What's going on? That Teach. Why are you kowtowing to Colonel Kurosawa? What the hell, you killed your own crew and kowtowed to the other party. In the distance, Kabi was originally expecting that maybe the Blackbeard Pirates could kill Kurosawa, but reality gave him a head-on blow. What on earth is going on in this world? Ever since Kurosawa appeared, Kabi's life has never been better. Boom! There were two more sounds of the head hitting the floor tiles, and the skin of the black-bearded Teach even broke on his forehead. Seeing Teach kowtow, Kurosawa was a little surprised. My scalp is even broken, it's just a joke, you're too serious. Hearing this, Teach stood up, and the vicious light in his eyes that was about to go berserk was forcibly suppressed. Are you kidding? That's okay. Gee haha. Of course, I'm not someone who breaks my word. You can go over there. Kurosawa turned sideways and got out of the way. Gee haha. Teach had a gloomy face, and when he saw Kurosawa really getting out of the way, he felt a little happy. His eyes glanced at Whitebeard's corpse on the ground, and he gradually became excited. It was the power of an earthquake that could stir up the world. Teach then thought about it, if he could just get the power of the Zhen fruit, just kowtow would really be nothing. Several members of the Blackbeard Pirates passed by Kurosawa one after another, their eyes fixed on Kurosawa from beginning to end, for fear that the murderous god would suddenly become violent. Only the drunken Buster Choate walked past Kurosawa. Aside. Maybe he was drunk and blurted out. Boy, keep a line in your behavior so that we can meet again in the future. Kurosawa curled his lips when he heard this. Who said you can leave? After the words fell, the steps of the black group members stopped, and an extremely powerful aura enveloped them instantly, as if they were being targeted by a hell shura. Their bodies were unable to move under the suppression of this power. What? Boom! With a scream, blood spattered, and a violent impact followed. One of Buster Choate's arms flew up, and at the same time, his body was instantly blasted into the ground by a powerful force. Kurosawa! What are you doing? Under the horrified gazes of the Blackbeard Pirates, Kurosawa's lips curled up in a mocking expression. I didn't say, you can leave. A hole. Several members of the black group were frightened and wanted to fight back. However, Kurosawa's current speed had already exceeded their reaction limit. He just relied on the least lethal spell among many skills, Shun Kang, to kill several people in 2 places. Defeat them all within seconds. Controlled by Kurosawa, Kang firmly embedded his body into the ruins of the wall. In the end, only Shiryu and Blackbeard were left. Teach's expression was ugly, and the power of the darkness fruit surged out crazily. A hole. Go to hell. Dark water. Woo. The gravitational pull from the dark devil fruit was instantly released, and Teach smiled proudly. Under this gravitational pull, as long as the opponent has a devil fruit ability, no matter whether it is body elementalization or any other method, it will inevitably fall into his hands. However, the next second, Teach's face froze. In his stunned eyes, Kurosawa's body did not move at all. Seeing this confusion, Shiryu was ready to give Kurosawa a fatal blow when he sucked Teach's palm, but what is the situation now? Teach. How? Before Shiryu could think about it, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he slashed towards the side with his sword instinct. Chiang! A strong wind blew up, and Shiryu's saber's thunderstorm and darkness collided and caused a lot of sparks. Feeling the opponent's terrifying swordsmanship, Kurosawa smiled slightly. Shiryu's strength was even higher than Baista. Presumably these guys will set a good bounty in the future. Captain, let me help you. A voice came from the sky, and the huge palm of San Juan Wolf struck down with one blow. Like a blow from a mountain, the air was squeezed out and bursts of wind were heard, which clearly shows how terrifying its power is. Teach looked at the falling shadow and his expression changed drastically. Hey, hey, hey! Are you an idiot? If this continues, even Lao Zi will be beaten to death by you. Whoa! Kurosawa's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in mid-air, his blue eyes scanning the huge figure in the sky. I almost forgot, there is you. Spell reversal H. 3 scarlet rays of light flashed at the fingertips, one of which shot high into the sky, and the other 2 shot towards Shiryu. On the ground, Teach and Shiryu were shrouded in red light, and the scarlet light reflected the changes in their complexions extremely clearly. Boom! Boom! After the violent explosion, ah! Damn it! Why does it hurt so much? It was obviously only a little affected. Teach tossed and turned in the ruins, foaming at the mouth. Later, during Buggy's real-time broadcast, under the attention of the world, Kurosawa's figure appeared next to Teach. Out of kindness, Kurosawa put his foot on Teach's face to help him stabilize his body to prevent him from rolling around and getting hurt by sharp gravel. Ugh! BD, you don't follow the rules. You promised to let me go. Teach even shouted in shock and anger. Kurosawa raised the corners of his mouth. Rules? My rules are the rules. Chapter 70. That Colonel Marine was too cruel. He actually blew up that huge thing with one blow. Hey, hey! Do you know who the guy with the knife is? That guy is the deputy warden of the legendary Great Prison Under the Sea. How could he join Blackbeard Teach's command? Fortunately, Kurosawa took action. Now it seems that Marine Headquarters' victory is certain this time. Even Teach Blackbeard has been trampled under his feet. I really don't know what strength these pirates have. I don't think so. Did you see that huge robot just now? What? That robot is indeed very powerful. Even so many lieutenant generals couldn't stop it, but wasn't it knocked down by Kurosawa with just one blow? No, 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 you will understand as you read on. Douglas Bullet, who is known as the descendant of the devil, how could he be defeated so easily? If he survives until now, his combat power is probably no less than that of Pluton Rayleigh at his peak. Huh? Really or not? On the battlefield of Malinfando, Sengoku, who has always been on the execution platform, looked at the overall situation. In the current war situation, the remaining captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Josie, combined with the 2 super-powerful forces of Crocodile and Keixia Jinbei, were able to barely block Kuzan and Porisalino. Several times came to rescue. At the same time, under the orders of Whitebeard and Marco before they died, the Whitebeard Pirates had transformed from the main charge at the beginning to covering Straw Hat Luffy on his way to the execution platform. Almost all the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates fleet have entered Marine Vendun Bay. The Blackbeard Pirates, who were supposed to suddenly appear, actually brought criminals imprisoned in the Great Prison Under the Sea with them. Thanks to you again, Kurosawa. Sengoku looked at the figure with Blackbeard on Teach's feet and smiled sincerely. If it hadn't been for Kurosawa's intervention, the war has developed to this point, and the situation is probably causing even him a headache. Shiryu and the group of criminals imprisoned in the 6th level of Eternal Hell were easily eliminated by Kurosawa. It is unimaginable that Kurosawa's combat power could reach such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. Ha ha ha, it seems that the original rank of colonel awarded was too conservative. Thinking of this, Warring States turned his eyes to the huge robot that fell in the ruins. Heir of the devil, what is your purpose? But these are not important now. All evil will be drowned in the fire. The time has come to launch the wall plan. Following the Warring States period's command, rumble, rumble. Vibrating with violent sounds, extremely hard walls rose from the inner bay of Marine land. In less than 10 seconds, they had completely surrounded the inner bay of Marine land. Became an iron bucket. At the same time, on the huge rising surrounding wall, fully loaded super heavy artillery is deployed. The power of each shelling is nearly 10 times more powerful than an ordinary warship cannon. And now the pirates trapped in the siege wall have become living targets, allowing Marine to slaughter them. Give me the order, get all fired up, and fire. Boom 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 boom. A whole Sengoku. The power of this bombardment is too terrifying. Are we surrounded? What's going on with these walls that suddenly rise from all directions? Damn it, hurry up and break it. It's useless. Ordinary shelling can't leave traces on it. If Dad is still here, there may be a chance to break it. Kurosawa stepped on Teach and glanced at the huge rising wall. Holding the script, he naturally knew that the defensive strength of this wall was not even broken by Whitebeard's shock wave. Ah, it seems your end is coming. Kurosawa slowly crushed Teach with the soles of his feet, teasing him in a relaxed tone. At the same time, he moved his fingers lightly, and struck the ladder with slender chops one after another. Under the blessing of the curse of the King of Curse, the crazy erosion of the curse left Teach's skin open and bloody. At the same time, Blackbeard, who had already suffered more pain because of the dark fruit, was completely unable to hold back anymore. Already broken. Ah! BD Kurosawa! Can you let Laozi go? Ah, it really hurts me to death. The ferocious bloodshot eyes filled Teach's 2 eyeballs, and the severe pain compressed the nerves and even made his eyeballs bulge out, as if they were about to explode in the next second. In fact, under this level of pain, Teach fainted twice in just 3 seconds, but was soon awakened by Kurosawa's stimulation in different ways. And the muscles in every part of Teach's body experienced severe spasms under the extreme pain. Yes, spasms occurred in all parts. The feeling is like being twisted into a twist and then repeatedly pressed and rubbed on the ground. It's not too sore. Teach's mouth was filled with blood foam. If it weren't for the shock fruit in front of him, he really wanted to die like this. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the first choice in life. Congratulations to host for making Teach feel the pain that cannot be cured in his life. The performance rating is S. Reward, Marshal D. Teach Soul Control, the King of Curses upgraded to LV2. Oh! Looking at the system prompts in his mind, Kurosawa looked at Teach at his feet and his eyes became strange. Marshal D. Teach Soul Control, you can control Marshal D. Teach's body at any time under any circumstances, regardless of space and time, and you can erase his soul with your thoughts at any time. Seeing the introduction of soul control, Teach was no longer as disgusting as before in Kurosawa's eyes, but instead looked like an extremely loyal and ultimate workman. Isn't this equivalent to having one more 4 Emperor's level pawn? Still the kind of die-hard loyalist who has no complaints. How delightful, Teach! Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the 3rd life choice at the same time. Strongly suppressed the entire Blackbeard Pirates. Reward, Dark and Divine Avoidance upgraded to LV2. Chapter 71. Ah! Does this count? System. Ding. The system settlement is never wrong. Kurosawa was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. The first choice in life was to intercept and then humiliate Teach with justice, and the third choice was to suppress the entire group. He did all of these. Great, he already understands everything. Upgrading the King of Curse from LV1 to LV2 requires 1,500,000 million level bounty points, while Dark and Divine Avoidance costs 300,000 points, directly saving 450,000 points in the 100-million level bounty value. Earn money. Bang 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 bang. On the battlefield, as the surrounding wall rises. In addition to Kuzan and Porosalino, there is also a vacancy for a general, and he appears to be unstoppable on the battlefield. Gulu gulu. The extremely hot magma continuously gushes out from Sakaski's body. Every large piece of magma that overflows falls to the ground. The terrifying temperature can melt through the extremely hard floor in an instant. Monkey D. Luffy, the son of the most vicious criminal in the world, Dragon. With such a bloodline, you have become a pirate. I will never let you live. Sakaski's eyes were fierce, and his astonishing murderous intent locked onto the running Luffy through the crowd. Let's destroy your foothold first. Sakaski raised his hands high, and then turned into rolling lava. The red light emitted extreme heat. After his arms suddenly expanded, he continuously sprayed lava fire fists high into the air. Meteor volcano. After the lava fireball was shot into the high altitude, it fell rapidly under the influence of gravity, carrying more terrifying lethality, just like a meteor shower. However, the meteor shower created by Sakaski brought not good luck, but destruction. The terrifying molten fireball fell, and the sky became dim because of the fire. The ice surface of Marine Vendun Bay instantly turned into a sea of fire as the molten fireball crashed down. Countless pirates were either torn into pieces by shelling, or were directly melted into residue by lava fireballs, or were stunned by heat waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. Their death was very miserable. Ace. Damn it, if this continues, how can I save you? Straw Hat Luffy watched helplessly as the surrounding wall rose to block Ace's vision, and he beat the ground unwillingly. What is different from the original plot is that the Kuzan ice cube was too hard, which led to insufficient power to raise the surrounding wall, and the corpse of Demon Ounce happened to be stuck in the gap between the rising wall, which led to the Warring States period. There are gaps in the wall plan. Now, before Demon Ounce could even take 2 steps, he was already hacked to death by Kurosawa. Naturally, he failed to fall in the gap of the surrounding wall. Sengoku's plan was executed perfectly. The pirates lost their foothold after the ice was melted by Sakaski's lava, and their situation was already in a precarious position. Not long after, Straw Hat Luffy's eyes became firm again. He didn't even have a moment to mourn for Boya Hancock's death, and his love to save his brothers immediately overcame everything. Jinbei! Help me, I'm going to save Ace. On the other side, due to the rise of the surrounding wall, the real-time projection of the Marine's phone bug has been completely cut off. However, Sengoku unexpectedly said. Super Big Show, the Clown Buggy, the first live broadcaster in the history of pirates, his phone bug live broadcast is still going strong. With ultra-clear 1080p picture quality, even every pore of the character can be clearly seen. Without Marine's line live broadcast to compete for resources, Buggy the Clown's live broadcast has become the only one. At the urgent request of people all over the world, Buggy the Clown instantly dominated live broadcast shows around the world. Ha ha ha! Brothers! When Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates fight and both sides are defeated, all the treasures will be ours. Buggy the Clown laughed wantonly. His goal from beginning to end was to make a fortune. However, his words seemed to have misunderstood the younger brothers. His men looked at Buggy's figure. Against the backdrop of the fire that was about to fall in the sky, that figure looked so majestic. They all raised their arms in emotion and shouted. Whitebeard is dead, new 4 emperors are here to stay. A clown's smile can turn the world upside down. Oh 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 oh! What are you shouting about? Buggy said with a changed expression. At the same time, he looked around hurriedly for fear of being heard by the white-bearded sons. However, after Buggy's actions caught the eyes of his younger brothers. As expected of Captain Buggy, he was actually ready for battle so quickly. Even if he is in a safe place, he never forgets to be alert to the enemy at all times. Isn't this the basic combat quality of the 4 emperors? Hey, what is that? With a cry of surprise, a huge molten fireball hit Buggy. The latter suddenly looked horrified, and then moved to protect everyone in front of him. I'm so touched. Captain Buggy. Under such circumstances, you can actually think of training our reactions and combat capabilities. Buggy's face twitched. Are you idiots? Boom. The fire engulfed everything, and at the same time, on the surrounding wall directly in front of the execution platform, layers of dark purple vortexes spiraled like quicksand, swallowing up all items. Even the main wall of the surrounding wall was covered by the dark purple vortex. Involved. It didn't take long for the dark purple vortex to condense into an expanding robot. Inside the robot's body, Bullet looks ferocious, and the combined fruit activates with all its strength. Feeling that as countless materials and robots merged, the power of control continued to surge, and Bullet's mentality gradually returned to boundless arrogance. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that Marine headquarters actually has such good materials for me to fuse together. It seems that Blackbeard guy didn't lie to me. On the high execution platform, Warring States looked at the shrinking surrounding wall and lost his voice in shock. How is that possible? This guy's fruit power can even absorb the surrounding wall created by Vegapunk's latest technology. At the same time, the struggling pirates also discovered the miraculously opened gap, and began to rush towards the surrounding wall one after another. Rush! Get over there! However, at the gap, a figure in red appeared. Gyalu gyalu. The molten liquid boiled, and deadly high temperature burst out. Dog bites Gurren. The fangs made of lava crushed everything in their path. No one can stop this high temperature red flame that burns everything. The remaining defeated generals, don't even think about getting past me. Sakaski's face was cold. He stood alone in front of the ever-dwindling surrounding wall, which was like a chasm that no one could cross. General Sakaski. A whole Akainu. Terrifying wind pressure came from above. Sakaski raised his head in shock, and a huge shadow had completely enveloped him. Super heavy artillery. As Bullet roared, a black fist that was bigger than the giants slammed into Sakaski with a strong domineering force. Boom, dash dash. Sakaski's body glowed red, and the hot molten lava rose up and hit the black fist. A huge explosion suddenly erupted, and layers of air waves mixed with the sputtering molten lava swept away. General Sakaski. Under the watchful eyes of all the Marines, Sakaski was punched and left with nothing but lava everywhere. Of course, the consequences of the black punch were not much better. Half of his fist melted in that blow. Pap. Plop. Tisk. The molten liquid continued to drip down, melting through the ground. Bullet controlled the part of the fist with the molten metal to fall off because it contained molten metal. When he cannot continue to unite. Feeling the pain in his hands, Bullet laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, General! The generals of this era are too weak. Dragon scales, counterattack, twin meteors. The dark red blood blade cut through the sky, and the clanging sound of the blade made Bullet in the robot feel like a ray of light was shining on his back. It was so sharp that he could not defend himself. Ding! Congratulations, host! Chapter 72. Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering a new life choice. Life choice 1, dealing with glass. Bullet is about to completely absorb a surrounding wall. The righteous host chooses to strike hard and successfully prevents it. Reward: the power of the shock fruit is upgraded to LV5. Life choice 2, regarding Bullet's actions, the arrogant host dismissed Bullet's actions and chose to ignore them. Reward: useful weather knowledge *1. Life choice 3, host chooses to put Bullet to the end, and kill all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates first. Reward: armed Haki upgraded to LV7. If we kill all Whitebeard's captains first, they will be too scattered on the battlefield, and Ace is still on the execution platform. We can't let him go there and execute him early, right? Moreover, Bullet is now constantly absorbing the surrounding wall through the combined fruit ability, and has almost completely opened a gap. Thinking of this, Kurosawa turned his eyes to somewhere, murmured something in his mouth, the dark blade in his hand trembled slightly, and then slashed out. With the blessing of the level 2 Curse King, the powerful and treacherous curse power quickly combined with domineering and sword skills. At the same time, it has a different effect from Sunyo's curse words. The technique and solution that Kurosawa used now not only greatly increased the power of the slashing due to the spell, but also greatly increased the speed of the slashing. Although the technique and solution are only LV3, this almost instantaneous slash can easily cut through the domineering defense on the surface of the Bullet robot. At the port of Marine Fando, a figure in a black cloak appeared. From the beginning of this war to the present, except for being affected by the shock caused by Whitebeard and taking action to resolve it himself, Mihawk has not taken any action from beginning to end. His goal has changed from the initial expectation and eagerness for Whitebeard. The strongest one has turned into a corpse even after fighting for a long time. Compared to Kurosawa, Whitebeard obviously couldn't make Mihawk happy. Finally, Mihawk's heavy-wheeled eagle eyes saw the dark red slash cutting through the sky, and deep excitement showed in his eyes. The power is still lacking, but the speed of this flying slash can be said to be the best in the world. The dark red sword light bloomed in the air. Almost at the moment Bullet mobilized his body, the slashing attack led by the technique and solution had already cut into the surface of the combined robot. The strength of the armed color Haki has always been a skill that Bullet is proud of. His innate talent gives him a huge reserve of Haki, which is enough to support him in hardening the armed color Haki and blessing his whole body. Moreover, Bullet's armament color is hardened to such a degree that even if it has to cover a huge body, it will not lose its strength. But the moment he was hit by the dark red slash, his body felt an unprecedented pain. A low growl with gritted teeth sounded inside the robot. Bullet's eyes were full of shock. This guy's attack actually hurt so much. Bullet, who was born in a war country, fought in various battles on the sea, and was finally imprisoned in the Great Prison under the sea. The torture he experienced was absolutely inhumane. But compared to the pain caused by Kurosawa's slashing, the previous torture in the Great Prison under the sea was nothing to mention. It's just a robot that cuts into me, but it can also transmit pain to my body. In a flash of thought, Bullet relied on his strong fighting consciousness to control the fruit's ability to quickly change positions inside the combined robot when the dark red slash was about to cut his heart. However, despite this, the extremely fast dark red slash still left him with a scarlet blood mark, and the severe pain almost caused his combined robot to go into chaos. Fortunately, with strong willpower, Bullet managed to stabilize the nearly collapsed fused robot. That dark red slash, Colonel Kurosawa. Did you see clearly just now? There seemed to be something dark red flashing past. So strong. You actually cut through this robot's defense in one fell swoop. Previously, it was a defense that couldn't be broken even by shelling. Under the shocked gazes of the Marine soldiers, the dark purple vortex that was expanding a second ago on the surrounding wall suddenly stopped. After being cut by the dark red slash, the small mountain-like robot shuddered. It came to a standstill. This little monster Kurosawa is too strong. In the ruins buried in stones, the flying squirrel struggled to stand up. His face was painful. After being hit by the bullet robot, he was obviously extremely hurt. It's uncomfortable. According to the judgment of Flying Squirrel, a very experienced lieutenant general of the headquarters, Bullet's current combat prowess has probably surpassed that of the elderly Whitebeard in some aspects. That's why almost all the lieutenant generals joined forces and were defeated in the first place. But when Kurosawa faced such a powerful enemy, he actually was going to suppress him. While the elite generals of the headquarters were shocked, in the air, through the observation of heaven-defying six eyes, Kurosawa clearly analyzed the combined robot controlled by Bullet. It has good hardness. If it is inside the robot's body, it can also change positions very quickly to avoid damage. Kurosawa said softly, and then a curious thought came to his mind. After all, the level of spell and solution at LV3 was still too low, but it was just a test. Without thinking, Kurosawa killed Bullet with just a flying slash. Then let's try it this way, the technique will turn to king. High in the air, Kurosawa stretched out his palm, and a blue-white light containing magical power flew rapidly towards Bullet's combined robot. At the same time, after the surrounding wall was lowered due to the continuous absorption of Bullet's fusion robot, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates also took the opportunity to launch a charge. Hurry! Sooner or later you will be killed by artillery fire if you hide in the sea, why not rush over and give it a try? Countless pirates faced the blockage of artillery fire and charged towards the gap in the surrounding wall created by Bullet. Jinbei, please. Straw Hat Luffy's eyes were firm. Jinbei looked at the man in front of him who had created many miracles and said, "Do you really have to do this? But you will die." "Don't worry, I won't die." Luffy showed a smile. Seeing this, Jinbei said no more. In this top-notch war, he also bet his own destiny in order to save Ace. Phase, Dusk, Eye of Wisdom. Spell Reversal King. Maximum output. Hoo ho ho ho. The violent blue-white light flew rapidly, and before Bullet could not control the combined robot immediately due to the interference of Kurosawa's curse, it had already hit the robot's chest area. As Kurosawa chanted the mantra, the power of the mantra could be quickly mobilized even from a long distance away. This is the strength of the strongest modern magician with LV5 heaven-defying six eyes and LV2 curse king. Boom, dash dash. The terrifying gravitational force emitted by the spell Reverse King, which has been upgraded to level 4, shook even the giant fusion robot made by Bullet. The astonishing gravitational force firmly stuck to its body. Later, under Kurosawa's control, Bullet's combined robot was sucked off the ground by the gravity of the magic spell. Kurosawa saw this and flicked his palm, treating it like a basketball and throwing it into the sea. Wow! The huge fused robot fell into the sea, and a large number of pirates also rushed to the surrounding wall that was only a few meters high and had been absorbed by Bullet. Kurosawa looked at it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In this gap, the pirates who are constantly pouring in are just acting as targets for him, aren't they? Chapter 73. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing his life choice. Successfully prevented Douglas Bullet from completely absorbing a surrounding wall. Reward: the power of the shock fruit is upgraded to LV5. Feeling the power contained in his body that could easily tear apart the atmosphere, Kurosawa couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. On the high execution platform, Sengoku didn't have time to feel happy that Kurosawa had knocked Bullet away. He frowned as he looked at the lowered surrounding wall, and reacted quickly and immediately ordered. All personnel, aim at the gap in the surrounding wall and use all firepower. The pirates must be intercepted within the surrounding wall. Boom! Boom boom boom! Continuous shelling and bullets shuttled across the battlefield. Following the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku's order, the Marine soldiers also turned all their guns to the gap. However, under the obstruction of the Whitebeard captains, as well as Crocodile under the cover of strong combat power, the Marines' artillery blockade, except for the super heavy artillery set up on the siege, basically had no way to effectively block the pirates rushing towards the gap. A figure with yellow on the left and white on the right appeared in front of the gap in the siege wall. The Revolutionary Army's lightning hands turned into scissors and used their devil fruit abilities to create a huge pedal, allowing the pirates to easily run up the gap in the siege wall several meters high. On the land of Malinfando, Shua. Kurosawa's figure disappeared from midair and appeared in the gap in the surrounding wall the next moment. Looking at the pirates who were constantly charging towards him, Kurosawa curled his lips, and the deep dark spell spread out crazily with him as the center. Quick! Rush out under the cover of the captains! Ahoy Marines! Prepare to wash your necks and wait for death! Amidst the shouts of the pirates, Izzo, the captain of the 16th Whitebeard Squadron, held a pistol and fired domineering bullets, intercepting all the shells that kept flying. Yi Zhang looked at his companions who were constantly charging and hesitating in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Jose beside him and said, "Jaws, tell me, can we still rescue Ace?" With the help of everyone, Jose has been released from the freezing state. After a brief warm-up, he entered the battle again. He didn't hesitate, there was only anger towards Kurosawa in his heart. Jaws now knows that after he was frozen unconscious by Kuzan, Kurosawa actually cut his father in half, and later killed Marco and Baista. He, Kiyoshi, must avenge this revenge with his own hands, even if it means risking his life. Moreover, Jose did not believe that he could maintain his peak strength after killing Whitebeard, Marco, Baista and many other powerful men. He must have very little strength left now. Now is the best time to kill Kurosawa. Jose will never let down the sacrifices of his family. At the gap, a cloak of justice danced gently, Kurosawa opened and closed his mouth. The field is unfolding, and the demon-suppressing chef is under control. The overwhelming boundless magic field instantly completely covered the gap in the surrounding wall. Before all the pirates who set foot on land could cheer, they could no longer make any movements. Cut by dense invisible slashes, the pirates' bodies were like shadows meeting sunlight, melting and dissipating in an instant, leaving only the blood mist. On the battlefield of Marine Vondo, under the horrified gaze of countless marine soldiers, the gap in the wall created by Bullet and the way out created by the efforts of many powerful pirates, including the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, have become a piece of cake. Blood red. That extremely solid blood mist. It is not difficult to imagine that if there is a living person in it, a large amount of blood can be swallowed with just one breath. That place that was supposed to be the escape route for the pirates actually turned into the entrance to hell, a hell passage paved with countless blood. It's so cruel. Countless marine soldiers were speechless. Even on the execution platform, Sengoku, who was always extremely rational as the Marine Fleet Admiral, couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. But unlike others, Sengoku quickly adjusted. He was just a pirate. No matter how much he died or how much he killed was for peace, everything was for justice. Warring States looked at the black-haired figure and secretly made up his mind. Since Kurosawa committed such a killing for the sake of justice, he was not afraid of being stigmatized. If someone takes this opportunity to criticize Kurosawa verbally or in writing in the future, he, Sengoku, will definitely take the blame. Kurosawa, I admire your justice. Next to him, Ace screamed at the top of his lungs. He smashed his face into the floor, his face wet with tears. Don't come here. Don't come here again. Whitebeard's father died in the battle, Marco, Baista and other family members died in the battle one after another. Now the remaining pirates are trapped in the meat grinder without knowing it. This scene has broken Ace's psychological defense. At the same time, in the Marine Vendun Bay, countless pirates were unable to know what was happening in the gap in the surrounding wall due to their perspective, so they still rushed in at an extremely fast speed. Murloc karate ocean current over the shoulder throw. Jinbei in the sea used his palms hard, and the fishman power grabbed the sea water to form an ocean current, and then like throwing a javelin, he threw a huge stream of water into the sky. Straw Hat Luffy took off directly on the spot. "Aisi, let me, what is this?" Straw Hat Luffy, who was high in the sky, looked downwind, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The blood mist that seemed to reach straight into the sky was about to solidify into a sea of blood, and the man with blue eyes standing in front of the sea of blood deeply stimulated Straw Hat Luffy's heart. "Kurosawa. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing MacArthur. Obtained a normal bounty value of 666 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Mamba ODT. Obtained a normal bounty value of 333 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing." Continuous reminders sounded in Kurosawa's mind, and his normal bounty value balance skyrocketed crazily at this moment. A bright smile appeared on Kurosawa's face. It was another great harvest. In the waters outside Marine Fando, a huge pirate ship was traveling rapidly. The symbol on its bow was a white skull with a red mark. This is the red power number of the New World Sea Emperor, red-haired Shanks. Hurry up, something terrible seems to have happened in the war with Marine Fando. Chapter 74. In the Bay of Marine Vendun, somewhere on the surrounding wall, golden light particles condensed into a yellow striped figure. Porosalino stood on it with his mouth slightly open, and his eyes under the pair of sunglasses looked at the gap in the surrounding wall. The blood mist formed by the massacre of the pirates was already so powerful that it had to reach the sky. It must be said that the scene was really visually impactful. Even Porosalino, the marine general, felt frightened. It is estimated that it won't be long before the pirates discover something unusual. Kakaka. With a flash of icy blue light, the power of ice poured out, and Kuzan froze the wave of pirates who had previously landed on the land of Malinfando into ice sculptures. Alas, brother Kurosawa, your efficiency is simply too astonishing. With that said, Kuzan also walked towards the gap in the surrounding wall. Thanks to Kurosawa relying on one person, he actually showed the same level of battlefield suppression as a general. The pirates on the mainland of Marineland will soon be completely clear. At that time, Marine can devote all its high-end combat power to annihilating the pirates coming from the gap in the siege wall and the inner bay. Is this our Marine rising star? I guess we can't call him a rising star anymore. He's as powerful as a general. One person blocked that gap. This is our strongest Marine star. In the sea of Marine Vendôme Bay, a large number of bubbles were spat out crazily. Hai Xiaojin Bay stared with wide eyes. In the sea water, the robot formed by Douglas Bullet changed for a while and actually formed a drill-like submarine that shuttled rapidly underwater. Isn't it unaffected by sea water? Isn't this ability the same as Kuzan's? Sea Hero Jinbei was amazed when he saw the bullet controlling the dive and starting to attack the land foundation of the inner bay of Marine Land. Test, test, test. A dull sound came from the bubbles that were constantly floating under the water. The solid foundation that carried the huge marine headquarters of Marine Fando cracked crazily under Bullet's machine drill, and a dark hole was soon dug out. Tunnel. Bullet controls the robot and gets into it. Ha ha ha. I don't know what special material that wall is made of. Although it has been absorbed, it cannot be truly transformed and utilized until now. In the drill-shaped submarine, Bullet laughed. Through the ability of the fusion fruit, after merging the surrounding wall made of special materials by Vegapunk, his current robot's body strength has exceeded the previous hardened armor cover. You brat! Before I get rid of Sengoku Garp and ask about the secret, I'll smash you into a pulp first. Boom, boom, boom. Trembling vibrations with extremely high frequency came from under the earth. After the death of Whitebeard, Malinfando once again experienced a violent earthquake. Dark purple vortexes surged crazily within the foundation of Malinfando. As a large amount of hard rocks or various debris were integrated into Bullet's body, Malinfando actually began to tilt. What's going on? This feels like super vibration mode. Hey! I feel like my teeth are shaking when I speak. Whitebeard is dead. Is this an earthquake? Or a tsunami? Kabi wanted to hold his ears with both hands, but found that he only had one hand left. With a look of fear on his face, he murmured to himself, "Is this war? So many emergencies. I can't hold on anymore." Kabi turned to look at Belamab on the side. "Let's run away. If this continues, we will really die." At this time, Belamab was equally frightened. Just when he nodded in agreement and was about to run away with Kabi, in the shock of the sailors, the vibrations from the depths of the earth gradually became crazy, and the one that became more and more intense came from right below the execution platform. On the execution platform, violent vibrations were heard, and large cracks spread from bottom to top on the lower level of the execution platform. The two executioners were already staggering due to the violent shaking, and Ace was hit so hard that even Senguo had to try his best to maintain his balance. "What's going on, this shock?" Garp, who had been waiting below, also noticed something strange. Before he had time to wonder, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow from the sky, descending towards the front of the execution platform at an alarming speed. Luffy! How did this BD come from above?" Boom, boom, boom. A huge impact exploded from below the execution platform. Countless thick dark soil rose up along with billowing smoke and dust. The platform that was going to be used to execute Ace was pierced by a huge drill from below, and the whole platform exploded. Sengoku Fleet Admiral! What's going on? What is that? At this point, all the marines in the interior of Marine Eventer have been attracted. Allah, wait, what's going on? Kuzan stopped and looked at the execution platform that suddenly exploded behind him, frowning. Buzz buzz. The golden cross flashed and condensed. Poor Salino, who was tracing the outline, took the opportunity to cancel the 8-second charged laser, and then turned around to look at the execution platform behind him. Hey, what kind of noise is this? AISI. A voice fell from the sky. Ace, who fell from the execution platform, looked up at the sky, his eyes full of disbelief. Lu Fei. At the gap in the surrounding wall, cold light flashed in the blue eyes. Kurosawa's figure was not affected by the slightest vibration under the action of the unlimited technique. Under heaven-defying 6 eyes, at 360 degrees, Kurosawa had already seen Straw Hat Luffy falling from the sky, and Douglas Bullet destroying the execution platform. Kurosawa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he killed Whitebeard and many captains so far in advance, he was still able to save them. Is this the influence of the will of the world? Kurosawa flicked his finger, and 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, quickly flew out from the gap in the surrounding wall, and then landed on the sea surface of Marine Vendun Bay. Seeing this scene, countless pirates were filled with fear, but before they could make the next move, they actually saw 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, flying out again, and then hovering above their heads. At the same time, Kurosawa turned around, his blue eyes flashed with divine light, and he slowly walked towards the execution platform, opening and closing his mouth. 9 outlines, polarized light, blackness and statement, between the outside and the inside. The next moment, in the surrounding wall behind him, a dazzling purple light shone in the sky. The strongest record, unlimited virtual style, is once again engraved on the battlefield of Marine Fando. Chapter 75. Just now. Kurosawa interrogation system. Are you in the system? Ding. I'm here. By the way, can you give me the billion-level bounty value for killing the captains first? Ding. It has been detected that the host has not killed the new Whitebeard Pirates captain, so it cannot be distributed for the time being. Isn't that right? You are my system. Don't you understand my strength? It's not easy to kill them. And Lanyo was able to tie up the lone without a system in the Shinjuku decisive battle. I have a system, why can't I? Have you never heard of Hwabi? Have you heard of Jingdong Gold Bar and White Bar? Ding! It has been detected that the host has misunderstood due to system vulnerabilities. The system has begun to upgrade and improve similar functions. Ding! Due to a system error that resulted in host misjudgment, the reward is hereby reissued, 5,000 billion level bounty value. Very good, Kurosawa Yuxiao, he has a system, it is reasonable to get a loan, right? Give me more. Ding! Congratulations to host for injecting 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 level bounty value. Spell Reversal King has been upgraded to LV5. Come on, let's break through Marine's defense line from here. Marine Fando surrounded the wall. While the pirates were still shouting, 2 rays of light, one red and one blue, passed through their heads and then hovered somewhere on the sea. Looking at the familiar red and blue light, especially the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, all looked horrified. This is, the move of Marine Rising Star Kurosawa. UBD, can you still use it? Doesn't it mean that this move consumes a lot of money? Not only the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also the captains of the divisions suddenly felt cold and cold. The one who is taking the lead at this time is the current strongest of the Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 3rd Division, a man who is said to be as hard as a diamond, Diamond Josie. Everyone listen to my order and dive into the water first. Before Kiazi could finish his words, he saw another red and blue light flying out from the gap in the surrounding wall. This time, the spell was reversed, King and the spell were reversed, and he happened to be hovering over a red beside the pirate with a nose. Buggy the Clown looked blankly at the red and blue light ball that was less than 1 meter away from him, leaving a drop of snot in his nostrils. At the same time, as Kurosawa chanted the curse words from his mouth, across an extremely long distance, with the help of the LV5 heaven-defying 6 eyes and the LV2 Curse King plus the control of the spell power under the LV5 ultimate extraordinary blessing. Reversal of the spell, reversal of Kanghee's spell, he suddenly increased in size, the rich spell power gathered crazily, 2 red and blue light balls rubbed and collided, purple light flashed with dazzling brilliance at 2 points in the surrounding wall, terrifying imaginary mass pours out. The face of a sand figure that was already close to the gap in the surrounding wall was frozen. The dazzling light made even him feel huge danger, let alone the pirates around it. Are you kidding? It's hard to imagine what a devastating scene it would be if that purple light detonated. The Straw Hat has taken the first step, I can't wait any longer. Jinbei, the sea hero, poked his head out of the water just now and saw the 2 purple streaks in the sky. He turned around and sank to the bottom of the sea without hesitation, at an extremely fast speed. It's better to wait. Buzz. The purple light engulfs everything within the surrounding wall, and the magic technique Kang, which has been upgraded to level 5, and the magic technique Reversal, which is also level 5, are combined to create the ultimate magic secret, virtual style, with no limit. Under the ultra-long distance control, the pirates in the surrounding wall were accurately positioned and blasted. The 2 rays of purple light came in tandem, and according to Kurosawa's cerebellum's calculations, their power affected the entire surrounding wall. Surrounding the wall, the shock wave caused by the purple light explosion blew Porosalino's cloak of justice into the sky, and the pair of orange sunglasses could not prevent the penetration of the purple light. This is really scary, Kurosawa. On the land of Malinvondo, accompanied by the purple light soaring into the sky, the sound of explosions resounding in the sky shook everyone's heart. Under the purple light behind him, Kurosawa's figure was like a god descending. Countless sailors looked at this scene and were stunned. Ha ha ha! Lao Zi is back! Where is this? What is that? The rumbling sound made by Bullet seems so insignificant compared with this virtual explosion. As the huge head poked out of the ground, Bullet also noticed the purple light soaring into the sky, as well as the figure carrying purple meaning on its body. Bullet's pupils suddenly shrank, it's that kid. Ha ha ha, Just die first. While Bullet was laughing, he was controlling the mechanical drill arm, which was bigger than the execution platform, and stabbed towards Kurosawa. Under the huge pressure, even the air was squeezed out with ripples visible to the naked eye, making a terrifying sonic boom sound. Kurosawa looked at the huge mechanical drill, and his heaven-defying six eyes completely analyzed the structure of Bullet's arm. The surrounding wall that is fused with Vegapunk, it turns out that it is much harder than before. Kurosawa. Damn it! Where are the generals? Colonel Kurosawa has just dealt with so many pirates, and now the heir of the devil is looking for him again. Boss! Damn it, it's all my fault that I'm too weak to help you. Miguel looked ugly and deeply blamed himself for his own powerlessness. The other lieutenant generals were breathing heavily, but they were helpless under the violent fluctuations caused by the huge robot. Boom! A large number of rock fragments burst and flew. Kabi, who was running away, felt numb all over his body, followed closely by severe pain. Bellamibo felt a figure fall to the ground beside him. He turned his head to look, his face turned pale. KB. Your legs. In the pool of blood, a human-sized piece of gravel flew by, and Kabi's lower body was blurred. Wow, wow, wow. Looking at the huge drill that was quickly attacking Kurosawa, Kuzan exhaled a cold air and his body condensed into ice. Just when he was about to take action, his pupils froze slightly. That's it. Kurosawa felt the spell power consumed in a short period of time due to the continuous use of field skills and virtual skills, but his expression showed a slight smile. Looking at Bullet's domineering drill, Kurosawa held Yan's palm and slowly exerted force. The cloak of justice on his body automatically moved without wind, and the dark red light turned into a halo and lit up in circles, and the Conqueror's domineering power poured out like an ocean. Crack, click, click. The dark blade is wrapped with black thunder and lightning, and the armament-colored haki and Conqueror's haki are perfectly combined with the way of the sword. Dark God avoids. The next moment, Kurosawa's dark red blade collided with Bullet's mountain-like domineering drill. Chiang. Chapter 76. Purple light bloomed in the sky above Marine Vondo, and the huge purple spirit shot straight into the sky. Even the high altitude was rendered purple. Some pirates and sailors in the outside world were stunned when they saw this scene. An attack of this scale. Could it be in existence at the level of 4 emperors? Among the marine generals, there shouldn't be such an attack method. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Atmos. Received a 100 million level bounty worth 24,300 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing the crotch worker. Obtained a normal bounty value of 450 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Lincoln Homely. Obtained a normal bounty value of 900 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing. A steady stream of notification sounds sounded in Kurosawa's mind, and the crazy increase in bounty value made the smile on Kurosawa's face grow stronger. The solidified Conqueror's haki turns into a dark red lightning snake and wraps around the blade of Yan. Every time the lightning snake breathes out, the explosive power bursts out, which is enough to easily break through the defense of the advanced armed haki. Under the shocked gaze of the Marines on the land of Marine Vondo, darkness collided with Bullet's huge mechanical drill through the air. Chiang! In an instant, a torn and twisted vacuum zone formed at the junction of darkness and the drill bit. Under the collision and squeeze of the terrifying power of the two, that space was gradually compressed to the extreme. Kurosawa's hair was dancing wildly, the smile on his face under the dark red light, and his twinkling blue eyes together formed a shocking picture, which was deeply imprinted in the depths of Bullet's mind. That arrogant smile and that shocking domineering attitude reminded Bullet of a long-lost legendary figure. Roger, how could you do that, you little brat? Bullet roared in disbelief, and his eyes burst out with bloodshot eyes at the center of the combined robot. Divine evasion. This move is definitely a divine evasion. But how could this kid learn such a move? As a man who has been challenged countless times, Bullet will never admit his mistake for the ultimate power he has been seeking for the first half of his life. And compared to the divine evasion that Roger used, although it was lacking in strength, in terms of skill, this kid was actually better? Are you the descendant of Roger? Impossible. He doesn't have the time at all. In the distance, Garp clenched his hands into fists, and the reflection of the dark red thunder was reflected deep in his eyes. You can't be wrong. I didn't expect this kid to actually be able to be entangled by conquerors. And with his level of cultivation, can he still control himself in this situation so as not to affect others? Garp was shocked. Even if he used Conqueror's winding attack, after reaching this level of destructive power, he would inevitably be unable to control the target and scope of the impact. But Kurosawa was able to do this. The Marine in this area did not fall into a coma due to the influence of his Conqueror's haki. And most importantly, while controlling the damage of your own Conqueror's haki, you also block the Conqueror's haki released by Bullet. Otherwise, with Bullet's Conqueror's domineering range, many Marine soldiers will definitely lose their combat effectiveness on the spot. This kid. Boom. As the execution platform collapsed, among the ruins filled with dirt and dust, a key made of candles was placed against the keyhole, and then inserted fiercely. Crack. There was a crisp sound of unlocking the door, and Ace squeezed out a smile on his gloomy face. Luffy. You kid, you are so ridiculous. Seeing that Ace was finally out of trouble, Straw Hat Luffy shouted happily, it's really great. He 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 he. Although he went through all kinds of hardships and sacrificed so many people, he finally succeeded in rescuing Ace. Then all this is worth it. Seeing this, Mr3 hurriedly said, yes, yes. Let's run away. The Marines will notice us later. That's great Ace, let's go quickly. Straw Hat Luffy said the same after achieving his goal. However, Ace did not answer the question immediately. Instead, he glanced into the distance. At this moment, the confrontation between Kurosawa and Bullet's power reached the limit that the vacuum zone could withstand. The terrifying power fluctuations quickly formed a circle visible to the naked eye, shrank, and then suddenly exploded. Boom, dash, dash. Ka 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 ka. Representing the extremely powerful Conqueror's domineering dark red snake, it tore through Bullet's defense. Perhaps because after being transformed by Bullet's fusion fruit, the drill bit containing the material of the surrounding wall was not as hard as it originally was. It exploded crazily under the Dark God of Level 2. Can you block the power of this sword worth 3 billion? Kurosawa smiled, but the resistance that blocked the dark blade in his palm could no longer be supported, and an astonishing monstrous sword light came out. Crack, click, click. Impossible. Can a brat like you reach Roger's height? Bullet roared, but no matter how loud he roared, the power of his strike was eventually completely exhausted by Kurosawa's Dark God's avoidance. He was no longer able to sustain the follow-up, and could only watch the monstrous sword light cut off his arm and quickly enlarge his pupils. Clang! Click! The huge drill bit was split into two, and the power of the shining dark red center turned into a dazzling cross-energy ripple. The power of Enshenchi was not reduced much, and it slashed towards the huge mountain-like stone. Head! Boom! The dazzling light engulfed everything on the battlefield. All the strong men lost their vision after the power of Kurosawa's sword completely exploded, leaving only a red and white field. At the same time, a greedy gaze lit up in the darkness. Teach completely ignored everything on the battlefield. On this chaotic battlefield, he quietly approached Mao Huzi. Jahahahaha. A huge black cloth covered his and Whitebeard's bodies. The penetrating power of darkness condensed into a vortex in Teach's palm, and he touched under Whitebeard. Give it all to me, Dad. Chapter 77. Boom boom boom. Straw Hat Luffy and Ace looked on with shock as rocks and debris were shot randomly on the land of Marine Ford. This guy's power, why is it so terrifying? Straw Hat Luffy was deeply shocked when he saw this scene for the first time. He originally thought that in the battle at Sabayati, when Kurosawa punched him and knocked him to the ground, the distance between him and Kurosawa was the furthest away. He was confident that if he worked hard and settled down, he would be able to rise up to protect his friends. Go ahead. But now it seems that he has to continue to work hard to settle down. Compared to Luffy, Ace's eyes flashed with extremely complicated emotions. Compared to Luffy, Ace's hatred for Kurosawa has reached the point of killing him. Ace is different from Straw Hat Luffy. The latter was humiliated by Kurosawa at best and his partners were also injured by Kurosawa. Boa Hancock was killed by him before they knew each other for a long time. But for Ace, the man he trusted and admired the most, the man who gave him the love he lacked the most since childhood, died in Kurosawa's hands. As well as Ace's partners, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, Bista, etc., are all his family. A whole. Ace clenched his teeth fiercely. Although his reason kept telling him to calm down and never go up to die at this time and let down the sacrifice of Whitebeard's father and all his friends, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Understanding has never been his character. There. On the ground, centered around Ace's feet, circles of flames burned. Fire ring. The high-temperature flames exploded, sweeping away all the surrounding sailors. Ace. You are really awesome. He 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 he. Straw Hat Luffy stared blankly at his eldest brother Ace, who actually defeated all the surrounding Marines with one blow. He was so happy that he obviously didn't expect what Ace was going to do. Luffy, you go first, I still have some things to deal with. Ace's face sank, his eyes fixed on Kurosawa's figure. Luffy, The smoke and dust on the land of Marine Ford slowly dissipated. At the same time, Garp also noticed Ace who had escaped from trouble. After seeing the latter's actions, Garp also had mixed feelings in his heart. Ace. What else do you want, UBD? This BD just got out of trouble, so he didn't want to run away, but he still wants to take action against Kurosawa. Master, stinky old man. Do you still want to meddle in your own business now? Hearing Garp's voice, Ace's body couldn't help but stagnate, and the flames condensed in his hand to attack Kurosawa were extinguished a little. In the midst of a huge ruin, Bullet was severely damaged and it was difficult for him to maintain his fusion fruit ability. All the debris that he had previously absorbed with his ability was vomited out at this moment. As a result, there was a mountain-like pile of ruins on the land of Malinfando. Kurosawa stepped on the ruins, ignoring Ace's murderous intent, and his chest heaved violently. The Dark God's aversion just now was the strongest attack he could perform, currently relying on the strength of the pirate system. The Dark God's avoidance worth 3 billion at level 2 was really going to drain out all his power. But if Ace really takes action against him, he won't mind sending him on his way. Compared to himself, Ace's life card, which was burning with less than 1/10, was obviously in a much worse state. Although Kurosawa is now lacking in domineering power, he still has a lot of magic power. With the blessing of LV5 heaven-defying 6 eyes and LV2 Curse King, his magic power is still enough to perform 2 arcane moves. Blue eyes scanned Bullet's body. Ahem, kid, Bullet lay down among the rocks, coughing up blood from his mouth. Even though he suffered from the sword, Dark God avoided it, but compared to Kid's resistance, the giant robot helped him reduce the damage, and Bullet's own physical fitness was extremely amazing. Today's Bullet's combat power is not weak. Even if the fruit ability cannot be used, but with his domineering power, no one from the current Marine headquarters to the general can stop him. Under the observation of heaven-defying 6 eyes, Kurosawa also made a judgment on the current combat power of Bullet. In addition, in the previous impression, facing Wang Luffy in the theater version, after the island-sized fused robot was destroyed, it could still be used that ultimate devil form to fight Luffy. It's enough to see how extraordinary it is. However, this battle was quite enjoyable. Thinking of this, Kurosawa showed a smile on his face and said sincerely, "It's such a pleasure, Bullet, can you make me more happy?" "Ahem. Little brat. Where did you learn your divine avoidance?" Bullet stood up, his muscles all over his body swelled, and a dark purple-armed domineering energy covered it. "I admit that your conqueror's haki is superior to mine, but my armed haki is unmatched in terms of hardening and strength." After his whole body was covered with dark purple-armed domineering energy, Bullet's aura suddenly changed. His eyes were scarlet and he became extremely confident. A terrifying aura swept out, and he couldn't tell that he was the person who had just been defeated. "Besides, you probably won't be able to use that move just now." Bullet saw Kurosawa's lack of movement and became more convinced of his thoughts. At the same time, under the riot of genes from his bloodline, his emotions began to run rampant. "How can you, who has exhausted your domineering power, fight me with just your body and sword skills?" With a sound of boom, Bullet's feet erupted with terrifying power, and his body turned into a missile and shot towards Kurosawa. "It's your honor to die in my devil form." However, facing Bullet's attack, Kurosawa just smiled and made no defensive moves. "Colonel Kurosawa. Boss. Alala." The extreme cold approached quickly on the battlefield, but a figure was countless times faster than Kuzan. Whoa! The scar-covered hand was clenched into a fist, and a punch was punched out with terrifying power. Fist bone impact. Boom, dash dash. The terrifying domineering impact and powerful force destroyed Bullet's offensive with one blow, and then slammed his body into the ground. The smoke dispersed, and a figure fell in front of Kurosawa. "Thank you for taking action, Lieutenant General Garp," Kurosawa said gratefully. "Don't say this, you have done so much for Marine, how could I just stand by and watch?" Garp smiled slightly, but glanced somewhere and continued. "You still have a long way to go, how could it end here? It's Lieutenant General Garp. So strong. Damn old man." Ace received Garp's eyes, listened to the latter's words, and made a decision in his heart. "Luffy, let's go." "Okay Ace. Let's fight out together." Straw Hat Luffy punched his right fist with his left palm and grinned. Sandstorm. Malak Karate Ocean Current. Bang bang bang. A huge yellow sandstorm rolled up from the gap in the wall, and at the same time brought countless pirates into the land of Marine Fando, and along with the huge water flow, the pirates landed together and rushed out of the wall. The explosion of Kyushu Shiki dissipated before the confrontation between Kurosawa and Bullet. At this time, the pirates who were still capable of fighting had gradually rushed up with the help of the powerful ones. When they saw Ace's figure, "Ace! Ace is saved!" The news of Ace's escape spread across the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Diamond Josie, the current strongest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, rushed forward and saw the scene of Ace's burning fruit burning. "Everyone, listen to my order. Ace has been rescued, the goal has been achieved, everyone retreats and returns to the new world." Jose shouted, and at the same time glanced at Kurosawa, leaving only a deep feeling of unwillingness. Fire Fist. The fierce flames rushed like a train. Even Lieutenant General Marine had to avoid its sharp edge for a while when faced with such high temperatures. Following this trend, Ace will soon be able to join the Whitebeard Pirates' large force. Gilu gilu. The terrifying magma rises, rushing towards Ace and Luffy with a decisive killing intent. Chapter 78. No. Akainu is here. There's no way we can resist this BDS lava. Ah. Laugh, dash dash. The terrifying red figure is like a battlefield Shinigami. No inch of it is intact wherever it passes. The extreme temperature of the lava burns everything. Under such power, whether it is a shield or a sword, it will melt at the first contact with it. Collapse. Countless pirates faced this red lava and wanted to stop it. Only at the cost of their lives could they slow it down, or maybe they couldn't stop it at all. This is the most lethal power of molten berries in the world. General Sakaski. Kill all these pirates. As the marine soldiers rushed to kill him, Sakaski's whole body turned into lava, and he rushed all the way to the land of Marine Vondo from the gap in the surrounding wall. Whether the pirates in front of him were millions, tens of millions, or tens of millions, billion, all were incinerated into Kurozumi by the molten metal. His eyes revealed the determination to kill, and Sakaski's figure was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he was ready to meet Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Carrying the most evil bloodline in the world, you must die here today. No one can save you. Mloculent Karate Gun Wave. Chuang. A huge stream of water turned into a sharp spear in Jinbei's palm, and shot out towards Sakaski's path. However, the latter didn't look at it, but the molten lava surged in his body, creating a streak on his left arm. The man-eating dog's head bit out fiercely at the gun wave of water. Laugh. Jinbei's water gun wave collided with the lava dog's head. In the blink of an eye, the water gun wave was completely evaporated. The lava dog's head only became half smaller, and then bit hard at the surrounding pirates, killing 2 unlucky ones in an instant. Of pirates turned into ashes. This guy's fruit is really tricky. Oops, I can't stop it. Jinbei couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His attack failed to stop Sakaski from taking any action. Whoa! A figure passed by Jinbei. Crocodile. Desert Greatsword. Crocodile's face was fierce, and his physical speed was stretched to the limit. He controlled a large amount of sand in his hand to turn into a giant sword and slashed through Sakaski's body in one go. Success, the pirates cheered. General Sakaski. The marine soldiers looked shocked. Kurosawa also moved his eyes away from the bullet in the hole and looked at Sakaski, who was about to kill Ace. If Kurosawa remembers correctly, in the original plot, Sakaski was seriously injured, and was only able to stop him with the help of Marco, Baista and other captains. But even with this interception, Ace still went back and killed him. The current situation is that the powerful Captain Marco died early. Now only Josie is left with the high-end combat power of the Whitebeard Pirates. Coupled with the injury suffered by Sakaski, although he took 2 full-force attacks from Whitebeard, but compared to the original plot, his physical condition should be much better. So, since Blackbeard and Straw Hat Luffy can come here early, will Shanks also arrive early? Or is it Kaido, Big Mom, or a new unknown force joining the battle? Thoughts flashed in Kurosawa's mind. Ace might die anyway, but if he wants to kill Straw Hat Luffy here, Kurosawa thinks it's impossible. So given the current physical condition, should I use that LV6 Conqueror's domineering memory card? Kurosawa was thinking. Sakaski's body was pierced by Crocodile's desert sword. There was no expression of pain on the former's face, while the latter frowned and secretly thought something was wrong. Could it be that Logia's elementalization escaped my attack? After all, this sword was struck with armament haki. Crocodile, who is also a Logia and possesses the power of the Shasha fruit, certainly knows that he can transform his body into elements, so that the enemy can evade attacks even if he uses armament haki. Sure enough, Sakaski's upper body, which was chopped off by the desert sword, flew out and continued to kill Ace, even faster. Click! Yi Zhang shouted as the bullet was loaded. Ace! Come on! We'll cover you! Ace, who was running away, looked at Yi Zhang, and then nodded heavily. He had decided that he could not let him down. As soon as he thought of this, Ace's pupils shrank sharply. A flash of red light shone deep in his eyes, and he hurriedly spoke to remind Yi Zhang, "Be careful." Izo looked at Sakaski who was attacking Ace. He clenched both guns in his hands. With the blessing of domineering power, the Danzanan containing the slash was about to be shot out, but a red light penetrated his head at an astonishing speed. Spell reversal who? Kurosawa blew on his fingers, even though there was no smoke coming out, with a satisfied smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing Izzo. Obtaining a billion level bounty worth 51,000 points. Listen! What a delightful sound! Boom! Reversal of the technique, his red light ball pierced through Yizu's head and hit the ground with a violent roar. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates looked at this scene with horrified expressions on their faces, and they all shouted in grief. Captain Izzo! Izzo! Who is it? That BD! Izzo! Ace looked at Izzo, who was slowly falling, and opened his mouth wide. He felt like he had a lump in his throat and couldn't say anything. Today, he lost his family. There are really too many. Father Whitebeard, brother Marco, brother Foil Bista and brother Izzo, all died in battle. And they all died at the hands of that person. Chapter 79. Well done, Kurosawa. You must not be merciful to these pirates, Sakaski said, already less than 200 meters away from Ace. Damn Marine! Diamond sparkle charges! An angry shout quickly approached Sakaski along with the sound of quaqua breaking the wind. Hey! Sakaski looked sideways, and a huge diamond came into his eyes. The next second. Bang! Dash dash! The moment before Sakaski was about to be hit by Josie, he swung his giant fist of lava. The diamond and the lava collided fiercely. The power of both was very terrifying. The intersection of the collision was due to the huge force generated by the collision. The high temperature of the magma exploded one after another, spreading out large areas of spider web-shaped cracks. Kurosawa watched this scene with interest. He has always been curious, can Akainu's lava break through Josie's diamond defense? Akainu! Josie's face was flushed red by the light of the lava fire. At this moment, his whole body turned into diamonds, relying on his strong physical strength to compete with Sakaski's explosive lava. Diamond Josie! Do you want to turn into ashes too? As Sakaski shouted angrily, with a bang, explosion, the power of the lava was activated by him to become more fierce. Although Josie, who had turned into diamond, had not yet melted, the latter was also affected by this. The force of the force was falling back step by step, and it was almost impossible to hold on anymore. Boom! A purple figure took advantage of Sakaski's unpreparedness and punched him away. Crack! A black ball of mud slipped from Bullet's fist and fell to the ground. It was the rock he used to block the lava. Are you really Roger's son? Without pursuing Sakaski, Bullet asked Ace. Listening to Bullet's words, Ace shook his head violently, his face full of disgust. No, my dad only has a white beard. Ha ha ha. Roger's son actually calls Whitebeard dad. Bullet laughed, wiped the blood stains from his face, and looked around Marine fiercely. Get out of here alive and grow up to be my opponent. I believe that Roger's bloodline will not be bad. This guy is the descendant of the devil. Bullet. He will actually help us. Maybe there is hope. Hey, a blast of cold air was exhaled, and the freezing temperature even formed ice cubes in mid-air. Kuzan's figure blocked Ace's way. Allah! Stop talking to yourselves all the time, you guys. General Kuzan. Aokiji. This BD is here too. It's the frozen man. Straw Hat Luffy's expression changed drastically as he looked at the person blocking his way. Once upon a time, he and Zoro Sanji, the strongest member of the Straw Hats, were defeated instantly by this guy. If the other party hadn't killed it, he would have sent it by now. Aokiji. Ace looked at Kuzan with an ugly face, but despite his anger, he was not afraid and stretched out his arms to protect Luffy behind him. Fire snakes of astonishing temperature were spitting out on the surface of his body. Luffy, get out of the way and let me come. Ace, I can't let you go today. Kyuzen seemed to sigh, his palms turned into ice, and it formed into a huge frozen strange bird and rushed towards Ace. The ice cube bursts into the pheasant's mouth. There! The raging flames burned like a tornado on Ace's right arm, and then quickly turned into a huge mirror-like flame. The next moment, Kyuzen's ice collided violently. Pfft! The ice and flames melted instantly after intertwining, and the water vapor formed instantly spread into a large fog. Alas, ice can't help fire after all. It's such a tricky ability. Kyuzen said. He actually blocked General Kyuzen's attack. As expected of Ace. Let's take the opportunity to retreat. Kurosawa curled his lips when he saw this. Okay, it's happening again. Will the ice that can collide with Sakaski be on par with Ace's fire? And it's Ace who is greatly disabled, with less than 1/10 of his life card. Garp stood beside Kurosawa, speechless. He just clenched his fists and his face was frighteningly dark. But Kurosawa doesn't want to be idle now, there is still a lot of bounty value waiting for him to harvest. In a flash, Kurosawa disappeared from the spot. Phew 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 phew. It's really exciting. So what will be the follow-up direction of this war? Many captains of the Whitebeard Pirates died. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets and didn't even bother to fiddle with the puppet strings. He just started the show and became a spectator. But I never expected that guy Kurosawa, as a marine, would even dare to kill Shishibukai. Seeing Kurosawa disappearing again, Doflamingo couldn't help but start looking forward again. Phew, then who is your next target? Just as Doflamingo was looking forward to it, an arrogant laugh made him frown. Gee ha 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 ha. Be swallowed by the darkness. Warring states. The black curtain lifts and Blackbeard Teach appears again. A pair of eyes flashed with evil light, an ink vortex condensed in his left palm, and a white vibration was held in his right fist. He had been dormant for many years, and finally he got this coveted ability. Teach's heart was completely released at this moment, and he felt that the future world was under his control. All the humiliation I endured before was not in vain. Gee ha 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 ha. Blackbeard. Warring States frowned, looking at Teach who looked arrogant and confused. Kurosawa also discovered that Teach has the ability to obtain the earthquake fruit. It is not a waste to work for free. In this case, then you want me to see your value, Blackbeard. The corner of Kurosawa's mouth curled up, and he began to control Teach with a thought. Gee ha ha. First, let's sink Malinvondo, who represents justice, into the bottom of the sea. Just when Teach had a ferocious look on his face, clenching his right fist and about to shake the atmosphere and cause a tsunami, an inexplicable thought directly affected him, and even made him change his next train of thought without even knowing it. It's like he wanted to act like this. This is the horror of soul control. Boom! Teach punched the air, large cracks spread crazily, and then exploded with a boom, and a terrifying shock wave blasted out directly, killing a large number of Whitebeard pirates. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully controlling Teach to kill Oxer. Obtained a normal bounty value of 444 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully controlling Teach to kill the original gentleman. Obtained a normal bounty value of 333 points. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully controlling Teach. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Kurosawa was slightly stunned. Oh? Can it still be calculated like this? The person who controls Blackbeard to kill can also get the bounty value for himself, and there is no deduction or anything. He has really become his ultimate worker. Kurosawa had a strange look on his face and slowed down his movements. Wouldn't it be much easier if he did this? Very good, let's go on a killing spree, Teach. Sengoku looked at Teach, who had just laughed wildly and said he was going to sink Marine Vondo, and immediately went to help Marine kill the enemy. His face was a little confused, but he didn't say much, and just stared at his old friend Garp. If nothing else goes wrong, Ace will soon die at the hands of others. Sengoku is very worried that Garp will impulsively do something irreversible because of this, and he must stop it in time. Boom! 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 Terrifying shock waves were blasted out one after another. Every time Teach punched, it brought a devastating blow to the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard Teach! How can this guy have Dad's abilities? A hole! How on earth did you do it? This is impossible! Gee ha ha ha! Compared to the shock of the pirates, Teach had a look of joy on his face, immersed in the destructive power of the earthquake fruit and unable to extricate himself. Shiryu, who was not far away from him, looked confused. This seems different from what was planned, right? Didn't you say fight Marine? Bullet was also confused, and was immediately hit in the chest by a light-speed kick. Boom, dash dash. The terrifying power directly blasted Bullet out of sight. Oh really, why did the criminals in the prison come here? Did Magellan also get off work early? Porosalino looked at his watch with a puzzled look on his face. BD Kizaru. Joza looked ugly. The ones who needed to be stopped in front of him at this time were Marine General Porosalino and Sakaski. Let's catch all the pirates first. Sakaski came over. Bullet's punch just now obviously didn't cause much damage. Yo, then let me deal with this guy, my abilities are more suitable. Porosalino looked at Josie and said. Sakaski glanced at Porosalino, knowing that the latter was afraid that after killing Ace, he might make Garp angry, but he was not afraid of this. For the stability of the world order, One Piece Roger's evil bloodline must end here today.